Important international news. U.S. launches fifth round of chip sanctions, completely banning high-end chip exports to China. Many Western countries follow suit, banning high-end chip manufacturing equipment exports to China. Hashtag China experiences a once-in-a-century massive meteor shower tonight at 8 p.m. The internet is filled with various voices of anger, curses, and helplessness. But some 1450s and kneeling enthusiasts are secretly applauding. Parallel Universe, China. National University of Defense Technology. 8 p.m., Dormitory 211 male. Old Lin, look! How many times has this happened already? After seeing the news, roommate Fatty Wang angrily placed his tablet in front of Lin Chen. Fatty, the more things are like this, the more we must win this technological war. I've decided. After graduation, I'll work at a research institute related to the chip industry. Without his country, he wouldn't be who he is today. He wanted to dedicate his life to the country after achieving academic success. Old Lin, with your academic prowess, those research institutes will definitely be vying for you. But are you sure you want to go to a chip research institute and not a weapons and equipment research institute? Fatty Wang felt it was a bit of a waste for Lin Chen to pursue chip research with his knowledge and talent. Lin Chen smiled, still insisting. As long as I can contribute to the country's technological development, it doesn't matter where I go. Besides, the country is currently engaged in a technological war with the West. I just hope my modest efforts can help the nation. This decision wasn't a spur-of-the-moment impulse. It was a well-thought-out one. Contributing to the rejuvenation of the nation had been his childhood dream. Okay, go ahead. Lin Chen nodded. I'll go check the balcony to see if there really is a meteor shower tonight. Shaw! What's so interesting about a meteor shower? Fatty Wang scoffed, continuing with his graduation project. Having spent several years together in university, he knew Lin Chen's temperament well. Once he made a decision, he rarely changed it. Anyway, Lin Chen was a very opinionated person. Following him, he was sure to have a bright future. Lin Chen walked alone to the dormitory balcony. Perhaps Lin Chen was just lucky, but as soon as he stepped onto the balcony, a meteor shower began. Lin Chen quickly closed his eyes and made a wish. I'd trade my roommate's 50 years of single life for a breakthrough in the Great Xia Kingdom's chip industry blockade. Suddenly, an invisible beam of light shot from the direction of the meteor shower directly towards Lin Chen's head. Boom! A mechanical voice rang in Lin Chen's mind. Host found, matching criteria found. The seed of the 9th level Chinese civilization has been successfully bound. What the hell? Get out of my head! Lin Chen was a little confused, thinking he had encountered a supernatural event. The seed of inheritance is bound and cannot be unbound. Lin Chen was filled with questions, trying to calm himself down and understand. A level 9 seed of Chinese civilization inheritance? What is that? The seed of Chinese civilization inheritance was developed by the level 9 Chinese civilization of the universe to cultivate outstanding citizens. Its sole purpose is to rapidly cultivate citizens' growth. The inheritance seed comes with its own inheritance space. The host can consciously enter the inheritance space to learn more. Rapidly cultivate citizens? Inheritance space? Could it be the legendary cheat code? Lin Chen was instantly overjoyed. He often reads science fiction novels for inspiration, so of course he knows about cheat codes. He never expected that the legendary cheat code would one day actually fall into his lap. I'll go back first, and then learn more slowly. Lin Chen felt unsafe outside and turned back to his dormitory. Fatty Wang asked, Old Lin, didn't you say you wanted to watch the meteor shower? I'm done. Lin Chen climbed into bed. I'm going to rest first, keep your voice down. He then laid down and closed his eyes. Then, he silently recited, Enter the inheritance space. Instantly, Lin Chen's consciousness was pulled into a space. This space is so big? Lin Chen was awestruck by the vastness of the inheritance space. He had thought it would be a small area, but it was endless. After calming himself down, Lin Chen began to understand the functions of the inheritance space. From level 1 civilization to level 9 civilization. Currently, only technological inheritances below level 1 civilization have been unlocked. And Blue Star's current technological level is less than level 1, only 0.8. Just a list of level 1 civilization technologies was enough to make Lin Chen's eyes light up. From gunpowder production to space carriers, everything was there. What a pity! Only one technology can be inherited at a time. Even so, it's incredibly powerful. Amazing! Lin Chen was deeply shocked after receiving this information. If he could inherit all the technologies within, submit them to the nation, and implement them, the Great Xia Kingdom would take off instantly. Please select the first technology to inherit. Complete quantum chip technology, including quantum lithography machine, quantum chip design, etc. Complete super solid-state magnetic field battery technology. Complete high-energy laser weapon technology. Lin Chen looked at the various cutting-edge technologies, swallowing hard. Each technology within would revolutionize any current industry in reality. But he could only choose one, and it had to be the technology that could solve the current technological predicament of Great Xia Kingdom. And right now, Great Xia Kingdom's biggest challenge was undoubtedly chip technology. Therefore, without a doubt, choose the complete quantum chip technology solution. Great Xia Kingdom's chip industry has always been dependent on others. The US can control it however it wants. After making his choice, Lin Chen began to receive the inheritance. Begin the inheritance. The thought had barely left his mind when a massive influx of information flooded into his mind. The complete quantum chip technology, like a stream of data, constantly washed over and rehearsed in Lin Chen's mind. From the most basic theoretical knowledge, to the complex principles of chip design, and then to the quantum chip lithography machine production technology. From initial confusion to later understanding, and finally complete mastery. It only took 2 hours. Lin Chen completed his mastery of the theoretical knowledge. Wow! So advanced. Lin Chen was deeply shocked by the complete quantum chip technology. Compared to quantum chips, 5 nanometer and 3 nanometer silicon-based chips are simply garbage. With quantum chips, Great Xia will definitely be able to overtake others. Eagle. Get ready for retaliatory sanctions. Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with fervent light. We also need to optimize and improve them based on the current technological level of the Great Xia Kingdom. Ensure rapid mass production in reality. Let's go! Lin Chen felt no fatigue. Instead, he grew increasingly excited. He began working busily in the Inheritance Space Laboratory. The Inheritance Space Laboratory was fully equipped with materials and tools. Lin Chen practiced and continuously optimized. Meanwhile, outside, he had entered a deep sleep. At the same time, his body seemed to be undergoing some kind of change. Dormitory 211. Wang Pengzi groggily got up, rubbing his eyes as he sat up and glanced at the bed opposite him. Why is old Lin up later than me? He's slept for over 10 hours, still sleeping? Be careful he doesn't fall asleep. Wang Pengzi muttered sleepily. Normally, Lin Chen was the first to get up every day to exercise and then have breakfast. But today was an exception. Seeing that Lin Chen didn't react, Fatsy suddenly jolted awake, his face twitching, instantly wide awake. He went to Lin Chen's bedside and nudged him with his elbow. Old Lin, get up or you won't get breakfast. Still no response. Like a corpse. Wang Pengzi's heart skipped a beat. Lin Chen rested after watching the meteor shower yesterday, and slept for over 10 hours? Could he have fallen asleep? Thank goodness, that scared me to death. Wang the fat man patted his chest, letting out a sigh of relief. Could he have been hit on the head by something while watching the meteor shower? Thinking this, Wang the fat man quickly pulled out his phone, ready to dial 120. Don't call. Suddenly, Lin Chen opened his eyes abruptly, staring intently at Wang the fat man. Holy crap! The fat guy's hand trembled, almost dropping his phone. You scared me to death. Inheriting all this fat? I called you for ages and you didn't respond? Don't make a fuss. Lin Chen sat up, stretched, and rolled his eyes at him. I'm in deep sleep, understand? Damn! What kind of deep sleep is 12 hours? The fat guy scoffed. Tell me honestly, did you make some inappropriate wish about the meteor shower last night? Ahem. Lin Chen coughed lightly, not directly answering him. All right, hurry up and wash up and eat breakfast, lest you really disappear. He absolutely wouldn't tell the fat guy that he wished for a cheat code by using his 50 years of being single. After a few playful exchanges, Lin Chen got up and washed up. After breakfast, he returned and sat down at his computer. Suddenly, he noticed a strange phenomenon. His mind felt exceptionally clear. The quantum lithography machine parameters he'd memorized in the inheritance space yesterday seemed etched there. He could retrieve them with a mere thought. He remembered even his high school lessons perfectly. Could this be a change brought about by inheriting the seed of inheritance? Lin Chen thought with secret delight. He was confident his advisor would take it seriously. Of course, he would have to hold back some of the core technologies. He only needed to get the attention he deserved. Submitting the inherited technology in this way was the safest option. Lin Chen's fingers flew across the keyboard. The feasibility study of the quantum lithography machine began to take shape. A moment later, Fatty Wang returned after finishing breakfast. Seeing Lin Chen so focused, he came over for a look. Upon seeing the document's title, his squinting eyes widened a centimeter. Damn! Lin, were you hit by a meteor last night? You're making this your graduation project? Quantum lithography machine? Outrageous. It's always just a concept. No country has ever actually taken it out of the lab. Besides, Lin Chen, a graduate student, wants to work on this. Even if he wants to enter the chip industry, he should be more realistic. They control a large number of silicon-based chip patents. Circumventing them is too difficult. So, we have to find another solution. And quantum chips are the easiest solution to implement. After saying that, Lin Chen continued typing. Seeing this, Fatty Wang knew that Lin Chen was determined to go all in. However, seeing Lin Chen's serious expression, perhaps there really was a solution? The world of geniuses was beyond his comprehension. Both were graduate students at the National University of Defense Technology, but there was still a difference. Old Lin, take your time writing. I look forward to your results. Lin Chen didn't reply. His attention was entirely focused on the computer. Lin Chen completely entered seclusion. He spent his days writing plans on the computer, and his nights resting in the inheritance space building the lithography machine. In the inheritance space laboratory, Lin Chen constantly optimized and restarted. The light source intensity here needs to be adjusted to suit our existing materials. The quantum chip packaging technology needs to be simplified for easier mass production. Until the night of the 9th day, Lin Chen finally built the quantum lithography machine in the inheritance space and passed its verification. Finally finished! It was incredibly difficult. Don't underestimate those 9 days. But he wasted countless materials in the inheritance space. It's unimaginable in reality. Fortunately, after optimizing the inheritance space, he wouldn't have to take so many detours in reality. Lin Chen got up very early. Because it was the last day to submit his graduation project. He needed to conduct a final check on the feasibility study of the quantum lithography machine. To confirm it. A whole day was spent on it. Even if it was leaked, it wouldn't matter. He finally finished checking at 7 p.m. Now, it should be fine, right? Done. Meanwhile, National University of Defense Technology Faculty Apartment. Lin Chen's mentor, Luo Di, sat in front of his computer, rubbing his throbbing temples. A large mug sat on the table, its contents of goji berry water now cold. Looking at the various student projects on his computer, Luo Di sighed. He then looked at a few more, none of them satisfactory. Luo Di picked up the mug, about to take a sip of goji berry water to soothe his throat. Sender Lin Chen. Subject: Feasibility Study of Quantum Lithography Machine. Lin Chen? Why is this kid getting into this kind of superficial stuff? Luo Di had a good impression of Lin Chen. But a quantum lithography machine? That's not something a student graduation project should touch. The US, in conjunction with Western countries, is trying to strangle China, and the core of this strategy is lithography machines, especially EUV lithography machines, which only ASML can manufacture globally. Lin Chen, a graduate student, is writing about this? That's too ambitious. Rodi felt a bit angry at his lack of ambition, thinking Lin Chen was going astray. Such a good student, yet he's choosing a shortcut. Tomorrow I must have a good talk with him. I can't let him go astray. Rodi valued Lin Chen's talent, and prepared to persuade him. But he also wanted to see if Lin Chen's graduation project would be anything special. After reading only the first page, his face went from surprise to utter astonishment. Incredible! The more he read, the more deeply Professor Luo was awestruck. From the theoretical foundation of the quantum lithography machine's design, he even felt that these were the mass production process parameters for a mature product. Based on these parameters, the product could be manufactured directly. 3 hours later, at 11 p.m., Roddy finally finished reading the entire plan. Even now, he was still filled with excitement, unable to calm down for a long time. The astonished expression on his face and his trembling hands were enough to show how profoundly impactful Lin Chen's graduation project had been to him. Lin Chen, I misunderstood you. You're a fucking genius. No, a prodigy. He had assumed Lin Chen was just going through the motions like everyone else. Unexpectedly, this plan actually had a real possibility of being implemented. How did Lin Chen do it? The National University of Defense Technology didn't have the resources to provide Lin Chen with those experiments. He couldn't understand it. He really couldn't understand it. Never mind, this plan is too feasible. I have to let Old Lee from the Xia Academy of Sciences take a look. Professor Luo shook his head, no longer dwelling on it. He had to let the chip industry titan from the Xia Academy of Sciences take a look. Then he picked up the phone and dialed a number for Dean Li, Dean of the Academy of Sciences. The phone rang for almost 40 seconds before connecting. A hoarse and tired voice came from the other end. Old Luo? What's up in the middle of the night? I'm still in a meeting. Revolutionize the entire chip industry? Are you drunk? Or are you dreaming and calling me? Li Jiangwo's voice was a little impatient. We've been stuck on the EUV light source for half a year and still can't solve it, and you're talking about revolutionizing the chip industry? There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the line. Then came Li Jiangwo's voice, tinged with anger. Old Li. I'm really busy. Graduate students working on quantum lithography machines? Are you kidding me? Before Luo Di could finish speaking, Li Jiangwo hung up. That guy, Old Li, why doesn't he believe me? Luo Di was so anxious he was jumping up and down. He tried calling back, but the phone was switched off. Helpless, he could only text Li Jiangwo, urging him to make sure he saw it. Meanwhile, at the lithography machine breakthrough laboratory of the Xia Academy of Sciences. Sigh. The alternative products we found are too unstable. It'll be difficult to make a breakthrough in a short time. Another academician, Zhou, sighed as well. They had dedicated their lives to scientific research. When had they ever felt so frustrated? The US-led alliance had imposed several rounds of sanctions. Not only could they not buy high-end lithography machines, even key materials were directly embargoed. The little they managed to get from the black market was defective. Developing alternative materials is impossible in a short time. The bottleneck for domestically produced high-end lithography machines lies in the light source. This filled the academicians with helplessness, frustration, resentment, and anger. A moment later. Let's continue. As long as we persevere, we will break through one day. Academician Zhang's eyes were filled with determination. That's right, aren't those foreign devils trying to make us surrender? We won't. Academician Zhao also slammed his fist on the table, his eyes filled with stubbornness. The more difficult the situation, the less they would give up. Back then, they developed the atomic and hydrogen bombs and satellites under such harsh conditions. What's more, with today's advanced technology, if they can't succeed in one day, they'll work for a year. If they can't succeed in 1 year, they'll work for 5 years, 10 years. One day, they will break through. They have feared everything, but they have never feared hardship. Does the US want to force them to compromise in this way? Impossible. Just then, Li Jianguo returned from outside. Academician Zhang noticed Li Jianguo's displeased expression and asked with concern, "Old Li, is something wrong?" Academician Zhao, who was standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. "Old Li, we're also clueless right now. How about we take a look at the plan Luo posted?" "Sure." Li Jianguo didn't refuse. "I might as well take a look at that so-called feasibility study of quantum lithography machine. Just to relax a bit. BCC is usually only used for documents that require confidentiality. Students making quantum lithography machines? Is that even possible?" Li Jianguo shook his head, turning the page as he spoke. His fingers froze on the mouse, his eyes widened, and he even forgot to breathe. "Old Li? What's wrong?" Academician Zhang nudged him. Li Jianguo didn't speak, but simply moved the computer to the center, his voice trembling. You all come and take a look. What is it that has shocked you so much?" Academician Zhang and the others curiously crowded around. At first, they were skeptical. But when they looked closely at the contents, they were completely taken aback. Is this really a student's proposal? Academician Zhang couldn't believe it. Their eyes widened, as if they'd seen a ghost. They stared, mouths slightly agape, as if witnessing some incredible miracle, but no sound came out. The once lifeless laboratory seemed to have been infused with vibrant energy. From initial surprise and shock, they eventually became completely numb. The entire plan deeply impressed them. 2 more hours passed. They finally finished reviewing the plan. At this moment, besides shock, the eyes of the academicians also held a glimmer of hope. It's astonishing that even several academicians could lose their composure like this. This shows just how valuable this plan is. This solution, was it really written by a student? Academician Zhang couldn't believe it. Even he was struggling to understand the concepts. "Old Li, how about we run it on a supercomputer?" Academician Zhao suggested. "Yes. Let's run it." Li Jianguo slapped his thigh and immediately got to work. "Results in 3 minutes, let's hope they don't disappoint us." Li Jianguo and his team stared intently at the supercomputer screen, filled with anticipation. Those 3 short minutes felt like 3 years. Quickly, 3 minutes passed. The result appeared, feasible. But immediately afterward, another line of red text popped up, core technical parameters missing, unable to complete the simulation. Haha, it really is feasible. Great! This time, our chip industry is saved. The core technology is missing. It seems that genius did it on purpose. Lacking core technology? Li Jianguo jumped up. Let's go! Let's go to the University of Science and Technology of China and find someone. It was already 1 a.m. Li Jianguo was about to rush out. He was immediately pulled back by Academician Zhang. "Old Li, calm down. Look at the time. Do you think they'll open the gate for you at the university?" Academician Zhao chimed in. "Yes, Old Li. If you rush to the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences now, and someone with ulterior motives notices you, it'll be a big problem," Academician Zhou earnestly advised. "Old Li, don't be impulsive. Many countries are definitely watching our successful chip development. If spies discover something's wrong, it could be dangerous for that student named Lin Chen." Hearing this, Li Jianguo sat back down, his eyes filled with reluctance. "What can I do? I won't feel at ease until I get the data." He knew the plan was potentially feasible. Getting the final plan a second sooner meant a second sooner he could have peace of mind. During this period, he was truly driven almost mad by the sanctions imposed by the US. to break through the chip's sanctions, Li Jianguo hadn't been home for 6 months. His life revolved solely between the lab and his dormitory. Great Siam must win this war without gunfire. They would even sacrifice their lives for the country. Seeing the impending stalemate, Academician Zhou suggested, "We can take a two-pronged approach. First, immediately contact the Security Bureau and have them send someone to find Professor Luo Di tonight, seal his computer, and have him sign a confidentiality agreement. This information must not be leaked. Second, we'll apply for a special appointment letter tonight, bringing Lin Chen to our institute. If the project is feasible, we'll directly apply to have Lin Chen in charge of the quantum lithography machine project. At the same time, briefly check Lin Chen's information. We can prepare a communication plan in advance." Li Jianguo nodded, agreeing with both methods. "Okay. We'll do it your way. I'll call the Security Bureau." He then dialed the number of Zhang Junfei, the director of the Security Bureau. A dozen seconds later, the call connected. After listening, Zhang Junfei's voice was serious. "Academician Li, don't worry, I'll arrange for someone to go right now." 5 minutes later, Li Jianguo received all of Lin Chen's information. Lin Chen, male, 23 years old, orphan. Possesses a strong patriotic heart. Li Jianguo nodded emphatically. "That's right. We can't let a genius go to waste." 1:40 a.m. Outside the faculty apartment building at the National University of Defense Technology. 2 black sedans silently pulled up. After verifying the badges were genuine, the guards quickly let them through. Roddy had just returned home, washed up, and lay down when he heard a knock at the door. A little puzzled, he thought. Who would be looking for me so late? He got up to open the door and saw 3 men in suits standing there. His heart skipped a beat. "Comrades, what do you need?" The leader didn't waste any words, immediately flashing his badge. "Professor Roddy, we're from the Security Bureau. We're here to see you about your student Lin Chen's graduation project. We need your cooperation." "Lin Chen? Graduation project?" Roddy was taken aback at first, then immediately understood. Li Jianguo must have already reviewed the project and confirmed its potential, which was why this had happened. He just hadn't expected it to involve the Security Bureau. It seemed the project was even more important than he had imagined. As for the identities of the 3 staff members, he hadn't doubted them. The fact that they could enter the faculty apartment building at the National University of Defense Technology at this time proved they were genuine. After all, even the gatekeepers were soldiers on duty. An ordinary person trying to sneak in? Impossible. Roddy didn't hesitate, and quickly ushered the security personnel inside. 3 gentlemen, please come in." "Yes," Roddy honestly replied. "We've sealed the computer." The man in the suit immediately picked up the bag, sealed it, and then pulled out an agreement. "Also, this is a confidentiality agreement, you need to sign it." He had signed countless confidentiality agreements in his life of scientific research. This showed just how important Lin Chen's proposal was. Roddy didn't dare to delay, and quickly signed the agreement. Then the security personnel left with the computer and the confidentiality agreement. Luckily, Roddy lived in a school dormitory. If he had lived at home, his family would probably have been terrified. This was to avoid Lin Chen being frightened if people from the Xia Academy of Sciences or the Security Bureau came knocking. 7 a.m. At the gate of the National University of Defense Technology. President Chen Hanqing asked Luo Di curiously, "Professor Luo, what brings these academicians to our university today?" He had received a notice early that morning that several academicians would be visiting the university on important matters, and that he and Professor Luo Di should be present to receive them. But Chen Hanqing didn't know the specifics of the matter. Luo Di didn't answer directly, responding mysteriously, "Principal, you'll find out soon enough, it'll be a surprise." Without authorization, not a single word could be uttered. Not even the principal. Chen Hanqing wanted to press further, but then saw 3 cars with license plates starting with AV slowly pull up at the entrance. The doors opened, and Li Jianguo was the first to get out, carrying a briefcase. Following him out were Academician Zhang and Academician Zhao. 4 security personnel emerged from another car, including Director Zhang Junfei, who exuded an imposing aura. Chen Hanqing, seeing this, quickly went to greet them. Academician Li, Academician Zhang, Academician Zhao, hello? Hello, Principal Chen. Li Jianghuo responded politely, then looked at Luo Di beside him, his voice slightly excited. Old Luo, take us to find that student of Lin Chen's? The principal paused, turning to look at Luo Di. Looking for Lin Chen? He definitely knew Lin Chen. The National College Entrance Examination champion that year, consistently ranked first in his grade every year. Could it be that Lin Chen had developed some important technology that had attracted the attention of the Xia Academy of Sciences? Soon, the group arrived at dormitory 211. Luo Di stepped forward and knocked on the door. Lin Chen, open the door! The door opened. But it was Fatty Wang who opened it. He was shocked to see the crowd standing at the door. Except for Zhang Junfei and the other security personnel, whom he didn't recognize, he knew everyone else. Academician Zhang, Academician Li, and Academician Zhao were all leading figures at the Xia Academy of Sciences. Now they had actually come to their dormitory, and to see Lin Chen. Could it be that they had discovered Lin Chen's talent and wanted to recruit him specially? Thinking this, Fatty Wang didn't dare to be negligent. Please come in, everyone! After saying that, he went back to his dormitory. Old Lin, come out quickly, some important people have come to see you. Lin Chen had just finished washing up when he saw Li Jianghuo and the others entering the dormitory. He immediately understood what was going on. After all, he had already seen the message Luo Di had sent last night. Lin Chen, these 3 are Academician Li, Academician Zhao, and Academician Zhang from the Xia Academy of Sciences. Luo Di introduced first. Greetings, Academicians. Greetings, President. Greetings, Professor. Lin Chen responded politely. As for the 4 people at the door, he didn't recognize them. Li Jianghuo sized Lin Chen up and down. Polite, knowledgeable, neither arrogant nor servile, a promising talent. He nodded in satisfaction, then took out a red special appointment letter from his briefcase and handed it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, on behalf of the Xia Academy of Sciences, I hereby appoint you as a special researcher of the Xia Academy of Sciences. This is the appointment letter. Lin Chen's eyes lit up instantly. He had finally received a special recruitment offer from the Xia Academy of Sciences. Once he entered the Xia Academy of Sciences, he could continuously submit the technology from his inherited space to the nation through the Xia Academy of Sciences, thus accelerating the technological development of the Great Xia Kingdom. He could propel the Great Xia Kingdom's technology into a period of rapid development. Don't ask why he didn't choose foreign capitalists. It's simply mindless patriotism. Besides, foreign capitalists are ruthless and heartless. Someone like him with no background would probably be left with nothing but scraps if he cooperated with them. Therefore, handing over the technology to the nation is crucial. Only with the collective strength of the country can the technology from the inherited space be realized in reality as quickly as possible. This will lead to a technological explosion for the nation, allowing the people to live happy and prosperous lives thanks to science and technology. Lin Chen suppressed his excitement and solemnly accepted the special appointment letter with both hands. Thank you all for your kind offer. I accept the appointment. Good. Li Jianghuo, seeing Lin Chen's lack of hesitation, was even more impressed. Is it convenient for you to come with us now? Sure, I'll pack quickly. Lin Chen did not refuse. 2 minutes later, Lin Chen left with Academician Li and the others. A moment later, Wang Pengzi snapped out of his daze. He also noticed that 2 men in suits hadn't left the dormitory, one of whom was Zhang Junfei. Wang Pengzi was filled with questions. He saw one of the men in the suit close the dormitory door. Wang Pengzi's heart tightened, and he looked frightened. What are you going to do? Security Bureau? Confidentiality agreement? Wang Pengzi was stunned for a moment, then reacted. I'll sign. Zhang Junfei took out an agreement and a pen from his briefcase and handed them to Wang Pengzi. Wang Pengzi didn't even look at it before signing it. I'm done signing, I should be fine now, right? You're fine. Zhang Junfei shook his head speechlessly. Then, he patiently instructed. Wang, please remember. You can't reveal anything about lynching to anyone, not even your parents or family. What? Fatty Wang swallowed hard. That's serious. Yes. Zhang Junfei nodded emphatically. So, please keep this a secret. I will. I absolutely won't tell anyone. Fatty Wang nodded frantically. Even after Zhang Junfei and his companion disappeared, Fatty Wang was still in a daze, both dazed and excited. He never imagined that Lin Chen would cause such a big stir. Old Lin, we're in the same dorm, why are you so awesome? Fatty Wang muttered to himself. His eyes filled with admiration and wonder. Several students peeked in through the doorway. One student asked, Fatty, what happened to Lin Chen? Why was he taken away? Suddenly, he remembered the confidentiality agreement he had just signed and quickly changed his answer. I don't know. Fatty Wang shook his head frantically, wanting nothing more than to rush up and slap that student. He's a specially appointed student, okay? But he couldn't say anything, feeling incredibly frustrated. Meanwhile, the hallway was in an uproar. Lin Chen? The one who's been number one in the college entrance exam every year. Could he really be some academician's long-lost son? Many students speculated. To be personally taken away by an academician from the Xia Academy of Sciences, he's definitely not simple. Lin Chen immediately became the focus of all the students' discussion. Some students even posted about it on the school website. But soon, all the information about Lin Chen was deleted. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Chen Hanqing was staring at Luo Di. Old Luo, now you can finally talk, right? Now he really didn't dare ask any more questions. It proved that Lin Chen might have indeed developed some significant technology. Then, Chen Hanqing immediately arranged for the school to block all information about Lin Chen. Meanwhile, on the way back to the Xia Academy of Sciences, Lin Chen patiently answered their questions. Initially, Li Jianguo and the others had some doubts and worries. After all, Lin Chen was too young. They deeply realized Lin Chen's extraordinary talent. The technical difficulties that even they hadn't understood became so simple and easy to understand in Lin Chen's words. Li Jianguo's gaze towards Lin Chen was filled with admiration and awe. It was as if he were witnessing a rising star in scientific research. Time passed slowly. They were almost at the Xia Academy of Sciences. Li Jianguo suddenly asked seriously, Lin, are you sure this plan can really be implemented? Yes. Lin Chen replied decisively. I guarantee 100% success. This was the best plan he had optimized multiple times in the inheritance space. With the current technological level of Great Xia, mass production would be no problem at all. Lin Chen's eyes were filled with determination. It definitely will. This was his purpose in joining the Xia Academy of Sciences. To do his best, to hand over all the inherited technologies, and to help Great Xia conquer the stars. At the same time, he also hoped to use technology to bring greater convenience and well-being to the common people. To change lives with technology, and to bring happiness to the people. Soon, they arrived at the Xia Academy of Sciences. After Academician Li arranged accommodation for Lin Chen, he led him directly to a conference room. As soon as he pushed open the door, Lin Chen was stunned. The large conference room was packed with people. But they all had one thing in common, a thirst for knowledge revealed in their eyes. Lin, this is Academician Zhang in the field of chip engineering, Academician Zhou in the field of materials science, Academician Zhao in the field of optoelectronics. Li Jianguo patiently introduced the senior academicians to Lin Chen. Lin Chen quickly bowed and greeted them. Greetings, academicians, my name is Lin Chen. Looking at the wrinkles around the eyes of the elderly men, he felt a deep respect. It was precisely because of their contributions to the science and technology of Great Xia. That great Xia enjoys its current technological prosperity. They deserve Lin Chen's respect and admiration. Suddenly, a voice of doubt came from a corner. Old Li, is this the genius you were talking about? He looks only in his early 20s, can he really understand any technology? The speaker was academician's son from the field of optoelectronics. He pushed up his glasses, his eyes full of disbelief. Lin Chen wasn't angry at their questions. On the contrary, he found them quite reasonable. If it were him, without knowing the full story, he might have been even more extreme. Li Jianguo smiled. Old son, don't worry, the technical demonstration meeting is about to begin, you'll see then. Before the meeting, everyone please sign the confidentiality agreement. After saying that, he had his staff distribute the confidentiality agreements to the participants. We need to sign a confidentiality agreement? The academicians were surprised. No one hesitated. Everyone signed immediately. Soon, the confidentiality agreements were all signed. He announced the official start of the discussion meeting. On the large screen, Lin Chen's feasibility plan for a quantum lithography machine appeared. Quantum lithography machine? That's outrageous. We haven't even solved the EUV lithography problem, and we're already working on quantum lithography? The skepticism grew louder. Soon, the skepticism in the conference room subsided and disappeared. The expressions of the academicians became increasingly complex. They were even more shocked than Li Jianguo and his group the night before. The conference room, which had been filled with doubt, was now so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Was this really written by a student? Academician's son couldn't believe it after reading the signature on the proposal. The irony was that he had just been questioning Lin Chen. After a long while, the entire proposal was shown. The academicians and scientists still seemed unsatisfied. Some frowned slightly in thought. Some shook their heads gently, seemingly savoring the ingenuity of the proposal. Most of them stared at Lin Chen in awe, as if he were a monster. Seeing their reactions, Li Jianguo was secretly delighted. He knew it would be like this. After Lin Chen's explanation, academician's son felt as if he had been enlightened. Comrade Lin Chen, thank you for your explanation. I apologize for my earlier questioning. Academician's son stood up and bowed deeply to Lin Chen in gratitude. Startled, Lin Chen quickly stood up, ran to academician's son, and helped him up. Academician's son, you're making me feel unworthy. It's my honor to have answered your question. Please don't do that, I don't deserve it. He had genuine respect for these senior academicians. Even if he felt wronged, he hoped they would be well. Seeing Lin Chen's humility, academician's son's admiration deepened. He patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. Good boy, not only is your talent outstanding, but your character is also excellent. Heaven blesses our great Xia. Ha ha! The surrounding academicians, witnessing this scene, were deeply moved. Indeed, whenever the nation is in peril, extraordinary talents appear. Lin Chen, perhaps, is a prodigy of this era. After Lin Chen's intervention, the atmosphere in the conference room became much more harmonious. Lin Chen continued to happily answer questions from the other academicians and scientists. Soon, everyone was deeply impressed by Lin Chen. Then, the Candle Dragon project is officially established to fully develop the quantum lithography machine. At the same time, Lin Chen is appointed as the project's chief engineer, responsible for all technical guidance. Everyone nodded in agreement. The Candle Dragon project was officially established, and Lin Chen became the youngest chief engineer at the Xia Academy of Sciences. The Shulong project kickoff meeting concluded. The project officially launched the following day. From then on, Lin Chen's life revolved around 2 points. He spent his days in the lab, resolving any technical problems that arose. He became the technical firefighter for the Xia Academy of Sciences. In the evenings, he would leave work promptly at 8 o'clock to return to his apartment dormitory, and then enter the inheritance space to design the quantum chip. Although the lithography machine problem had been solved, the quantum chip design had to be done from scratch. It was completely different from the silicon-based chip designs currently on the market. Moreover, Lin Chen had to optimize it to its best. He was responsible for optimizing and perfecting both performance and production process parameters from start to finish. The workload was far greater than when he had manually developed the lithography machine. Therefore, Lin Chen worked even harder. The Xia Academy of Sciences also specially assigned him bodyguards to protect his personal safety. One day, in the laboratory, after several days of interaction, Academician Sun was deeply impressed by Lin Chen's talent and hard work. And not just Academician Sun. All the engineers and academicians on the entire project felt the same way. From initial skepticism to now filled with admiration and respect for Lin Chen. Faced with Academician Sun's question, Lin Chen smiled and replied, "Academician Sun, look here. Chief Engineer Lin, you're amazing. How come I didn't think of that?" Lin Chen smiled. "Academician Sun, please continue. Someone else is calling me." Lin Chen answered their questions without reservation. His sole purpose was to cultivate more high-end R&D talent for the Great Xia Kingdom during the project's progress. This was only after he had just joined the Xia Academy of Sciences. Once his position was more secure, time passed day by day. Half a month later, with Lin Chen's full technical support, the quantum chip lithography machine project made rapid progress. Many components had already begun processing and returning to the laboratory, and they began assembling the first quantum lithography machine according to the process flow. That day, "Lin, at this pace, our quantum lithography machine will be completed in a month." "No!" Lin Chen shook his head slightly, his eyes full of confidence. "At most half a month, we can complete the assembly." "That's right." Lin Chen nodded. "Once the first assembly process is running smoothly, mass production can begin immediately." He paused, then asked, "What about the manufacturers? Are they ready?" As for production, a dedicated department was responsible for making those contacts. But this time is different. The entire quantum lithography machine project is led by Lin Chen, who is also providing comprehensive technical support. Everyone else is just a participant. Moreover, the subsequent profits from the quantum lithography machine would be incredibly enormous. After all, it's a product that will revolutionize the entire semiconductor industry. The choice of manufacturing partners must be carefully considered. Lin Chen's personal interests must also be protected. Lin Chen's efforts and contributions cannot go unrewarded. Thinking of this, Li Jianguo continued, "Xiao Lin, don't worry, I will definitely resolve the manufacturer's issues within half a month. I will also ensure your personal interests." Lin Chen waved his hand. "What personal interests do I have? The greatest recognition for me is that the quantum lithography machine can be mass-produced smoothly." What a good kid! So devoted to the country. Li Jianguo was filled with emotion. The more Lin Chen acted this way, the more he couldn't let him down. He had to secure the greatest benefit for Lin Chen. Lin Chen might not need it, but the country couldn't refuse him. "Xiao Lin, don't worry about the mass production. We'll handle it." The lithography machine assembly went exceptionally smoothly. In just a few days, initial results were seen. Even shorter than originally planned. Indeed, the influence of the Xia Academy of Sciences was strong. All components, as long as they meet the needs of the Xia Academy of Sciences, will be processed by the supply department 24/7, strictly adhering to requirements. Almost there. Assembly will be complete soon. Through these past few days of hard work, Lin Chen's optimization of the quantum chip's design process parameters is nearing completion. He can soon create the quantum chip within the inheritance space. Then, he can unlock a new technological inheritance. As for which technology to choose, Lin Chen hasn't decided yet. Meanwhile, Lin Chen is also gradually discovering a phenomenon. As he continues to receive inheritance within the inheritance space, his physical abilities are slowly improving. In less than a month, his physical abilities have caught up with those of athletic students. This makes his thinking much more agile when dealing with complex problems, and performing high-precision designs. For him, this is definitely a pleasant surprise. That way, there's no need to worry about health issues. That evening, Lin Chen returned from the lab. As he passed the door, he overheard someone making a phone call. It wasn't that he was eavesdropping. His improved physical abilities had likely enhanced his hearing and eyesight. The person on the phone was speaking in a low voice, but it still reached Lin Chen's ears. It's infuriating. We're also facing difficulties in our new energy transition. Car owners are extremely anxious about the range of new energy electric vehicles, and it's hard to change that in a short time. Unless we can develop a new energy battery with an ultra-long range, it's difficult. Lin Chen paused. New energy transition? Range problem? Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He remembered a technology on his list of inherited technologies. Super solid-state magnetic field battery. This technology should be able to solve the current problems of the country's new energy transition. Lin Chen nodded secretly. Back in his dormitory, after washing up, Lin Chen lay down on his bed and entered the inheritance space. Lin Chen's consciousness began working in the inheritance space laboratory. He went to the quantum lithography machine in the laboratory and skillfully operated the panel. He imported the quantum chip design blueprints and process parameters into the manufacturing system. After automatically adding the corresponding materials, the quantum chip lithography machine officially started. It started! Lin Chen was completely focused, watching the entire manufacturing process. The quantum chip manufacturing went exceptionally smoothly, every step precise and error-free. Finally, when the progress bar reached 100%. Success! Finally, it's all done! Lin Chen clenched his fist excitedly. Immediately afterwards, a notification sound rang out from the inheritance space. Lin Chen didn't rush to choose to inherit the technology. Instead, he continued testing whether the chip's final performance matched his design. After testing, this 1 nanometer quantum chip's performance was 100 times that of the most advanced chips currently on the market, such as those from Apple and Google. Lin Chen carefully examined every test data point. From the CPU's single-core and multi-core performance to the GPU's graphics rendering capabilities. Even under high-intensity usage, the heat generation was only 1%. This meant that once used in mobile phones, users would no longer have to worry about overheating or battery life. Perhaps even in winter their hands would be cold. Excellent! Once it's mass-produced in reality, it will definitely break through the US's blockade. Lin Chen's eyes were full of confidence. You, America, want sanctions? Then domestic mobile phones will directly use quantum chips. How can you compete? As for other countries imposing sales bans, that's something that can't be done in the short term. However, once the current technological predicament of the Great Xia Kingdom is resolved, he will choose to inherit military technology. And at that time, if any country still dares to impose a sales ban, then they'll know what a technologically superior attack truly means. They'll experience what it's like to bombard a nation's borders. After confirming that the quantum chip met the design requirements, I choose the super solid-state magnetic field battery. The words had barely left his lips. The technical data stream of the super solid-state magnetic field battery instantly flooded his mind. Lin Chen closed his eyes to digest it, deeply experiencing the wonders of the technology. The more he understood, the more astonished Lin Chen became. The parameters of the super solid-state battery were simply outrageous. Its volume was 1/10 that of current new energy batteries on the market. But its range was more than 10 times that of current batteries. A 5-minute charge could provide a range of over 5,000 kilometers. And its stability in harsh working environments is incredibly impressive. It operates normally at -70 degrees Celsius with zero performance degradation. This is a godsend for northern cities. In the cold winter, electric vehicles will no longer suffer from drastically reduced range due to low temperatures. Furthermore, the battery's safety is exceptionally high. Puncture, high temperature, short circuit? The supermagnetic field battery ensures absolute safety. No matter what method is used, the battery will not ignite. Completely eliminates the risk of spontaneous combustion. Even if you set the car on fire, at most the frame will burn. The cycle life is even more incredible, reaching 1 million cycles. One car can last a lifetime without needing to replace the battery. It can be passed down through 3 generations. The car is still there when the owner is gone. A moment later, Lin-Chan suddenly opened his eyes. With this technology, Great Xiao will directly lead the world in new energy. Great Xiao's long-standing problem of energy imports can be solved instantly. Moreover, Great Xiao's power generation is the world's #1. In terms of electricity, it is already far ahead. There's absolutely no need to worry about electricity. Moreover, this technology also includes charging technology. Charging stations can be rapidly deployed later. This will eliminate any concerns people may have about purchasing new energy vehicles. As for the cost, that will only be known after mass production. But it will definitely be cheaper than current batteries. One can imagine how many industry upheavals this battery will cause once it's released. But the benefits will also be enormous. Then, Lin-Chan began hands-on practice in the Inheritance Space Laboratory. Compared to the complete quantum chip solution, the super solid-state battery will be much simpler. Lin-Chan woke up at 7 a.m. sharp. After washing up and having a quick breakfast, he went to the laboratory. Upon entering, he was stunned by the scene before him. Dozens of engineers were gathered around the lithography machine, their eyes bloodshot, but not a single one was resting. Academician's son, Waring, was squatting beside the machine, his hands trembling as he tightened the last screw. Li Jianguo stood to the side, his expression serious. Shaolin! You're just in time. We've just finished the last step of assembly. Seeing Lin-Chan, Li Jianguo excitedly greeted him, his weariness replaced by excitement. So fast? Lin-Chan was surprised, then a possibility occurred to him. You guys worked through the night last night? He remembered that when he returned last night, there was still a small part that wasn't finished assembling. Lin-Chan looked at their bloodshot eyes, his heart filled with emotion. They were still working as hard as ever. Lin-Chan took the tools and tightened the last few screws. He checked them several times. He turned to confirm. Are you sure the power is stable? Stable. Good. Lin-Chan took a deep breath and pressed the power button. At that moment, everyone in the entire lab held their breath, their hearts pounding in their throats. The lab was so quiet you could hear your own heartbeat. Suddenly, the indicator light on the quantum chip lithography machine lit up sharply. Then the self-test progress bar on the screen began to jump. Self-test started. Self-test complete. Machine status normal, preparing to enter working mode. As these words appeared, everyone's hearts finally settled. Great! We finally succeeded! This cheer instantly set the entire lab ablaze with excitement. Wow, we finally succeeded! Thank you, Chief Engineer Lin! Yes! Without Chief Engineer Lin, we wouldn't have achieved what we have today. Chief Engineer Lin! Chief Engineer Lin! Finally, someone made the first move. This was to celebrate their excitement and joy. Everyone's gaze towards Lin-Chan became fervent. They could never build a quantum lithography machine in a month. Moreover, during this month, they made significant progress in their respective fields. Laughter and cheers echoed throughout the laboratory. Everyone was as happy as children. The senior academicians stood aside, secretly wiping away tears. Only they, having experienced the dark times of sanctions, knew how important the success of the quantum chip lithography machine was to the technological field of Great Xia. A moment later, Lin-Chan was put down. Looking at the scene before him, his nose tingled, and his eyes involuntarily welled up with tears. Just then, a staff member ran in with a tablet, his face somewhat grim. Dean Li! Chief Engineer Lin! Look at this! It was a news article. If it were just an ordinary semiconductor exhibition, it wouldn't be a big deal. But the comments from foreign media are exceptionally jarring. China can't even build EUV, And they dared to hold a semiconductor exhibition? Even if they were given the blueprints, they couldn't build a lithography machine. They'll be the ones who lose face. Looking at the comments from Chinese netizens, they are filled with anger. Holy crap! These foreigners are too arrogant. I'm so angry! These bastards actually dared to mock us. It's outrageous. It's all because of the US and so many other countries imposing sanctions that we're in this predicament. 10 years! At most 10 years, China will definitely be able to build an advanced lithography machine. Almost all Chinese netizens are filled with righteous indignation. They wish they could reach through the internet and wipe out those foreigners. Frustration and anger fill the entire internet. But there were also those who knelt, the 1450s, and the 500,000 walking guns, secretly joining in with sarcastic mockery. Lin Chun looked at the foreign journalist's comments, his eyes icy. Keep mocking! You won't be laughing for long! He turned to Li Jianguo and asked, Mr. Li, can we participate in this exhibition? Yes. Li Jianguo agreed immediately. Good. Lin Chun nodded emphatically, his eyes resolute as he looked at the surrounding engineers. Produce the first batch of chips within 15 days and participate in the exhibition. Okay. All the engineers agreed in unison, their eyes shining with determination. This exhibition was destined to rewrite the global semiconductor landscape. And those countries like the US were starting to panic. The cheers in the lab hadn't even died down. Li Jianguo pulled out his phone. His fingers flew across the keyboard. Yes, Chief Engineer Lin promised to produce the first batch of quantum chips within 15 days. There was a 2-second pause on the other end of the line. Then came an excited voice. Great! I'll arrange the official announcement right away. We fully support you. The news broke. The entire internet exploded. Holy crap! Is this for real? Xia Academy of Sciences officially announced it. It must be true. I hope it's true. But can a 1-nanometer quantum chip really be achieved? Don't care what others say, just do it. No way. I'm buying tickets now. I absolutely have to see it that day. Normal Chinese netizens were filled with surprise, with a slight skepticism. But seeing that it was an announcement from Xia Academy of Sciences itself, they felt it must be true. Normal people all hope for technological breakthroughs in their country. Only in this way can they avoid being bullied by others. But there are always some dark, opportunistic people who can't stand seeing their country prosper. Those 1450s and those who kowtowed to their country started stirring up trouble. Another attempt to scam funding, right? Haven't they boasted enough already? Don't come out with just a model and embarrass the Chinese people. I bet 5 cents, they'll definitely cancel on the day of the exhibition. Normal netizens angrily retorted to these comments. But those people ignored them and just kept stirring up trouble. Meanwhile, foreign media outlets also began to criticize. Sakura Semiconductor Weekly followed suit with sarcasm. How long has it been? They think they can build a quantum chip from scratch? Unless the sun rises in the west. Foreign netizens' comments were even more blunt. Laughable. They haven't even mastered 7-nanometer silicon-based chips, let alone 1-nanometer quantum chips. They're just trying to save face, using any old model to fill the gap. The model is probably just a 3D printed shell. Embarrassing. A Gaotong executive sarcastically remarked in an interview. If China can make a 1-nanometer quantum chip, Gaotong will declare bankruptcy. Apple's CTO simply waved his hand. I'm not paying attention. They don't have any technology that can threaten us. An ASML executive. China has built a quantum chip lithography machine? That's too fake. Even if we gave them the blueprints, they couldn't build a high-end lithography machine. International media, netizens, and semiconductor companies alike didn't believe China could build a quantum lithography machine. They all thought China was just trying to fool ordinary people. They were fully committed to the design and production of quantum chips. Lin Chun directly handed the engineers the quantum chip design software and related parameters. The chip materials list had already been provided by Lin Chun, and was being collected intensively. Lin Chen could have directly input the parameters into the quantum lithography machine and started trial production. But to allow the engineers to learn how to design quantum chips, he chose the latter. There was still time. The lights in the Xiaoke Institute's laboratories never went out. All the engineers were working hard on the quantum chip trial production. Some even brought cots into the lab. They ate bread when hungry and dozed off for half an hour when sleepy. He would call to urge suppliers if they were even a minute late in delivering materials. The morning of the 14th day. The lab was so quiet you could hear breathing. Everyone, clad in cleanroom suits, surrounded the quantum lithography machine, their eyes fixed on it. An engineer continuously operated the machine's control panel. Self-check complete, equipment normal. Import chip design parameters and processing parameters. Production? The engineer turned to Lin Chen and his team, his body trembling with tension. Chief Engineer Lin, all parameters are set. Shall we begin? Lin Chen took a deep breath. Begin! The words had barely left his lips when everyone held their breath. The operating engineer pressed the start button. Instantly, the lithography machine's indicator lights illuminated. The lithography machine began operating. The progress bar on the screen began to jump. Everyone stared at the screen. They didn't dare breathe, didn't dare blink. Suddenly, the production progress bar was stuck at 90%. Li Jianguo hurriedly asked Lin Chen. Shaolin, what's going on? The others' faces instantly tensed. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. He rushed forward and quickly operated the control screen. Soon, the problem was solved. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It's nothing, not a big problem. That's good. Everyone's hearts finally settled. 91%? 95%? 100%. Ding! Production complete! After the notification sound, the lithography machine's finished product unloading port opened. It's done! Haha, success! Great, we succeeded! A burst of enthusiastic cheers erupted in the laboratory. The cheers seemed to pierce the laboratory roof. Some were moved to tears, others embraced each other in excitement. The quantum chip prototype was successfully developed. This signifies that the chip industry is finally no longer subject to sanctions from the United States. Lin Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. The prototype was finally completed smoothly. And it passed on the first try. Although there was a minor hiccup along the way, it wasn't a big problem. Lin, thank you! Li Jianguo looked at Lin Chen with tears in his eyes, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Yes, yes! Li Jianguo calmed himself down and arranged for the engineers to begin testing. The testing phase followed. The chip was installed in the testing machine. The data instantly appeared. Chip manufacturing process, 1 nanometer. CPU performance, 102 times that of the latest Gaopeng model. GPU rendering, 110 times that of Apple's flagship. Heat generation, 1/100 of traditional chips. Yield rate, 99%. Hiss! After seeing the final results, everyone gasped. This performance, this yield rate is simply outrageous. Haha, let's see how arrogant the US is this time. Sanction us? This time we're retaliating. Cheers erupted in the laboratory. Academician's son, his voice choked with emotion, looked at the chip. I've never seen such a good chip in my life. Great Xia Kingdom finally has its own high-end chip. Li Jianguo walked to Lin Chen's side. He patted him on the shoulder. Little Lin, you did it! This time it's Great Xia Kingdom's turn to fight back. Lin Chen smiled. This is just the beginning. After the initial excitement, they continued with 10 more batches of trial production. The results were all the same. Extremely stable. The production process was also recorded. In preparation for tomorrow's exhibition. Of course, the crucial parts would definitely be cut out. The exhibition hall was bustling with people. Foreign journalists and semiconductor company representatives first surrounded the booth of a domestic semiconductor company. This company had just launched a 7-nanometer chip. An American reporter asked sarcastically. Your chip is even worse than Gaodong's 5 nanometers, isn't it? Where's the quantum chip that the Xia Academy of Sciences talked about? I haven't seen it. The staff member's face turned bright red. The surrounding foreigners burst into laughter. The domestic exhibitors clenched their fists. Why haven't we seen anyone from the Xia Academy of Sciences yet? Is it another scam? Sigh. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Many people who came specifically to see the quantum chip were filled with disappointment. Just when everyone thought the Xia Academy of Sciences had stood them up. Suddenly, a commotion arose at the entrance. Make way! Make way! Everyone turned sharply. Li Jianguo, dressed in a dark blue Zhongshan suit, led the way. Although he had tidied himself up briefly, the bloodshot eyes testified to his recent overwork. Every step exuded an aura of unwavering stability. 2 experts from the Xia Academy of Sciences were also present. Behind them were 4 staff members in black suits, each carrying a silver briefcase. The 3 large, gold-embossed characters of Xia Academy of Sciences on the briefcases gleamed blindingly under the lights. These 4 were not ordinary staff members. They were specially assigned by the Security Bureau to protect Li Jianguo. Li Jianguo's arrival immediately silenced the entire venue. Half a second later, the exhibition hall erupted in cheers. Great! The Xia Academy of Sciences is finally here! Wah! I knew the Xia Academy of Sciences wouldn't let us down! Thank goodness! The Xia Academy of Sciences finally came, otherwise I'd be eating shit upside down. The people who had been feeling frustrated finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Xia Academy of Sciences had come. Regardless of the final outcome, they had fulfilled their promise and given everyone an explanation. On the other hand, many 1450s in the crowd were still mocking them. So what if they came? They're just here to embarrass themselves. They're just here to make a show of it. Faced with the mockery of those at 1450, those around him wanted nothing more than to rush up and beat them up. However, they still retorted, calling them frogmen and kneelers. At this moment, foreign media also frantically crowded around Lin Chin and his group. If it weren't for security personnel, microphones and cameras would have been shoved in Li Jianguo's face. BBC reporter. Academician Li. Why are you late? Beijing News reporter. Are your suitcases filled with models? AFP reporter. Do you really possess quantum chip technology, or is this just a gimmick? The semiconductor executives watched coldly from the sidelines. An executive at ASML. Ridiculous. We're sanctioning them, but we don't need to achieve victory this way. A senior executive at Dongjing Electronics. Without the photoresist and metal mask we provide, Great Xia absolutely cannot make high-end chips. Neither foreign media nor company executives believe that the Xia Academy of Sciences could actually make a 1-nanometer quantum chip. Li Jianguo and Lin Chin showed no reaction. Make way, all of you! Li Jianguo spoke, his voice steady yet clearly carrying to every corner. You'll see when we get to the booth. After speaking, he had his staff clear a path and headed towards the booth. Upon arriving at the Xia Academy of Sciences booth, 4 staff members simultaneously stepped forward and placed the combination lock box on the central display stand. Click! The sound of the combination lock turning drew everyone's attention. Everyone held their breath, their eyes glued to the box, not daring to blink. Domestic viewers craned their necks, their hearts pounding in their throats. Foreign journalists held up their cameras, lenses pointed at the box. The box was opened. Dozens of chips, shimmering with a pale blue light, lay neatly arranged. Wow, these are quantum chips? It feels incredibly high-tech. They're definitely smaller than their so-called 3-nanometer silicon-based chips. Amazing! My country! They've really created a 1-nanometer quantum chip? The eyes of the Chinese audience were filled with excitement and anticipation. Yamamoto Ichiro, a senior executive at Dongjing Electronics, scoffed. It seems the Great Xia's counterfeiting skills have reached a new level. If it's true, I'll eat shit while standing on my head. Other company executives nodded in agreement. A 1 nanometer quantum chip, if it were that easy to manufacture. Wouldn't all those countries in the US-China alliance be useless? Faced with their mockery, Li Jianguo, too lazy to refute, began his explanation directly. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Great Xia's independently developed and designed 1 nanometer quantum chip. Chip process, 1 nanometer. GPU rendering, 110 times higher than Apple's flagship. CPU performance, 102 times that of the latest Gaotong chip. Heat generation, only 1/100 th of traditional chips. Yield rate, 99%. Each parameter, once announced, caused gasps of astonishment throughout the room. By the end, even breathing was almost inaudible. The Chinese audience instantly erupted in cheers and shouts. Great Xia Nation is awesome! Xia Academy of Sciences is amazing! Speechless. Great! We really made a 1 nanometer quantum chip! Let the US sanctions die! This time, it's our turn to fight back. Finally, we see our country break through a technological blockade. It's been so hard. Many people secretly wiped away tears. The pent-up frustration and anger of the past few days transformed into excited shouts and cheers at this moment. After a long while, the cheers from the domestic audience gradually subsided. Impossible! How could 1 nanometer be achieved? The parameters must be fabricated. Fake. Absolutely fake. You don't even have a quantum lithography machine. How can you produce chips? All parameters and performance are 100 times higher than current chips. It's obviously fake. Just hearing the chip's manufacturing process made them think it was impossible. What's more, there were those outrageous chip parameters. It was utterly absurd, ridiculously outrageous. An ASML executive rushed forward, pointing at the chip and roaring. This is a model. It's a 3D printed model. I don't believe it. Questioning? No problem. He nodded to the staff. The large screen in the center of the exhibition hall lit up instantly. A video began playing. The screen showed a scene from the Xiaka Institute's laboratory. It depicted the entire process from the start of production to the final chip. Exactly the same as what Li Jianguo had just reported. Instantly, the entire hall erupted in chaos. It was even more heated than when Li Jianguo announced the chip parameters. Come on, who dares to question this now? When is that little devil Yamamoto Ichiro going to eat shit live on camera? The Chinese people were at their peak of excitement, their emotions surging like a burst dam. The more pent-up frustration they felt before, the more excited they were now. Foreign reporters frantically pressed their shutters, camera flashes going off like thunder. No, this can't be real. The Gaotong executive couldn't believe it. He staggered back a step, lost his balance, and fell face first to the ground like a dog excreting feces. The Apple CTO, his eyes wide, stared intently at the screen, looking as if he'd swallowed a dead fly. The ASML employee gaped, his face contorted with grief. Now, not only had Great Xia built one, but they were producing chips. He knew ASML was doomed. Yamamoto Ichiro of Dongjing Electronics, his face ashen, suddenly screamed wildly. Baka! This must be fake, it must be a video fabricated by Great Xia using their technology. Yamamoto Ichiro looked like he'd caught a rabid dog. Yamamoto Ichiro was still roaring. All the people of Great Xia know are these kinds of deceptive tricks. Even the foreign executives and media avoided him. Although they had doubts, they weren't about to act like a mad dog and damage their image. They hurriedly relayed the news back to headquarters to confirm its authenticity, and then took countermeasures. In the end, Yamamoto Taro was escorted away by employees of their East Electronics. People around him pointed and whispered. This time, Japan had lost face big time. Li Jianguo didn't even bother to look at them. Directorly, we've achieved our goal. Shall we go back? An expert asked quietly. Okay, as you say. The expert nodded. A sense of pride welled up inside them. Their hard work and scientific research is all for the sake of making the Chinese people stand tall, for national rejuvenation, and for giving the country a stronger presence on the world stage. At this moment, looking at the enthusiastic and proud expressions on the faces of the people, they felt that all their efforts and sacrifices were worthwhile. Meanwhile, a group of executives from domestic semiconductor companies also surrounded them. Academician Lee. This is Zhang from SMIC. Seeking cooperation. Can you let us do foundry work? Professor Lee. We at JCT can fully cooperate with you. We can modify the production lines however you want. And us. Huahong is willing to fully cooperate. These domestic semiconductor companies were all incredibly anxious. Xiao Keyuan's development of a 1-nanometer quantum chip was both an opportunity and a crisis. If they could seize this opportunity, their companies would take off. But if other companies beat them to it, they might be eliminated. The market is that cruel. Now that the foreign manufacturers had left, it was finally their turn to speak. Looking at the excited manufacturers, Li Jianguo thought to himself. Shaolin, see? Are you still worried about not having manufacturers? You just need to cooperate. Finding manufacturers to cooperate with was a given. However, their backgrounds would be investigated by a special national department. We definitely couldn't allow foreign capital to infiltrate through roundabout means. Hearing this, the executives of the domestic manufacturers nodded in understanding. They left first. They were anxious to get back to their companies to prepare to contact the Xia Academy of Sciences and cooperate with their review. As the number of visitors to the exhibition increased, the quantum chip booth was surrounded by layers of people. They also controlled the flow of people to prevent any unexpected incidents. At this moment, University of Chinese Academy of Sciences, Dormitory 211. Holy crap, old Lin really made a quantum chip? Wang Pengzi nearly had his head blown off after seeing the live stream. Damn it! It seems like Lin Chen was only taken away by the Xia Academy of Sciences a month and a half ago, right? A month and a half. They actually succeeded in developing a technology that was still just a theoretical concept. Insane. This world must be insane. Wang Pengzi was so excited his face twitched. Who could have imagined that his classmate, who was best buddy just a month and a half ago, had now completed such a significant technological breakthrough? And he, on the other hand, had only just submitted his resume to the Xia Academy of Sciences. He didn't even know if he'd get an interview. The gap was enormous. Looks like I need to work harder. Otherwise, I won't even be able to see old Lin's heels. Wang Pengzi silently vowed to himself. Meanwhile, in the president's office at the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences, President Chen Hanqing was utterly shocked, his eyes filled with disbelief. Old Luo, is this the surprise you were talking about? It should be. Luo Di's eyes were also filled with disbelief. He had considered all sorts of outcomes, but he had never imagined that after Lin Chen went to the Xia Academy of Sciences, he would build a quantum lithography machine and produce chips in just over a month. A 1-nanometer quantum chip. Incredible. Great, great, great. Our University of Science and Technology of China has finally produced a prodigy. Haha. Chen Hanqing slapped his thigh excitedly. We must publicize it properly. This is an honor for the University of Science and Technology of China. Meanwhile, Shenzhen, Huawei Terminal Headquarters. In a closed conference room, the screen was displaying a video of the exhibition. The video quickly finished playing. In the conference room, all the terminal technology experts were filled with shock and excitement. CEO Yu Qingdong calmed his excitement and asked, Everyone, tell me, can our new mobile phones this year be compatible with this chip? The most severe losses from the US sanctions were to Huawei's mobile phone business, which was almost halved. Now, hope has arrived. Old you mean to directly adapt this quantum chip to the new phone? As long as we can get samples, we can adapt it. A level 8 senior expert decided. Good. Yu Qingdong slammed his hand on the table. Immediately send someone to contact the Xia Academy of Sciences to see if we can buy chips samples. At the same time, see if we can cooperate with the Xia Academy of Sciences to produce quantum lithography machines and quantum chips. As a result, the US sanctions had crippled his terminal business. No problem, we fully support you. No matter how difficult it is, we must use this quantum chip in our phones. All the technical experts expressed their support. Although the quantum chip had been successfully developed, it needed a product to be used before there would be an opportunity for mass production and promotion. This demonstrates Yu Qingdong's immense courage and determination. It wasn't just Huawei that held a meeting regarding the quantum chip. They were all closely monitoring the developments of this 1 nanometer quantum chip. In their respective meeting rooms, the atmosphere was both enthusiastic and tense. The emergence of this chip is both a challenge and an opportunity for us. We must get samples as soon as possible to test them and see if they are compatible with our phones. Yes, if we can successfully adapt, the performance of our phones will be greatly improved, and we may even be able to take a leading position in the market. Another executive echoed. Then let's act now. Send someone to contact the Xiamen Academy of Sciences and try to get samples as soon as possible. The representative decisively issued the order. Meanwhile, several other mobile phone manufacturers made similar decisions. As time passed, Li Jiangguo and his team had already left the exhibition. With the quantum chip on display, the entire exhibition was completely packed, all wanting to see the quantum chip in person. This resulted in the exhibition hall exceeding its capacity, necessitating crowd control measures. This demonstrates just how enthusiastic the Chinese people were about the emergence of quantum chips. The internet was even more abuzz. The comment section was filled with excited messages. Wow! Finally, we see semiconductors breaking through the US sanctions. That's amazing! When will they release a quantum chip phone? I'm immediately replacing my iPhone. And Yamamoto Ichiro. Wasn't he going to eat shit upside down? Post the live stream link. I'll send you rockets. On Douyin, TikTok, some casually edited clips of the chip's debut have garnered over 100 million views. The comment section was also filled with excited comments. Even those rats have to temporarily avoid the limelight at times like this. The atmosphere was completely different. On Twitter, foreign netizens were in an uproar. Oh my God! God, is this real? How can you make 1 nanometer chips without EUV lithography machines? China must have stolen ASML's technology. The video is photoshopped. I analyzed it with software. The light reflection is wrong. The US should impose sanctions immediately. If they keep going like this, our semiconductor industry is doomed. Some rats were stirring up trouble on domestic forums. Maybe it's a one-time sample, impossible to mass produce. But as soon as they posted it, they were bombarded with criticism by netizens who had bypassed the Great Firewall, forcing them to delete their accounts. How much money did your master pay you? Open your eyes and look. The Chinese Academy of Sciences has even released a production video. Meanwhile, in the White House, chaos reigned. President Ottoman sat in the Oval Office, his face ashen. A bunch of useless idiots. Didn't they say that after the sanctions, Great Xia couldn't even produce 7 nanometer chips? Now they've even made 1 nanometer quantum chips? Give me an explanation. The Secretary of State quickly stepped forward. Mr. President, nobody knows the authenticity of that chip. But we've already sent agents to investigate, and we'll have results soon. All materials related to the chip, even a single screw, are prohibited from being sold to Great Xia. Notify all allied countries to prohibit the import of any quantum chip-related products into their countries. Whether it's true or false. As long as no one buys it. Even if Great Xia's quantum chips are made, they'll just rot in their own pot. A product that can't be promoted. It poses no threat to them. Everyone in the office lowered their heads. No one dared to speak. They knew that Great Xia's breakthrough had shaken America's technological hegemony. If the Great Xia Academy of Sciences were to develop another groundbreaking technology, the consequences would be unimaginable. Soon, all countries in the America Alliance received the notification. They issued announcements banning the flow of products using Great Xia's quantum chips into their countries. The announcements immediately caused the already boiling internet to go even crazier. Fuck! Has America gone mad? Is Great Xia's quantum chip real? Damn it! This sanction is good, let's see how Great Xia produces quantum chips. Yoshi! The Chinese pigs want to break through the blockade? Dream on! Netizens from any America Alliance country believed that Great Xia's quantum chip could not be mass-produced. Under this insane sanction, no country on Earth could produce its own chips. Even Great Xia couldn't. And netizens from Great Xia's allies condemned America's banditry. Damn the US! All they know is technological bullying. One day, Great Xia will overthrow their hegemony. Support Great Xia! We must develop quantum chips. If they won't buy, we desert tycoons will. The US is a bandit. But Great Xia will definitely break through the blockade. Faced with US sanctions, a wave of patriotic fervor swept across the internet. Exactly! Great Xia is full of talented people. Even without them, we can still make better chips. Support domestically produced technology. Support quantum chips. Let those who look down on us see the strength of our Great Xia. Meanwhile, the US and other countries have imposed unwarranted sanctions on our country, attempting to hinder our development in the field of quantum chips. This is an unreasonable and hegemonic act. Our country's breakthrough in the field of quantum chips is the result of years of hard work and independent innovation by our researchers. It is an achievement that is above board and honorable. Seeing Shuang Ji's domineering statement, this further strengthens the nation's resolve to support domestically produced goods. Many people eagerly anticipate the market launch of the first product using quantum chips. Because of the advent of quantum chips, the stock prices of international semiconductor companies plummeted. The losses were as high as 10%, with some even triggering trading halts. In just 1 or 2 hours, trillions of dollars in market value evaporated. Capitalists have a far more acute sense of opportunity than ordinary people. They know that the emergence of quantum chips signifies an impending revolutionary change in the semiconductor industry. Some, due to heavy losses, have chosen to commit suicide. And this is just the beginning. Only after the first quantum chip-powered mobile phone hits the market will they will then know what true cruelty is. Xiaka Institute. After Li Jianguo returned, he immediately began arranging the mass production of quantum lithography machines and quantum chips. After everything was arranged, Li Jianguo went to Lin Chen's office. As soon as he entered, he eagerly asked, "Lin, what's that groundbreaking technology you mentioned earlier?" Lin Chen smiled. "A super solid-state magnetic field battery." Li Jianguo was full of questions. He knew about solid-state batteries. What was a super solid-state magnetic field battery? Could it be even more advanced than solid-state batteries? After listening, Li Jianguo swallowed hard, completely stunned. "Lin, are you sure this battery technology really exists?" "Absolutely." Lin Chen nodded emphatically. "Really? That's amazing." Li Jianguo slapped his thigh excitedly. 5 minutes of charging, 5,000 kilometers of range. Normal operation at -70 degrees Celsius, no performance degradation whatsoever? That's outrageous, absolutely outrageous. Considering such incredible performance, Li Jianguo actually hoped it could be used elsewhere. "Shaolin, I think directly using this battery to replace batteries in new energy vehicles is a bit of a waste. If the product really achieves this level of performance, it could be used in the military. For example, in our laser weapons." "Military laser weapons?" Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Perhaps it really could. Li Jianguo became increasingly excited as he spoke. "Lin, if we increase the capacity of this battery, our laser weapons won't have to worry about energy supply issues and can operate in all weather conditions. Great Xiao's laser weapon technology can be considered world-leading. It's even ahead of Western countries like the US. There are no problems with the laser weapon technology itself. If it's a vehicle-mounted mobile laser weapon, currently, portable power supplies can only operate for 10 minutes before needing to be replaced. This is the fatal weakness of laser weapons. Currently, Great Xia only plans to mount laser weapons on warships, or use them in fixed locations on land. As for vehicle-mounted laser weapons, they are only in small-scale production for testing. There has been no large-scale mass production and deployment. Now, Linchen has proposed a super solid-state magnetic field battery solution. This fatal flaw can be completely solved. Combined with the new quantum chip, the laser beam control module can be reoptimized. This will absolutely allow laser weapons to achieve a qualitative leap. Li Jianguo became increasingly excited as he thought about it. Shaolin, let's go. Let's hold a technical seminar now and immediately establish the project to get started. Linchen sighed. Old Li's impatience hadn't changed at all. After spending this time with him, he understood Li Jianguo very well. He was just an impatient person, and it was precisely because of this impatience that he had achieved what he had today. But Linchen couldn't let him have his way. The quantum chip issue still needed to be resolved first. Seeing Li Jianguo's anxiety, Linchen waved his hand. Mr. Li, calm down. The technology is right here with me, it's definitely not going anywhere. But right now, we need to resolve the quantum chip issue first. Oh? Linchen smiled. It seems these mobile phone manufacturers are reacting very quickly? Li Jianguo smiled slightly. Yes, those mobile phone manufacturers all want to get our samples to adapt to their devices. Linchen nodded. These mobile phone manufacturers are quite far-sighted. Li Jianguo nodded in agreement. They believe that quantum chips will bring a revolution to the mobile phone industry, so they are willing to try. Linchen nodded. Then we'll provide them with the chips? Since the mobile phone manufacturers are willing to fully cooperate, we should definitely support them. Then, Linchen offered his own suggestions. Mr. Li, I hope that after those mobile phone companies use our quantum chips, they will at least release a phone priced affordable for ordinary people. It should be under 1,000 yuan. Other specifications can be slightly inferior, but it must use a quantum chip. We develop technology so that all Chinese people can use our own high-quality products. Linchen had experienced it firsthand and knew the target audience for budget phones. It's almost impossible for them to spend 1,000 or 2,000, or even several thousand, on a mobile phone. But phones costing a few hundred yuan use chips that are several years outdated, with ridiculously poor performance. Now he has developed a quantum chip. The cost is only 1/10 of the chips currently on the market. Ordinary people must be able to experience the benefits of technological innovation. As for how high-end phones are priced, he won't interfere too much. Li Jianguo's eyes flashed with appreciation after hearing this. Shaolin, you're right. I'll have someone inform them of our demands. They should agree. Lin Chen's concern for the country and its people is truly rare. Linchen suddenly had another idea. Old Li, I have another idea. Tell me. Li Jianguo's eyes lit up. Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement as he continued. Use the new battery solution to urgently design a mobile phone battery that is compatible with the quantum chip. Actually, he had already designed various solutions in the inheritance space during this period. There are corresponding solutions for mobile phone batteries, car batteries, and electric bicycle batteries. Great, this is great. Li Jianguo agreed without hesitation. But make sure to protect the technology. Linchen smiled. Don't worry, I guarantee no one can successfully disassemble my battery design. Trying to reverse engineer it? Dream on. During the battery design phase, he incorporates anti-tampering mechanisms into the cells. If someone forcibly disassembles it, it will self-destruct and explode. That's good. I'll have someone contact mobile phone manufacturers right now. At the same time, urgently convene a technical discussion meeting and establish a new public relations project team. After saying that, he left first. Lin Chen shook his head and began preparing the technical discussion materials for the upcoming meeting. Pengcheng, Huawei Terminal Company. Yu Qingdong was thrilled after receiving the reply from the Xiaoke Institute. Great! The Xia Academy of Sciences has agreed to provide us with quantum chips. And a new battery has been developed? Immediately set up a public relations project team. Adapt the chip first, and once the battery is released, adapt that as well. Yu Qingdong immediately made emergency arrangements. Simultaneously, according to the Xia Academy of Sciences requirements, they also adapted the battery for a budget phone. The entire terminal department fully cooperated with the public relations project team. They just hoped to adapt it as soon as possible. It wasn't just Huawei that was urgently adapting. Several other mobile phone manufacturers were doing the same. 2 p.m. They stared at the battery parameter tables on the screen, each one looking like they were performing a Sichuan opera face-changing act. 5 minutes of charging, 5,000 kilometers of range? Is this defying the heavens? The speaker was Zhou Ming, a veteran expert in the battery field. If he hadn't known Lin Chen's glorious achievements, he would definitely have stood up and loudly questioned him. It was precisely because he knew how terrifying Lin Chen was that, after seeing these parameters, he was only shocked, not questioning. Yes, it works normally at minus 70 degrees Celsius, with zero degradation? This violates the common sense of physics. The other engineers were equally shocked. Such performance! Completely beyond their comprehension. Now, I will introduce this super solid-state magnetic field battery to everyone. After listening to Lin Chen's introduction, all the academicians and experts present felt a sense of sudden enlightenment. A prodigy! A genius! This was their internal assessment of Lin Chen. A young man who had just graduated from school. He could actually come up with such a perfect solution. Completely incomprehensible. Perhaps they really were getting old. Li Jianguo sat to the side, quietly watching Lin Chen's performance. He increasingly felt that choosing to specially appoint Lin Chen was the best decision he had ever made. The Q&A session began. Lin Chen continuously answered questions from the experts and academicians. The meeting didn't end until evening. At this point, Lin Chen proposed a project. I propose establishing a special project named Xuanwu Dot. Xuanwu symbolizes stability, safety, and longevity, just like our batteries, providing the country and its people with the most reliable protection. Zhou Ming was the first to stand up, clapping enthusiastically. Great! I agree. Me too. Count me in. All the engineers in the room stood up, the applause so loud it made the windows rattle. Li Jianguo stood up and announced, "The Xuanwu battery project is established, with Lin Chen as the chief engineer, and all resources will be allocated with priority. Manga and comics." The Xuanwu battery project officially commenced. Lin Chen resumed his monotonous routine. He spent his days in the lab and his nights returning to the inheritance space to receive the inheritance. The inheritance of the super solid-state magnetic field battery was nearing completion. In reality, Lin Chen instructed all engineers to prioritize the development of mobile phone batteries. The goal was to produce a sample within 5 days. This time, Lin Chen directly provided the relevant process parameters to expedite the sample production. Subsequent battery models would be studied by the engineers later. Relevant suppliers were also notified to fully cooperate. Any materials on the list had to be delivered within 5 hours. Time passed slowly. The Xuanwu battery project team's lab at the Xiaoke Institute. The lights never went out. If there wasn't too much room in the lab, all the engineers would probably have moved their bedding into the lab. Even so, the engineers didn't get more than 6 hours of rest each day. 4 days later, the first mobile phone battery finally reached its final stage. "Very good, you've worked hard." Lin Chen nodded. "Let's begin the testing." "Okay." Academician Zhou was filled with excitement. He carefully placed the battery onto the testing equipment. All the engineers gathered around, holding their breath. The data on the testing equipment screen began to jump. Charging progress, 10%, 50%, 100%. Charging time, 5 minutes. Dual 85 simulation test. Low temperature -85 degrees Celsius. High temperature 85 degrees Celsius. No performance degradation. Safety test, puncture, short circuit, no fire, no explosion. The results of each test were displayed. The surrounding engineers were filled with excitement. Until the final simulation test was completed. The atmosphere in the entire laboratory reached an unprecedented climax. Success! We succeeded! 4 days! We created a miracle! These performance parameters are simply incredible! 5 minutes of charging, 7 days of use, who else can do that? All the engineers cheered and hugged each other in celebration. Some were even moved to tears. Academician Zhou Ming was so excited that he slapped his thigh. It's incredible! If this battery is installed in mobile phones, people won't need to carry power banks every day anymore. Yes! Li Jianguo looked at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with complex emotions. This is just a mobile phone battery. When car batteries come out later, that will bring a new energy revolution to our country. He hadn't expected that under Lin Chen's leadership, they had produced a mobile phone battery prototype in such a short time. The relevant process parameters were so mature. They could directly find manufacturers, modify the production line, and then mass produce it. Furthermore, he had the cost calculated. The cost of the phone battery is only 1/10 of that of current market phones. It's ridiculously cheap. He was completely speechless. Mr. Li, I hope the phone battery will be mass-produced as soon as possible. Lin Chen looked at Li Jianguo, his gaze firm. There was something he hadn't told Lin Chen. The government had established a new company specifically for this purpose. The government had given Lin Chen 20% of the original shares, which could only be used for dividends. With Lin Chen's technological development continuing like this, his wealth would definitely make him the richest man on earth. This was a surprise the government had prepared for Lin Chen. Everyone, go back and rest for a day. We'll continue working on the car battery tomorrow. No need. We don't need to rest. Let's keep going. None of the engineers wanted to go back to rest. He didn't want to ruin these engineers' health. They were the treasures of the great Xia kingdom. As the technology he inherited grew faster and faster. From now on, he would provide the technical parameters. The rest would depend on the engineer's own efforts. Otherwise, even if he were split into dozens of parts, it wouldn't be enough. Hearing Lin Chen's firm stance, the engineers dared not refuse anymore. Their losses would be enormous. Soon, the engineers went back to rest. Pengcheng, Huawei Terminal Laboratory. Several engineers huddled around a computer, their eyes red-rimmed. No! It's still a compatibility error. The quantum chip's driving protocol simply can't interface with our existing mobile phone system. If this drags on, forget about meeting the deadline. Even sample testing will be delayed. The Huawei engineers were almost driven mad. But they were stuck on the final point, system compatibility. Yu Qingnong stood to the side, looking worried. He received news from the Xia Academy of Sciences yesterday. The new battery might be successfully developed soon. He had thought the quantum chip adaptation would be completed quickly. But reality delivered a harsh blow. The technological logic of quantum chips is completely different from that of traditional silicon-based chips. They fumbled around for days and nights, unable to even get the basic driver matching working. Mr. Yu, this can't go on. A senior engineer looked up, his voice hoarse. We're too unfamiliar with the underlying architecture of quantum chips. Even if we try for another 10 days or 2 weeks, we might not succeed. With that, he left the lab to contact the Xia Academy. Not long after, Yu Qingdong returned. The Xia Academy has agreed. Immediately send our best technical team with all the data to Beijing. He knew all too well that this matter couldn't be delayed. The US sanctions were escalating, but also the hopes of the Chinese people who were yearning for the rise of domestically produced technology. A few hours later, they boarded a special car and went directly to the Xia Academy. It wasn't just Huawei. Other mobile phone manufacturers were facing the same problem. Their problems are even more serious than Huawei's. They haven't even reached the adaptation stage yet. Xia Academy of Sciences. Lin Qin was busy preparing relevant materials for car batteries in his office. Li Jianguo knocked on the door and came in. Shaolin, there's an urgent matter. A mobile phone manufacturer is having some difficulties adapting to quantum chips and needs our technical assistance. I've already sent some people to Beijing. When they arrive, could you take a look? Sure. Lin Qin agreed without hesitation. Lin Qin continued with his work. Xiaka Institute. Visitor reception room. The Huawei engineering team was shown the door to rest for a while after their arrival. Then, a staff member came in with a stack of confidentiality agreements. Everyone, please sign this confidentiality agreement. What? We have to sign a confidentiality agreement? The Huawei engineers were surprised. They hadn't expected that even seeking technical exchange would require signing a confidentiality agreement. It seemed that Xiaka Institute attached great importance to this exchange and had strict confidentiality requirements. They would probably be sending some high-level technical experts for the exchange. They were very familiar with confidentiality agreements. Working at Huawei, they also had to sign a confidentiality agreement every year. If they participated in a key project, they would have to sign another one. The Huawei engineers took the confidentiality agreements and frowned upon reading them. The requirements in the agreement were very strict. Any violation would result in immediate imprisonment. Of course, no need to worry. With that, the staff member led the way out. Soon, they arrived at a conference room. Please have a seat, the technical expert will be here shortly. The engineer leading the Huawei team was surnamed Zhang, the technical head of Huawei's terminals. Please sit down. Please be polite. They had only been seated for a short while. Li Jianguo led Lin Qin into the laboratory. Engineer Zhang quickly stood up and respectfully greeted them. Academician Li. Hello? The other engineers followed suit. Li Jianguo smiled and waved his hand. No need to be so polite. Everyone please sit down. Then, he introduced Lin Qin to them. This is the chief technical engineer responsible for communicating with you this time, Lin Qin. What? Engineer Zhang's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. He had initially assumed it would be a seasoned, highly experienced expert coming to exchange ideas. He never imagined that Lin Qin, who looked so young, would be the chief technical officer in charge of this exchange. The other engineers were equally shocked and incredulous. Lin Qin looked far younger than them. He looked like a recent graduate. While handsome, how could someone this age be the chief technical officer of the Xia Science Institute? Outrageous. No wonder they needed to sign confidentiality agreements. Now they understood what was going on. Engineer Zhang was the first to recover from his shock. Despite his many doubts, he politely extended his hand. Chief Engineer Lin, hello, it's a pleasure to exchange ideas with you. Seeing this, the other engineers also suppressed their surprise and shook hands with Lin Qin in turn. Lin Qin responded with a smile, his demeanor revealing a composure and confidence beyond his years. Please, everyone, have a seat. Let's get started. What technical problems are you encountering? Lin Qin didn't want to waste time. He needed to resolve Huawei's problem quickly so he could go back to his own work. Chief Engineer Lin, we're having a problem with the system and chip compatibility. The data is here. Engineer Zhang quickly opened his computer and pushed it towards Lin Qin. Let me see. Lin Qin took the computer and immediately understood the problem. This is wrong. Engineer Zhang's eyes widened upon hearing this. He quickly leaned closer to look, becoming increasingly shocked. That's right. How come we didn't think of that? Lin Qin typed code as he spoke. The engineers from Huawei watched intently from the side. Without even blinking, At first, they frowned. Then their eyes widened. So this is how you write drivers. The underlying logic is much simpler than we thought. We just couldn't figure out the entry point. Chief Designer Lin's skill is simply divine. The exclamations grew louder. Everyone's eyes were filled with admiration. Lin Chin finished modifying the last line of code and clicked run. The error message on the screen disappeared, replaced by a successful adaptation message. The entire conference room fell silent instantly. A few seconds later, Zhang was the first to react, his voice trembling with excitement. It's done! It really is done! Chief Engineer Lin, you're amazing. We've been working on this for days and nights, and you finished it in half an hour. Lin Chin waved his hand modestly, saying, It's just that we found the right direction. Go back and thoroughly understand the logic I wrote. Adapting it to other models won't be a problem. Zhang thanked him excitedly. Okay, thank you, Chief Engineer Lin. By the way, do you want to adapt it to the new battery right now? Lin Chin suddenly asked. What? You've developed the new battery? Ang was shocked. He knew about the new battery. Wasn't it just a newly initiated project? It's only been a few days. And it's already been successfully developed. When did the Xia Science Institute become so incredible? It's like they're using cheat codes. Lin Chin nodded. It's already past testing. If you want to adapt it, I can provide you with samples. Yes. We want it. Zhang agreed without hesitation. Anything from the Xiaoke Institute is bound to be good. Moreover, it came out alongside the quantum chip. It's definitely a groundbreaking product. Huawei is already incredibly fortunate to be able to use it. Soon, staff brought over 5 battery samples. This is our latest solid-state magnetic field battery. I'll have someone send you a copy of its specific parameters and performance later. The battery has already entered mass production. After you go back, complete the adaptation as quickly as possible and strive to get the new phone on the market as fast as possible. Lin Chin handed the battery to Engineer Zhang and gave him a few more instructions. Okay, Chief Engineer Lin. We promise we won't let you down, Engineer Zhang solemnly assured him. The Huawei team also hurriedly left the Xiaoke Institute with the 5 new batteries. On the way back, the Huawei engineers were still full of excitement. Solid-state magnetic field battery? Judging from the name, it must be another groundbreaking product. Haha, Huawei has really hit the jackpot this year, securing 2 technical support projects from the Xiamen Academy of Sciences in quick succession. This year might be the year Huawei's terminals return to their peak. Go for it! All the Huawei engineers were full of energy. At the same time, they deeply admired Lin Chin. They remembered Lin Chin's teachings. Understood! All the engineers solemnly promised. Furthermore, they had signed a confidentiality agreement. They dared not violate the terms of the confidentiality agreement. Lin Chin returned to his office. He opened his phone, wanting to read some news before working. Suddenly, a breaking news video caught his attention. He clicked on it, and his brows furrowed instantly. News video content. This afternoon, in a parking garage of a residential complex, a new energy vehicle's battery suddenly caught fire. The fire spread to surrounding vehicles, destroying 8 cars and causing minor injuries to 2 people. The cause of the fire is currently under investigation. The video footage shows charred car wreckage, with firefighters still cleaning up the scene. The comment section below the video exploded. Another new energy vehicle fire! That's terrifying! Why are domestic batteries so unreliable? It's safer to buy a gasoline car. Almost all the comments were negative. Some even began to question the technology of domestically produced new energy vehicles. Lin Chin looked at these comments, his eyes gradually hardening. It seems that the development of car batteries also needs to be accelerated. Such incidents will make the public resistant to new energy electric vehicles. If these kinds of problems are not solved, similar incidents will hinder the country's energy strategy transformation. This could even trigger a crisis of public trust in new energy technologies. Therefore, Xuanwu automotive batteries must be launched as soon as possible. Only in this way can the hearts of the Chinese people be won back. However, Lin Qin was unaware of this. The fact that the Huawei technical team had visited the Xiaoke Institute had already been noticed by special agents dispatched by the United States. Eagle Intelligence Center. Director, latest intelligence from Great Xia. A technical team from Warwick entered the Xia Academy of Sciences today and stayed for half a day before leaving. They seem to have taken some items with them, but we don't know what they are. Intelligence Director Newt frowned upon hearing his subordinate's report. A Warwick technical team went to the Xia Academy of Sciences? Could they be adapting quantum chips? He knew Warwick's size better than anyone. Other companies would have declared bankruptcy long ago. Only Warwick was an exception. Then they were acquired by U.S. conglomerates at low prices. Ultimately, they became U.S. assets. And they could potentially threaten U.S. domestic enterprises. The U.S. thought that using the same methods would cause Warwick to split and collapse. Not only did it not cause Warwick to collapse, it slowly began to break through their sanctions and blockades. It even left them helpless for a time. Now that it's involved with the Xia Academy of Sciences, isn't that like adding wings to a tiger? A trace of worry flashed in Director Newt's eyes. He knew the Xia Academy of Sciences' position in the technological field of Great Xia. To this day, they still haven't figured out whether Great Xia's quantum chip is real or fake. Continue to have Great Xia increase its efforts and confirm the authenticity of the quantum chip as soon as possible. Increase investment. Spend money where necessary. Director Newt ordered solemnly. Yes, Director. Warwick Terminal. After Zhang and his team returned, they went directly to the closed laboratory. Yu Qingdong was also there. They were all gathered around the computer, their eyes glued to a set of data on the screen. 5 minutes of charging, 70 days of battery life. Double 85 test, no degradation. 10-year aging test, no degradation. Puncture, short circuit, no combustion, no explosion. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. This isn't just a battery, it's a super energy block. This is absolutely a revolutionary product that will revolutionize the industry. All the Huawei engineers were deeply shocked by the battery data. Its small size was one thing, but its battery life was terrifyingly long, and its safety was beyond question. With this battery, a mobile phone could easily last a week on a single charge, or even longer. Add to that the ultra-high performance of the quantum chip. It could completely transform a mobile phone into a powerful smart terminal with multiple functions. Good. 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 He looked at the cell phone and several batteries on the lab table. That was Huawei's hope for breaking the blockade. Everyone. Starting tomorrow, enter closed-door research. You can go home when the adaptation is completed. Strive to complete adaptation for all models within half a month. Yu Qingdong gave the order directly. This was Huawei's highest level of research and development. Closed-door research. Researchers participating in the closed-door project must live permanently in the company apartment building. They can only go home after the project is completed. No problem. I'm going back to get my bedding right now. I'll tell my family. All the engineers readily agreed. Being able to participate in such a major project would be an incredibly glorious moment in their engineering careers. Especially a project involving such a groundbreaking product. Even when they're old, they could brag about it. The engineers began to move quickly. Some were taking out their phones to call home, their voices filled with excitement. Yu Qingdong watched this scene, his heart pounding. The sanctions from the U.S., all the pressure, would vanish the moment the quantum chip phone hit the market. Xia Academy of Sciences. Xuanwu Battery Project Laboratory. The screen was still showing news footage of a new energy vehicle catching fire. The charred frame of the vehicle lay askew in the garage, firefighters' hoses still dripping. The investigation results are in. It's a new energy vehicle imported by Tesla, the U.S. company. It uses Tesla's own battery technology. And yet they're trying to pin the blame on domestic new energy vehicles. Regardless of whether it's our technology or not, this should serve as a wake-up call. Currently, batteries on the market do indeed have safety hazards. They're prone to catching fire from even minor impacts. That's undeniable. Therefore, only mass production of our solid-state magnetic field batteries can dispel all concerns. As he spoke, Lin Xin projected a technical document onto the large screen. This is the technical solution for automotive solid-state magnetic field batteries. Various safety features have been continuously improved. It's puncture-resistant and can withstand 800 degrees Celsius heat. The entire laboratory of academicians and experts gasped. Withstanding 800 degrees Celsius? That's outrageous. This is going to revolutionize the entire battery industry. The technical data Lin Xin provided earlier hadn't mentioned these parameters. Unexpectedly, in just a few days. He's a prodigy. But compared to Lin Xin, they were like elementary school students. After the initial excitement subsided, Lin Chen's gaze swept across the room. We must ensure that the people have access to safe batteries. Only in this way can we help the country's energy transition rapidly and break free from dependence on crude oil as soon as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, all the engineers responded loudly, "Yes. We guarantee to complete the mission." The hesitation from before vanished instantly, and every person's eyes were filled with determination. They'd had enough of foreign technological bullying and unfounded accusations. Now was the time to break through all the blockades and doubts. The other engineers quickly began to act according to their assigned tasks. Lin Xin watched the scene unfold before him, his heart filled with satisfaction. He knew these people, like himself, were driven by a burning desire to make Great Xiao's technology truly stand at the forefront of the world. Dongguan City. Conference room at the headquarters of a mobile phone company. Boss, Huawei's people have gone to the Xia Academy of Sciences. Won't they be ahead of us in the adaptation process? A senior executive asked worriedly. The boss scoffed. What's there to worry about? We'll adapt slowly. The chip shouldn't be in mass production that quickly. Based on my experience, the Xia Academy of Sciences technology takes at least 3 to 5 years from the lab to mass production. By the time they've mastered mass production, we'll definitely have successfully adapted it too. Let Huawei take the lead first, let them solve all the problems. He wasn't worried at all that Huawei could build a quantum chip phone right now. Even if they built a prototype, it would be useless without mass production capabilities. Once the quantum chip matures, they'll definitely be able to complete the adaptation as well. Wouldn't mass production be simultaneous then? He thought. However, he was wrong this time. Mass production of quantum chips was already underway. Furthermore, Huawei's quantum chip phone would be released in the fall. Only then did the boss start to panic. America. Apple Corporation, headquarters conference room. CEO Mark looked at the message sent to him by an insider from the U.S. intelligence agency, a cold smile playing on his lips. Huawei is going to make quantum chip phones? Ridiculous. Great Xia thinks it can mass-produce quantum chips? Mark was utterly dismissive of the news. Is the news reliable? The marketing director frowned. The CTO scoffed, tossing his tablet on the table. Reliable? No need to even look, it's obviously fake news. Deshya can't even build EUV, how could they make quantum chips? I'd bet $100 they're using a prototype. Mark tapped the table, his tone arrogant. Don't panic. Even if they do have a sample, what about their mass production capacity? Huawei. Even if they really make a quantum chip phone, can they manufacture 100,000 units a year? By the time they solve the mass production problem, our A29 chip will already be on the market. The executives burst into laughter. Yes. Great Xiao's technology is all laboratory toys. Let them mess around, we'll continue to make money off the Great Xia people. Great Xia is just rich and stupid. We can sell them all the free parts separately, and they'll still buy them like crazy. That's true. A SIM card pin costs 50 cents to make, but we sell it for over 100, and people will still buy it. Ha! In their eyes, Great Xia was Pinghua's ATM, an inexhaustible source of income. Mark waved his hand. All right. No matter what, the Great Xia people have contributed 40% of our profits, so don't go too far. As for Huawei, we don't need to pay attention to them anymore. Their international market has been completely captured by us. They pose no threat to us. With that, Mark adjourned the meeting. Time passed quickly. After the semiconductor exhibition ended, the hype surrounding quantum chips has begun to subside. Many have even forgotten about them altogether. Life and work continue as usual. Those who need to be busy are busy. 3 meals a day are always an indispensable part of life. People move forward methodically on their respective paths. However, beneath this calm surface, a technological storm is quietly brewing. No one knows. Huawei Company's terminal department. To adapt to quantum chips and solid-state batteries, a large number of engineers are working around the clock. They want to complete the phone adaptation as soon as possible and enter the mass production stage. Fortunately, after Lin Chen's guidance, the phone adaptation work went very smoothly, even far exceeding expectations. Half a month later, Huawei Terminal Laboratory. Yu Qingdong and a group of engineers are intently watching the final results displayed on the test screen. Model, Huawei M60, Quantum Edition. Chip, 1 nanometer quantum chip. Battery, solid-state magnetic field battery. Charging, fully charged in 5 minutes, 70 days standby time. Safety, no damage after a 10-meter drop. Normal operation at -85 degrees Celsius. No fire or explosion after being run over or punctured. Test results, all items passed. It's a success! We did it! Yu Qingdong's eyes were red, and his voice trembled with excitement. Zhang, the engineer beside him, rubbed his red eyes, laughing through his tears. President Yu, we didn't let Chief Engineer Lin down! The engineers cheered excitedly. Wow! We're finally free from the US sanctions! This time, Huawei phones will return to their peak! The engineers wept with joy. Only they, as engineers in the terminal department, knew how much they had suffered during these days of sanctions imposed by the US. Even in order to keep the department alive, they even researched and developed bags. It's clear how difficult things were for them back then. Heaven always favors those who persevere and work hard. As long as you persist, your day will come. After the excitement, Yu Qingdong officially announced, the quantum chip phone adaptation is officially and successfully completed. The press conference will be held in 10 days, on September 10th, at the Shenzhen Convention and Exhibition Center. As soon as he finished speaking, okay. We will definitely ensure smooth mass production. Quality guaranteed, delivery guaranteed. All the engineers were full of energy. Completing the phone adaptation is just the beginning. Mass production and market launch will be the real test. After making the arrangements, Yu Qingdong had another phone sent to Lin Chen. Other phone manufacturers were progressing very slowly. Although they were working on compatibility testing, they weren't utilizing their full R&D capabilities. Xia Academy of Sciences. Xuanwu Battery Laboratory. Lin Chen was reviewing the high-temperature test data for the car battery. Chief Engineer Lin, you have a package from Huawei Terminal. The assistant knocked on the door. Oh? Lin Chen was slightly taken aback, then realized what it was about. Just leave it in my office. Okay. The assistant replied and left. Lin Chen continued reviewing the high-temperature test data for the car battery. In 15 days, the car battery project had progressed quite smoothly. All the test data far exceeded the predetermined targets, which made Lin Chen quite gratified. Currently, it had reached 750 degrees Celsius, and the battery was still intact. Academician Zhou Ming's eyes gleamed with excitement. Chief Engineer Lin, 750 degrees passed. Shall we continue? After more than half a month together, Academician Zhou Ming was deeply impressed by Lin Chen. He had initially thought Lin Chen's extraordinary achievements were limited to lithography machines and chips. He hadn't expected Lin Chen to possess such exceptional insights and abilities in the field of batteries as well. Lin Chen's gaze was firm. Continue. The 800-degree experiment must pass. Academician Zhou Ming. All right. Let's continue. The experiment continued. An exquisite gift box sat on his desk. I hope it meets my expectations. Lin Chen opened the gift box with a hint of anticipation. He already had a pretty good idea of what was inside. Sure enough, the gift box was opened. Inside was an exquisite black phone box. Lin Chen gently opened the box. A black phone lay quietly inside. Lin Chen picked up the phone and tested its feel. Not bad. It felt much better than his current phone. Then, he turned it on directly. 1 second. The screen lit up instantly. Then, Lin Chen began to use the phone lightly. A few minutes later. Not bad. The chip adaptation to this extent is already perfect. Lin Chen was very satisfied with this phone. After testing the phone, Lin Chen returned to the lab. The phone has been adapted and will soon be mass-produced and launched on the market. He learned this from Li Jianguo. Quantum lithography machines and quantum chips are already in mass production simultaneously. Even the quantum lithography machine in the lab has been pulled in to boost production capacity, so that ordinary people can use affordable, reliable, and safe batteries as soon as possible. While Lin Chen was working hard on car batteries. On the internet, a Huawei announcement caused a complete uproar. September 10th, Shenzhen International Convention and Exhibition Center. Huawei's full series of quantum chip-powered mobile phones, global debut. Manga and comics. Huawei's announcement, besides the press conference date, also revealed a simple battery life figure. 5 minutes of charging, 70 days of standby time. Within just 10 minutes. Hashtag Huawei Quantum Phone 9.10 Global First Launch Hashtag. Hashtag Quantum Chip Phone 70-day standby time Hashtag. Hashtag Are Apple executives feeling shy? Hashtag. Holy crap! Really? It's only been a short time, and it's already in mass production and on the market? Could it be that it was already successfully developed? This was just a formality. Is this battery life real? 5 minutes of charging, 70 days of standby time? Even better than a feature phone? If it's true, I'm immediately replacing my Apple phone. Most normal people, after seeing Huawei's announcement, were filled with surprise and anticipation, although it seemed outrageous. But they still chose to believe in Huawei and the China Academy of Science and Technology. They all hoped that China's technology could truly break through the sanctions and blockade imposed by the United States. They all hoped that China would get better and better. But there are always some rats who like to hide in the shadows, typing away and stirring up trouble. Don't hype it up too early. It might just be a PowerPoint presentation. You won't be able to buy it even after it's released. China can't even manufacture EUV. How can it mass-produce quantum chips? Are you kidding me? I bet a bag of spicy strips that they'll only show videos at the launch event. They won't even dare to show the actual device. But these comments were immediately silenced by netizens. How much dog food has your master given you? You can't stand to see our country doing well, can you? Kidding me? It's better than you groveling to foreigners. A bag of spicy strips? I'll give you 10 bags. Do you dare bet Huawei can mass-produce them? Originally, everyone hoped that the country could break through the blockade in the semiconductor field. But there are still some rats making sarcastic remarks. How could the Chinese people tolerate this? Everyone was eagerly anticipating the surprise Huawei would bring them on September 10th. Meanwhile, major domestic mobile phone companies were in complete chaos. At the headquarters of the black market company in Dingguan, the atmosphere in the conference room was oppressive. Other executives also wore grim expressions, staring at Huawei's announcement on the large screen. One executive whispered, "Boss, Huawei has completed the adaptation. Impossible! The boss slammed his hand on the table, spilling tea everywhere. This must be a smokescreen from Huawei. Just half a month ago. How long has it been? Huawei is about to hold a quantum chip phone launch event. How could he believe this? Why didn't the Xiamen Academy of Sciences give any hints? Furthermore, why haven't they received any information about the industrial spies they planted in Huawei? By the time Xiaoke Institute completed mass production, they would definitely have already adapted it. But now, Huawei is going to release the finished product directly. If Huawei can really sell a quantum chip phone, how will they sell their phones? Boss, how about we contact the Xiamen Academy of Sciences and ask them to help us with the adaptation? An executive cautiously suggested. His fingers tapped on the table. First, try to find connections, then double-check Huawei's production capacity. If that doesn't work, then contact the Xiamen Academy of Sciences. He didn't dare gamble, and he couldn't afford to. The other mobile phone manufacturers began to panic. Originally, they had only allocated a few people for adaptation. After seeing Huawei's announcement, they all increased their investment. At the same time, they also sought help from the Xiamen Academy of Sciences. On the other side, at the Apple headquarters in the US, the laughter from half a month ago in the conference room was completely gone. Mark sat in the head seat, his face darker than the bottom of a pot. The tablet on the table displayed Huawei's announcement and the heated discussions online. The marketing director, wiping sweat, reported, "CEO, our informants say Huawei's factory is already working overtime, with at least 5 production lines." 5? How can that be so many? Shit! Mark looked up abruptly, his eyes filled with disbelief. But now, Huawei's production capacity had directly proven him wrong. Less than a fraction? Impossible! How could they mass-produce so quickly? Mark roared, slamming his tablet on the table. Get the government to sanction their suppliers. No matter what, we cannot let Huawei's quantum chip phone launch smoothly. Mark knew perfectly well. Apple's market share in China will be absolutely devastating. It might even plummet to zero. The result will be the breaking of Apple's dominance by Huawei. It might even cause a decline in the international market. Mark's face was ashen. Immediately tell the R&D department to speed up the A29's development. The conference room fell silent. It's over. It's really over this time. Without chip advantage, what do we Apple have left? Is there really no way out? At this moment, Mark suddenly shouted. If it is, we'll immediately contact China and ask them to purchase quantum chips. Mark's tone was filled with resentment at the end. But there was no other way. If Huawei really does launch a quantum chip phone, their prized A-series mobile phone chips will be completely crushed. They're far behind. They simply can't catch up. Therefore, they'll have no choice but to buy quantum chips from the great Xia Kingdom. Only in this way could they survive. However, this was the worst-case scenario. What if Warwick was just putting up a smokescreen? The U.S. The Presidential Office. Mr. President, have you seen Warwick's announcement? Am I still going to visit Great Xia on September 10th? Secretary of State Raimondo asked cautiously. Secretary of State Raimondo was momentarily speechless. All right then, I'll visit Great Xia as planned. However, deep down she had a feeling that Warwick's press conference might actually be real. News of the Huawei press conference. It quickly spread to the international internet. Twitter was filled with various skeptical voices. What? Huawei can really make a quantum chip phone? Most likely fake. Probably just another way to fool their Chinese people. Per Chinese people. Not only are they technologically backward, but they're also constantly being fooled by their own domestic companies. On foreign online forums, almost no one believed Huawei could actually create a quantum chip phone. Even though Huawei's phones sold well. Internationally back then. It couldn't shake the outdated prejudices held by some foreigners. They still believed China was a poor and backward country. Even Yamamoto Ichiro of Japan's East Asia Electronics jumped out to mock them. Huawei is a fraud. Their so-called quantum phone is definitely just a PowerPoint presentation. The video from the last exhibition was fabricated. This press conference will definitely be another PowerPoint presentation. After returning to Japan, he had been seeking revenge. Yamamoto Ichiro was the most proactive. He abruptly cut off all trade with China. Even if it caused losses, he was willing to pay. His goal was singular: to avenge the humiliation inflicted by China. Without the chip manufacturing materials provided by Dongjing Electronics, no manufacturer in the world could produce high-end chips. This was precisely why Yamamoto Ichiro was so confident. Then, he could thoroughly humiliate China. Meanwhile, the executives of Sanshin in South Korea were also jumping on the bandwagon. Great Xia's quantum technology must be stolen from us. We already had the theory of quantum chips, they're just copying our homework. A group of South Korean netizens echoed this sentiment. That's right, Great Xia is a thief. They not only steal our culture, but now they're stealing our technology. We must sue them in the International Court of Justice. Give us back our South Korean technology. The Koreans are as arrogant as ever. In their eyes, South Korea is the largest country in the world. After all, you can tell from a map of South Korea. Seeing the comments from abroad, domestic netizens exploded. Where's your Korean face? Does the entire solar system belong to you Koreans? The Japanese can't even build it themselves, so they can't stand seeing others succeed? The comments section was flooded with rebuttals from Chinese netizens, completely suppressing the negative comments. The internet was abuzz with discussion. As time passed, the noise gradually died down. Because the time for the Huawei press conference had arrived. September 10th, 2 p.m. Shenzhen International Convention and Exhibition Center. All eyes were fixed on the center of the stage. It's about to start, I'm so excited. I hope Huawei isn't lying to us. It must be real, otherwise why would the press conference be open to the public so readily? A buzz of discussion filled the hall. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, Yu Qingdong, dressed in a dark suit, appeared carrying a black phone box. He walked onto the stage, his voice slightly stammering, yet remarkably loud. Hello everyone! Today, I'm not bringing an ordinary phone. It's a sharp blade to break through the US's technological sanctions. It's my country's first, and the world's first, 1nm quantum chip phone. He opened the box and took out the Huawei Mate 60 Quantum Edition. The phone gleamed with a metallic sheen, dazzling under the lights. Watch closely, everyone! Yu Qingdong pressed the power button. 1 second! A roar of cheers erupted from the audience. Holy crap, this boot's speed is insane! Damn! It's even faster than mine! Amazing! If it's not specially made, then this phone's performance is absolutely unprecedented. Just a single boot-up moment. It stunned the audience. It also reaffirmed that Huawei had indeed created a quantum chip phone. Amidst the audience's amazement, a staff member handed over a charging cable, which was plugged into the phone. The timer displayed 5 minutes. At the same time, Yu Qingdong directly checked the battery health. It displayed estimated usage time 70 days. Wow! It really fully charges in just 5 minutes. 70-day battery life? No more battery anxiety. This completely changes my understanding of phone charging and battery life. Huawei is defying the heavens. Damn! I want to throw my Apple phone in the toilet right now. Leaving aside performance issues, just the battery life alone is enough to crush all other phones. Everyone is starting to anticipate the phone's performance. On stage, Yu Qingdong begins to introduce the phone's performance. Performance is 100 times that of the new Apple phone. You can play any game without breaking a sweat. Photography uses Huawei's latest self-developed red maple camera, making colors more realistic, making live streams clearer. Also, its system smoothness has reached an unprecedented level, operating like flowing water. You'll see for yourself when you experience it. The audience went wild. Wow! This performance is amazing! Damn! I'm selling my Apple 15 right now! Great Xia is awesome! Huawei is awesome! Wow! We finally got our quantum chip phone! To hell with the US sanctions! Everyone was immersed in immense joy and excitement. The cheers and shouts in the venue rose and fell, as if trying to lift the roof off the entire convention center. Great Xia's semiconductor industry embarks on a glorious journey of independent innovation from today. Then, Yu Qingdong directly announced the prices. M Series, starting from 39.99 yuan, up to 6,999 yuan. N Series, starting from 10.99 yuan, up to 2,999 yuan. Enjoy Series, starting from 599 yuan, up to 999 yuan. All series of phones are equipped with a 1nm quantum chip and a solid-state magnetic field battery. Welcome everyone to purchase according to your needs. The words had barely left his lips. The shouts from the audience pierced the sky. Awesome! This price, even if it explodes, I'd still give it a resounding thumbs up. Who dares to say that independent technological breakthroughs and innovations are useless? Who else can compete at this price? Wow, this is a godsend for us students. 1,000 yuan phone is definitely enough. Great, I'll buy 2 P-series phones for my parents, and I won't have to worry about their phone's battery life anymore. This price. This was unprecedented. In this era of skyrocketing phone prices, Huawei's ability to set this price is undoubtedly due to the ultra-low cost of the chip and battery. This is the true benefit that technological development brings to the people. The quantum chip phone launch event was still in full swing. Meanwhile, Xia Academy of Sciences, Xuanwu Battery Laboratory. The atmosphere was electric. Academician Zhou Ming, stared at the test screen, his hands trembling. 800 degrees! Still working! Puncture test! No fire! No explosion! With each jump in the data on the screen, the cheers in the lab grew louder. Xuanwu Battery Type I. High temperature test, no damage at 800 degrees. Puncture test, no fire, no explosion. Range simulation, 5 minutes of charging, 5,000 kilometers range. Cycle life, 1 million cycles with 0 degradation. Test results, all items passed. Finally passed! Zhou Ming suddenly cried, wiping away tears. Haha, we don't have to worry about foreign energy sanctions anymore. The engineers beside him also had tears in their eyes. Some hugged each other, some pounded the table in celebration. They had worked tirelessly for almost a month, sleeping less than 6 hours a day, finally reaching this day. Lin Chen stood beside them, looking at the data, equally happy. Old Joe, contact the manufacturer immediately. Get our Xuanwu batteries into vehicles as soon as possible. Okay. I'll go right now. Zhou Ming wiped away his tears, grabbed his phone, and ran out. Lin Chen also silently left the lab and returned to his office. The battery project was considered complete. But the direction was still undecided. It seems I need to consult with Old Li to see which type of technology the country is most in need of. Having made up his mind, Lin Chen went to find Li Jianhuo. The aftershocks of the Huawei press conference were terrifying. Like a Category 9 tsunami, it swept across the entire Earth. #Huawei Mobile Official Website crashed. #Affordable Quantum Chip Phone is amazing. #. This is true technological equality. Incredible! Huawei's quantum chip phone's performance is absolutely amazing. Outrageous. Even a budget phone uses the latest quantum chip and solid-state battery. It's going crazy. The Huawei Mall app is completely overwhelmed. Where are those foreigners who mocked Huawei before? Come out and show yourselves. China is awesome. China Academy of Sciences is awesome. Huawei is awesome. Emo/fashion. The internet went completely crazy. In reality, people are discussing the quantum chip phone everywhere. Whether it's on a bus, subway, or in a park. Their conversations revolve around this phone. Both its performance and price are enough to make everyone want to upgrade. If you can't afford an expensive one, you can buy a budget phone. Even a budget phone can easily outperform any flagship silicon-based chip phone on the market. With this performance and battery life, who wouldn't want to experience the latest cutting-edge technology? Huawei's official website and app were overwhelmed. Huawei had to repeatedly expand its capacity. Just a pre-sale was this crazy. And this is with a large portion of the population unaware. Once word gets out, who knows how crazy it will be. Even Huawei's offline stores were packed. Reservations were required. Even those unscrupulous individuals are secretly pre-ordering the Huawei Quantum chip phone. They may be ruthless, but they're not stupid. They also want to use the new phone. On the international internet. Oh my God! Huawei from Great Xia has really launched a quantum chip phone. Insane! This world is completely beyond my comprehension. Quantum chip phones are out. And the price is so cheap? Are there any Great Xia netizens who can help me buy one? I'll pay double the price. Suddenly I'm a little envious of Great Xia netizens. They'll soon be able to experience brand new high-tech phones, while we're still using old-fashioned iPhones. Foreign netizens on various online platforms went completely crazy. At the headquarters in Apple, the United States, Mark sat in the conference room, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. Have you contacted Dacia? Can we buy their quantum chips? The technical director replied with a bitter face. Yes, we have. Dacia replied that they will prioritize supplying their domestic manufacturers and will not sell to other companies for the time being. Fuck. Why won't they sell? Mark shouted. No way. We'll pay double, 5 times the price. We have to get the quantum chip. Mark was truly panicked. He hadn't expected Huawei to actually sell phones. And at such a low price. Before, Huawei was criticized for overpriced, low-spec phones. But with the quantum chip and solid-state battery, Huawei phones, with their half price, were no longer criticized. This would ultimately cause Apple phones to completely lose the Great Xia market. Therefore, they had to get the quantum chip no matter what. Even at a high price. As long as Apple also launched quantum chip phones, then they could factor the chip price directly into the selling price, and consumers would still buy them. No way. I'm flying directly to Great Xia. I'm going to negotiate in person. Mark couldn't sit still and chartered a plane to Great Xia. Meanwhile, in Li Jiangwo's office, he looked at the latest Xuanwu battery test report, his face beaming with joy. Excellent, excellent. Once the batteries are mass-produced and installed in vehicles, the Great Xia Kingdom's new energy transformation will enter a period of rapid development. Li Jiangwo was full of confidence. It can be predicted that vehicles equipped with Xuanwu batteries will be snapped up as soon as they hit the market. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Come in. Li Jiangwo put down the report in his hand and looked towards the door. Upon seeing Lin Chen, he quickly stood up, his voice quickening. Little Lin's here? Please sit down. No problem. Li Jiangwo smiled, full of confidence. The manufacturer is already modifying the production line. The first batch of car batteries will definitely be off the production line within a month. He paused, staring at Lin Chen. You didn't just come to ask me about batteries, did you? There is something else. Lin Chen smiled, continuing the conversation. I heard that our laser weapon is also being tested with a supermagnetic field battery? You're well informed. Li Jiangwo's eyes flickered, then he lowered his voice. It's being tested, but there are quite a few problems. The range has increased. It can operate continuously for 10 hours without a problem. The power is also sufficient. It can penetrate 10 centimeters of special armor. But the shortcomings are too obvious. Is that so? Lin Chen nodded, lost in thought. If this shortcoming could be resolved, Great Xia Kingdom's weapons would be a generation ahead of the entire Blue Star. Perhaps it really could solve the shortcomings Li Jiangwo mentioned. Li Jiangwo's eyes lit up instantly. You have an idea? Lin Chen didn't elaborate, only nodding. I'll go back and think about it. If I have any leads, I'll contact you immediately. But Lin Chen was different. He might actually be able to solve it. Leaving Li Jiangwo's office, Lin Chen quickened his pace. If someone observed closely, they would notice that Lin Chen's walking speed was incredibly fast, yet very steady. This was a benefit brought by the inheritance space. It allowed Lin Chen's physical abilities to steadily improve every day. Lin Chen returned to his office, closed the door, and immediately hung up the "Do Not Disturb" sign. Then, his consciousness entered the inheritance space to begin understanding the relevant parameters of the super-powered laser weapon. 10 minutes later. No wonder it's a technology chosen by a level 9 civilization. After understanding the relevant parameters of the super-powered laser weapon, Lin Chen directly chose it as his new inherited technology. This decision was made without the slightest hesitation. Only by overcoming the limitations of laser weapons can Great Xia's national defense reach a new level. Going forward, Lin Chen will focus on the transfer of military technology. Otherwise, with the emergence of more and more revolutionary cutting-edge technologies, it will definitely drive the US-China alliance completely mad. Only with strong military power can those cutting-edge technologies be protected. Inheritance space. Lin Chen began receiving the complete technology inheritance of the super-powered laser weapon. Confirm selection? Confirm. More than that. The entire laser weapon system included a super-powered laser gun, a super-powered laser cannon, and a super-powered laser sword. Multiple uses. There's even a laser sword? Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. This was equipment that only appeared in many science fiction works. He never expected it to be a reality in the technology he was about to master. What kind of new experience would it be to wield a laser sword in close combat? Not even specially made bulletproof materials. Before the condensed light blade of the super-energy laser sword, even the most powerful weapons are as fragile as paper. The use of laser swords in the Great Xia Kingdom won't be numerous. However, border guards will likely find them extremely valuable. For example, the border guards in the southwest bordering India. When the border guards use laser swords, let's see how arrogant those Indian soldiers will be. Thinking of this, Lin Chen became even more eager to apply the super-energy laser weapon technology as soon as possible. Once this technology is mastered, Great Xia's laser weapons can transform from close-range defense to long-range offense, combined with a super solid-state magnetic field battery. This combination will instantly elevate Great Xia's national defense to a new level. Domestic mobile phone manufacturers. Fear gripped by the release of Huawei's quantum chip phone. A mobile phone company in Dingguan. An emergency high-level meeting was convened. The atmosphere in the meeting room was extremely tense. The executives' faces were grim. How could this be? Why could Huawei achieve mass production of a quantum chip phone so quickly? This is simply illogical. The boss sat in the head seat, his face deathly pale. He had always thought that mass production of quantum chips would take 3 to 5 years. But how much time has passed? From announcement to mass production. Only a month. Even the normal iteration time for silicon-based chips is a year. How could a quantum chip go from the lab to mass production so quickly? Crucially, there's also a brand new phone battery. They hadn't received a single word about it. It's outrageous. And Huawei priced the phones so low. How are they supposed to sell their phones? Are quantum chips and the new battery really that cheap? Each of these components, taken individually, couldn't be achieved in a short time. Yet, Huawei achieved them all at once. Why is their adaptation process so much slower? The boss grew increasingly frustrated. He was filled with regret. If only he had been more proactive and fully committed a month ago. It shouldn't be this passive now. Boss, Huawei's budget and mid-range phones all use quantum chips. Our high-end phones simply aren't selling. Our phones might become scrap in the domestic market. No. Boss Lei shook his head. We still have the overseas market. Our domestic sales weren't large to begin with. If things get really bad, we'll just stick with the overseas market. This was the confidence of the phone manufacturer's boss. If it weren't for the overseas market, would he be so calm in this meeting? He would have already ordered expedited adaptation. He didn't dare to continue, because the thought of the consequences was chilling. With that, the boss left the meeting room. Their mobile phones were facing a life-or-death situation. Seeing their boss hurriedly leave, the other executives exchanged glances, their eyes filled with complex emotions. They knew perfectly well that this was the closest their company had ever been to bankruptcy. And it wasn't just their company. Several other mobile phone manufacturers were frantically seeking connections and contacting the Xia Academy of Sciences. How could they not be anxious? At the same time, they directly ordered all their R&D capabilities to adapt to the quantum chip. Without a domestic market, their companies would find it very difficult to survive in overseas markets. The executives of those companies were filled with regret. Why did they take their time adapting? If only they had been as decisive as Huawei and contacted the Xia Academy of Sciences directly. Today, they wouldn't be living in fear. But now, it's all too late. The first-mover advantage has been exclusively secured by Huawei. They don't even know how long it will take to complete the adaptation. After all, their R&D capabilities aren't as formidable as Huawei's. Huawei can achieve adaptation in a month, while it might take them 6 months or a year. That's the difference in R&D capabilities. While domestic mobile phone manufacturers were rushing to the Xia Academy of Sciences, the U.S. Secretary of State Raimondo's private jet slowly landed on the runway. However, he was only greeted by diplomats from the Great Xia Kingdom and a few reporters. Raimondo had just stepped onto the ground. A CCTV reporter, broadcasting live, approached him for an interview. "Secretary of State, what are your thoughts on the Huawei quantum chip phone launch?" Raimondo's face immediately fell. At this moment, Raimondo, because he had been on the plane, was unaware that the Huawei launch event had already been successfully held. She forced a smile and responded to the reporter. "Huawei's quantum chip phone will never be mass-produced successfully because it can't circumvent our technological blockade." The reporter was completely bewildered by Lei Mingguo's answer. Didn't this old hag know that Huawei's press conference was already over? How dare she spout such nonsense? The live stream chat exploded. The comments section was flooded with a deluge of messages. Countless netizens left sarcastic remarks on the screen. Is Lei Mingguo trying to be funny? Sanction? Does the US have quantum chip technology? Haha, look at her confident face. When she finds out the truth, her face will be as black as the bottom of a pot. I would call Lei Mingguo Huawei's best international spokesperson this year. Seeing the reporter's strange expression, Lei Mingguo suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. The reporter couldn't help but smile and remind her. Ms. Secretary of State, Huawei's quantum chip phone was released just an hour ago, and it's very affordable. The domestic market response is enthusiastic. The blockade you mentioned doesn't seem to have had any effect. Upon hearing this, Lei Mingguo was struck dumb, completely stunned. She never imagined that Huawei had released its quantum chip phone while she was still on the plane. The smile on her face vanished instantly, replaced by a grim expression. Lei Mingguo murmured to herself, her eyes filled with disbelief. Madam Secretary of State, times are changing, technology is advancing, and Great Xia's technology companies are no longer the targets of bullying they once were. Your technological bullying will end today. Please face reality. Lei Mingguo snapped out of her daze. Looking at the diplomat's confident, half-smiling expression, she felt both ashamed and angry. She knew she had utterly humiliated herself this time. Raimondo was speechless. She had no idea what measures to take, and could only vaguely reply. We'll study that. In short, we won't let Warwick succeed so easily. With that, Raimondo abruptly ended the interview. Meanwhile, in the live stream, netizens' mockery and ridicule continued. Haha, seeing the old hag in such a sorry state is so satisfying. They actually wanted to sanction us? This time it's our turn to retaliate. There's only one quantum chip company in the world. How can the US possibly sanction us? Soon, clips of Raymond's live interview were uploaded and went viral online. Some even included photos of Huawei's quantum chip phone. The news spread to international websites. Many foreign netizens believed that Raymond was Huawei's international spokesperson. Meanwhile, in the United States, at the White House Oval Office, after seeing the video of Raymondo's disgraceful behavior, Ah-Pin was furious, his face turning ashen as he cursed repeatedly. "Fuck! Is this old woman stupid? Didn't she realize the reporter from Great Xia was setting her up? Utterly stupid! And why did Warwick release the phone so quickly? What are their intelligence agencies doing? Mr. President, I think you don't need to be so angry. Even if Warwick's quantum chip phone is mass-produced, so what? Can it sell on the international market?" Hearing this, Ah-Pin calmed himself down. "That's right. As long as we block Warwick's international market, it can only rot in Great Xia, posing no threat to us." Before this, the US had already imposed sanctions on Great Xia's quantum chip industry. A ban on any country purchasing quantum chip-related products. Otherwise, they would face blockades and sanctions from their US-led alliance. Currently, the US is still the dominant power on Earth, and many countries have chosen to compromise. Only a few countries with close ties to Great Xia chose to support it. "President, I suggest we pull the scientists of the entire alliance to tackle the development of quantum chips. We must develop quantum chip technology. Otherwise, we will be suppressed by Great Xia in the semiconductor field." "Very good, let's do as you say. Let our alliance gather scientists from all relevant fields for joint research and development. What Great Xia can do, we can definitely do too. At the same time, continue to tighten sanctions. We must not allow Huawei's mobile phones to be sold internationally." A ruthless glint flashed in Ah-Pin's eyes, and he immediately issued even stronger orders. In fact, even without the US issuing a ban, quantum chip-related products could not be exported in the short term. They can't even meet the needs of Great Xia's people now, let alone export them? When they need to export. Under Lin Chen's leadership, the military industry of the Great Xia Kingdom had developed to an unimaginable extent. By then, if any country dared to refuse to open its market, we would simply blast open their gates with cannons. Soon, the US secretly issued a summons. It united scientists from its allied countries specializing in semiconductors to tackle the development of quantum chips. Those countries also felt the sense of crisis posed by the Great Xia Kingdom. Without the slightest hesitation, they agreed. Lin Chen knew nothing of all this. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. If quantum chips were truly so easy to develop, even Earth wouldn't have been struggling with silicon-based chips for so many years. Xia Academy of Sciences. After receiving the laser weapon technology inheritance, Lin Chen immediately went to find Li Jianguo in Li Jianguo's office. "Lin, are you serious?" Upon hearing Lin Chen's explanation, Li Jianguo, who had just taken a sip of tea, excitedly spat it out. Luckily, Lin Chen was sitting far away, or he would have been hit. Li Jianguo, not bothering to wipe the tea from his mouth, stared wide-eyed at Lin Chen. "Tell me quickly, what method do you have to solve those problems with laser weapons? This is a major problem plaguing the field of laser weapons." The more Li Jianguo listened, the more shocked his expression became. Until Lin Chen finished speaking, Li Jianguo immediately stood up and eagerly pulled Lin Chen outside. "Come on, Lin, let's go to the laser weapon lab right now." Manga and comics. Xia Academy of Sciences. Laser Weapon Laboratory. At this moment, a group of experts and engineers were examining the latest test data, their brows furrowed. Sigh. Still not working. We finally solved the endurance problem, but it can only be used for close-range defense. We're not satisfied. Just then, the laboratory door was gently pushed open. They were Li Jianguo and Lin Chen. The experts and engineers all turned around. They were filled with surprise when they saw Lin Chen behind Li Jianguo. "Chief Engineer Lin? What's he doing at our Laser Weapon Research Institute? Is he here to learn?" Probably not. Laser weapons are completely unrelated to his field. Almost everyone in the laboratory knew Lin Qin. They couldn't understand why Li Jianguo had brought Lin Qin to their lab, and had little to do with weaponry. What? Dean Li, are you sure you're not joking? It wasn't that they doubted Lin Chen's abilities, but they had never heard of a scientist so comprehensive. From quantum lithography machines and chips to solid-state magnetic field batteries, his achievements were already astonishing. But these were completely different fields from laser weapons. Academician Liu, the head of the laser weapon team, spoke with concern. Dean Li, it's not that I'm questioning Chief Designer Lin, but the logic of laser weapons and quantum chips is completely different. The gap between these fields is so vast, is it really feasible? Academician Liu had already been very tactful. If it were anyone else, given his fiery temper, he would have simply kicked them out. But Lin Qin was an exception. After all, Lin Qin was a scientist who had made outstanding contributions to breaking through the technological blockade of Great Xia. He had to be given some face. Lin Qin smiled, ignoring Academician Liu and the others' doubts. He walked directly to the testing screen. You think water vapor blocks the laser? You're wrong. They could definitely figure out refraction. Moreover, their calculations were extremely accurate. Even internationally, it's at a leading level. Otherwise, how could Great Xia's laser weapons be at the forefront of the world? Now Lin Qin is saying they're wrong. How can they accept this? The engineers and academicians around them stared intently at Lin Qin. Otherwise, even if Lin Qin were the chief engineer of the other two projects, they would still want to learn from him. According to this formula, for every degree change in temperature, the refractive index changes by 0.003. You didn't calculate this variable. The entire laboratory fell silent. Only the sound of breathing could be heard. Suddenly, Academician Liu excitedly slapped his thigh and shouted, "That's right! How come we didn't think of that before?" Sometimes, technological breakthroughs are as simple as a thin veil separating them. But it's precisely this thin veil that countless people exhaust their efforts to pierce. The other engineers and academicians were also carefully considering Lin Chen's explanation. One by one, as if enlightened, expressions of sudden understanding gradually appeared on their faces. Their gazes towards Lin Chen changed from skepticism to excitement and admiration. "I'm sorry, Chief Engineer Lin, we misunderstood you." "Me too." The engineers apologized to Lin Chen one after another. Admitting mistakes. Lin Chen quickly waved his hand. "You don't need to be like that, I only have a slight understanding." Academician Liu and the others were speechless. Look at that, is that even human language? A problem that had troubled them for years was solved in minutes. And he says he only has a slight understanding? Then, those of them who have been deeply involved in the field of laser weapons for many years, are they not even as good as elementary school students? Comparison is infuriating. However, what they felt most was gratitude and respect for Lin Chen. Currently, no laser weapon in the world can penetrate the atmosphere to cause significant damage to a target. This is a problem that the entire world cannot solve. If this problem can be solved, the benefit to Great Xia country goes without saying. Finally, combined with the stable energy output of the solid-state magnetic field battery, we can turn the laser beam into a light blade beam, reducing light energy loss to 1% when penetrating the atmosphere. His words had barely finished when, boom! The entire laboratory erupted in cheers. "Chief Designer Lin is awesome! How come we didn't think of this prism design before? Impressive! A problem that could have been solved with a few minor modifications has troubled us for so long. I have to admire them. The minds of young people are truly sharp. We're really getting old." Lin Chen smiled. "You're not old at all. You're all pillars of the nation. It's because of you that our country leads the world in the field of lasers. But compared to you, we're still far behind." At this moment, Li Jianguo finally couldn't help but speak up. "Since everyone has no objections to Chief Engineer Lin, then let him serve as your chief technical advisor, and strive to develop a new laser weapon as soon as possible." "Yes." The experts agreed in unison, their voices filled with excitement and anticipation. Then, Lin Chen immediately threw himself into the laser weapon research. After Lin Chen successfully developed the super-powerful laser weapon, Blue Star will usher in a new arms race. Xia Academy of Sciences. Li Jiangwo's office. These domestic manufacturers are only now coming to us? Isn't it a bit late? Li Jiangwo looked at a list of companies applying for assistance, his brow furrowing slightly, a hint of dissatisfaction and doubt on his face. The manufacturers on this list didn't apply for assistance when the quantum chip was announced. They only applied after Huawei released its mobile phone. Their behavior and motives made Li Jiangwo feel that they lacked any sense of responsibility. They were purely businessmen, only concerned with their own interests. They had no thought of contributing to the country's scientific and technological development. Li Jiangwo continued reading. Pingguo and Sanshin are also coming to buy chips? Heh! Didn't they say they looked down on our great Xia before? Now they're begging us? He recalled the arrogant attitude of Pingguo and Sanshin before. It seemed as if the technology of the great Xia kingdom was utterly insignificant in their eyes. But now, seeing Huawei's remarkable success with its quantum chip technology, they couldn't sit still any longer and all wanted a piece of the pie. Sure enough, businessmen are driven by profit. Knowing full well that the US had ordered the purchase of quantum chips, these two companies actually disregarded the US sanctions. Clearly, Pingguo and Sanshin were truly feeling the pressure this time. Forget it, I'll go ask Lin Chen. Li Jiangwo thought for a moment and decided to seek Lin Chen's opinion. Lin Chen's office. Just then, Li Jiangwo knocked and entered. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's face immediately turned cold. Hey, Pingguo and Sanshin want to use our quantum chips? It's not impossible. The price is 100 times that of domestic chips. Li Jiangwo immediately knew what Lin Chen was up to. Little Lin, this is a really ruthless move. They'll probably be cursing. Haha! At such a high price, how much would they sell them for after installing them in phones? And they'd only supply them after meeting domestic demand. By then, the entire market would probably be dominated by Huawei. They'd be useless even if they bought the chips. What about those domestic companies? Li Jiangwo continued to ask. Lin Chen frowned slightly. Let them adapt slowly. I don't have time to deal with them right now. He's busy with laser weapons right now. He doesn't have time to care about them. Besides, it took them so long to find us. That proves they haven't put any effort into adapting them. Li Jiangwo understood Lin Chen's meaning. That's true, their application now is making their intentions too obvious. Lin Chen nodded without saying anything more. Anyway, Huawei has now successfully developed the technology, bringing down the price of the phone. There's no need to worry about a monopoly and rampant price increases. Moreover, even Huawei can't meet the current production capacity of quantum chips. They simply can't supply chips to a second company. Let them adapt gradually. Shaolin, since you don't have time, I'll have my people reply to them. Li Jiangwo agreed with Lin Chen's decision. After saying goodbye, Li Jiangwo left. Lin Chen continued his work. On the other side, after receiving the reply from the Xia Academy of Sciences, General Manager Lei of the rice company turned ashen-faced. Why? Huawei can get help from the Xia Academy of Sciences. Why can't our rice company? Damn it, I can't give up like this. I'm going to find the leaders in Beijing. General Manager Lei was not giving up. He also wanted to find the relevant departments in Beijing to put pressure on the Xia Academy of Sciences. They absolutely had to help them adapt the quantum chip. As for the executives of Blue Factory and Black Factory, after receiving the news, they chose to go back to discuss countermeasures. On the other side, the executives of Sanshin flew back to South Korea in anger. Beijing, a 5-star hotel. After receiving the reply from the Xia Academy of Sciences, Marco of Pingguo Company was furious, his veins bulging. Fuck! Xia is going too far. Why not just rob us at 100 times the price? Every single one of these was a blatant insult to Marco. Yes, an insult. Even so, he could only endure it. Who told him to come begging to someone now? After a moment, Marco calmed down. He didn't dare to act on Xia's demands on his own. He immediately convened an online shareholders' meeting to seek the opinions of the major shareholders. The meeting started quickly. The shareholders reacted the same way as Marco. They all started cursing. But quickly they calmed down. Capital is profit-driven. They were considering whether they could make a profit after manufacturing the phone after paying 100 times the price for the chips. Gentlemen, I believe it's still profitable. Even if it costs 100 times more, we can just pass the cost on to consumers, right? With quantum chips, our phone performance will be so much better. A price increase is justified, isn't it? Therefore, I think we can agree to Great Xia's demands. Mark's analysis was logical and persuasive. The shareholders nodded in agreement. Then Mark initiated a vote. The meeting ended. Great Xia, you're trying to disgust my Apple company with this method? Marco's eyes were filled with the flames of revenge and a greedy desire. He quickly compiled the meeting results and replied to Xia Science Institute as fast as possible, agreeing to those harsh conditions. Moreover, he ordered 5 million chips at once. Xia Science Institute's price was 10,000 renminbi per chip. He'd prepay 50 billion for the goods. As for whether Great Xia would default, Mark had never worried. After all, Great Xia had the best reputation internationally. They definitely wouldn't default. Xia Academy of Sciences. Li Jiangwo's office. He was stunned after receiving the message from his subordinate. Has Apple Company gone mad? They're even buying chips that cost 10,000 yuan each? And they're buying 5 million of them directly? Li Jiangwo was truly speechless. In this world, there really are fools willing to throw money away. However, let Lin Chen decide this matter. Li Jiangwo directly messaged Lin Chen. Soon, he received Lin Chen's reply. Agreed. Foolish people throwing money away, why not take it? Specific delivery time to be determined. Great! Li Jiangwo replied to Lin Chen, filled with excitement. 50 billion! This should make our research funding a bit more abundant. Soon, Great Xia arranged for someone to sign a contract with Mark. After the contract was signed, Mark immediately had the money transferred. Then, Mark excitedly flew back to the US with the contract. 10 days later. September 20th. Huawei quantum chip phones officially went on sale. 5 a.m., at an offline store in Shenzhen. Customers lined up for 3 blocks to buy the phones. Simultaneously, a large number of scalpers were also involved. Some even held up cash and shouted, "More money! Anyone willing to transfer their spot?" But no one moved. Whoever managed to buy one on the first day, whether for personal use or resale. Online sales were also incredibly frenzied. The Huawei app crashed several times starting at 8 a.m., constantly expanding its capacity, yet still crashing. This continued until 10:08 a.m. The moment sales opened, 2 million phones sold out online in 0.1 seconds. Holy crap! I practically punctured my phone screen, and you're telling me it's sold out? Huawei! Get some more stock to sell! 2 million units? Gone in less than a second! How long have you been single to have this kind of hand speed? Has anyone managed to buy one? I'll pay extra! 2 million units sold online in 1 second. And that's just online. The lines at all the physical stores were terrifying. This shows just how crazy the Chinese people are about the first quantum chip phone. 10:30 a.m. The first batch of owners started showing off their tests. In a university dormitory, student Wang Lei opened the phone box and pressed the power button. 1 second! The screen lit up immediately, without any boot screen. Wow! Awesome! This boot speed is even faster than my roommate's 2-second boot time. After playing for 2 hours, the phone was still ice cold, and the battery had only dropped by 1%. Wang Lei held up his phone and filmed the video. This is absolutely a gamer's dream. I suggest everyone bring a hand warmer when playing in winter, otherwise your hands will freeze. The key is that this is only the 1099 yuan model. I'm saying it 3 times because it's important. Instantly, the video went viral. The likes and comments on the video were insane. Holy crap! This is outrageous. I have to get this phone too. Even a budget phone has this level of performance. Huawei has truly achieved technological equality this time. Who would have thought a budget phone could have this level of performance? No other phone on the market can do this. And this is just the beginning. Soon, someone tested the performance of a budget phone. The results? Almost identical performance. The only difference is the slightly inferior components in other areas. But it's already good enough. A video testing a budget phone sparked a frenzy in the comments section. Insane! A budget phone can run demanding games? Is the performance of a quantum chip phone really that terrifying? People used to say Huawei was overpriced and underpowered, but now that quantum chips are selling for 100 yuan, who dares say that? Xia is awesome. Xia Academy of Sciences is awesome. Huawei is awesome. A budget phone with this kind of performance. Sufficient to meet the needs of ordinary people. Other components can be a little less sophisticated. As long as the battery life is long enough and it doesn't lag. That's enough. Hashtag Huawei phone performance outrageous hashtag. Hashtag quantum chip crushes all phone hashtag. Even manufacturers bought quantum chip phones at high prices to disassemble and study them. When they discovered the battery area inside, they finally understood why Huawei could offer such a low price. The US. Apple. Seeing Huawei's initial sales figures, there wasn't much worry. Mark sat on the sofa, his eyes filled with anticipation. Soon. Pingwa will soon have quantum chips too. Once Pingwa launches its quantum chip phone, Huawei will be trampled under our feet. Xia Academy of Sciences, laser weapon testing ground. Despite the light drizzle, it couldn't dampen the engineers' excitement. Academician Lu stared at the screen, his hands trembling. All parameters checked. Super energy laser cannon, ready for test. Lin Chen stood in front of the control panel, his voice full of confidence. Target, 100 kilometers away, aerial drone target. Energy output adjusted to 50%, fire. Fire. Academician Lu pressed the button. Instantly, the super energy laser weapon on the testing ground began charging. Pale blue arcs of electricity concealed the terrifying energy of the explosion. Immediately afterward, a blinding flash of light appeared, as if the sky outside the laboratory had been ripped open. The drone target, 100 kilometers away, instantly vaporized in the terrifying high-energy light wave, vanishing without a trace. Instantly, the engineers and academicians present erupted in jubilation. Haha, we succeeded. Now, our laser weapons can finally be deployed on a large scale. A closer look revealed that many people had tears in their eyes. But these were tears of joy. They were tears of happiness and excitement. At the same time, their gazes towards Lin Chen were filled with awe and gratitude. They knew that all of this was thanks to Lin Chen. Lin Chen had become a figure of worship and admiration in their hearts. During this time, they had also learned a great deal from Lin Chen. This had greatly improved their research abilities. Lin Chen's eyes were also filled with excitement. Not bad. The effect is quite good. Academician Lu, standing nearby, looked at the test results, his voice choked with excitement. Chief Engineer Lin, it exceeded the limit. The power exceeded the limit. Lin Chen, watching the excited academician Lu, felt a deep sense of emotion. But the testing wasn't over yet. Surface testing alone wasn't enough. What? Academician Lu was stunned, not immediately understanding. Near-Earth space test? That means destroying a near-Earth space target? But we don't have a target. We do. Lin Chen smiled. Zooming in on the near-Earth orbit map. Soon, they found a defunct satellite with a diameter exceeding 10 meters. That defunct satellite was slowly orbiting Earth. Parallel to them were several American Starlink satellites. Lin Chen stared at the Starlink satellites, his eyes gleaming. Immediately conduct near-Earth space testing, 100% power. Target, derelict satellite at coordinates XXX in near-Earth space. Upon hearing this, Academician Lu looked at the near-Earth orbit satellite imagery. He instantly guessed Lin Chen's target, his eyes widening in shock. Chief Engineer Lin, isn't this a bit risky? What if it affects the U.S. satellites? Lin Chen smiled calmly. Academician Lu, don't worry, it definitely won't affect any other satellites. Only he knew how terrifying a 100% power super-energy laser cannon would be. The abandoned satellite was just a side effect. His ultimate target was the US's Starlink satellites. Chief Engineer Lin, are you sure it won't affect other satellites? He had a feeling Lin Chen was plotting something malicious. But he had no evidence. If it was just using that obsolete satellite as a test target, the test could proceed directly. But if it affected American satellites, it needed to be reported before testing could begin. Otherwise, it could easily trigger an international dispute. This would put Great Xia in a passive position. Moreover, there are international conventions. No country may attack satellites or space stations in near-Earth space during peacetime. Otherwise, they will face sanctions and condemnation from all countries. Although there are conventions, the US has launched countless satellites into near-Earth space over the years. After their lifespan expires, they all become space debris. Furthermore, the US frequently uses near-dead satellites to collide with Great Xia and Russia's operational satellites. They even attempted to crash into the Great Xia Kingdom space station. This wasn't the first time the US had done something like this. However, they hadn't made it public. Now, Lin Chen was going to use this method to collect interest from the US. Prepare to continue testing. Target, abandoned satellite in near-Earth space. Power up to 100%. Initiate charging. 2 seconds later. Charging complete. Lin Chen waved his hand. Fire! An extremely dazzling laser beam shot out from the launcher. The atmosphere was instantly penetrated. At the test site, everyone stared intently at the monitoring screen. Suddenly, the instant the laser struck, the surface of the abandoned satellite lit up with a blinding light. Then, the satellite vanished. Although sound cannot travel in a vacuum, the intense light from the explosion and the immediate disappearance of the satellite vividly demonstrated the terrifying power of the super-powerful laser. Just when everyone thought the matter was resolved, they discovered that the laser beam in the image had not disappeared after destroying the abandoned satellite. Academician Lu, seeing this, immediately sensed something was wrong. Oh no! 3 flashes of light later, the 3 Starlink satellites of the United States were vaporized and vanished into space. The silent space returned to its usual tranquility, as if they had never existed. This is a huge disaster! Academician Lu, seeing the 3 Starlink satellites disappear, realized he had made a grave mistake. The other engineers were all stunned, their mouths agape, completely dumbfounded. They spent most of their time in the lab conducting research. Where had they ever seen anything like this? A direct attack on American satellites? This was something they had only just considered during their simulations. Now it was actually happening before their eyes. How could they not be shocked? A moment later, the engineers came to their senses. Someone hit me! I feel like I'm dreaming. Really? We really destroyed 3 American satellites. Haha, that's so exciting. Awesome. The engineers' eyes were filled with excitement. Destroying 3 American satellites at once. This achievement will give them more confidence when bragging to their colleagues. Something they never dared to do before. Now it's actually happened unintentionally. Academician Lu looked at the engineers' excitement and was speechless. You guys are still getting excited like this. This could cause an international dispute. America will definitely not let this go. When the higher-ups investigate, just say I ordered the test, understand? Academician Lu was prepared to take all the blame. Lin Chen definitely couldn't be implicated. The other engineers were still young, with bright futures ahead of them. He's an old man, taking some responsibility wouldn't be a big deal. Academician Lu, you're overthinking it. Even if they find out, so what? Who can prove we destroyed the US satellite? Do they dare retaliate? If they dare retaliate, I'll show them what cruelty is. Lin Chen's tone was filled with domineering confidence at the end. The superpowered laser weapon has been successfully developed. Moreover, all mass production process parameters are perfected. Now, it only needs to pass military acceptance. Then it can be mass-produced and deployed. In case of an emergency, many steps can be skipped, and mass production can proceed directly. Even a bird that enters without permission can be shot down at any time. But this still violates international conventions. Academician Lu was still somewhat uneasy. Lin Chen smiled, his voice domineering. Conventions are made for the weak. The strong always make conventions. The strong make conventions? Academician Lu paused, his gaze gradually hardening. Yes. In the past, Great Xia was relatively backward, and everything had to be considered from multiple perspectives and with a long-term perspective. But now it's different. Great Xia now has sufficient strength to back it up. No longer do we need to be timid and hesitant like before. Now it's time to strike hard. Chief Engineer Lin, you're right, the strong make conventions. And our Great Xia Kingdom will also become that strong nation. Academician Lu's eyes burned with fervor. At this moment, his thoughts were elevated. The engineers around him were the same. After carefully considering Lin Chen's words, their eyes shone with an unprecedented light. It was a pride in the nation's strength, and an aspiration for the infinite possibilities of future scientific research. From this moment on, they had become hawkish researchers. Lin Chen watched their transformation, feeling deeply gratified. He knew that a nation's strength was not only reflected in its science and economy. It was also reflected in the confidence and national pride of its people. Now, the transformation in the thinking of these researchers was a crucial sign of the nation's path to strength. Everyone, continue with the other tests. Strive for mass production and deployment as soon as possible. Lin Chen gave a few instructions and then left the testing site. Meanwhile, far across the Pacific Ocean, in the United States, a panic ensued at NASA's Satellite Monitoring Center. On the monitor screen, David, a staff member at the monitoring center, was leisurely sipping coffee, wearing headphones, and humming a tune. He glanced at the monitor screen out of the corner of his eye. Am I seeing things? David quickly put down his coffee and rushed to the screen. Oh my God! What happened? 3 satellites have lost contact at the same time? The exclamation caught the attention of another staff member. David, what did you say? 3 of our satellites have disappeared? David's hand trembled as he pointed to the data on the monitor screen, his voice filled with disbelief. Look for yourselves. The staff member quickly looked at the data on the monitor screen. It showed that data from 3 Starlink satellites had indeed disappeared. Not lost contact, but completely vanished. Fuck! Something terrible has happened. Get the supervisor right now. The staff member immediately recognized the problem. He ran out to report to his supervisor. David, on the other hand, was completely panicked and at a loss. He was just an intern who got the job through connections. He'd only been working there a week, and this was already happening. He was utterly clueless about what to do. I'm doomed. Will I be made the scapegoat? David inwardly groaned. He even considered running away. Just as David was in a panic, the staff member hurriedly led a middle-aged white man into the monitoring room. The middle-aged white man was Hans, the supervisor of the monitoring center. He burst through the door, his face grim as he demanded, David! What's going on? Why did the satellites disappear? Supervisor Hans's expression instantly darkened, and he roared. Idiot! If you don't know the reason, get on your feet and find out. If you can't find the reason, you'll be facing a military court. At the mention of a military court, David trembled with fear. Okay, I'll find out. But his hands wouldn't obey him. He couldn't even operate the mouse. Seeing this, Hans kicked him aside. Fuck! Get out of here! Then he took matters into his own hands. Soon, he pulled up the last footage of the 3 satellites. After repeatedly slowing it down, Hans finally discovered some clues. Before the 3 satellites disappeared, a terrifying white light flashed by. He quickly froze the frame, then zoomed in frame by frame to examine it. When he saw the image clearly, his face was filled with shock. How is this possible? No, this must be fake. The image he saw was Lynch testing his super-powered laser cannon to destroy that abandoned satellite. What was that beam of light? Why could it destroy an abandoned satellite? And what does it have to do with the loss of contact between their 3 satellites? Could their 3 satellites have also been destroyed by that beam of light? Could it be a laser weapon? Thinking this, Hans's expression instantly changed drastically. If a laser weapon destroyed their satellites, then the situation was serious. He was no longer capable of handling this matter. He had to report it. Without turning his head, Hans reported this bizarre incident to NASA headquarters. Not long after, NASA convened technical experts to analyze the possible causes. This is definitely a laser weapons beam. Are you sure? NASA Administrator Trudeau frowned. Yes. The expert nodded emphatically. Administrator, based on the data, it is indeed the result of a laser weapon. The other experts echoed his agreement. A laser weapon? Trudeau questioned. Then where did it come from? How did it overcome atmospheric attenuation? All the experts were speechless. Currently, no country on Earth has been able to overcome the limitations of Earth's atmosphere due to its weakening atmosphere when using laser weapons. But how was it done in space? If other satellites had approached, their Starlink satellites would have detected them long ago. All the experts were baffled. The atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly froze. At this moment, one expert suddenly spoke up. Director, why don't we check where our satellite disappeared? Soon. The results came out. When the experts saw the final results, their faces instantly darkened. The Great Xia Kingdom? Trudeau's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Impossible! Didn't the military say that the Great Xia Kingdom's laser weapon technology was on par with ours? Could they have made a breakthrough? A terrifying possibility crossed Trudeau's mind, and a strong sense of unease welled up within him. If the Great Xia Kingdom had indeed made a major breakthrough in laser weaponry, the consequences would be unimaginable. Near-Earth space might no longer be safe. 3 satellites disappeared today. What about tomorrow, the day after? Could their American satellites be shot down by the Great Xia Kingdom at any moment? Director, I suggest we report this to the military. Okay. Trudeau nodded. I'll report it right away. With that, he hurriedly left the conference room. They continued their analysis. The news quickly reached the White House Oval Office. Upon hearing the news, President Otto's expression instantly turned extremely grave. He stared wide-eyed at General MacArthur, a 5-star military officer. Are you sure the Great Xia Kingdom's laser weapon has made a breakthrough? And destroyed 3 of our satellites? General MacArthur replied in a deep voice. It's not definitively confirmed, but the probability is very high. Although there was no direct evidence, it was the laser weapon from the Great Xia Kingdom that destroyed it. The power far exceeded their expectations. It was more powerful than any laser weapon they had currently developed. In less than 2 months, they not only broke through our semiconductor sanctions. Now they've even made a major breakthrough in laser weapons? What exactly happened to the Great Xia Kingdom? Didn't your CIA have any information at all? By the end, Ott glared angrily at CIA Director Trevor. Trevor felt the president's piercing gaze. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he forced a smile as he replied. Mr. President, our CIA has been closely monitoring the Great Xia Kingdom's movements. But this breakthrough was too sudden. We didn't receive any prior intelligence. It's as if these technologies all broke through suddenly, without any warning. President Ott's brow furrowed, his anger still not subsided. Suddenly? How could it be sudden? There must be a loophole in your work. Your CIA receives huge budgets every year, yet you can't even gather this much intelligence. Otep interrupted directly. All right. I'm giving you 3 days. You must find out whether the Great Xia Kingdom has truly achieved a major breakthrough in the field of laser weapons. If you can't find out in 3 days, you can resign. Also, until the matter is clarified, temporarily suppress the news of the satellite's destruction. Yes, Mr. President. Maxa and Triff exchanged a glance, then hurriedly left. CIA Headquarters, America. Triff smashed the office to pieces. Documents were scattered everywhere, coffee cups shattered. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the map of Great Xia on the wall. 3 days! Only 3 days! If I can't find out, I'm out of here. His deputy stood in the doorway, barely daring to breathe. Triff suddenly turned around, his eyes filled with madness. Activate Hibernator! His deputy looked up abruptly, his face turning pale. Director, you mustn't! The hibernators have been hidden for 20 years, only to be activated in a major crisis. If we activate them now, and Great Xia discovers them, all our informants will be exposed. Exposed? Triff sneered, his teeth grinding. Is exposing our informants more important, or figuring out Great Xia's laser weapon? They can shoot down 3 Starlink satellites. They can shoot down many more of ours. Then who will bear the losses? And the president only gave us 3 days. If we don't find out in 3 days, everyone's fired. They couldn't even keep their positions. What did they care about exposing their secret agents? Trivett picked up a black phone and dialed a special number. Send a message to Old Ghost. Investigate the Xia Academy's recent testing projects at all costs. Even if it means turning the entire intelligence network upside down, get the data. Also, send our Global Hawk drones to monitor that location in Great Xia. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, followed by a cold, Yes, sir. He stared at the ceiling, his eyes filled with ruthlessness. Great Xia, let's see how you hide this time. Meanwhile, Great Xia, Beijing, Military Satellite Monitoring Center. They also discovered the disappearance of the U.S. satellite. After reporting it up, a staff officer was investigating. Staff Officer Wang's voice trembled slightly as he stared intently at the screen. Yes, sir. The technician was a little nervous, but his movements were very swift. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared on the screen. The 3 Starlink satellites of the U.S. military vanished instantly. This is... Staff Officer Wang was instantly shocked. A laser weapon? He watched it several more times. Finally, he confirmed that it was indeed a laser weapon. Investigate! Investigate the source of this beam immediately! Staff Officer Wang's voice trembled with excitement. Roger! 10 minutes later. We found it! The beam came from the Xia Academy of Sciences testing base. Xia Academy of Sciences? Staff Officer Wang jumped to his feet, his eyes gleaming with excitement. When did they develop such an advanced laser weapon? And they didn't even notify the military? After the initial shock, Staff Officer Wang immediately picked up his red phone and dialed a number. General! Fantastic news! Xia Academy of Sciences tested a new laser weapon, penetrating the atmosphere and shooting down 3 U.S. satellites. Yes, General! Staff Officer Wang excitedly hung up the phone, then hurriedly led the technical staff to the Xia Academy of Sciences. Xia Academy of Sciences. Li Jiangwo's office. Lin Chen had just taken a sip of tea. Lin! Tell me the truth, did you do those 3 Starlink satellites on purpose? Lin Chen put down his teacup, smiled, and nodded. Definitely not on purpose. They were just unlucky, they just happened to be in the path of the laser attack. Unlucky? Li Jiangwo was speechless, rolling his eyes at Lin Chen. You mean their satellites just ran into your laser cannon? Hee, old Li knows me best. Lin Chen chuckled. He rarely showed such a relaxed side. Only in front of Li Jiangwo. Li Jiangwo was exasperated, truly helpless with Lin Chen. You You don't even know how big the consequences of this are. Well done, though. The Americans used to always destroy our satellites. Now they've finally gotten their revenge. For example, Xiao's satellites would occasionally lose contact for no apparent reason. That was because the Americans would use nearly obsolete satellites to destroy them. This time, Lin Chen's actions were a way of venting Xiao's long-suppressed anger. Li Jiangwo's admiration for Lin Chen grew stronger. Not only was his research ability strong, but he was also so decisive and fearless in the face of trouble. He would definitely be able to shoulder the responsibility of leading Xiao's scientific research in the future. Li Jiangwo patted Lin Chen on the shoulder, his eyes full of approval. However, Lin Chen's gaze was firm, his tone full of confidence. Even in the early 2000s, a great Xia pilot was tragically killed. This grudge must be avenged. They will definitely be shot down. Lin, I believe you can do it. Li Jiangwo patted Lin Chen's shoulder firmly, his eyes full of trust and expectation. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Li Jiangwo stood up. Come in. A group of people in military uniforms walked in. The one leading them, wearing a crisp general's uniform with 3 gold stars gleaming on his shoulders, was General Zhang from the military. Li Jiangwo hurriedly stepped forward. General Zhang, what brings you here? General Zhang asked expectantly. Dean Li, did you test fire the laser weapon today? Really you? That's wonderful. General Zhang instantly became excited. Did you destroy those 3 US satellites too? Yes. Good. General Zhang clapped his hands and cheered. Who came up with this idea? At this moment, General Zhang was too excited to notice Lin Chen's presence. Even if he had, he would have assumed Lin Chen was just Li Jiangwo's assistant. After all, Lin Chen was too young. He confessed truthfully. It was Chief Engineer Lin who set the test target. Chief Engineer Lin? General Zhang asked, pressing. Where is he? Can you take me to meet him? Li Jiangwo turned and introduced Lin Chen. General Zhang, this is Chief Engineer Lin. He led the development of the new laser weapon. That's me. Lin Chen greeted him with a smile, neither humble nor arrogant. Hello, General Zhang. So young and already a chief engineer. Truly, heroes emerge from among the young. Haha. Using a laser weapon to shoot down an American satellite. Only young people like you could pull that off. After his initial surprise, General Zhang was filled with admiration. He didn't doubt Lin Chen's identity. Being in Li Jiangwo's office and being personally introduced by Li Jiangwo, it couldn't be fake. The more General Zhang listened, the heavier his breathing became. Good. 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 His eyes were even visibly red. Chief Designer Lin, can this laser weapon be mass-produced? General Zhang looked at Lin Chen with hopeful eyes. Yes. Lin Chen nodded emphatically. He could feel General Shang's fervent enthusiasm and expectation. He also understood the crucial importance of this laser weapon for national security. It can even be mounted on warships as a powerful weapon. As he spoke, General Zhang thought of the range issue and suddenly sighed. It's a pity it can't be deployed to the army, otherwise it would be perfect. Chief Engineer Lin, don't you think so? Lin Chen shook his head. General Zhang, the new laser weapon has solved the range issue, and can be deployed across the entire army. General Zhang turned sharply to Lin Chen. Chief Engineer Lin, could we witness a test? Lin Chen nodded and directly stated a set of data. Great. Now our army can deploy mobile laser cannons too. After the initial excitement, General Zhang asked expectantly. Chief Engineer Lin, can we go and see the actual test ourselves? Lin Chen nodded. Of course. Our engineers are at the testing range right now. All right. Let's go take a look now. Soon. The group rushed to the laser cannon testing area. At this moment, the laser cannon was being tested for horizontal penetration of steel plates. Fire. Laser testing range. Lin Chen and General Zhang had just arrived at the entrance. A loud shout rang out. Fire. The words fell. A blinding white light shot out from the cannon muzzle. There were 10 layers of steel plates piled up there. Each layer was 10 centimeters thick, made of military-grade special steel. The testing has begun? General Zhang instantly turned his gaze in that direction, his eyes filled with anticipation. Li Jianguo and the others also looked over excitedly. Because he already knew the result. In the inheritance space, he had tested it countless times. It was precisely because of the countless tests in the inheritance space that the super-energy laser cannon could be optimized to such terrifying power. At the same time, it allowed the Great Xia Kingdom to quickly mass-produce it. The direction everyone's attention was focused on. A blinding white light struck the steel plate. No explosion. No sparks. The steel plate was like ice that had been doused with boiling water. It pierced through instantly, starting from the first layer until the 10th layer. The entire pile of steel plates vaporized instantly, leaving only a dark crater. The scene was silent for 0.5 seconds. Hiss. Everyone gasped. This power was terrifying. An American carrier battle group? That's a joke. General Zhang suddenly slapped his thigh. Bang. Good. What a brilliant laser cannon. This power is terrifying. The 3 gold stars on his shoulder were dazzling. The usually composed general was now like a child who had seen candy. He turned to Lin Xin, his eyes brimming with anticipation, and asked, Chief Engineer Lin, can laser weapons be mass-produced now? Lin Xin stood beside him, his white shirt fluttering in the wind. If you have a laser weapon production workshop, it can be easily modified. And the special batteries for laser weapons also need your military to find manufacturers. If all goes well, mass production can begin in half a month at most. The special batteries Lin Xin mentioned were the ultimate version of the super solid-state magnetic field battery, completely different from those crippled cell phone and car batteries. Half a month? General Zhang's eyes widened instantly, his face filled with unbelievable surprise. This speed is incredible. Don't worry about the production workshop issue. I'll go back and contact the General Armaments Department's Logistics Division and have them resolve it. He had originally thought it would take at least 3 months. Unexpectedly, it only took half a month. As for the production factory issue, absolutely no need to worry. The General Armaments Department's Logistics Division can resolve it any time. Right now, many military factories have no orders. Just a little bit of news would spread. Orders would be snapped up. Lin Xin nodded confidently. As long as the manufacturer is fine, my technology is completely okay. Li Jianguo watched quietly from the side. He didn't feel resentful because Lin Xin was valued by General Zhang. On the contrary, he hoped Lin Xin would appear more often before these important figures. This would greatly benefit Lin Chen's future prospects. Then, Lin Xin and General Zhang continued watching the tests. Almost every test left General Zhang and the others speechless with astonishment. By the end, they were completely numb. Because the performance of this super-powered laser cannon was simply terrifying. It completely overturned their understanding of laser cannons. General, you're too kind. This is my duty as a researcher. It's my honor to contribute to the nation's defense. Good. That's enough. General Zhang patted Lin Chen's shoulder excitedly, his eyes full of approval. He was growing increasingly impressed with Lin Chen. He was impeccable in every aspect. Just then, everyone looked at the satellite monitoring screen. On the screen, altitude, 20,000 meters. Speed, Mach 0.8. The technicians General Zhang brought quickly stepped forward to analyze the situation. They quickly reached a conclusion. Yes, it's the US's Global Hawk. These bastards. They still want to come and go as they please like before? He turned to Lin Xin, his tone icy. Chief Engineer Lin, can this drone be shot down? Yes. Lin Xin replied simply, 1 word. Just 1 word. But it was more effective than any guarantee. Excellent. General Zhang immediately ordered. Shoot it down. Lin Chen turned to the engineers and instructed, "Lock onto that drone and destroy it." "Yes, Chief Engineer Lin." The engineers were filled with excitement and immediately began operating the system, shooting down the U.S. Global Hawk drone. The thought alone was thrilling, because it was at an altitude of 20,000 meters. Great Xia had no way to deal with it. Every time, they could only helplessly watch the US's provocations. Now, they actually had the opportunity to personally operate the super-powered laser cannon and shoot down that arrogant Global Hawk. Soon, the laser cannon locked onto the Global Hawk drone. Then, the laser cannon began charging. Instantly, another terrifying white light appeared. Everyone looked up at the sky, but couldn't see the drone. Vanished instantly, without even a trace of signal. "It's gone." General Zhang stared, stunned, at the disappearance of the small red dot on the screen. "Haha, we destroyed the US's Global Hawk. Invincible. This laser cannon is amazing." Staff Officer Wang and the others were completely excited. As military personnel, they deeply resented the US's Global Hawk drones. Now they finally didn't have to fear them anymore. General Zhang walked to the screen and watched the replay 3 times. Suddenly, he laughed, a laugh that crinkled at the corners of his eyes. Patting Lin Chen on the shoulder. Little Lin, you're not just building weapons. You've built an iron wall for our great Xia. We'll shoot down all their planes and satellites." Lin Chen nodded, his gaze fixed on the distant firing range. "That's not all. This laser cannon can also be mounted on warships. When our carrier strike groups go out, we won't have to worry about missile attacks anymore." "Great! Excellent!" General Zhang became increasingly excited as he listened. "Request that headquarters prioritize equipping the Army and Navy with laser cannons." Staff Officer Wang stood at attention. "Yes, sir. I'll go right now." Then he hurriedly left. At this moment, Lin Chen suddenly pulled out a small handle from the side and introduced it to General Zhang. "General Zhang, this is our latest laser sword. Would you like to see if it's suitable for your army?" "What the heck?" General Zhang was stunned. Then he realized. His eyes widened instantly, filled with shock. He swallowed hard, reaching out to take it. It was cold and heavy, definitely not a toy model. "A laser sword?" Staff Officer Wang leaned closer, his voice trembling. The laser cannon piercing 10 layers of steel was already revolutionary enough. Now there's a laser sword? Isn't that something from science fiction movies? They actually developed it? Even Li Jianguo was astonished. Lin Chen had only discussed laser cannons with him before. He hadn't mentioned the laser sword. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen had secretly developed it. Whoosh! Li Jianguo adjusted his and strode closer. But a lightsaber, something he'd only ever seen in science fiction movies, was a first for him. "It can cut things?" General Zhang rubbed his wrinkled, calloused hands, his eyes full of anticipation. "Definitely." Lin Chen nodded slightly. He glanced at the special steel plates piled up not far away, the plates used for the laser cannon tests. 10 centimeters thick, thicker than the armor of a typical light tank. 2 engineers immediately brought one and placed it on an iron stand. Lin Chen walked over. The pale blue light blade gently sliced across the special steel plate. No friction sound. No sparks. Like slicing tofu with a knife. Swoosh! The steel plate split in 2 as if it had been scalded with hot water. The cut was so smooth it could be used as a mirror. Not a single steel fragment fell off. Hiss! General Zhang gasped, rushing over to examine the smooth cut. "This thing is 100 times better than a military knife. Invincible in close combat." General Zhang's eyes widened in amazement. This was absolutely a personal weapon of mass destruction. Staff Officer Wang and the technicians were utterly shocked, their eyes burning with desire. A moment later, General Zhang suddenly turned around. Grabbing Lin Chen's arm, his voice trembling. "Lin, can this weapon be mass-produced? Our border guards in the southwest desperately need this." especially the areas bordering 3 countries. There were frequent skirmishes. But guns couldn't be used. They could only use wooden sticks and steel pipes. With laser swords, the border guards could absolutely wipe out those Indian bastards. General Zhang stared intently at Lin Chin, his eyes filled with urgency. Good! Good! General Zhang turned to Staff Officer Wang and shouted. Write it down! Prioritize issuing laser swords to the southwest border defense. Coordinate with the General Armaments Department first thing tomorrow morning. Mass production must begin as soon as possible. Then, General Zhang personally tested it. Like a child receiving a toy for the first time, his excitement was impossible to conceal. He was having a blast. Even when Staff Officer Wang tried to handle it, he was scolded. This shows how much General Zhang treasured the lightsaber. Meanwhile, an hour earlier, at the U.S. base in Okinawa, Japan, Commander Hansen sat in his office. A cigar dangled from his lips, smoke billowing around him. Hansen scoffed. He stubbed out his cigar in the ashtray, sparks flying everywhere. Commander, brilliant! His adjutant bowed and scraped. The Global Hawk is currently at an altitude of 20,000 meters and a speed of Mach 0.8. Great Xia can't even lock onto it with their radar. Let it get closer, get a clear view of the Xia Academy's test range. I want the people of Great Xia to know that our eyes are watching their every move. The adjutant was about to pick up the walkie-talkie to relay the order. Suddenly, the Global Hawk's live feed screen flickered. At the same time, the Global Hawk drone lost contact. What happened? Hansen sat bolt upright, his brow furrowed. The signal might be down. The adjutant rushed to the computer, his fingers flying across the keyboard. No, it's a complete loss of contact. We can't reach them on any frequency. Loss of contact? Hansen shoved the adjutant aside, staring at the screen himself. Investigate. Investigate immediately. Is it equipment malfunction? Or signal interference from Japan? Cold sweat beaded on the adjutant's forehead. In the last frame, there was a white light. A white light? Hansen's face instantly darkened. What white light? A laser? Impossible! Hansen jumped to his feet, shaking his head frantically in denial. Their laser weapons can only reach 50 kilometers at most, and that's affected by the weather. How could they possibly hit a Global Hawk hundreds of kilometers away at an altitude of 20,000 meters? He didn't believe it. Absolutely not. How could the technological level of Great Xia suddenly surpass that of the U.S.? Hansen roared, spittle splattering onto his adjutant's face. The result was always the same. The Global Hawk was destroyed by laser. Hansen's face went from flushed to ashen, then to deathly pale. He had just been mocking Great Xia, but now his face stung. Report immediately! Hansen grabbed the phone, his fingers trembling. CIA headquarters. Triff's office. The door was suddenly kicked open. An agent rushed in, pale-faced, his voice trembling. Director! Urgent report from Okinawa base. The Global Hawk drone was destroyed by Great Xia with a laser weapon. What? Treve jerked his head back, his eyes bloodshot, looking like he wanted to devour someone. Another laser weapon from Great Xia? The agent nodded, his voice trembling. Yes, technical analysis shows it was caused by a laser weapon. Bang! Great Xia! He gritted his teeth, his voice barely audible. Just how much advanced technology are they hiding? Quantum chips weren't enough, now they've got laser weapons. That had already shaken America's technological hegemony. Now even the Global Hawk has been shot down. How can America still act with impunity on Earth? Treve grabbed another encrypted phone, his voice as cold as ice. No matter the cost. There was a second of silence on the other end of the line, followed by a cold yes. He stared at the world map on the wall, the location of Great Xia Kingdom circled in red. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He couldn't lose. Absolutely not. Otherwise, he'd lose his position. Then, he'd die a horrible death. Great Xia Kingdom. A courtyard in Beijing. Zhao Wei was organizing some data. A typical passerby. His phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. It was an encrypted message. Zhao Wei's hand paused, and he looked around. He quietly took out his phone and opened a message. On the screen was only one sentence. Activate. Target, laser weapon technology. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Zhao Wei's forehead. He was the US's mole planted in Great Xia. Codenamed Old Ghost. He had been lying low for 20 years. He lived and worked like a normal person. He thought he would never be activated. He could live a peaceful life in Great Xia. Unexpectedly, he was now being ordered to activate. Zhao Wei's eyes became complicated. On one side was Great Xia, the country that had nurtured him. On the other side was the US, to which he had sworn allegiance. But he knew he had no choice. If he refused, the US would abandon him. He would surely die. Completing the mission might offer a glimmer of hope. A laser weapon? For the great empire. I will get it. He turned and began tidying the documents on the table. Once he could get close, he had plenty of ways to steal the data. 3 days later, Zhao Wei had just returned to the courtyard. The door wasn't even closed yet. Suddenly, several dark figures rushed into the courtyard. Before Zhao Wei could react, click! Zhao Wei felt a chill on his wrists. His hands were already handcuffed. Zhao Wei, codename Old Ghost, a CIA undercover agent, right? The National Security Bureau agent's voice was icy. Zhao Wei snapped back to reality, his whole body trembling. His face instantly turned from pale to ashen. His voice trembled, his teeth chattering. 20 years of undercover work, he thought he was invincible. He never expected this. Only 3 days after his operation began, the National Security Bureau came to arrest him. Clearly, he had been under surveillance for a long time. It's just that the National Security Bureau hadn't arrested him yet. The security personnel didn't respond to him. They searched him and found his cell phone. The encrypted communicator hidden inside the old-fashioned phone was disassembled. Zhao Wei instantly collapsed to the ground. Cold sweat soaked his back. He stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. The security agent coldly looked at him and continued. You thought your disguise was flawless. But we've actually noticed your unusual behavior for a long time. Will you confess yourself, or will we make you confess? At this point, resistance was futile. The security personnel nodded. You're smart enough to know what's good for you. Then, Zhao Wei was taken away. Simultaneously, the security personnel began arresting other US spies that Zhao Wei had implicated. In many parts of the Great Xia Kingdom, incidents of people coming to read water meters were occurring. However, this went unnoticed by others. Security Bureau Headquarters. Zhang Junfei looked at the interrogation report, feeling both relieved and slightly fearful. Thank goodness, they were exposed because of the laser weapon. Otherwise, who knows how much damage it would have caused. Report this matter, and also notify the Xia Academy of Sciences. Zhang Junfei first called his superiors to report. Then, carrying a copy of the interrogation report, he went to the Xia Academy of Sciences. Xia Academy of Sciences. Li Jiangwo's office. Shaolin, the laser sword production line has been upgraded. Now we can produce 100 laser swords a day. Li Jiangwo's tone was full of excitement. Since the day the laser sword was tested, the General Logistics Department actively contacted the Xia Academy of Sciences. In 3 days, the production line upgrade was completed, and mass production began. Only the Great Xia Kingdom can achieve this speed. Excellent! The sooner production begins, the better. The sooner our soldiers on the southwestern border can be equipped. Lin Chen's eyes also held a hint of anticipation. Ever since learning about the hardships faced by the soldiers guarding the southwestern border, he decided that he must pass on more advanced weaponry and equipment in the future, so that the soldiers would no longer suffer any injustice. So that when provoked, they would dare to fight back. so that they would severely punish the enemy. To achieve this effect, the Great Xia Kingdom must possess a powerful national defense force. And advanced weaponry is a crucial pillar of that defense force. Li Jianguo was about to continue speaking when a knock came at the door. "Come in." The office door opened. Zhang Junfei walked in, holding a report. "Dean Li, long time no see. Chief Engineer Lin, you're here too. Perfect timing." Li Jianguo stood up and smiled. "Director Zhang, what's up now?" Lin Chen smiled and nodded. In response to Zhang Junfei, trying to steal his technology? Dream on. Because many technologies had been specially modified by him. Without his guidance, the current technological level of Blue Star simply couldn't achieve this. After listening, Li Jianguo laughed. "Director Zhang, it seems you've caught a big fish this time." "That's right." Zhang Junfei nodded. "I actually came here to seek your advice on how to deal with those spies. Should we eliminate them directly, or utilize them?" Hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. "If we can utilize them? Then let's give the US a big gift in return. I'll slightly modify the parameters and have them try their best to replicate it." Li Jianguo was a little worried. "Shaolin, isn't that a bit risky?" Lin Chen smiled confidently. "Don't worry, they definitely won't find any fault with it. Once they successfully develop it, they'll find that it was all a huge trap." "Really? That's great." Zhang Junfei instantly became excited. "Let's do as Chief Engineer Lin says." Lin Chen immediately took action. Not long after, a brand new laser weapon technology plan was completed. Zhang Junfei excitedly left with the fake technology plan. A devilish smile appeared on Lin Chen's lips. "Mr. America, you can take your time studying this. When they succeed, they'll give you a big surprise." Meanwhile, that afternoon, the military held a press conference. The hall was packed with reporters. Domestic and international cameras were all focused on the podium. He placed a document on the table. The spokesperson's calm voice carried throughout the room through the microphone. The words had barely left his lips. The reporters below were instantly stunned. "What? Shot down a US Global Hawk drone? Good heavens! The Global Hawk drone was at an altitude of 20,000 meters. The military spokesperson did not accept any questions. Instead, he instructed his assistant to play a video. "Please look at the big screen." On the big screen was, "This is the evidence." The military spokesperson's tone was sharp, continuing his domineering statement. All the reporters below were shocked by the military spokesperson's powerful declaration. This was the first time they had seen the Great Xia Kingdom make such a sharp and domineering declaration. Never before. Many astute reporters had already realized that the Great Xia Kingdom was about to unleash its power. The world's geopolitical landscape was about to change. They rushed to relay the news back to their home countries. The White House, America. Otto, watching the live broadcast, angrily smashed his coffee cup on the floor. Shards scattered everywhere. "Fuck! They actually dared to!" he roared, slamming his fist on the table. Trivet pushed open the door, holding a document. "Mr. President, the laser weapon data sent back by Old Ghost has been preliminarily verified by the technical team. It's genuine." Otep's anger instantly subsided by half. He grabbed the document and quickly flipped through it. "Range 100 kilometers? Power attenuation rate 30%? While not as good as expected, it's sufficient." Triveth nodded. "As long as we master the technology, we can surpass them." Otep took a deep breath. His fingers clenched white. "Endure it. Have Raymond hold more press conferences, condemning Great Xia for disrupting regional peace. But don't mention the technology. We'll teach them a lesson once we've built the laser weapon." Triveth responded and turned to leave. Otep stared at Shuang Ji's face on the screen. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness. "Great Xia Kingdom. This time, I'll let you be smug. Once our laser weapon is ready, we'll see who's stronger." Xia Academy of Sciences. Lin Chen watched the military's press conference. His heart was filled with emotion. At the same time, he became even more determined to accelerate the inheritance of more advanced weaponry technologies. To make Great Xia Kingdom stand at the pinnacle of this world. Now, the laser weapon is basically in the final stages of integration. As the video of the military's press conference circulated online, the entire internet erupted in excitement. Hashtag Great Xia Military Powerful Declaration Hashtag Global Hawk Shot by Laser Confirmed Hashtag The Eagle's Backyard Theory Completely Debunked Hashtag This is what Great Xia should be Hashtag Open the comments section. It's filled with enthusiastic reactions. After all these years of holding back, finally, we don't have to be beholden to the US anymore. I suggest playing the video of the Global Hawk being shot down on a loop for the US. There were also comments from veterans. A bunch of netizens replied, "Don't worry, old squad leader. We'll protect the country from now on." Many people watched the video on their phones, their fists clenched unconsciously. It was a mixture of excitement and relief. Over the years, Great Xia had been held hostage by the US in far too many areas. From chips to aviation, from materials to equipment. Each time, they could only endure it, watching chip sanctions cripple countless companies. But recently, breakthroughs have been made. Now Great Xia can finally stand tall and say, no, to the world. The excitement within China hadn't subsided. The international internet was in an uproar. On Japanese forums, the screen was filled with skepticism. Baka! How could Great Xia's laser weapons be so advanced? The video must be fake. Even our F-15JS can't do that, how can they? It must be fake. Great Xia is deceiving itself. Great Xia's laser technology originated from South Korea. We published a theoretical paper on laser weapons 10 years ago. A bunch of people echoed. That's right. Great Xia stole our country. We must make them return the technology. The post was so controversial that the administrator locked it. On Twitter, the US was furiously questioning the White House. President Optus must give us an explanation. Why was the Global Hawk shot down? What were our intelligence agencies doing? We give the CIA billions of dollars every year, and all we get in return is we don't know. With Great Xia having laser weapons, will our planes still be able to fly safely? We strongly demand that the military take action. We can't let Great Xia be so arrogant. While the international debate raged, Raimondo held a press conference. The press conference was packed. Raimondo, wearing a dark suit, had a face as long as a donkey's. He immediately slammed his fist on the table and shouted, Great Xia's actions have severely undermined regional peace and stability. We demand that Great Xia apologize immediately and hand over its laser weapon technology as compensation for our losses. She had barely finished speaking. A Great Xia reporter stood up abruptly, her voice clear and loud. Ms. Secretary of State, first I must correct you on one point. Furthermore, how shameless are you? You want our laser weapon technology? Raymond's face stiffened, rendered speechless by the question. Pointing at the reporter, she trembled with anger. She abruptly stood up, pushing aside the staff member beside her. She walked backstage without looking back, her high heels clicking on the floor. Reporters were still pressing her. Hashtag Raymond Breakdown Hashtag Raymond is confirmed to be Molly and Great Xia Hashtag. Every time Raymond appears, she helps Great Xia generate buzz. What else could she be but a mole? Online, attitudes towards the press conferences of Great Xia and the US were completely different. For Great Xia, there was shock and admiration. For the US, there was ridicule for their shameless behavior. No matter how heated the internet was, Lynchen didn't pay much attention. At this moment, Xia Academy of Sciences. Li Jiangwo's office. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling on the documents on the desk. Li Jiangwo sat on the sofa, his brows furrowed deeply. He held a report in his hand, his knuckles white. Professor Li, what's wrong? Lynchen pushed open the door and seeing his appearance, frowned slightly. Li Jianguo pushed the report towards him and sighed. The laser weapon is a success, but the aero engine sector is still a bottleneck. Lin Chen picked up the report and glanced at it. High-temperature alloy materials, completely embargoed by foreign countries. Domestically produced materials have a lifespan of only 800 hours. Similar products from the US have a lifespan of 2,000 hours. Single crystal blade processing. Precision is substandard. The yield rate is only 30%, far below international standards. Core control system. Chips are dependent on imports, and the supply has been cut off. Li Jianguo's voice was low, tinged with helplessness. We've been working on these breakthroughs for years. But the formulas for high-temperature alloys and the processing technology for single crystal blades are still being withheld by foreign countries. The turbofan engines we manufacture ourselves have to be replaced after only a short time. Fighter jets are a bit better, but transport planes and passenger planes mostly still rely on imported engines. If foreign countries cut off supplies, our planes will be grounded. Lin Chen looked at the report and instantly remembered a technology in his inherited space that could solve this problem. Li Jianguo looked up sharply, a glint of expectation in his eyes. You have another idea? Yes. Lin Chen nodded emphatically, his voice clear. I'll go back and think of a solution right now. Li Jianguo stood up instantly, his voice trembling with excitement. Lin, are you sure? Great Xia can't just rely on laser weapons to be powerful. The planes in the sky must also use our own engines. Lin Chen's efforts were already enough. They are challenges on completely different levels. He didn't want Lin Chen to fall into a trap of self-criticism due to his excessive persistence. Lin Chen sensed Li Jianguo's concern and smiled. Old Li, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. With that, he left first. Anti-gravity plasma engine. The night in Beijing was ablaze with lights. Thousands of lights twinkled, filling the city with the vibrant energy of life. Xia Academy of Sciences, apartment building. Lin Chen returned from the Xia Academy of Sciences. Li Jianguo's anxieties about domestically produced aero engines during the day kept replaying in his mind. The report on the lifespan and yield rate of the aero engines was truly alarming. I never imagined that domestic aero engines were still so far behind. But now that he knows, he'll naturally have to address this weakness. After washing his face with cold water, Lin Chen lay down on the bed. He closed his eyes tightly, his consciousness directly entering the inheritance space. Buzz! After the familiar feeling of weightlessness, his consciousness had arrived in the inheritance space. New technology unlocked. Please select. Select Anti-Gravity Plasma Engine. Lin Chen made his selection without hesitation. A massive stream of data flooded his mind. He looked at the technical principles of the anti-gravity plasma engine. Lin Chen was deeply impressed. This anti-gravity plasma engine uses a brand new alloy material, lightweight, high in hardness, and resistant to high temperatures. The core rotor employs anti-gravity technology. It can provide powerful anti-gravity force as the rotor rotates, simultaneously saving thrust. Fortunately, the entire technology includes a new alloy material formula, which is both high in hardness and resistant to high temperatures. Otherwise, the current materials used in Earth's aero engines would be completely insufficient. Moreover, because this engine has no traditional rotating parts, according to technical data, it can achieve a 100% yield rate. As for its lifespan, it starts at 100,000 hours. That's 50 times that of the most advanced aero engines in the US. Awesome! This is more than just an aero engine. After carefully reviewing all the parameters of the anti-gravity plasma engine, truly worthy of being a seed of inheritance from the level 9 Chinese civilization. Every single piece of advanced technology here is at the pinnacle of the current civilization level. With this engine, the Great Xia Kingdom's aerospace industry can take off instantly. Even, it can be modified and used in the civilian sector, directly developing new means of transportation. After the initial excitement, Lin Chen still began working in the Inheritance Space Laboratory. He started with the new alloy materials. Meanwhile, at the Las Vegas Laser Weapon Laboratory in the United States, Director Jim, looking at the laser technology plan stolen from the Great Xia Kingdom, was filled with excitement. My God! The Great Xia people are truly too clever. To think they could come up with such a perfect plan. The other researchers were also deeply impressed. Supervisor, this plan is real. With just a few modifications to their energy control logic, we can break through the 100-kilometer range. Overtime. Everyone work overtime. I want the White House to know that we are the best on Earth. Jim excitedly gave the order. The entire laboratory instantly erupted in excitement. No one doubted the plan's validity. 1 week later, the U.S. labs. A silver laser emitter sat in the center of the testing area, its metallic casing gleaming coldly. Jim, wearing a white lab coat, hands behind his back, eyes gleaming with excitement. Fire! The technician pressed the button. A white beam shot out, but didn't hit the target as expected. Boom! A deafening explosion, the emitter shattered into pieces. A wave of heat overturned the testing platform, and a plume of black smoke shot out. Nearby personnel were severely injured by the shrapnel. Jim was stunned. His smile froze instantly. He froze for 3 seconds before screaming in terror. What happened? Where's my transmitter? It will explode if the power exceeds 5%. What? Fake? Jim snatched the report, glanced at it, and ripped it to shreds. Fuck! The Great Xia people lied to us. Those bastards at the CIA, they've killed us. Call an ambulance. CIA headquarters. Triff's office. Bang! The door was kicked open. Jim burst in, grabbing Triff by the collar, his eyes bloodshot. What kind of lousy technology did you give me? The lab exploded. 3 engineers are seriously injured. All the equipment is destroyed. Tripp, gasping for breath, looked bewildered and struggled to shout. Fake? Impossible! This was relayed back by Old Ghost. He's been undercover for 20 years, how could he be wrong? I tested it myself, how could it be fake? Jim roared. You confirm it now, or you'll be court-martialed. Tripp immediately ordered the technician to send a telegram. 10 minutes later, the technician rushed in, his face deathly pale. Chief, we can't get in touch. Old Ghost's signal is down. Tripp's face instantly turned ashen. Jim froze, then grew even angrier. What do we do now? Our laser weapon project is completely ruined. Triff didn't speak. He just stared at the world map on the wall. The location of Great Xia was like a thorn in his eye. He knew that this time, they were in deep trouble. Let's go find the president. The White House, the Oval Office. Otep smashed a cup on the floor, shards flying everywhere. He pointed at Trevor, his roar nearly lifting the roof off. Fuck! Is the CIA useless? All our moles are gone, and they even gave us fake technology. You, as director, don't want to be one anymore? Triff lowered his head, not daring to utter a sound. The defense minister beside him quickly interjected. Mr. President, now is not the time to assign blame. We must retaliate. Sanctions. The defense minister gritted his teeth. Increase the sanctions. Let their planes be grounded forever. Let them know the consequences of opposing us. Yes. That's it. Otep's eyes lit up, and he slammed his fist on the table. Issue A. Public announcement immediately. Anyone who dares to sell to Great Xia is opposing the U.S. Otep seemed to already see Great Xia, after being sanctioned, coming to beg the U.S. for mercy. The moment the U.S. announced its sanctions, the entire U.S. alliance began to voice their opinions. Japan. Fully support the U.S.'s sanctions plan. South Korea. We fully support whatever the U.S. wants to do. Australia. Support our U.S. leader. Philippines. Support. European nations. Complete ban. This shows that the rise of China recently has made many countries on Earth feel a sense of crisis. Meanwhile, the internet was in an uproar. Yoshi! Great! We must suppress China's arrogance. Damn it! This time, China will definitely kneel down. As expected, the US will definitely retaliate. On the entire international internet, no one was optimistic about China this time. After all, only 5 countries on the entire planet Earth are capable of manufacturing aero engines. The Great Xia Kingdom is one of them. However, many materials need to be imported. Once sanctioned, the Great Xia Kingdom's aero engine manufacturing will face material shortages. The Great Xia Kingdom. The internet is in an uproar. Damn it! Has the US gone mad? They want to sanction everything? The Chinese people are filled with anger over this news. During this period, the Great Xia Kingdom has been basking in the joy of several technological breakthroughs. But this announcement from the US instantly filled the Chinese people with anger and frustration. But there's nothing they can do. They can only hope that the Great Xia Kingdom can break through the blockade as soon as possible. 1 week later. The Dean's Office of the Xia Academy of Sciences. Li Jianguo stared at the computer screen, his eyes filled with rage. Damn the US! Great Xia's technology has advanced by leaps and bounds recently. The localization of aero engines is also accelerating. In at most 2 years, complete domestic production will be achieved. No more dependence on imports. But the US has now launched the most severe sanctions, giving no time for breakthroughs. Damn it! Li Jianguo clenched his fist and slammed it on the desk in frustration. Thump, thump, thump. The door was kicked open. Dean Li. News from abroad. The batch of single crystal blades we ordered has all been intercepted. Now even the spares are gone. The leader, Engineer Wang, spoke with anger and resentment. The other engineers all kept their heads down, silent. But their eyes were filled with anger, resentment, and unwillingness to accept defeat. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the entire office became oppressive. They clenched their fists, knuckles white, eyes red-rimmed. Clearly, lasers can shoot down US satellites. 1 nanometer quantum chips have been created. Even solid-state magnetic field batteries are already in mass production. But aero engines are being bullied. Engineer Wang and his team were truly unwilling to accept this. Li Jianguo looked at them, his heart sinking even more. He wanted to comfort them, but couldn't open his mouth. The facts were undeniable. Just then, the office door was pushed open. Old Li, Engineer Wang, don't worry. I have a solution for the aero engine issue. Everyone looked up sharply. Engineer Wang was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Chief Engineer Lin, I know you're capable, but aero engines aren't chips. His meaning was clear. Aero engines have absolutely no connection to chips or laser weapons. In fact, aero engines are far more complex and precise than the other 2 technologies. It's a systems engineering project integrating multiple high technologies. It wasn't that he didn't believe Lin Chen's abilities. It was simply that different fields are like different worlds. Engineer Wang, it's all the same. Why don't you take a look at my proposal? He clicked on the anti-gravity plasma engine proposal. Really? Engineer Wang asked skeptically, leaning closer to. Take a look. What's that? He'd heard of anti-gravity. He'd heard of plasma engines too. But putting them together was a bit abstract. Is this something that Earth's current technology can achieve? Just the anti-gravity technology alone, no country has yet stepped out of the laboratory. It's all just theoretical technology. The same goes for plasma engines. They haven't even been inside a laboratory. They're all technologies imagined by scientists. Lin Chen has directly combined the 2 technological proposals together. Is this even possible? Of course. Lin Chen nodded. I've already calculated the plan. It's absolutely feasible. Whether it's the new alloy or the core rotor anti-gravity technology, they can all be easily achieved. Moreover, this engine's lifespan starts at 100,000 hours, with a 100% yield rate. 100,000 hours? Engineer Wang's eyes were filled with shock. He immediately told Lin Chen to scroll down. Vertical takeoff and landing? No imported materials? All domestically produced materials? The cost is 1/10 of current aero engines? He suddenly looked up, staring at Lin Chen, his voice changing. Chief Engineer Lin, are you sure you're not joking? Your lifespan is 50 times longer than the most advanced aero engine in the US. And the cost is so low? How is that possible? Guaranteed, Lin Chen answered with utmost seriousness. Instantly, Engineer Wang's eyes reddened with excitement, his voice choked with emotion. The engineers in the office also gathered around to look at the plans and parameters. Wow! These parameters are terrifying! Is this really something we humans can achieve? Chief Engineer Lin is simply a genius. He could even come up with this kind of technical solution. Everyone was filled with excitement, shock, and admiration. He pointed to the plan on the computer screen. With this, the US sanctions are a joke. Lin Chen smiled. Oldly, this is just the beginning. Even rockets can be used. Rockets can be used? Li Jianguo was instantly overjoyed. Doesn't that mean we can also make reusable rockets? That's right. Lin Chen nodded. Theoretically, it's all possible. The specific design will depend on the rocket's requirements. Great! Li Jianguo slapped his thigh excitedly. Then, he suddenly stood up and went to close the office door. After saying that, he immediately called Zhang Junfei of the Security Bureau. Lin Chen's technology is too important. So important that it concerns the very fate of the Great Xia Kingdom. It must be dealt with at the highest level. Meanwhile, the White House. Otto was holding the report of victory after the sanctions, smiling smugly. Great Xia's aero engines, without our supplies, are stuck on the ground. The Minister of Defense nodded. Mr. President, it won't be long before they're begging us. Not long after. A rapid knock sounded at the door of Li Jianguo's office. Dean Li, Zhang Junfei from the Security Bureau. Li Jianguo quickly opened the door. Zhang Junfei, holding a black folder, entered without a trace of a smile. Chief Engineer Lin, Dean Li. He nodded to the two men first. Gentlemen, we have received orders from the High Commander. That's right, he had reported the information to the High Commander before coming. This is the highest level of secrecy. No one outside can discover Lin Chen's true identity. Upon hearing this, Wang and the others were immediately filled with shock. They realized the importance of this technology far exceeded their expectations. Zhang Junfei continued seriously. We need to check the background of your relatives for 3 generations. As soon as he finished speaking, the people behind him immediately stepped forward and took out tablets. Then they went to register Wang and the others. Wang hesitated for a moment, then his fingers flew across the screen. He remembered that his son was studying at a university in China, and his parents were elderly retired workers, so he wasn't worried at all. The other engineers also registered one after another. Some were sweating nervously. Not because they were worried about their identity background being investigated. Instead, it was the first time they'd encountered such a situation, and they were instinctively nervous. Until they saw the background check pass notification. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Junfei picked up the printed confidentiality agreements. Each copy bore the red seal of the Security Bureau. Good, your identities and backgrounds are all in order. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Engineer Wang was the first to take the lead, picking up the confidentiality agreement and signing it. Without the slightest hesitation. After the last person signed, Li Jianguo suddenly spoke up. Old Zhang, I need to call an emergency expert meeting. It's all arranged. Zhang Junfei nodded. Clear the meeting room, evacuate all irrelevant personnel, and activate signal jamming. Lin Chen quietly watched them handle the situation. He was already thinking about how to maximize the value of this technology. This could completely fill the gap in China's aero engine field, surpassing all other countries on Earth. Half an hour later, almost everyone's face was filled with doubt. The expert named Old Zhao shook his head. The other elderly experts and academicians exchanged glances. They tried to glean something from the expressions of the others. But to their disappointment, almost everyone wore a puzzled expression. At that moment, Li Jianguo and Lin Chen walked in. Instantly, everyone's eyes turned to Lin Chen. Chief Engineer Lin? Why is he here? Could this project be related to him? All the experts and academicians showed expressions of surprise. Lin Chen's name was legendary to them. Almost every project related to Lin Chen was an important one. Lin Chen's appearance meant that another new technology project might be approved. Thinking of this, all the experts and academicians were excited. Their eyes blazed with fervor as they looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen found his seat and sat down. Li Jianguo walked onto the podium. He tapped the microphone, his voice serious. Gentlemen, 2 things to announce before the meeting, including any further improvements to the WS-15 turbofan engine. What? The audience erupted in uproar. Then, one by one, they stood up to voice their opposition. It was almost finalized. And now they're saying they're suspending it? This is tantamount to killing them. They vehemently opposed it. Even if it cost them their lives, they would save the WS-15 project. At this moment, those senior experts and academicians were even preparing for the worst. Lin Chen, watching this scene, was deeply moved. It was because of these veteran experts and academicians. They had dedicated their youth and passion to the nation's scientific and technological endeavors. It was precisely because of their dedication that Great Xia had achieved its current technological leap forward. Lin Chen felt a deep and heartfelt respect for them. His gaze fell on Lin Chen, and he slowly spoke. Everyone, please calm down. Lin, the rest is up to you. Lin Chen stood up, holding a black USB drive. He plugged the USB drive into the computer, and the screen instantly changed. Anti-gravity plasma engine. The words were particularly striking. The entire room fell silent for 3 seconds. Everyone was stunned. Exactly the same reaction as Engineer Zhang when he saw this technology before. What is this? Anti-gravity? A plasma engine? Someone rubbed their eyes. They thought they were seeing things. The name sounded like something out of a science fiction movie. How could it actually be in reality? This is outrageous. Please look at the technical parameter list. This engine has a lifespan of up to 100,000 hours. Uses brand new super alloy materials, lightweight and low cost. Its thrust is 100 times that of comparable internationally advanced aero engines. Everyone gasped. Their eyes were filled with utter shock. The old expert who had just objected pointed at the screen, speechless for a long time. If this data was true, then Great Xia's aerospace industry would take off instantly. A moment later, the old experts and academicians recovered from their shock. They began to ask questions. Chief Engineer Lin, are you sure these parameters are really achievable? A materials expert asked, his voice trembling. Lin Chen nodded emphatically. 100%. Really? That's wonderful. We're finally not going to be held back by foreign countries in cutting-edge materials. The materials expert's eyes welled up with tears. So many years! Finally, this day had arrived. He had dedicated decades to this field. He understood best the hardships and bitterness involved. Even sometimes, when trying to secure technical cooperation with others, he had to humble himself. They still won't agree. Thinking back on the arduous past, he couldn't help but sigh, his eyes filled with emotion. Now, with this anti-gravity plasma engine technology, all the hardships will be a thing of the past. The other experts nodded in agreement, their faces beaming with excitement and anticipation. Then, Lin Chen continued to answer the questions from the experts and academicians. Each answer filled the experts and academicians with awe and elation. Li Jianguo watched this scene quietly from the side, his heart filled with emotion. This had never happened before at the Xia Academy of Sciences. Only Lin Chen could elicit such a strong reaction from these old fogies. After a long while, The experts and academicians were finally convinced by Lin Chen. The atmosphere in the meeting room gradually shifted from initial skepticism and excitement to anticipation. Li Jianguo returned to the podium and announced loudly, "The Vermilion Bird Project is established, with Lin Chen as chief engineer." His words had barely left his lips. "Gentlemen, the first goal of the Vermilion Bird Project. Within 1 month, successfully build the first prototype and conduct testing." No one had any objections. The Vermilion Bird Project was officially established. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away on the southwestern border, border guards also celebrated their moment of glory. Southwestern border. Border Logistics Department. Screech. Screech. A military truck screeched to a halt, kicking up a cloud of dust. Regimental Commander Wang emerged from the logistics department. His dark face and calloused hands spoke volumes of the hardships he had endured years guarding the border. He strode quickly to the truck, his voice booming. "Comrade, has the new equipment arrived?" He had received word that a new piece of equipment would be delivered today. "Yes." The driver nodded, revealing neatly arranged silver boxes. "Regimental Commander Wang, this is the new equipment the General Armaments Department ordered to be delivered." Regimental Commander Wang nodded, but looking at the short boxes, he was a little puzzled. Battalion Commander Li and Company Commander Zhao also gathered around. Battalion Commander Li looked curiously at the boxes in the truck bed. "Okay." The logistics soldier jumped into the truck. He took out a special key. He opened one of the boxes. Inside, a gray handle was neatly stacked. The metal casing gleamed coldly, and it was half a head shorter than a regular military dagger. "What's this?" Regimental Commander Wang stared at the handle, full of question marks. Battalion Commander Li was also a little angry. "Are they trying to fool us? A bunch of lumps of iron and they call it new equipment?" Company Commander Zhao was even more furious. "I want to see what this thing is for." With that, he prepared to jump onto the truck to get the laser sword from the box. "This is a lightsaber. Don't touch it without understanding how to use it." "What? A lightsaber?" Regimental Commander Wang froze. Company Commander Zhao immediately pulled his hand back, looking completely bewildered. "Damn it. That scared the crap out of me." Everyone thought they'd misheard. When did technology become so advanced? Not just them. People who probably don't know the situation. This is the typical reaction upon first hearing about it. This is the latest individual combat equipment developed by the Xia Academy of Sciences, the lightsaber. When you use it, you simply press the silver button on the side to unleash the light blade. Remember, never touch the blade. After saying this, the technician demonstrated it to Commander Wang and his men. After pressing the silver start button on the side, the seemingly useless handle instantly produced a half-meter long, 20-millimeter wide pale blue light blade. This scene completely stunned Commander Wang and his men. It really is a lightsaber? Commander Wang's eyes were filled with disbelief. Holy crap! This is science fiction coming to life? Battalion Commander Li instinctively took a half-step back. Company Commander Zhao was so shocked that he stood motionless, like a fool, as if he had been paralyzed. After a moment, "I'll try it." Commander Wang stepped forward and picked up a handle. Following the technician's instructions, he pressed the silver activation button. Buzz! A pale blue light blade shot out, half a meter long. "It really is?" Commander Wang was instantly excited. "I wonder how powerful it is." He casually swung the sword at a nearby scrap steel pipe. Swoosh! The steel pipe was like butter poured with hot water. It snapped in two. The clean cut was so sharp it could be used as a mirror. Hiss! Battalion Commander Li gasped, his eyes filled with shock. Company Commander Zhao finally came to his senses. Holy crap! This thing is practically a personal weapon of mass destruction. Commander Wang handed the lightsaber to Battalion Commander Li. "Give it a try. After you've tried it, Register the equipment and distribute it. Teach the soldiers how to use it as quickly as possible. Just thinking about it is exciting. Yes. Company Commander Zhao slapped his thigh excitedly. Use this laser sword and roast them alive. Soon. Battalion Commander Li and Company Commander Zhao had both tested it. Then, they gathered the border guards. They distributed the laser swords. Xiao Zhou was a new recruit. He had only been with the border troops for 6 months. He stood at the front of the line, his eyes full of curiosity. Soon, the laser sword was distributed to Xiao Zhou. He took the laser sword and twirled it a couple of times. Then, following the technician's instructions, he activated the laser sword. The moment the laser sword appeared, Xiao Zhou shouted excitedly. Holy crap! It really is a laser sword. His squad leader, with callous hands, patted him on the shoulder and instructed. Don't get excited, study carefully, watch closely. Remember, when using it, never point it at your own people, the blade is only for the enemy. Understand? Understood. Xiao Zhou nodded vigorously. Then, he turned off the laser sword, hugged it to his chest like a newborn child. The squad leader looked at his soldiers, his voice becoming serious. You must remember, for us border guards, the weapon in our hands is our lifeline. You must remember, the sword is our life, the sword is our death. The sword is our life, the sword is our death. The soldiers shouted in unison, their eyes filled with determination. Half an hour later, all the soldiers had received their laser swords. Commander Wan stood at the front of the ranks, his voice ringing out. No regard for life. Yes, sir. All the soldiers responded excitedly. Then, they continued practicing operating the laser swords. They practiced slashing maneuvers. And more difficult maneuvers like backhand strikes. The soldiers grew increasingly excited with each practice. Southwest. Border. India Border Command Post. Raji stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, his muscular face trembling. He was the Indian border commander. Long-term deployment to the border had warped his psyche. It seems like Great Xia has been causing a lot of trouble lately. They even shot down a global hawk from the US. It's making Great Xia's border guards arrogant too. We can't let them get any more arrogant. We have to crush their arrogance. He turned to his adjutant beside him. Is what I asked you to prepare ready? The adjutant picked up a barbed iron rod from the side. Sir, it's ready. Use this iron rod. I guarantee the Great Xia people will suffer terribly. Let them know how powerful India is. Raji took the barbed iron rod, a sinister smile on his face. Excellent. With this, the Great Xia people will be caught completely off guard. Tonight at 10 o'clock, organize 100 men to cross the border and smash their outposts. Yes, Commander. The adjutant's eyes were filled with excitement. Evening. In India, at the border command post. Looking at the barbed iron rod in his hand, he sneered. Great Xia people, I wonder if your stele will can withstand this iron rod? Just then, his adjutant walked in, excitedly saying, Sir, it's 10 o'clock. Is it time? Raji put down the iron rod. Standing up, looking towards the Great Xia border defense line, his voice carried a hint of ruthlessness. You personally lead the team. Begin the operation immediately. Remember, don't hold back. Yes, sir. Mission accomplished, the adjutant replied excitedly. Then he excitedly left the command post. Meanwhile, each of them gripped the same barbed iron rod. Heh, tonight we'll make those Great Xia people suffer. That's right. So what if they have an iron will? Can they withstand our barbed iron rods? Tonight will be our moment of glory. All the Indian soldiers were full of confidence. They looked down on the Great Xia soldiers. At this moment, the adjutant arrived. Move out. No holding back. Yes, sir. All the Indian soldiers' eyes were filled with fanaticism. They were as excited as if they'd been injected with adrenaline. Then, under the cover of night, they crept across the border. On the other side. Great Xia border post. The sentry stood on the watchtower, his high-powered binoculars fixed on the border. Suddenly, he noticed movement from the Indians' side. Soon, he saw a group of soldiers cross the border and move towards his post. The regimental commander was right. The sentry wasn't nervous at all. In fact, he was excited. He immediately reported over the walkie-talkie. Reporting, Company Commander Zhao. About 100 Indian troops are sneaking into Black Wind Pass Canyon. Black Wind Pass Canyon. Steep cliffs on both sides, with only a narrow canyon road leading into the canyon. Narrow at the outside, wide at the inside. This location is also a frequent site of conflict with India. They're here? Company Commander Zhao was instantly excited upon hearing this. Then, he immediately gave the order. All troops, listen up. As planned, 50 men, armed with laser swords, head to Black Wind Pass Canyon to wipe out the Indians. Roger. The soldiers were excited and moved swiftly. Except for their rifles, they brought all their individual combat gear. New recruit Xiao Zhou had just finished preparing everything. Company Commander Zhao suddenly pulled up beside him and patted him on the shoulder. Xiao Zhou, you don't need to fight this time. Go to the East Cliff. Use the recorder to record the whole thing. Xiao Zhou's eyes lit up, instantly understanding. Okay, Company Commander. I promise I won't miss a single second. This was his first conflict in 6 months of service. He felt no fear whatsoever. Only excitement. Although not being able to directly participate in combat left him slightly disappointed. He was good at filming. He loved filming videos. After confirming the soldiers were ready, Company Commander Zhao waved his hand. Move out! The 50 men were divided into 5 squads. Under the cover of night, they marched hastily towards Black Wind Canyon. Excitement filled the eyes of every soldier. Half an hour later. In Black Wind Canyon. The night wind howled through the cliffs like a whistle. 50 soldiers stood apart. They formed a perimeter around the canyon clearing. The soldiers stood close to the cliff face, their lightsabers concealed. Not long after, footsteps echoed from the canyon entrance. On the screen, 100 Indian soldiers crowded together as they entered. The adjutant at the head of the group had just stepped into the canyon. They spotted the great Xia Kingdom soldiers surrounding them. The adjutant glanced around. There were only about 50 men. Only 50? The advantage is with us. How can we lose tonight? The adjutant was secretly thrilled. Meanwhile, the Indian soldiers had already begun their taunts. Just 50 men? And they're not even armed? Ha! The Indian soldiers rattled off their insults. As if they had already won. The adjutant walked to the center of the canyon and shouted in broken Chinese. Come out! I've found you! The words had barely left his lips. Company Commander Zhao emerged from the darkness, expressionless, his eyes icy. At the same time, 50 soldiers appeared, surrounding the Indian soldiers. On the cliff face, Xiao Zhou had already started recording a video. Hearing this, the Indian adjutant looked at the 50 great Xia soldiers surrounding them. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. Ha ha! A warning to us? With 50 unarmed soldiers like you? Do you deserve it? The other Indian soldiers joined in the laughter. They looked at the Indian soldier, as if he were a fool. Laugh. If you don't laugh now, you won't have anything to laugh about later. All the great Xia soldiers were calculating how to get as many kills as possible once the fighting started. These were all real battle achievements. Whether the family tree can be opened to a separate page depends on your typing speed. The soldiers even felt that there weren't enough Indian soldiers this time. Company Commander Zhao ignored the Indian soldiers' laughter. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. He had already guessed the company commander's intention. Besides provoking the Indians to strike first, it was also to justify their actions. With this, even if they went too far with the Indians later, they would have no choice but to endure it. Even if it went to the International Court of Justice, they would be in the wrong. Sure enough. The consequences? I'll show you what happens when you anger me. Listen up, all of you! Beat them to a pulp! Don't hold back! Yes, sir! 100 Indian soldiers, wielding barbed iron bars, charged towards the surrounding Great Xia soldiers like mad dogs unleashed from their cages. Company Commander Zhao, seeing this, smiled triumphantly. Then he gave the order. Activate the laser swords! Begin the slaughter! Instantly! Buzz! 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 50 pale blue light blades instantly illuminated the scene. The Indian soldiers at the forefront were completely bewildered. Then they sneered. Trying to scare us with a toy at a time like this? You really think you're wielding laser swords? With that, the Indian soldiers continued their charge, barbed iron bars in hand. They simply couldn't believe that any country in the world could develop laser swords. After all, those were just props from science fiction movies. However, Company Commander Zhao, wielding a lightsaber, shouted, Kill! Then he charged towards the adjutant running at the front. He wanted to severely injure Company Commander Zhao. Die! The first-class merit is mine! The adjutant, watching the iron bar in his hand about to hit Company Commander Zhao, was filled with excitement. Company Commander Zhao simply swung his lightsaber at the incoming iron bar. Swoosh! The iron bar snapped into like butter poured with hot water. What? The adjutant's pupils constricted, thinking he was seeing things. It must be fake. The adjutant's hands, holding the iron rod, were cleanly severed at the wrists. Both wrists and the iron rod fell to the ground. He could even smell curry. The adjutant looked at his severed hands, then at the laser sword in Company Commander Zhao's hand, and was instantly terrified. Suddenly, it hurts! Retreat! Retreat! At that moment, he knew that the soldiers from the Great Xia Kingdom were indeed wielding laser swords. Unfortunately, he realized it too late. Giving the order now was too late. The 50 Great Xia Kingdom soldiers had already gone berserk. My hand! My arm! I surrender! Don't cut me! Screams and pleas for mercy echoed throughout the canyon. It's over! This time it's really over! The losses were so heavy. Even if he returned alive, his final fate would be dire. 5 minutes later. The battle was over. The Indian soldiers were either dead or wounded. On the ground lay dozens of broken iron bars and a few drops of blackened blood. The 50 soldiers of Great Xia suffered 0 casualties. Company Commander! We won! 0 casualties! An old soldier shouted excitedly, his voice trembling. We won! We won! The soldiers cheered. Manga and comics. Watching the Indian soldiers flee in disarray, Company Commander Zhao did not order his men to pursue. This attack had already resulted in the deaths of 15 Indian soldiers. It had taught India a heavy lesson. Although, according to international practice, our actions might be considered a violation of weaponry regulations. However, India had invaded first. And after repeated warnings went unheeded, they still attacked first. Even if the matter went to the International Criminal Court. Company Commander, what should we do with these bodies? A soldier asked, his eyes filled with excitement. Company Commander Zhao thought for a moment and immediately ordered. Throw them back to their side. Don't defile our land. Roger. The soldiers acted swiftly. Dragging the stiff corpses, they walked towards the border in the darkness. Each body bore clean cuts from a laser sword. After throwing them across the border, the soldiers returned. The Indians were terrified and dared not turn back. As for when they would collect the bodies of their soldiers, that was their own business. After Company Commander Zhao and his men gathered, they led their troops back to their company. Company Commander Zhao didn't even have time to drink water. He immediately called Regiment Commander Wang to report. Regiment Commander Wang! You were right. The Indians really did send people to invade our border. Yes, they sent 100 men, and we fought back with laser swords. On the other end of the phone, Regiment Commander Wang excitedly asked, How was the result? The result? 0 casualties. During our fierce resistance, we accidentally killed 15 Indians and wounded 85. The lightest casualties were severed limbs. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the walkie-talkie. Then came a crisp clatter like an enamel cup falling to the ground. What did you say? Commander Wang's voice trembled, filled with disbelief and excitement. 0 casualties? 15 dead, 85 wounded? Company Commander Zhao repeated, his voice trembling with excitement. Yes. The laser sword is a single-soldier melee weapon of unparalleled power. Company Commander Zhao continued. We also recorded the entire incident. Does the commander need it? Send it to me immediately. Okay. Company Commander Zhao hung up the phone. He immediately asked Xiao Zhou for the video and sent it to Commander Wang. On the other side, Border Defense Regiment Headquarters. Commander Wang's residence. After hanging up with Company Commander Zhao, Commander Wang was still in a state of excitement. His dark face was flushed with excitement. 15 dead. 85 wounded. 0 casualties. How precious these numbers were. Only this old man, who had guarded the frontier for 20 years, truly understood. This was perhaps the most exhilarating battle fought in all these years. On the southwestern border, they had fought the most decisive and satisfying war. Old commander, your spirit can rest in peace now. Whoever comes will die. Commander Wang's eyes were red, tears blurring his vision. He silently comforted his old commander. Because his old commander, in the conflict with India, was brutally beaten to death by those Indian bastards in the chaos. That tragic scene was forever etched in the hearts of all the border soldiers. At that time, if it weren't for the intervention from above, he was about to lead his troops across the border to avenge his country. Because back then, the great Xia kingdom wasn't as powerful as it is today. Many times, the greater good had to be considered. Today, finally, revenge was achieved. Because of the lightsaber, because of technological advancement, because of the strength of the motherland. No more worrying about the tragedy repeating itself. Now, it's India's turn to worry about its own safety. Commander Wang clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. Just then, a ding sounded on his phone. Commander Wang wiped away his tears, took a deep breath to calm himself. He opened the video sent by his company commander. The more he watched, the more his expression became. Good! Good for killing the enemy! After watching it, Commander Wang slapped his thigh excitedly. With this video, there was nothing to worry about. However, this matter still needs to be reported to the Army Group headquarters. After all, the other side has suffered 100 casualties. Knowing the Indians' nature, they definitely won't let this go. It's best to let the Army Group headquarters handle it. Although it was almost 11 p.m., Regimental Commander Wang didn't hesitate at all and immediately dialed the Army Group headquarters duty phone. The call connected. Not long after, a steady and somewhat authoritative voice came from the other end of the phone. Little Wang, what urgent military situation is there so late? The other end of the phone was silent for 10 seconds. Good. Well done. At the same time, I'll report this to my superiors. You'll be rewarded. The phone was hung up. Meanwhile, at the Indian Border Command Post, he stumbled into the command post. Hearing the noise, he instinctively looked towards the door. What he saw? He didn't even bother to remove his cigarette. His face was grim as he asked, What happened? The adjutant immediately knelt on the ground. Sir, the great Xia people, they have laser swords. Our iron rods were cut in two with a single touch. Even my hands were severed clean at the root with a light flick of their wrists. What? Raj froze, not even noticing the cigarette he dropped. Lala sir? Are you kidding me? He rushed over, grabbing the adjutant by the collar, his eyes fierce. Damn it, how could something from a sci-fi movie possibly exist in reality? It must be you idiot, who got ambushed. You were a coward, so you ran back, weren't you? It's true. The Great Xia people's laser swords are too powerful. We had 100 men, and they ganged up on us with only 50. Only 85 of us came back, all with severe injuries and broken arms. By the end, the adjutant broke down in tears. His wound had only received basic treatment. He had just accidentally touched the ground, worsening the injury. He managed to hold on until now. That's already incredibly strong-willed. Raji's face turned deathly pale at the sight of his adjutant's miserable state. He released his grip, and the adjutant slumped to the ground with a thud. Is it true? Great Xia actually has laser swords? Raji took 2 steps back. Just say that Great Xia invaded us, and that we fiercely resisted, yet were still overwhelmed by Great Xia and suffered heavy losses. Yes, report it like that. After making his decision, Raj sternly warned his adjutant that he and his men should deceive their superiors. This way, you will all become heroes of the nation and receive substantial compensation. Otherwise, you can expect to be executed. The adjutant nodded repeatedly, terrified. I understand, I'll go talk to the soldiers right away. Faced with the choice between becoming a hero of the empire and death, he would definitely choose the former. He was going to ask the other soldiers to keep the secret. Raji also picked up the phone and dialed the Indian Army Border Headquarters. Headquarters. Emergency. 500 troops from the Great Xia Kingdom have invaded our border. Our army dispatched 100 men to resist fiercely. But the Great Xia Kingdom used illegal weapons, and we suffered heavy losses. The person on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then roared. Are you telling the truth? It's true. Even my deputy had his hands chopped off. Raji even feigned a sob at the end. All right, I understand. The phone hung up. Raji wiped away a cold sweat. Then he hurriedly left the command post. He also needed to keep an eye on his adjutant. He had to do a good job of counseling all the wounded soldiers. Midnight. A military jeep arrived at the Indian border. Several people got out and went directly to the wounded soldiers' camp. They began questioning the wounded soldiers. The results were remarkably consistent. They all told the same thing as Raj. When it comes to lying, no one can compare to the Indians. And that's precisely why. When the soldiers lied, their expressions didn't change at all. Investigators even went to the border to investigate. And incidentally dragged back the 15 bodies. The news reached the Indian military headquarters. The generals at headquarters gathered around the battle report, their faces ashen. No one could believe that such a serious conflict had occurred on the border. Injuries were one thing, but 15 people had died. This was absolutely a major conflict. Even if they didn't want to believe it. And photos of the deceased soldiers' bodies. They had no choice but to believe it. This matter is beyond our control. We must report to the Prime Minister. All the generals, their faces grave, nodded in agreement. They dared not delay and quickly reported to the Prime Minister's office. In India, the Prime Minister's rest area, Old Master Dimmo was eating curry rice. Golden curry coated the rice as he grabbed a handful. He saw several generals enter, their faces panicked. Smack! Before they could even put the rice in their mouths, they slammed it onto the plate. Why did you all come here together? The leading general reported in a deep voice. The matter is like this. Upon hearing this, Dimmo the Immortal instantly flew into a rage, his beard bristling with fury. Bastards! How dare the Great Xia Kingdom? They actually sent 500 people to invade our border? And cause such heavy casualties to our soldiers? The enraged Dimmo the Immortal didn't question the veracity of the story. After all, several high-ranking military officials had come to report at the same time. There must have been a rigorous investigation. Dimmo the Immortal looked at the photos on the tablet and the video recorded by the investigation team. His anger intensified, his eyes seemingly spitting fire. He roared. Good. Good for the Great Xia Kingdom. Invading our border and using illegal weapons. This is absolutely intolerable. Pass on my order. The military should issue a public announcement immediately. Strongly condemn the Great Xia Kingdom. Declare that they used illegal lethal weapons. Demand an explanation and compensation. Otherwise, don't blame us for launching a massive offensive. Soon, the Indian military issued a public announcement to the world. They specifically tagged the Great Xia Kingdom and the Blue Star Alliance. The Great Xia Kingdom disregarded international conventions, blatantly invaded our border, and illegally used lethal weapons, causing serious harm to our border guards. Strongly condemn. We demand an explanation from the Great Xia Kingdom and compensation for our losses. Otherwise, we, the Indians, will not hesitate to wage war to avenge our losses. The announcement was immediately met with outrage. The first to react were Indian netizens. The Great Xia Kingdom must hand over the murderers. We must avenge them. No one can bully us, the Indians. Revenge. Revenge is imperative. As the news spread, more and more Indians, including Karami, learned of it. They gathered together, holding banners and chanting slogans. They all wanted the Great Xia Kingdom to hand over the murderer, and to compensate India. Otherwise, they would support the government sending troops to avenge them. This scene was exactly what old Immortal Dimmel wanted to see. He also hoped to use this opportunity to rally public support and boost his approval rating. Meanwhile, the international internet exploded. Japanese netizens. Yash! Great Xia called us militarists, what are they saying now? American netizens. Great Xia is disrupting regional peace. They should be sanctioned. European netizens. Oh God! Isn't Great Xia peace-loving? Why would they do something like this? Brazil netizens. It must be that India invaded Great Xia itself, got severely damaged, and now they're turning around and blaming us. The entire international internet is in an uproar because of India's announcement. Great Xia's image is also seriously questioned. Many people are questioning India's announcement. There are only photos and videos of the wounded, but no video of the scene. Therefore, it can be inferred that India may be lying unilaterally. Meanwhile, the Great Xia Kingdom's internet is also in an uproar. Haha, great! Finally, we see India suffer a huge loss. Awesome! No matter who invaded, seeing India suffer a great loss is satisfying. I hope our beloved soldiers aren't injured, nothing else matters. That's right, as long as our people's soldiers aren't injured, even if all the Indian soldiers die, it doesn't matter. Almost all the citizens of Great Xia were extremely excited about this. The internet was filled with cheers. Who invaded whom was unimportant. They only hoped that the people's soldiers of Great Xia were safe and sound. But they also wanted to see an official response. Xia Academy of Sciences. Li Jiangwo's office. Haha, Shaolin, your laser sword has achieved a great feat. Li Jiangwo looked at the battle report sent to him by the military, his face beaming with joy. His smile was as radiant as a spring flower. Oh? Lin Chen asked curiously. What's going on? Wasn't it just recently mass-produced and equipped by the military? How come there are already results so quickly? Could it be that another conflict has broken out on the border? Li Jiangwo handed the tablet to Lin Chen. You'll know after watching this video. Lin Chen took the tablet and opened the video. After watching the entire video, Lin Chen was filled with surprise. Not bad, the power of the laser sword has been proven. Those little bastards from India still want to cause trouble on our border? Our border guards are too merciful. They should have wiped them all out. Li Jiangwo thought to himself. Good heavens! 15 Indians have already been killed, and Lin Chen still thinks it's not enough. It seems this guy is also a hidden conservative. It wasn't that he underestimated India. But given the current military strength of the Great Xia Kingdom, once a war breaks out, it might be a repeat of the Battle of New Delhi. And it might be even shorter. Because vehicle-mounted laser cannons have already begun mass production. But with laser cannons deployed horizontally, the damage to infantry and tanks is far more terrifying. Furthermore, the development of ship-borne laser cannons is in its final stages. Deployment will be imminent. Once all of Great Xiao's warships are equipped with superpowered laser cannons, they will be invincible at sea. Therefore, Lin Chin is never worried about India starting a war. It would be best if they fought. Let the whole world witness Great Xiao's terrifying fighting power. Li Jianguo was speechless. Lin Chen's reaction. Clearly, he hadn't listened to his advice. Indeed, conservatives are all the same. But this is for the best. Given Lin Chen's current position, this attitude might be a good thing for Great Xia. At the very least, the equipment he developed was definitely primarily conservative. Just as Li Jianguo was about to say something, his phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and saw it was General Zhang from the military calling. He answered immediately, and after listening for only a couple of sentences, a shocked expression appeared on his face. The military wants to announce the laser sword? They're asking Chief Engineer Lin's opinion? Great, he's right here with me. I'll ask him right away. Li Jianguo looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded. Tell them to release it without worry. No need to worry about technology leaks. Chief Engineer Lin agreed. No need to worry about technology leaks. Great, I'll go check it out later. The call ended. Li Jianguo still had an excited expression. He looked at Lin Chen and sighed. Little Lin, it seems the way the higher-ups handle things is starting to change. If it were before. In such situations, the most one would respond is a simple one. But not like this, directly releasing the video of the scene. Furthermore, they're even announcing the release of newly deployed, groundbreaking equipment. It's obvious. The military is showing its strength. And it's a real show of force. That's good. Lin Chen smiled, approving of the military's approach. A strong nation should display its power. To instill confidence in the people and make enemies wary. After more groundbreaking equipment is developed, past grievances will still be avenged. This was Lin Chen's deeply hidden thought. However, now was not the time. The Great Xia Kingdom's current military capabilities hadn't reached that level. After developing it in reality, then it would be time to settle scores and settle grievances. Li Jianguo didn't respond to Lin Chen, but instead directly opened the military's official website. A red pinned announcement popped up on the homepage. The title was glaring and satisfying. Statement regarding the border conflict with India, the truth hurts more than lies. Below the announcement was a 5-minute video. Li Jianguo didn't need to watch the video. He already knew its content. At the end of the video was the official statement. The Indians say we violated regulations? Which international law says we can't use lightsabers? The Indians say we invaded? Sorry, you're the ones invading our Great Xia. The Indians say we ganged up? Indeed, 50 soldiers from our Great Xia ganged up on 100 of yours. So, the Indians need to give our Great Xia an explanation, or don't blame us for retaliating. Li Jianguo, seeing the last part, was speechless. When did our military learn to use memes? You. Li Jianguo shook his head helplessly, but his eyes were full of satisfaction. However, speaking of which, this debut of the lightsaber will definitely trigger a new round of arms race worldwide. An arms race has no impact on the Great Xia. It could also sway the military research and development of those countries. For Earth at present, developing it independently is virtually impossible. Moreover, he has applied multiple layers of encryption and special processing to each technology. After reading the military's announcement, did Lin Chin continue working on his Vermilion Bird project? The new alloy material has begun trial production. Once the samples are ready, various parameters will be tested. Once the alloy material is finalized, various components can be manufactured. On the other side, on the internet, the official announcement from the Great Xia Kingdom has already stirred up a storm. Comments from domestic netizens are flooding the internet faster than a rocket. The screen is filled with excitement and exhilaration. Holy crap! What are they doing to me? A lightsaber has appeared? Someone tell me? Are you sure this isn't a sci-fi movie? The video released by the military is definitely real. Company Commander Zhao in the video is really handsome. That's right, that final warning line was so satisfying. Company Commander Zhao deserves a huge commendation. Haha. 50 men ganging up on 100 Indians, 0 casualties, who else can do that? After all, the netizens of the Great Xia Kingdom saw the video. It all gives me a feeling of exhilaration. So many years have passed. No more cowering and timidity. Watching the thrilling scenes in the video. The fighting spirit inherited from thousands of years of Chinese heritage seems to be awakening. On the international internet, foreign netizens were also completely shocked and dumbfounded. On Japanese forums, in their place were, "Definitely, this isn't the first time India has done this. We're doomed. Great Xia has even mass-produced laser swords. Will they seek revenge later? Fake, definitely fake." Many Japanese netizens didn't believe it was real. Clearly, the laser sword had a huge impact on them. On the other side, South Korean online military forums had also completely changed. Laser sword technology belongs to South Korea. Great Xia must return it, or we will sue you in the International Court of Justice. The Koreans were still the same as always. Everything good is attributed to South Korea. In fact, in their eyes, South Korea is the center of Earth, the center of the solar system, the center of the universe. American netizens were silent. What they saw was, China has completely surpassed America in the field of lasers. From the recent downing of the Global Hawk drone by a Chinese laser weapon, to the current footage of laser sword combat. All of this proves it. China is far ahead of America in the field of laser weapons. They posted online, tagging the American government, hoping the government could catch up with China in the field of laser weapons as soon as possible. America. Because of the time difference. It was already night. Even so, the lights in the White House, in the Oval Office, were still on. Inside the office, President Otto von Hippel stared intently at the video announcement released by the Great Xia military. The more he watched, the more complex his expression became. From initial skepticism to shock, and finally, disbelief. He couldn't accept this. Now, however, it had fallen far behind Great Xia in the crucial field of laser weapons. Suddenly, Op turned, his gaze fixed on Defense Secretary Pete. "We don't yet have specific information. But judging from the video and the reaction of the Great Xia military, the laser sword is definitely real. The relevant technical experts are already analyzing how the technology is implemented." That's how it is in the US. The Defense Secretary's position isn't entirely controlled by the President. Sometimes, even the President has to consider the military's opinion. Op suppressed his anger, staring at Pete, and warned, "I hope you can come up with results as soon as possible. I don't want us to fall too far behind in the field of lasers." Pete nodded in response and then left. Otep was furious. But he was helpless. He didn't have the power to dismiss the defense minister. Now, he only hoped the military could produce results quickly. However, he had another plan. He would then propose laser weapon technology as a condition for lifting the sanctions. Otep thought this plan was feasible. It wasn't just the US. European countries also held emergency military seminars because of the laser sword issue. They all began discussing the establishment of new laser weapon research and development projects. Just because of a video. All the developed countries on Earth began a new round of arms race. They all believed that if Great Xia could develop it, they could too. No one wanted to admit it. Their research and development capabilities were inferior to those of Great Xia. Was directly wielding its financial power. Several crown princes from various countries flew to Great Xia overnight on private jets. Their sole purpose was to buy. Felt like the sky had fallen. Fuck! This must be fake. I don't believe it. Why would the government lie to us? But it's an official video released by Great Xia. It can't be fake. Then there's only one possibility. Old immortal Dimo is deceiving us! As the video spread wildly, the people of India, initially skeptical, gradually descended into panic and chaos. This was because the credibility of the Great Xia government was clearly higher than that of the Indian government. Moreover, the Indian government only released photos and interview videos with the wounded. There was no on-site video. Furthermore, both the personnel and the wounds matched perfectly. Even if they didn't want to believe it, they had to accept this cruel reality. Now they all swarmed to the gates of the Indian government, shouting, "That liar, Dimo the Elder, give me an explanation! Wah! Our soldiers have suffered heavy losses, and the government has even lied to us? Outrageous! Dimo the Elder! Why hide the truth? Why trick us into supporting the war? We've been played like fools! We thought we were heroes, but we're invaders! Raji must die! Great Xia has laser swords, why did we provoke them?" In an instant, the entire country of India erupted in protest. Now directed all their anger at the Indian government. They demanded an explanation from the government. Meanwhile, in the Indian capital, New Delhi Central Square, before Great Xia issued its announcement, Dimo the Elder was standing on a high platform, live-streaming the awarding of medals to wounded Indian soldiers. He was wearing a sharp white suit, a gold medal pinned to his chest, his smile smug and arrogant. He shouted into the live-stream camera, "India needs heroes like you to resist the invasion of the Great Xia Kingdom. You are the best. I announce a reward of 100,000 rupees for each wounded soldier. The families of the fallen soldiers will receive a reward of 500,000 rupees. We will avenge you." The crowd below was packed with Indians. They chanted slogans, their emotions running high. Suddenly, someone in the crowd screamed, "Fuck! Everyone, look at your phones! The Great Xia military has released a video!" Instantly, this shout caused the surrounding Indians to curiously pull out their phones. When they saw the video's content, they all froze in place. The footage, every scene, was like a slap in the face to the Indian people. The square was completely silent for 3 seconds. Then an angry roar erupted. "Liar! Old immortal Dimo is a liar! We've been tricked! It wasn't the Great Xia invasion at all. We crossed the border and started the trouble first. Give us our money back! You've deceived our passion with lies! Where is Raji? Let him out! He must be shot! Down with the liar government! We don't want war! We want the truth!" The crowd surged towards the platform like madmen. Banners were torn to shreds, flowers were thrown to the ground and trampled. They had only one thought: to overthrow the old man who had deceived them, Dimo. To overthrow the war criminals who had deceived them. On the platform, the old man's wide, watermelon-sliced smile vanished instantly, replaced by utter bewilderment. Soon, his face turned ashen. "Fuck! What's going on? These lowly people, why have they suddenly gone mad?" He took 2 steps back and roared at his bodyguards. "Anyone who dares to rush up, shoot them!" At this moment, the old man still didn't know what was happening. But he absolutely couldn't let those people rush onto the platform. But they dared not actually fire, because the crowd was already furious enough. If they were to fire another shot, it would likely turn into a tragedy, and no one would escape. In the medal awarding procession, when Raji and his adjutant saw the angry slogans shouted by the Indian man in the square below, they instantly knew they'd been caught. "It's over! We're doomed this time! Why did Great Xia release the video this time? Why?" Raji's face was ashen, muttering to himself. According to his plan, Great Xia should, as before, not issue a response. That way, no matter what they fabricated, no one would know. But this time, Great Xia not only responded publicly, but also released a video of the scene. The adjutant, on the other hand, looked at Raji with eyes that seemed to want to devour him. Suddenly, Disregarding his crippled hands, he roared. It's all your fault. You've made us a disgrace to the nation. You've made us sinners. Die. Instantly, Raji was knocked to the ground. The other soldiers rushed over, unleashing a barrage of attacks on Raji. Those without hands used their feet. Those with crippled hands and feet rolled over and bit him. They had only one thought. Raji had to die. If it weren't for Raji, they wouldn't be in such a terrible state. They wouldn't have become sinners of India. Meanwhile, his secretary stumbled onto the stage, his face panicked and his voice trembling. The Great Xia Kingdom has replied. They even have video. What? Old Immortal Dimo took the phone and his vision went black. He looked at the angry faces below the stage. He heard shouts of, Old Immortal Dimo is a liar! He remembered his own smugness and promises just moments before. With a thud, he crashed heavily onto the platform. The surrounding officials frantically dialed for an ambulance. Meanwhile, high-ranking military officials began calling the nearest police department and troops to suppress the rioting crowd. Bodyguards and security personnel surrounded Dimo Laotian and other high-ranking Indian officials, to avoid being harmed by the angry Indians. Seeing that old man, Dimo had collapsed and was guarded by armed men. They turned and rushed towards the medal-awarding platform where Laji was. The angry mob overturned the platform and trampled the medals. The scene was extremely chaotic. The wounded soldiers were brutally beaten by the angry mob. Laji was beaten to death. Even the adjutant and his men were beaten to death. For them, death was a kind of relief. At this moment, security personnel and the army arrived. They began to suppress the rioting Indians. Faced with fully armed troops and security personnel, the long-suppressed anger did not dissipate with the arrival of the army and security personnel. Instead, it burned even more fiercely, like dry tinder meeting a raging fire. This ultimately led to a serious bloodshed. As for old Immortal Dimo, he had already been secretly moved away. And this scene was broadcast live. The footage quickly spread throughout India. Good riddance! That damned old Immortal Dimo, making us a laughingstock worldwide. That scoundrel, he deserved to die. It's this kind of pest who makes us a laughingstock on earth. Throughout India, they just wanted to know the truth. They didn't want to become a laughingstock worldwide. Originally, India already had a bad reputation internationally. Now, with this farcical incident, their reputation had plummeted even further. Even Indian citizens overseas spent their homes, because India had already embarrassed itself internationally. On the international internet, netizens who saw the live stream footage instantly erupted in excitement. A flood of sarcastic and mocking comments poured in. Haha, India dug itself a hole. Dimo Laotian has become an international laughingstock. Look at this chaotic scene serves them right. With this level of competence, they still want compensation from the Great Xia Kingdom? Ridiculous. Seeing the riots in the capital of India, international netizens showed no pity. They all started watching the drama unfold. The more chaotic India became, the happier they were. Xia Academy of Sciences. Li Jianguo scrolled through the news, grinning from ear to ear. Haha. Old Immortal Dimo's gone mad with anger. This is truly gratifying. Lin Chen put down his tablet, his face calm. Elderly. This is just the beginning. We will have even more advanced weapons and equipment later. By then, no country on the entire Blue Star will dare to provoke our Great Xia Kingdom. Not even the US. Li Jianguo heard Lin Chen's firm and confident tone. He felt a surge of satisfaction. You're right, Lin. Our Great Xia Kingdom has been dormant for too long. It's time to unsheath our swords. Moreover, with you here, I believe our Great Xia Kingdom's technological development will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. I don't know why. Li Jianguo trusted Lin Chen unconditionally. Lin Chen's words. He believed they would come true in the near future. Lin Chen nodded. Yes. It won't take too long. On the other side. Southwest border. Regimental Commander Wang looked at the news on his phone, a broad smile on his face. In the news video, the chaos in the Indian square continued. Old Immortal Dimmo was being carried into an ambulance, while the crowd chased after the vehicle, shouting, "Liar! India, you've finally met your match. I hope you remember this lesson. Otherwise." Regimental Commander Wang's eyes were filled with a sharp light. The army headquarters had already given him instructions. From now on, if Indian soldiers dare to cross the border, they will be dealt with in the same way as this time. No survivors. This shows that the Great Siam military has completely loosened its grip. No longer like before. The Prime Minister's office of India. Old Immortal Dimmo had been revived. But his face was still pale. At this moment, he had learned the whole story. His eyes were filled with nothing but anger. Anger from being deceived by his subordinates. Anger from being mocked by the military of Great Xia. "I swear I will not be an Indian if I do not avenge this." Old Immortal Dimmo was filled with impotent rage. Then he grabbed the phone and dialed the number of the President of the United States. The moment the call connected, Old Immortal Dimmo composed himself. His tone was calm and collected. "President Otto, President. You must already know what happened on our border. The purpose of this contact is only one." President Otto President's lips curled into a slight smile. But he feigned concern. "Oh, my friend, I deeply sympathize with your plight. Great Xia is indeed too arrogant. I wonder how you intend to cooperate? My India is willing to completely side with your America. Let's join forces to punish Great Xia. But I have a condition. After you acquire Great Xiao's laser weapon technology, you must share it with me." He was calculating in his mind. Once they acquire the laser technology, then India will go independent. Then the US will be nothing. Otep knew this perfectly well, but outwardly he smiled broadly. "No problem. Allies should share. As long as we join forces and acquire Great Xiao's laser technology, we'll share some with you." Then, the two exchanged a few more pleasantries. They agreed to end their business negotiations before speaking on the phone. They hung up. Otep's smile vanished instantly. "Want to share technology? Dream on. Once we've got Great Xia tied down, we'll kick him aside." Otep stared at the map of Great Xia on the screen, his eyes turning sinister. "Let old Demo cause trouble for Great Xia first. When Great Xia seeks negotiations, it will be easier to acquire the laser weapon technology." Otep was calculating his own scheme. He knew, of course, that Demo wasn't genuinely allied. That guy had tricked the US before. He always agreed readily. Then he'd betray them. And more than once. This time, he couldn't let Demo succeed, no matter what. The two old foxes, each with their own agenda. Each was thinking about how to extract the maximum benefit from the other. Time passed day by day. 5 days later, the border conflict between the US and India was considered to have come to an end. But with India and the US publicly signing a series of military and commercial cooperation agreements, the outside world speculated. On the other side, at the Xia Academy of Sciences, in the materials laboratory, all the engineers were filled with excitement, staring at the data on the test screens. "Is this really the alloy material we developed? Holy crap! This hardness! If we used it on tanks, wouldn't we be invincible? No! I think if we used it on fighter jets, our fighter jets could be even faster. I feel like I'm going crazy. This data is truly phenomenal." With each data point they looked at, Lin Chen and Li Jianguo stood to the side, their eyes filled with excitement. On the test screen, precise data displayed. All testified to the terrifying performance of the new alloy material. Academician Zhou Ming's gaze was fixed on the data on the screen. He turned to Lin Chen, his voice choked with emotion. "Chief Engineer Lin, we succeeded. All the data meet the design requirements, and even exceed them. Far ahead of foreign countries. Anyone who manufactures aero engines knows this. First is the turbine blades and turbine disc. Almost all of them use nickel-based single-crystal alloys. Maximum temperature resistance of 1,300 degrees Celsius, tensile strength of 1,000 to 1,200 MPa. This is currently the most advanced material on Earth. Then there are the ceramic matrix composite materials used in the combustion chamber and turbine shroud rings. The highest temperature resistance is only 1,650 degrees Celsius, and the tensile strength is only 300 to 400 MPa. Even the carbon-carbon composite material used in the highest temperature-resistant exhaust nozzle and afterburner has a maximum temperature resistance of only 2,600 degrees Celsius. And its tensile strength is even lower, only 200 to 300 MPa. The titanium-aluminum alloy used in the compressor blades can withstand temperatures up to 900 degrees Celsius. The resin-based composite material used in the outer bypass casing can withstand temperatures up to 300 degrees Celsius. But Lin Chen's new alloy has a maximum temperature resistance of 300,000 degrees Celsius. That's 130 times stronger than the highest temperature-resistant carbon-carbon composite material. Crucially, its weight is only 1% of the lightest material, resin-based composite material. Its tensile strength is 100 times that of the highest temperature-resistant resin-based composite material, 2,000 MPa, reaching a terrifying 200,000 MPa. It's clear how terrifying the parameters of this new alloy are. With it, the mechanical parts of an aero engine can completely meet all requirements using only this one material. And only this material. Lin Chen picked up a sample of the alloy. The silver surface gleamed coldly, and it was incredibly light. You could hardly feel it in your hand. Lin, is this really the new alloy material we created? Li Jianguo looked at the alloy in Lin Chen's hand, asking incredulously. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Great! With this material, our aero engines no longer have to worry about materials. Li Jianguo's eyes instantly reddened, his heart filled with immense excitement. This wasn't just breaking through the U.S. sanctions and blockade. It was a direct leap into a completely new era of materials science. With this material, who would still use those inferior foreign materials? You could throw it at a dog, and it wouldn't even glance at it. Not just for engines. Future mechs, space fighters, space carriers, spaceships, space cities, these materials can all be used. Soon, even more powerful materials will emerge. Lin Chen's eyes were full of confidence. He wasn't exaggerating. But it's perfectly capable of building space fighters, space carriers, and space cities. The words had barely left his mouth. The surrounding engineers erupted in excitement. What? They can build space fighters too? Space carriers too? What the hell? Space cities too? Could it be that Chief Engineer Lin is really planning to build the South Heavenly Gate project? Li Jianguo's eyes lit up, his voice trembling with excitement. Little Lin, can all those names you just mentioned actually be built? If someone else had mentioned it, Li Jianguo would probably have just laughed it off. Although the South Heavenly Gate project has always existed in science fiction, it's just a fictional concept to attract attention and stimulate imagination. Great Xia Kingdom wouldn't reach that level of technology for at least 30 years. But now that Lin Chen is saying it, it's a completely different story. Because everything Lin Chen has mentioned has already been realized. Everyone looked at Lin Chen with anticipation. Lin Chen gently set down the alloy sample in his hand. Lin Chen glanced at the expectant crowd and slowly nodded. Yes. That one word. Delivered like a thunderclap. The laboratory instantly erupted in cheers. Really? That's fantastic. Chief Engineer Lin is awesome. I want to participate in the Mecha project. Does this mean Project Nanchaman is really going to be implemented? Hopefully, we can participate in Project Nanchaman too. The engineers hugged each other excitedly. Everyone was filled with excitement. Mecha! Space fighters! Space carriers! What man could resist such temptation? If they could personally participate in the research and development, they would be willing to endure any hardship or toil. Li Jianguo was utterly shocked, his voice trembling. Lin, then, how long will it take to begin? At most 6 months. Project Nanchaman should be able to begin then. Lin Chen's tone was calm, yet carried an unwavering force. Good. Good. That was enough to express his excitement. 6 months. He should be able to live to see the completion of the Great Xia Kingdom's South Heavenly Gate project. Lin Chen would definitely not let him down. Perhaps the timeline might even be shortened. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. Excitement aside, action was still needed. He turned to the engineers and shouted, "All right, that's all for 6 months from now. Now, our primary task is to develop the gravity plasma engine. Manufacture the components for the first anti-gravity plasma engine as quickly as possible." Understood. The engineers instantly composed themselves. Their eyes became even more determined. The engineers began to devote themselves entirely to their work. Lin Chen watched for a while. Then he went back to his office with Li Jianguo. Because Lin Chen had other ideas about this material. Li Jianguo's office. "Mr. Li, I have an idea. Modify the parameters of this new material and apply it to civilian use." Civilian use? Li Jianguo was taken aback for a moment, then his eyes lit up. "You have an idea?" "Yes." Lin Chen nodded. "For example, in automobiles. Safe, durable, and affordable. Ordinary people definitely need that." Li Jianguo slapped his thigh. "Great idea! Let's find those purely domestic car companies. No foreign-owned companies." Lin Chen nodded and continued to suggest. "The price must be driven down. Alloy costs are low to begin with, and battery costs are low too. A basic model can be sold for around 50,000 yuan, affordable for salaried workers. As for high-end models, let them decide." Lin Chen wouldn't prevent companies from making high-end products. As long as the mass-market model meets his standards, that's enough. The rest are none of his concern. "No problem. I'll have someone contact them here. But are you sure there won't be any problems with mass production of the materials?" Li Jianguo wasn't worried about the car manufacturing cooperation. He was worried about whether the mass production of materials could meet the demand. You see, China produces the most cars in the world every day. If the materials can't keep up, everything is just empty talk. Lin Chen gave Li Jianguo a reassuring look. "Mr. Li, as long as we have the process parameters, any steel mill in China can produce them any time." "That's good." Li Jianguo nodded. "With China's processing capabilities, mass production will be a piece of cake. Although car batteries have already started mass production. Car manufacturers who want to adapt them. Perfect, we can use the new alloy." Li Jianguo looked at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with satisfaction. "Lin, you not only do scientific research, but you also think about the people. You're more thoughtful than us old folks." Lin Chen smiled. "Science and technology are meant to make the country strong and improve the lives of the people." Lin Chen's ideological awareness was higher than theirs. Then, Lin Chen gave a few more instructions. Then he returned to the laboratory. Meanwhile, Li Jianguo notified Xingchen Technology, a new company established by the government specifically for Lin Chen. On the other side, the White House of the United States. Otto's face was terribly gloomy. "Fuck. So much time has passed. Why hasn't Great Xia contacted us to discuss this? Could they have made another breakthrough in the aerospace field?" He had been secretly making plans. When the Great Xia Kingdom comes knocking, they'll definitely squeeze them for a hefty sum. They not only want laser weapon technology, but also quantum lithography technology. But the Great Xia Kingdom never contacted them. Not only did they not contact them, they even halted all aerospace-related projects. It's impossible for them not to hear. Impossible. Secretary of State Raymond shook his head. Without our aerospace materials, how can they make a breakthrough? Can't they develop it themselves? Otep thought it was increasingly possible. We must put pressure on the Great Xia Kingdom. With this in mind, Otep gave the order directly. Go, notify our allies. A virtual meeting in 10 minutes. Yes, sir. The presidential secretary quickly went out to make the arrangements. Lei Mengduo asked curiously, President, is this how you plan to put pressure on the Great Xia Kingdom? A sinister glint appeared in Otep's eyes. Joint military exercises. An hour later, the online meeting officially began. The Prime Minister of Japan, the President of South Korea, the Prime Minister of Australia, and the President of France, among others. Even Dimo the Elder participated. A total of 8 heads of state were online. Otep glanced at everyone and slowly began. The purpose of this meeting is only one: to suppress the arrogance of the Great Xia Kingdom. Therefore, I suggest this year's joint military exercises begin in a month. The location, the South China Sea. Prime Minister Kishida Jiro of Japan nodded hastily. We fully support it. President Park Kwigo of South Korea echoed. We will send all our warships. Prime Minister of Australia. Support. European nations. We also support it. The words had barely left his lips. Everyone looked at Old Man Dimo. Recalling the unpleasantness he had experienced with Great Xia, they instantly understood his intention. Otep looked at their fawning expressions and nodded with satisfaction. Very good. This time, we must let Great Xia understand that there is no good end for those who oppose us. A sinister glint flashed in his eyes. Great Xia's laser weapons, quantum chips, everything about them kept him up at night. This military exercise had to achieve the result he wanted. The meeting ended. All countries went back to arrange their warships. Meanwhile, the U.S. also publicly announced joint military exercises. The announcement of the joint military exercises by the U.S. and China was posted online. Global netizens went wild. South Korean military forums were in an uproar. Damn it! This is the happiest news I've seen all year. Our Sejong the Great's warship is the best in Asia. This time, we'll show Great Xia what we're made of. Japanese netizens were even more arrogant. Yoshi! The South China Sea is the US's backyard. Great Xia daring to resist is courting death. I suggest directly blockading Great Xia's ports. US netizens, however, panicked. Are they really going to fight Great Xia? They can even shoot down a global hawk. Laser weapons are so powerful, are our warships safe? Eastern University netizens were furious and cursed. An 8-nation coalition? Do they think this is still 100 years ago? The US only knows how to form alliances, let's fight one-on-one. An Indian netizen erupted in jubilation. They all wanted Great Xia to pay the price. Some took screenshots and forwarded them, others spread the word. The international internet was a cacophony of noise, like a bustling marketplace. On the other side, Pingwa Company headquarters. Kook slammed his phone on the table. The screen shattered into a spiderweb pattern. Fuck! He stared at the sales report, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. Sales in the Great Xia market had plummeted for 4 consecutive weeks. Only 300 units were sold in a whole month, while Huawei sold 5 million units in its initial sale. In the past month, it sold an additional 30 million units. Even other mobile phone manufacturers' sales have hit rock bottom. They're completely dominated by Huawei. Fortunately, they have overseas markets to support them. But that's only temporary. Huawei is still ramping up production capacity. Chip production capacity is also increasing. Once they meet the needs of the people of Great Xia, they will definitely return to the international market. At that time, that will be the time when Apple goes bankrupt. Just then, the office door was kicked open. The shareholders rushed in, their faces increasingly grim. Cook! Where's the quantum chip you bought? 50 billion! It's been over a month, and there's still no sign of it. If you don't get the chip soon, you're out of Pingwa Company. Cook's face was grim, his voice trembling. Then go to the White House. The shareholder slammed his fist on the table in frustration. Isn't President Otep on good terms with you? Have him put pressure on us. Fine, I'll try. Cook grabbed the phone and dialed Otep's number. The call connected quickly. President Otep. I need your help with something. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the line, followed by a cold laugh. Cook, you Pingwa people are doing very well. We're implementing chip sanctions, and you're buying chips from Dacia? Click. The phone was immediately disconnected. Is it over? Cook only realized it at this moment. They were secretly heading to Great Xia Kingdom this time. This already violated the US's embargo. Wasn't this just walking into a trap? Cold sweat streamed down his neck. He suddenly understood. Pingwa, this time Pingwa might really be finished. The other shareholders also heard what had happened. They silently left Cook's office. Meanwhile, they were also planning to sell their Apple company stock as soon as possible. Even though it had been falling for a month, they figured they'd salvage whatever they could. It was better than going bankrupt outright. Apple company was just a microcosm. Many semiconductor companies had suffered severe business declines due to the quantum chips from Great Xia Kingdom. Large quantities of products are piling up in warehouses. There are simply no buyers. Nobody's stupid. At a time like this, nobody wants to use chips that are so far behind in quality. Meanwhile, many semiconductor companies are also hoping that the US's 8-nation joint military exercises will put pressure on China. They hope to find a breakthrough in negotiations. They hope to force China to make concessions on chip exports. Otherwise, they'll be finished. China's military headquarters. A meeting is underway. The US is starting another joint military exercise? Do they still think we're the Great Xia of the past? They still want to use this method to threaten us into submission? Dream on! The commanding officer spoke up. Old Zhang, is the deployment of the laser cannons on the ships complete? General Zhang nodded, his voice excited. Yes, complete, and we're preparing for testing. His words had barely left his lips. The conference room erupted in cheers. Completed so quickly? That's great! Test it quickly! All the officers became excited, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. They already knew the power of laser cannons, especially after the border incident with India. Almost all the officers knew the power of super-energy laser weapons. It was a terrifying force capable of instantly penetrating thick armor, obliterating advanced enemy fighters, tanks, and warships. Now laser cannons are on ships. This will undoubtedly greatly enhance the Navy's combat capabilities. Has the test site been chosen? The commanding officer asked, suppressing the excitement of the crowd. It's already chosen, right here in the South China Sea. Zhao Tianyi, commander of the southern Guangdong military region, replied smugly. Exactly. Still showing off now. We should have built our army's vehicle-mounted mobile laser weapon first. In an instant, Commander Zhao Tianyi of the southern Guangdong military region became the target of everyone's criticism. When the news of the super-powered laser cannon came out before, the various military regions rushed to equip it. In the end, the southern Guangdong military region got there first. Seeing Zhao Tianyi's smug expression, how could they possibly hold back? This was a common occurrence for them. After a moment, the commanding officer gestured for them to be quiet. Then he slowly spoke. All right. Now that the laser cannons have been successfully installed on the ships, then get to the testing phase. If there are no problems, equip the entire fleet with them. Arm all our naval warships to the teeth. Then, give the US-led coalition a big surprise. It's time for our Great Xia to unsheath its sword. The military meeting concluded. Another decision was made. Lin Chun and Li Jiangguo were invited to participate in the on-site testing. Xia Academy of Sciences. Lin Chen's office. Lin, the military invites you to participate in the ship-borne super-energy laser cannon test. I wonder if you can spare the time? The laser cannon is already installed on the ship? Lin Chin was a little surprised. The military's speed is quite impressive. Li Jianguo nodded. It has indeed been modified and will be tested tomorrow. Can you spare the time? Yes. Lin Chin smiled and agreed. I'll take a look at our great Xiao's warships. The anti-gravity plasma engine is on track. Basically, all technical issues have been resolved. All that's left is to manufacture the parts, and then assemble the first prototype. He now has plenty of time. Okay, then I'll have the military pick us up tomorrow. Lin Chin sat in his office, deep in thought. The laser cannon is already on the ship. Then the joint military exercises organized by the US will get interesting. I hope you, America, don't make a mistake. Otherwise, this time you'll definitely experience the power of the super-powered laser cannon. Regarding the power of the super-energy laser cannon, Lin Chin was still very confident. This laser weapon can be fired directly at sea. It is unaffected by adverse environmental conditions such as water vapor and sunlight refraction. As long as it is within range, it can effectively hit the target. It caused severe damage to the target. Moreover, the shipborne super-powered laser cannon was upgraded. It was 10 times more powerful than the vehicle-mounted laser cannon. Because the shipborne laser cannon could carry a larger super-solid-state magnetic field battery, it could easily penetrate the deck of a warship. Lin Chin, on the contrary, hoped that this joint military exercise with the US would be like before, giving the Navy a chance for real combat. 8 o'clock in the morning. 3 hours later, Lin Chin, Li Jianguo, and others disembarked. Commander Zhao Tianyi of the South Guangdong Military Region, accompanied by several officers, greeted them. Old Zhang, Dean Li, you've finally arrived. Commander Zhao welcomed them with a smile. General Zhang nodded. Just keep it to yourself. Okay, I understand. Commander Zhao instantly understood. He walked up to Lin Chin and shook his hand. Comrade Lin, welcome, welcome! He had heard of Lin Chin's identity, given his position. But this was the first time he had seen him in person. He hadn't expected him to be the chief designer of the super-powered laser cannon. He's so handsome and young. He couldn't help but think to himself. The younger generation is truly formidable. Commander Zhao, you're too kind. Lin Chin shook hands politely and responded with a smile. When does the test begin? All right, let's go to the test site. Lin Chin nodded. Then, Commander Zhao led Lin Chin to a car. Li Jianguo and General Zhang were in another car. As for the other officers, seeing Commander Zhao's enthusiasm towards Lin Chin, they all speculated about Lin Chin's identity. Who do you think that young man is? Why is the commander so enthusiastic? Could he have some special identity? Definitely. Otherwise, why would our commander, with his fiery temper, come all the way to pick him up? This young man's identity is probably not simple. After the officers got into the cars, they whispered among themselves. Soon, the convoy arrived at the South China Sea Fleet's naval port. On the sea outside the port, the Type 055 destroyer, like a giant steel whale, stood steadily. The gray hull gleamed coldly, its towering mast piercing the blue sky. New turrets, super-powered laser cannons, were added to the bow and stern. On the deck, their white uniforms were perfectly pressed, belts cinched tightly. Zhao Tianyi led Lin Chin and the others aboard. Comrade Lin, what do you think of this hull modification? Do you like it? One at the bow, one at the stern. He pointed to the laser cannons. Lin Chin nodded. Not bad, this design is very suitable. Good. Then let's begin testing. Commander Bao was getting impatient. Then, Commander Zhao immediately ordered the warship to leave port. Shortly afterward, arriving at the designated testing area, Commander Zhao immediately gave the order. Listen to my command. Prepare for laser cannon test firing. Target, buoy 50 kilometers away. Hit, destroy. Target, buoy 100 kilometers away. Hit, destroy. Hit, destroy. Finally, everyone on the warship erupted in cheers. Soldiers on deck cheered and jumped for joy, tears welling in their eyes. Some even wore smug smiles, like Wan Yuxing. Zhao Tianyi was so excited that he hugged General Zhao tightly. "Old Zhao! We succeeded! Our fleet finally has a divine weapon!" After the excitement subsided, Lin Chen quietly watched them, his heart filled with emotion. At this moment, he believed that all the engineers' efforts were worthwhile. A technologically advanced nation. Let technology become a solid bulwark protecting national security. After the initial excitement, Lin Chen reminded him, "Commander Zhao, we need to continue testing. We haven't reached the limit yet." "Good. Target, 500-kilometer buoy." Zhao Tianyi excitedly gave the order. His face was full of excitement. If they could accurately hit the target at 500 kilometers, then the warships of the Great Xia Kingdom could roam freely across the entire Blue Star. The technician took a deep breath and pressed the button. This time, the white light seemed to be moving a little slower. It wasn't that the cannon was slow, everyone was holding their breath. 2 seconds later, the 500-kilometer buoy on the monitoring screen vaporized directly onto the sea surface, leaving not a trace. The data popped up, attenuation 0.05%. Hiss! Li Jiangguo gasped upon seeing the data. Then, he instantly became excited. "It's done! We really did it! Haha, fantastic! It can even reach a range of 500 kilometers! Comrade Lin Deanli, thank you for bringing such a powerful weapon to our navy. With it, the navy of our Great Xia Kingdom is truly rising." Zhao Tianyi was as excited as a child. The surrounding officers were also so excited that their eyes were red. They were all veteran naval officers. They naturally knew how difficult it had been for the Great Xia Kingdom's navy to get to where it was now. Before, they didn't have good naval guns. They even moved tanks onto warships to use as naval guns. It's clear how backward was the navy of the Great Xia Kingdom back then. Every time this event is mentioned, the veteran naval officers can't help but feel a deep sense of emotion. In recent years, the Great Xia Kingdom's navy has grown stronger and stronger. But it's still far from enough. Until today, after being equipped with superpowered laser cannons, the Great Xia Kingdom's navy has finally taken off. No other country's warships on the entire Blue Star can rival it. Lin Chen, looking at the excited Commander Zhao and his men, suddenly spoke up. "Commander Zhao, its range can actually reach 1,500 kilometers." "What?" Commander Zhao was shocked. "A range of 1,500 kilometers? Wouldn't that cover the entire South China Sea?" Suddenly, Commander Zhao's eyes lit up, thinking of a fixed test target. Even General Zhang was stunned. A range of 1,500 kilometers was terrifying. It defied common sense. But then he thought of Lin Chen's extraordinary talent. Instantly, he banished any doubts from his mind. After all, extraordinary talent cannot be measured by common sense. Was perhaps the innovation and breakthrough brought about by Lin Chen? General Zhang inwardly marveled. Meanwhile, Commander Zhao, standing beside him, had that thought growing stronger and stronger in his mind, until he could no longer suppress it. He turned to Lin Chen, excitedly asking, "Comrade Lin, are you sure the laser cannon's range can reach 1,500 kilometers?" Lin Chen nodded seriously, confidently replying, "Yes, I'm sure. As long as you have the accurate coordinates, it'll be fine." "Good." Commander Zhao slapped his thigh excitedly. "Then let's test it. Let's see if it really has a 1,500-kilometer range." The officer in charge of the targets nearby immediately felt a headache coming on. He walked over to Commander Zhao and whispered a reminder. "Commander, the furthest target we prepared is only 500 kilometers. We didn't prepare a 1,500-kilometer target." "You don't need to prepare one." Commander Zhao pointed to the location of an island reef on the nautical chart. "Isn't there a ready-made target here? Why not?" Commander Zhao's eyes were full of wisdom. I've wanted to deal with it for a long time. It's just that I haven't had a good opportunity. Now, our laser cannons are so powerful. Make it disappear when the time comes." He finished speaking. Commander Zhao's tone was full of authority and determination. Lin Chen listened to their coded conversation. He also glanced at the coordinates out of curiosity. Instantly, he knew where it was. That wrecked ship. Like a thorn embedded in the South China Sea. Every time it was mentioned, it made the people of Great Xia grit their teeth in hatred. But they were helpless. In the past, there might have been various concerns. But now it was different. The power of the laser cannon could make it disappear. Thinking of this, Lin Chen spoke directly. "Commander Zhao, I agree to your decision to destroy it. Based on the warship's location. It was only about 1,000 kilometers away from that wrecked warship. The range is more than sufficient. Destroy it. It will also bring joy to the nation. Comrade Lin, you agree? That's wonderful." Commander Zhao looked at Lin Chen excitedly, full of approval. General Zhang sighed helplessly. "Lin, you..." He wanted to dissuade him, but thought better of it. With Lin Chen here, even if something happens, it will be all right. "Commander Zhao, let's begin. Continuous firing is permitted until the target disappears." Lin Chen was a little impatient. He wanted to see that dilapidated warship vanish from the world. "All right, I'll give the order now." Commander Bao nodded. Then he began giving the orders. Test continues. Coordinates: XXXX location, dilapidated warship. Fire continuously until the target is completely out of sight. Roger. The soldier, upon receiving the order, saw the location and instantly became excited. Almost all the naval soldiers. Regarding that dilapidated warship, everyone wanted to destroy it. Now, the opportunity has finally arrived. The soldiers' movements noticeably quickened. Quickly. Coordinates successfully locked. Then the laser cannon began charging. During charging, the soldier operating the cannon stared intently at the charging progress bar, his eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. As charging completed, the soldier immediately pressed the fire button. Instantly, a blindingly bright laser beam erupted from the cannon's muzzle. Meanwhile, inside the dilapidated warship, several Filipino monkeys were chatting and laughing. "When will our new supplies arrive? At this rate, we'll starve to death." One Filipino monkey, with sunken eyes, was just skin and bones. Clearly, their life on the wrecked ship wasn't easy either. "What's the rush? We can catch seafood, we won't starve. Anyway, the Great Xia Kingdom can't do anything to us." "That's right. This place originally belonged to our country. The Great Xia Kingdom forcibly occupied it, and then slandered us." The Filipino monkey hadn't finished saying the word leave. A terrifying beam of light descended from the sky. With lightning speed, it struck the dilapidated warship. Boom! The laser beam instantly pierced through the warship's deck. Where it passed, metal melted and sparks flew. The monkey, Nafi, was hit by the laser and instantly vaporized. "What happened? What just happened? Is this divine punishment? No! I don't want to die here." A sudden, terrifying scene unfolded. The other Filipino monkeys screamed in terror and scattered in all directions. Some even tried to call for help via satellite phone. But the laser cannons gave them no chance. On the Type 055 destroyer, 2 laser cannons fired simultaneously. And continuously. Boom! Boom! Almost one shot every 3 seconds. Each time, a large portion of the dilapidated warship was destroyed. The Filipino monkeys inside were either directly hit and vaporized, struck by the collapsing structure of the ruined warship, or struck by flying hot metal fragments. They had nowhere to hide. They couldn't even jump into the sea. Because in just 1 minute, the entire ruined warship vanished from the world. Even the seawater evaporated, leaving only thick smoke. a testament to the presence of a provocative warship. On the other side, the moment the ruined warship disappeared, Commander Zhao shouted excitedly, "Good! Finally, I've gotten my revenge!" For so many years, he had been disgusted by that ruined warship. Every time he saw it in that spot, it was like a thorn in his heart, a lump in his throat. Now, that thorn was finally removed, how could he not feel exhilarated? General Zhang and his men were also filled with excitement. "Great! The spikes are finally gone! That feels so good! Finally, we don't have to be disgusted anymore. This laser cannon is truly terrifying in its power. It can be called a sea-suppressing artifact." Lin Chen also smiled broadly, seeing Commander Dao and the others' excitement and enthusiasm. He felt a surge of accomplishment. Commander Zhao patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. "Comrade Lin, we did it!" His words were brief. Everything was understood without saying a word. "Yes." Lin Chen nodded, a glint of light in his eyes. "But this is just the beginning. If the U.S. Combined Fleet dares to cross the border in a month, I hope Commander Zhao will blast them with the laser cannon." Upon hearing this, Commander Zhao immediately admired Lin Chen even more. He patted his chest and assured him, "Comrade Lin, don't worry. With this marvel you've built for our Navy, if the U.S. fleet dares to cross the border, we'll bomb them." "That's right," General Zhang echoed with a smile. "If the U.S. dares to come, we dare to open fire." They always talked about a technologically advanced nation. Today, he truly witnessed it. Faced with powerful technology, all threats are paper tigers. Especially this kind of weapon that delivers a devastating blow. It's enough to overturn the course of a war. And Lin Chen's patriotism. It deeply moved the two generals. They never expected that a young man like Lin Chen would have such a higher level of ideological awareness than them. Li Jianguo, standing to the side, adjusted his eyes slightly red. He didn't say much, but simply patted Lin Chen heavily on the back. But the approval in his eyes carried more weight than any words. "Good lad, didn't disgrace our Xia Academy of Sciences. This crappy warship should have been dealt with long ago." Lin Chen nodded with a smile, his gaze sweeping across the deck. The soldiers on the Type 055 destroyer, around the laser cannon, they were excitedly discussing it. Their eyes gleamed as they looked at the laser cannon. "Those shots were really exciting." "Exactly. With this laser cannon in hand, when they come, we'll just blast them to smithereens." The soldiers' voices were full of unfinished business. Command room. "Commander Zhao, the test is over. We'll head back to Xia Academy of Sciences now." He still needed to go back and keep an eye on the parts processing for the anti-gravity plasma engine. "All right. You go ahead and get busy." Commander Zhao nodded quickly. "If you need any cooperation from our military region in the future, just let us know." He knew Lin Chen was busy, so he didn't try to keep him, and left with General Zhang and the others. Meanwhile, a Philippine fishing boat was secretly casting its nets. On the deck, several Philippine fishermen, cigarettes dangling from their lips, chatted arrogantly. "The Great Xia Patrol boat shouldn't be coming today, right? Let's catch more fish. We can make a lot of money selling them back home." "That's right. This is our waters, they can't interfere." A tall, thin fisherman even made a provocative gesture towards the direction of Great Xia. Their fishing nets had already yielded a considerable number of protected fish. Suddenly, the tall, thin companion pointed into the distance, his voice trembling. "Look over there! What's that?" Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing. They saw thick smoke billowing from the distant sea. Someone recognized the location and panicked instantly. The dilapidated warship had been in the South China Sea for over a decade. They had long since memorized its coordinates. The tall, thin man quickly pulled out his phone and started recording in that direction. In the footage, the dilapidated warship that had been in its original location had vanished. What happened? Why did it disappear?" A fisherman's legs went weak, and he almost fell. It's the Great Xia Kingdom! It must have been the Great Xia Kingdom! The tall, thin man's voice trembled, his hand shaking as he recorded on his phone. Run! We have to get out of here! Someone reacted, abandoning their fishing nets. They quickly spun out of the boat. The arrogance from before was gone. Everyone was deathly pale. The fishing boat sped off towards the Philippines. The tall, thin man gripped his phone, his heart still pounding. He stared at the vanishing, dilapidated warship in the video, a chill running down his spine. If they had been a moment later, there would probably have been fish food too. That afternoon, Philippine Presidential Palace. An official from the Fisheries Department. He rushed into his office, tablet in hand. President! Something terrible has happened. Our dilapidated warship in the South China Sea is gone. President Mars was having lunch. Upon hearing this, he spat out his food. The president stared at the video, his eyes widening. But the dilapidated warship had vanished. He watched it 3 times, his hands trembling. Investigate! Investigate immediately! See if it was the Great Xia Kingdom? Satellite images, fishermen's testimonies, even secretly monitored radio signals. Everything was gathered. A few hours later, the Minister of Intelligence, holding the report, entered the President's office with a grave expression. Mr. President, no specific information found. We suspect Great Xia is testing some kind of naval weapon. Is it really Great Xia? The President's face was terribly grim. Although there was no direct evidence, it was definitely related to Great Xia's no navigation zone. Damn it! How dare Great Xia? Could it be because the US is conducting joint military exercises, and Great Xia wants to give the US a preemptive warning? But why target us, the Philippines? Little Marseille paced angrily in his office, his face ashen. The damaged warship, though old, was still a symbol of the Philippines in the South China Sea. Now that it had been directly destroyed by Great Xia, this was a blatant provocation. No way! This cannot be tolerated! Issue a public announcement immediately! Publicly condemn Great Xia! Declare that they have disrupted regional peace and demand compensation for the losses. We will also join forces with the US to put pressure on Great Xia. Soon, the official announcement from the Philippines was released. Great Xia illegally destroyed a warship on our territory, a serious violation of international law. Strongly condemn Great Xia's barbaric behavior and demand immediate compensation. The announcement was an instant bombshell. Philippine netizens erupted. Fuck! Has Great Xia gone mad? How dare they destroy our country's property? We must avenge them. Avenge our fallen countrymen. Some people cursed the Great Xia Kingdom online. But many more were terrified. It's over. The Great Xia Kingdom even dared to attack our old warships. Will they directly attack us in the future? No. From now on, we must stay far away from the Great Xia Kingdom's waters when we go to sea. That's right, this time the Great Xia Kingdom is serious. I just hope that damned government doesn't ruin its own life and drag us down with it. The Great Xia Kingdom even dared to bomb our old warships. Doesn't that mean they could attack us at any moment? They've crossed the border and provoked us countless times before. At most, they'd get sprayed with water cannons by the Great Xia Kingdom. But after this, who knows if the Great Xia Kingdom will directly use force? Many Filipinos were filled with worry. The Philippines announcement had just been posted on its international website. The global internet exploded instantly. Japanese online forums were filled with exclamation marks. What? It really was the Great Xia Kingdom? This is completely out of character for them. We're doomed. The Great Xia Kingdom seems to be getting increasingly hawkish lately. Won't they want revenge? Many Japanese netizens began to worry. The events of this period. The US's global drone was shot down. India's border guards invaded, resulting in bloodshed. Now, the Philippines' damaged warship. All signs indicate that the Great Xia Kingdom is moving towards a hawkish stance. It must have been a staged event by the Philippines. How could Great Xia dare to do something like that? That's right, given Great Xia's weak and cowardly nature, they definitely wouldn't dare do such a thing. The Philippines is just trying to make a statement. Were quickly drowned out by other opinions. South Korea's reaction was even more intense. Damn it! Is Great Xia going crazy? They even dared to mess with America's little brother. What weapon did they use to destroy it? Was it another laser cannon? No way! We're less than 1,000 kilometers away from Great Xia. Many South Koreans began to panic. Our Sejong the Great is still near the South China Sea. Will we be targeted? Instantly, no one dared to answer. The tone completely changed. Just a few days ago, netizens were boasting about crushing Great Xia. But now they're all panicking. Fuck. Just how much advanced technology does Great Xia have? Are we really falling behind? In the comments section, they've been influenced by science fiction movies since childhood. They're filled with awe and fear towards groundbreaking weapons. Seeing how powerful Great Xia's laser weapons were, the people of the US began to worry. Have they fallen too far behind? Complete revelry ensued. 9 were related to the disappearance of the damaged warship. Haha. Finally blew up that wrecked warship. After all these years, it's so satisfying. Today is a good day. Haha. Some netizens shared screenshots of news reports about the Philippines crossing the border. Veteran, old squad leader's steel gun commented, "Back when I was patrolling the South China Sea, seeing that wrecked warship made me so frustrated. Today I finally saw it gone, it was worth it." Likes instantly exceeded 1 million. Even official media got involved. The Ministry of National Defense's official Weibo account posted a picture of a laser cannon with the caption, "We welcome friends with good wine, but we have laser cannons for wolves." Reposts exceeded 10 million in half an hour. Internationally, intelligence departments of various countries worked overtime overnight. The Prime Minister's Office of India, Old Immortal Dimos, slammed the report on the ground. Useless. All useless. He pointed at the Minister of Intelligence's nose and cursed. And now? All the warships are gone. The Minister of Intelligence lowered his head, his voice trembling. Prime Minister, according to satellite data, Great Xia's Type 055 destroyer was operating in the South China Sea's restricted area today. Could they be testing some new weapon? Old Immortal Dimos sat down abruptly, his face grim. Could they have mounted laser cannons on their warships? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if they mounted them on warships, the range couldn't be that far. He frantically rejected the possibility. Laser weapons. India was also researching them, especially at sea. But using them as naval guns was almost impossible. The power of that laser sword was still vivid in his mind. Could it be that Great Xia had truly made a major breakthrough in the field of laser cannons? Thinking of this, Old Immortal Dimo broke out in a cold sweat. Immediately issue the order. Border troops to retreat 50 kilometers. Without my order, no one is allowed to approach the border. Naval Staff Officer Kurm cautiously asked. Prime Minister, will our 2 carrier battle groups continue to participate in the joint military exercises? Old Immortal Dimo was silent for a few seconds, then spoke. Participate. But stay at the very back. If anything goes wrong, retreat immediately. He dared not gamble. What if Great Xia had truly broken through the physical limits? Let other countries rush ahead. They can just stay in the back and coast. The White House. Otto's face was terribly grim. Angrily, he slammed his coffee cup down and roared. Fuck. Great Xia is provoking us. They know the Philippines is our little brother. They dare to touch their property. Damn. It. Defense Minister Pete stood aside, his face grave. President, what do we do now? Should the joint military exercises continue? Otep clenched his fists, angrily saying, "Definitely. How could we back down because of this? The joint military exercises will proceed as scheduled. Let the warships of Japan and the Philippines lead the way to probe." He knew in his heart, even if this was just for show, the military exercises had to be carried through to the end. Otherwise, they would become a laughingstock of the world. It would be a good opportunity to let the warships of Japan test the waters. Japan's Prime Minister's residence. Prime Minister Kishida Jiro was filled with disbelief. Did the Great Xia Kingdom attack that wrecked warship from the African nation? Yes. The defense minister nodded. Prime Minister, according to our investigation, the wrecked warship incident is 90% likely the work of the Great Xia Kingdom. Should we still participate in the joint military exercises? Kishida Jiro was silent for a moment. The joint military exercises, we must participate. If possible, we should be at the forefront. Only in this way can we demonstrate the strength of our Sakura nation to the world. Yes, sir. The defense minister dared not object any further. The Ministry of National Defense and its official Weibo account of the Great Xia Kingdom simultaneously released a statement. Statement regarding the Philippine warship damage incident. 1. The Great Xia Kingdom possesses indisputable sovereignty over the relevant waters of the South China Sea. 2. Any provocative actions by any country will be met with resolute counterattack. 4. The Great Xia Kingdom's defense capabilities are sufficient to protect every inch of its land and every inch of its sea. Those who offend Great Xia, though far away, will be punished. Meanwhile, netizens in the Great Xia Kingdom were completely abuzz with excitement. So powerful. That phrase, "those who offend Great Xia, though far away, will be punished," is so satisfying. Haha. Now I'm actually looking forward to the US military exercises. Yes. That way we'll have a chance to get revenge. US. You absolutely cannot back down. You must give us a chance. Almost all citizens of the Great Xia Kingdom are eagerly anticipating the arrival of the US military exercises. Meanwhile, the statement caused a global stir. Philippine President Mas Jr., looking at the statement, turned as red as a monkey's bottom. Bastards! How dare they do this? Great Xia is simply too arrogant. The Minister of Intelligence stood to the side, his face grim. President, what do we do now? Should we continue targeting Great Xia? Mas Jr.'s eyes were filled with rage. Target them. We must target them. Great Xia must pay the price. Manga and comics. Little Mars became increasingly agitated as he spoke. His eyes gleamed with a sinister light. On the day of the joint military exercise, we'll organize a large number of fishermen to pretend to cross the border. Send several fishing boats, equipped with cameras, to rush into Great Xia's no-navigation zone. The 8-nation fleet will use the pretext of protecting fishermen to directly surround the patrol ships. He grew more and more excited as he spoke. His spittle even landed on the Minister of Intelligence's face. The Minister of Intelligence was beaming with excitement. His eyes gleamed like a hungry wolf's. The President is brilliant. This way, we can get revenge without actually going to war. That's satisfying. The Minister of Defense also slapped his thigh. Yes. Even if Great Xia doesn't respond. The high-ranking officials in the conference room all expressed their support. I agree. I'll handle the fishermen's side. I guarantee it'll be convincing. I'll coordinate with the 8 countries. They'll definitely cooperate. A dozen hands shot up simultaneously. Not a single one objected. Little Moss watched the scene unfold, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Excellent! On November 11th, we'll make Great Xia famous! United Nations Headquarters Lobby. Reporters surrounded representatives from various countries, bombarding them with questions. What is your country's view on Great Xia's statement? Will you support the Philippines' compensation demands? The representative from Japan didn't even look up, flipping through documents in his hand. No comment at this time. The representative from South Korea hurried away, only uttering, "under observation," before disappearing into the elevator. Even Australia, which had been the most vocal earlier, only vaguely stated, "We respect the sovereignty of all countries." In the entire lobby, no one dared to speak directly. Everyone knows. The Great Xia of today is not a pushover. The destruction of the Philippines' dilapidated warships. The daring statement. This is enough to prove the Great Xia's toughness. At this time, anyone who dares to provoke the Great Xia. The White House. Otto looked at the statement released by the Great Xia, his face turning completely red. Fuck! The military exercise on November 11th must be a big one for the Great Xia. Defense Secretary Pete stood to the side, holding the military exercise plan in his hand. Don't worry, Mr. President. The South Korean Sejong the Great is also heading towards the South China Sea. Otep calmed down and pressed on. What about India? Where is their carrier battle group? Otep nodded. Then let Japan and the Philippines go first, with our carriers bringing up the rear. This time, we must make Great Xia submit. No matter what, we cannot let Great Xia continue to be arrogant. Even if Japan is cannon fodder, we will not hesitate. Understood, Mr. President, Pete quickly replied. Pingwa Company headquarters. Cook sat in his office. The computer screen in front of him showed the latest announcement from Great Xia. It's over. The Great Xia Kingdom is so tough. My 50 billion, wasn't that just a freebie? At this moment, Cook finally realized. No wonder Great Xia signed the contract with him so readily. And the way that staff member looked at him back then always felt strange. Now, thinking back carefully, wasn't that the look of someone looking at an idiot? Fuck! How could I have been so stupid? The other three companies in Great Xia couldn't even buy quantum chips. Why should they sell them to me? The more Cook thought about it, the more he felt he was incredibly stupid. Slap! Slap! Cook regretted it so much he slapped himself. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was the name of Pingwa's largest shareholder. He took a deep breath and answered the phone. The call had just connected. An angry roar erupted. Cook! Where's the quantum chip? Why haven't we seen it yet? Did you embezzle 50 billion with Dacia? The phone slammed down. Cook gripped his phone, his eyes filled with frustration and resentment. He looked out at the tall buildings. The scene of pouring money into buying the quantum chip flashed before his eyes. Tears streamed down his face, dripping onto the ground. He suddenly understood. Pingwa didn't lose to Huawei. It lost to the technology of the entire Dacia. The Dacia of today is no longer the country that needs to cater to the US. And he still viewed Dacia with his old mindset. That's why it's such a tragedy. Perhaps Pingwa will also eventually reach its end. Military Logistics and Equipment Department, Reception Room. At this moment, military representatives are receiving a group of Middle Eastern tycoons. Representative Sartre, dressed in a white robe with gold trim. Playing with a gemstone ring the size of a pigeon egg, he spoke with extravagant words. Representative Liu, we want 10 sets of laser cannons. Your old model costs 100 million per set? We'll offer 1 billion for the new model. As long as we can deliver immediately. The UAE representative nodded in agreement. We also want 8 sets. Money is no problem, we can pay in full today. Representative Kakar was even more direct, pulling out a black card. We want 50 sets, 50 billion up front, we'll make up the difference if needed. A group of tycoons sat on the sofa. Their faces showed no hesitation. They had seen the video of the Great Xia laser cannon destroying the US Global Hawk. They knew how powerful this thing was. Compared to money, safeguarding their homeland security is paramount. Representative Liu, seated at the head of the table, smiled and waved. Thank you all for your love and support for our Great Xia Kingdom. The new laser cannon can be exported, but only a downgraded version. Range 150 kilometers, all other performance characteristics unchanged. 150 kilometers? Representative Sart interrupted excitedly. That's enough. More than enough for our country. The UAE representative was equally impatient. 150 kilometers is already very powerful. Let's sign the contract now. Kakar, the representative, pushed the black card forward. Full payment now. When can we deliver? They were terrified that Great Xia would return. Then, they'd immediately transfer the full payment. Seeing their reaction, Representative Liu. Soon, the contract was printed. Representative Liu handed it to the Middle Eastern representatives. Delivery within a week. Of course, that's also for a fee. The Middle Eastern tycoons were even more delighted upon hearing this. Fee is good. The pen flew across the contract. They didn't care about the cost at all. Was an honor and a guarantee in itself. Given the current international situation, only weapons from Great Xia could ensure their safety. Representative Sartre asked expectantly. Representative Liu, has your Great Xia considered stationing troops in our country? The kind of land you can cultivate anywhere. As soon as Representative Sartre finished speaking, the eyes of the Middle Eastern tycoons, shining like light bulbs, were fixed on Representative Liu. If Representative Liu agreed to Sartre's request, they would also submit their own applications. As long as Great Xia stationed troops, they wouldn't have to worry about national security. Representative Liu still wore a smile, but his heart was in turmoil. Stationing troops? This wasn't as simple as selling weapons. Great Xia never practiced hegemony. Exporting weapons was fine. But stationing troops changed the nature of the matter. Absolutely not. Representative Liu's voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable firmness. Representative Sartre, thank you for your trust. But regarding stationing troops, Great Xia has its rules. We can sell weapons, but stationing troops is absolutely impossible. These rules cannot be broken. I see. Representative Sartre was somewhat disappointed. The UAE representative, still somewhat persistent, continued to inquire. Representative Liu, we can discuss the terms. Choose any territory you like, we'll pay. Representative Kakar nodded in agreement. Yes. As long as you're willing to come, money is no problem. Representative Liu still shook his head. We'll sell the weapons. But stationing troops really is out of the question. Your home is ultimately yours to defend. What we can offer is the confidence to defend it. The Middle Eastern tycoons exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disappointment. But they didn't press the matter further. Representative Sart sighed. Fine. We'll do as Representative Liu says. Full payment now. With that, they contacted their home country to transfer the money. Soon, the Great Xia Kingdom received the payment confirmation. A genuine smile finally appeared on Representative Liu's lips. He picked up the contract and handed it over. Delivery will be on time in 1 week. Wishing us a pleasant cooperation. Xia Academy of Sciences. Li Jiangguo held the military procurement list, his face filled with surprise. 88 sets of downgraded laser cannons. A full payment of 88 billion. These Middle Eastern tycoons are truly wealthy. Lin Chen, sitting beside him, was also somewhat surprised by the price. The full version only costs a little over $1 million, right? The stripped-down version is selling for 1 billion? Li Jiangguo nodded. Yes. And the Middle Eastern clients set the price themselves. Rich people are rich people. Lin Chen sighed. It's good to be rich. Li Jiangguo put down the list and looked at Lin Chen. You're thinking ahead. By the way, how's the progress on the anti-gravity plasma engine? Lin Chen put away the blueprints, his eyes gleaming. The parts are being processed one after another. At most half a month, we can assemble the first prototype. Once the prototype passes testing, we can design other engine models according to requirements. Lin Chen shook his head. Probably not. Why? Li Jiangguo asked anxiously. Then what's the point of developing this engine? The engine shortage problem for the fighter jet is still unresolved. Old Li, don't be nervous. If we're going to use an anti-gravity plasma engine, it will require major modifications. It's better to redesign a new aerospace fighter jet based on this engine. He wanted to redesign a completely new aerospace fighter jet. In the inheritance space, the anti-gravity plasma engine was also in its final stage. As long as it was approved by the inheritance space, Lin Chen decided to choose the aerospace fighter jet. Redesign? Aerospace fighter jet? Li Jianguo was instantly overjoyed upon hearing these words. His eyes were fixed on Lin Chen. Little Lin, do you already have a design idea? Lin Chen nodded. Lin Chen really was always surprising him. The anti-gravity plasma engine wasn't even finished yet, and he'd already started designing a space fighter. That's outrageous. No wonder he's a prodigy. Lin Chen smiled. Old Li, don't get too excited. It's just an idea right now. The design plan will take some time to come out. Li Jianguo waved his hand. No rush. Let's get the engine sorted out first. A few more months won't make a difference. Sometimes he really wanted to crack open Lin Chen's head and take a look. What will be more than them? They've come up with all sorts of advanced design concepts. Anti-gravity plasma engines were already impressive enough. That's a product of science fiction. If it were to actually come true, they would be invincible. Lin Chen, seeing Li Jianguo's excitement, Li Jianguo became increasingly excited as he listened. However, Lin Chen refused. That evening, Lin Chen returned to his apartment from the laboratory. After washing up, he lay on his bed and entered the Inheritance Space Laboratory. At work in the laboratory, the anti-gravity plasma engine had been assembled to the final stage. Tonight, it must be completed. Lin Chen gazed at the engine components before him, his eyes revealing determination and anticipation. He skillfully picked up each of the last precision parts. He slowly installed them into their designated positions. 2 hours later, with a final, soft mechanical click, the assembly of the entire anti-gravity plasma engine was complete. Congratulations, host, on inheriting the anti-gravity plasma engine. Phew. Finally finished. Hearing the familiar voice, a hint of excitement flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. Over a month, he alone, starting from component processing, he handcrafted an entire anti-gravity plasma engine. During this time, to achieve optimal performance, he scrapped and started over many times. All for the sake of rapid mass production in reality. Now, it's finally finished. Lin Chen opened the inheritance list. 7th generation space fighter. Controlled nuclear fusion. Armed mech. Looking at the technologies in the list, Lin Chen's breathing became rapid. These are all cutting-edge technologies capable of changing the world order. Each option is like a dazzling star, shining with an alluring light before his eyes. That would be an invincible overlord of the seas. Any sea on Earth could become its backyard. Another epoch-making weapon on par with the super-powered laser cannon. An armed mech, most likely something like Optimus Prime from a science fiction movie. And controlled nuclear fusion. This is the ultimate energy solution that humanity has been dreaming of. Once mastered, the energy crisis will be a thing of the past. Therefore, there will be no more worries about energy. For a moment, Lin Chen also faced a dilemma. It seemed that every technology was extremely helpful to the Great Xia Kingdom at present. Especially controlled nuclear fusion. It was quite important for the Great Xia Kingdom at present. But considering that the plasma engine prototype would soon be built, if there wasn't a suitable fighter jet, the advantages of the plasma engine would be difficult to fully realize. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chen made a choice. Choose the 7th generation aerospace fighter technology. The moment Lin Chen made his choice, a deluge of design blueprints for the 7th generation space fighter, performance parameters and manufacturing processes. They flooded his mind like a tidal wave. Even down to the material formula for each individual screw. And a brand new stealth material formula. Beyond visual range 3D radar. highly advanced artificial intelligence piloting, a completely new weapon deployment technology scheme, terrifying speed and payload. This space fighter is going to defy the heavens. After receiving all the technology, Lin Chen was deeply shocked. According to the parameters of the 7th generation space fighter, it would be a game changer for all current fighter jets on Earth. With this technical data, this aerospace fighter's specifications are beyond imagination. It not only possesses the ability to cruise in space for extended periods, but it is also virtually invincible within the atmosphere. More importantly, this fighter can be perfectly adapted to an anti-gravity plasma engine, maximizing the engine's performance. Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with fervent light. He seemed to already see 7th generation aerospace fighters piercing the sky, becoming the most dazzling presence in the skies above Blue Star. After digesting the 7th generation aerospace fighter technology, half a month later, Xia Academy of Sciences Aviation Laboratory. A silvery white anti-gravity plasma engine sat in the center, its streamlined casing gleaming coldly. Its appearance alone exuded a futuristic feel. Li Jianguo, wearing his, circled the engine 3 times, hesitant to touch it. His eyes were filled with excitement, his voice trembling. "It's really built!" He hadn't expected that a completely new engine would be completed. From design to prototype assembly, it took less than 2 months. This speed is simply outrageous. It took over 3 years, and they only managed to create a basic prototype. Has been developed in just over a month. And it's still an unsolved problem in anti-gravity technology. It's simply a miracle in the aviation field. Lin Chen, standing beside him, nodded. "Professor Li, the engine is fully assembled." The surrounding academicians and engineers all wore expressions of barely suppressed excitement. Their eyes were fixed on the silver-white anti-gravity plasma engine. Some couldn't help but whisper among themselves, "I never imagined we'd actually build a groundbreaking aero engine in just 1 month." "Yes. Who could have imagined such a miracle would happen to us? It's all because of Chief Engineer Lin. He led us to accomplish this epoch-making feat." "That's right. Without Chief Engineer Lin, we wouldn't have achieved what we have today." In the laboratory, everyone looked at Lin Chen with admiration. Over the past month, they had learned so much useful technical knowledge from Lin Chen. Many of them had seen a significant improvement in their research abilities during this time. Lin Chen quietly observed the excited expressions on everyone's faces. "Shaolin, let's start the test and see what the parameters are." Li Jianguo walked to Lin Chen's side, his voice filled with excitement. Lin Chen nodded and began to give instructions. "Conduct the final check immediately. After confirming everything is correct, begin the test." As soon as he finished speaking, the engineers, who had been excited, immediately went into work mode. 10 minutes later. "Chief Engineer Lin, the check is complete, nothing is missing." "Good." Lin Chen nodded. "Then let's begin the test. First, measure the thrust. Target, simulate 50 tons of thrust." "What?" Li Jianguo was directly shocked. "Shaolin, directly measure 50 tons of thrust?" The other engineers were also shocked. Right away, measuring a 50-ton payload. The US's most advanced XN-100 engine. Its maximum thrust is only 220 knots, about 22 tons. This time, it doubled instantly. "Is this defying the heavens?" Lin Chen smiled confidently. "This is just the beginning. You'll see after the tests." "Okay." Li Jianguo calmed his excitement. "Start the test as Chief Engineer Lin requests." The engineers immediately got to work. After setting the simulated thrust, they pressed the engine start button. The indicator lights on the engine casing lit up one by one, emitting a soft hum. The entire engine startup process was unusually quiet. As all the indicator lights turned green, thrust simulation started. 3, 2, 1, begin. As the countdown ended, almost simultaneously, the entire laboratory seemed to be shaken by a tremendous force. Everyone could feel the slight vibration of the ground beneath their feet. The thrust data on the screen began to fluctuate. 100 knots. 500 knots. 1,000 knots. It surged to 2,000 knots in an instant. Then it stabilized completely. Why didn't it rise further? Because it had reached the limit of the testing equipment. Seeing the data displayed on the screen, Li Jiangguo and the engineers were all stunned. The US's most advanced engine only had a thrust of 220 knots. Now, this plasma engine, in its initial test, had reached a terrifying 2,000 knots. And it wasn't even the limit. Incredibly terrifying. The thrust has exceeded the instrument's testing range. The instrument can handle it. The engineers snapped back to reality. They quickly shut down the engine. The surrounding engineers instantly erupted in cheers. My God! 10 times the thrust in the initial test! That's terrifying! Won't our fighter jets be able to cruise at supersonic speeds with ease in the future? This is the limit of our testing equipment, not the engine's limit. All the engineers were deeply shocked by the 2,000 knots test data. The key is, this engine only weighs 1 ton. This shows how terrifying its final thrust-to-weight ratio will be. Li Jiangguo approached Lin Chen and sighed. Lin, it seems our testing equipment is no longer sufficient for this engine's needs. Lin Chen nodded. It's all right. We can just install it and test it directly later. Target, 10,000 hours of continuous simulated operation. Okay. Li Jiangguo didn't question it this time. The simulated lifespan test began. Time ticked by. The operating time on the screen steadily increased. 100 hours. 500 hours. 1,000 hours. 5,000 hours. 10,000 hours. Li Jiangguo stared at the data, his eyes welling with tears of excitement. 10,000 hours and 0 degradation? The US F-135's lifespan is only 2,000 hours. Ours has already reached 10,000 hours, and it's still like new. If this is the limit, it's probably 50 times theirs. The surrounding engineers were also moved to tears. Lin Chen walked over and patted Li Jiangguo on the shoulder. Old Li, it's not over yet. Initiate anti-gravity mode. Instantly. All the engineers were filled with anticipation once more. This was the most crucial step. Anti-gravity. Whoever could break through this technology would become the 8th wonder of Earth. The engineer pressed another button. A pale blue light suddenly illuminated the bottom of the engine. Looking at the hovering engine, Li Jiangguo suddenly burst into tears. It's done! It's really done! We have our own advanced engine! The surrounding engineers applauded. Some even jumped up in excitement. After the excitement subsided, Shaolin, you've done another great service to our great Xia. I'll go report to the High Command right away. Let them be happy too. Li Jiangguo took the test report. He left the lab without looking back. The silvery white anti-gravity plasma engine still hovered in the center of the laboratory. The engineers were completely unaware of Li Jiangguo's departure. This is futuristic. We've really achieved anti-gravity? Unbelievable. We've truly broken through the anti-gravity barrier. A 1-ton engine, it feels like it's unaffected by gravity. A group of engineers excitedly gathered around the engine. They discussed it animatedly. Their faces were filled with excitement and pride. If it weren't for the secrecy surrounding it, they would have all wanted to capture this amazing scene on their phones. After a long pause, Lin Chen looked at the excited engineers and clapped his hands. Everyone, let's continue testing. Thrust, lifespan, and anti-gravity mode are just the basics. Now, let's begin testing extreme conditions. Simulate various extreme environments such as high-altitude low temperatures, high humidity at sea surface, and electromagnetic interference. The engineers snapped back to reality, their eyes even brighter than before. Okay. We'll listen to Chief Engineer Lin. The engineers recovered from their initial excitement. They resumed their full-fledged simulation testing. They rapidly entered commands into the control panel, and the data on the screen began to fluctuate wildly. Lin Chen stood aside, quietly observing the various indicators. He wanted more than just usability. He wanted absolute perfection. It couldn't afford any problems. Meanwhile, Li Jianguo returned to his office. He calmed his excited heart. After carefully considering the wording of his report, he slowly dialed that familiar number. Beep! 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 The phone rang for a long time. Just when Li Jianguo thought his boss was busy, the call was answered. Hello? A dignified yet gentle voice rang out. Li Jianguo quickly spoke. Hello, boss. I have some great news to report. The anti-gravity plasma engine has successfully completed its first test. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the line. Then a steady but slightly excited voice came through. Good, good, good. How's the performance? Li Jianguo didn't hesitate and immediately reported the various parameters and data. The above data is only preliminary testing. Based on the current data, it already surpasses the most advanced aero engine in the US. This means we have completely broken through the US blockade. The words had barely left his lips. The leader on the other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds. After a moment, the leader's unquestionable voice came through. Excellent! Comrade Zhang Wo, I order you to mobilize the entire nation's resources to cooperate with Comrade Lin Chen's research and development. Any technology he proposes, allocate all resources with priority. Also, we will award Lin Chen an honorary military rank. We will never let Comrade Lin Chen suffer the slightest injustice. Finally, tell Comrade Lin Chen that the country will always be his backing. Let him do whatever he wants. Instantly, Li Jianguo gripped the phone, his eyes instantly reddening. He had lived almost his entire life. This was the first time he had seen the country value a young man so highly. He hung up the phone. He knew. With Lin Chen, the time when Great Xia stood at the pinnacle of Blue Star would be infinitely shortened. A moment later, Li Jianguo calmed himself down. He wanted to tell Lin Chen this good news. The laboratory. Lin Chen was looking at the test verses at the back. Looking up, Lin Chen saw Li Jianguo walk in excitedly and asked curiously. Old Li, you finished your report so quickly? Li Jianguo strode over to him and pulled him into a small cubicle in the laboratory. Furthermore, the leaders have ordered that all research and development be supported with the full strength of the nation. Other benefits will be matched to the highest level. Lin Chen was deeply shocked after hearing this. He hadn't expected the country to attach such importance to this. With the full support of the country, the technology of the inheritance space could soon be realized in reality. After this period of time, Lin Chen discovered that his physical fitness was still improving. Although he hadn't been systematically tested, he felt that his physical fitness was even better than that of those elite soldiers. This was all thanks to the inheritance seed. It was as if, with each completed technological inheritance, he himself also experienced corresponding improvement and evolution. This wondrous change strengthened his conviction in the path he had chosen. He clenched his fist, his tone filled with unprecedented determination. Old Li, rest assured. Within 1 month, I guarantee mass production of the anti-gravity plasma engine. Within 6 months, mass production of the aerospace fighter. Li Jianguo patted him on the shoulder. Good. Good. Go for it. I'll allocate all the resources for you. Then, Lin Chen returned to the laboratory to oversee the testing. Meanwhile, South China Sea Fleet Naval Port. 10 frigates and 9 destroyers were neatly lined up on the sea, their gray hulls gleaming coldly. Each warship was equipped with a silver-white super-energy laser cannon at its bow and stern. There was also a special ship, also equipped with a super-energy laser cannon. Commander Zhao Tianyi of the southern Guangdong military region stood on the deck of the command ship, looking at the final test report, his voice booming. Soldiers! Listen up, all of you! All warship laser cannon tests have passed. Maximum range 1,500 kilometers. 100% accuracy! The soldiers on deck erupted in cheers. Holy crap! 1,500 kilometers? That's incredible! Whoosh! Our Navy has finally taken off! Some soldiers waved their hats excitedly, their eyes bloodshot. They recalled the humiliation of being surrounded by the U.S. fleet in the South China Sea. This pent-up frustration now manifested as roars of anger. Zhao Tianyi, watching the soldiers' excited expressions, felt his own eyes grow fierce. Pass the word down! All warships, deploy immediately to key areas of the South China Sea! Isn't the U.S. going to conduct joint military exercises? If they dare cross the line, let them experience the power of our new weapons. Yes, sir! The soldiers responded in unison. Soon afterward, the engines of the warships roared to life. One after another, they departed the naval port, heading into the depths of the South China Sea. The sea breeze fluttered the ship's ensigns and national flags. Deep in the South China Sea, the sea breeze whipped up the waves. 10 frigates and 9 destroyers stood in formation. Their hulls gleamed coldly. Silver-white superpowered laser cannons were concealed at the bow and stern. Meanwhile, an inconspicuous ship followed at a distance. Once all the warships entered the designated area, they fell silent. Only that special ship continued to wander towards the high seas. The White House, America. Due to the time difference, it was already night. But the lights in the presidential office were still on. Since the Great Xia Kingdom broke through their semiconductor blockade, President Ottoman hadn't left early. He worked overtime every day to handle various matters. A cigar between his fingers, puffing out clouds of smoke. On the desk lay a newly released intelligence report. Title: Great Xia Navy's Naval Assemblies in the South China Sea. Only 20 ships? He stubbed out his cigar in the ashtray, sparks flying. Dream on! Otep looked at the intelligence report. He knew that Great Xia's naval strength had improved rapidly in recent years. But compared to the U.S., the gap was not small. Trying to use this few warships to contend with their 8-nation coalition? Abamashii. However, Otep didn't know. Their intelligence had missed one ship. They hadn't discovered that special vessel. CIA Director Treve, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. The President is wise. Destroyers and frigates combined exceed 55. And 10 submarines. A total of 70. Otep thoroughly enjoyed this flattery. His face was practically beaming. Treve, you have excellent judgment. The maritime hegemon of Earth will always be our eagle. They're still testing new weapons? Probably just a smokescreen. Treve flattered. Yes, Great Xia's navy is nothing but a clown. If it were the army, they might be wary. But the navy is simply not in the same league. They chatted for a while. Otep suddenly changed the subject. How's the development of the quantum lithography machine and laser cannon going? Quantum lithography technology has stalled. There haven't been any breakthroughs. Not a single breakthrough? Otep's face instantly darkened. Suddenly, he stood up abruptly and slammed his fist on the table. Useless! A bunch of useless people! Hundreds of billions of dollars have been thrown in. Are those scientists just sitting around doing nothing? Treve looked completely innocent. He was only in charge of intelligence. How could he know anything about the technology? Otep had simply asked him to oversee the research and development progress. He'd only just begun to look into it. President, please calm down. The scientists have worked incredibly hard to make breakthroughs. Advanced? Otep roared. That's because you haven't worked hard enough. Immediately issue the order. Double the research and development budget. Quantum lithography machines and laser cannons must be developed within 6 months. And the 6th-generation fighter. Increase investment. Understood. Treve quickly agreed. But inwardly, he wasn't so optimistic. Although he wasn't very technically savvy, he knew that some technologies couldn't be developed quickly enough simply by throwing money at them. Often, all it took was a specific opportunity. Or perhaps it would be a sudden flash of inspiration from a scientist. That might be the key to a breakthrough. But Trif dared not question Otep's decision. He could only silently relay the order. Otep took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Looking at the White House lawn outside, his eyes flashed with a fierce light. Doesn't Great Xia like to flex its muscles? Then I'll show the whole world who the true hegemon is. He turned to Secretary of State Raymond and ordered. Pass the word. Joint military exercises on November 11th, broadcast live worldwide. I'll make Great Xia lose face in front of the whole world. Yes. Riamondo responded and left the office. Soon, the U.S. officially released an announcement. A joint military exercise involving 8 nations will be broadcast live globally on November 11th. Stay tuned. The announcement was an instant hit. The U.S. domestic internet erupted. Live military exercises live? Is the government planning something? An 8-nation coalition is on the move. Let's see how arrogant Great Xia is this time. Haha, this time we'll let the whole world see the might of the U.S. The president is so powerful. This is what the U.S. should be like. It was as if Great Xia had become a fish on their chopping block. Meanwhile, the international community was also in an uproar. On the Japanese forum, the screen was filled with arrogant comments. Yoshi! Finally, we'll show Great Xia our might! In this military exercise, our Izumo will be at the forefront. South Korean netizens were even more frenzied. The Sejong Great's warship is the best in the world. Great Xia? Just a thief. This time, we'll show Great Xia the power of South Korea. Philippines. President Masler also held a press conference. With the U.S. backing us up. In India. Prime Minister's office. When Dimos saw that the U.S. was going to broadcast it globally, he immediately changed his mind. We must flex our muscles in front of the whole world. They were even filled with anticipation. Heh. I bet the U.S. is still this arrogant. Hopefully, they won't chicken out that day. Looking forward to November 11th. Let's see how Great Xia slaps you in the face. In the comments section, the voices were all full of confidence. This is the confidence that technological breakthroughs bring to the Chinese people. Hearing about the U.S. joint military exercises would have been met with a chorus of criticism. Because back then, China's naval strength was indeed far behind. Every time, they could only helplessly defend themselves. They only issued verbal warnings to drive them away. Every time we see this, the Chinese people feel a sense of powerlessness. They feel frustrated and helpless. But things are different now. With continuous technological breakthroughs and the deployment of super laser cannons on ships, the Navy's strength has exploded. The Chinese people have stood tall. Everyone knows this. The country now has the confidence and capability to meet any challenge. The days of being bullied are gone forever. Then they can get revenge. Japan. Prime Minister's office. Prime Minister Kishida Jiro. He was excited because of the U.S. announcement. Yoshi. The U.S. doing a global live broadcast this time, that's perfect. It's a perfect opportunity for our great Japan to showcase ourselves on the international stage. We must seize this opportunity. Since the end of World War II, Japan has rarely displayed its military strength on the international stage. They signed a series of treaties restricting military development. Because of these treaties, Japan was not allowed to vigorously develop its military. But in recent years, the Japanese government has tried every means. Through various means, they have secretly accumulated strength in the military field. They even once considered amending the constitution. They wanted to vigorously develop their military. They have never abandoned their militaristic ideology, given any opportunity. And this time, the 8-nation coalition military exercise is their opportunity to showcase Japan's formidable military strength. Prime Minister, should we issue orders to the fleet? Defense Minister Taro Yamamoto inquired. It seemed like a question, but the cunning look on his face betrayed him. Yamamoto Taro was a pure right-wing extremist. He had been influencing the Japanese government's upper echelons, secretly developing their military. Officially, the Japanese self-defense forces only had 250,000 personnel. But in reality, for such a small island nation, revealed their wolfish ambitions. Kishida Jiro narrowed his eyes slightly. Secretly informed Fleet Commander Taro Kono. Have him position our warships at the forefront. Find the opportune moment, and directly cross the border into the territorial waters of the Great Xia Kingdom. This time, they dispatched a total of 1 Izumo-class helicopter carrier, 4 Kongo-class destroyers, 10 Mogami-class destroyers, a total of 15 warships. This already constitutes 1/10 of their total fleet of 150 ships. Among the 8-nation allied forces, their Sakura Kingdom dispatched the most warships. This was to demonstrate their strength. A flicker of excitement crossed Yamamoto Taro's eyes, and he nodded hastily, saying, "The Prime Minister is wise." Kishida Jiro sneered and continued, "Not only that. You must also have Kono Taro prepare for battle. Once we enter the territorial waters of Great Xia, if we encounter any obstacles, he can make his own decisions." Yamamoto Taro was secretly delighted upon hearing this. Wasn't this just a blatant attempt to allow their warships to act with impunity in Great Xia's territorial waters? The intention couldn't be clearer. He quickly replied, "Yes, Prime Minister. I'll arrange it right away." With that, Yamamoto Taro hurriedly left the Prime Minister's residence. He headed to contact Fleet Commander Kono Taro. On the other side, somewhere in the South China Sea, in international waters, on the sea, warships were cutting through the waves. The warships of the 8-nation coalition were assembled here. The 15 warships from Japan were the most prominent. Japan's Izumo-class helicopter carrier served as the command ship for this Japanese fleet. Fleet Commander Taro Kono. Upon receiving Yamamoto Taro's order, he became excited. "Yoshi! My chance to make a name for myself has arrived! Let me make decisions with confidence. Isn't that just giving me the greatest freedom and power?" A greedy and fierce look appeared on Taro Kono's face. Having reached the position of commander of the Maritime Self-Defense Force, he instantly understood Yamamoto Taro's hidden meaning. Originally, he, as commander of the Maritime Self-Defense Force, wasn't supposed to lead the fleet himself. But upon hearing that it was a naval exercise in the South China Sea, Taro Kono volunteered to lead the fleet. Now the Prime Minister had given him the greatest power. That was exactly what he wanted. "This time, I must seize it. Great Xia Kingdom, I hope you won't disappoint me." Taro Kono gazed towards the South China Sea. His eyes gleamed with provocation and greed. He seemed to foresee the impending victory. But he didn't know. Great Xia Kingdom. Southern Guangdong Military Region, Headquarters. Zhao Tianyi looked at the announcement released by the U.S. Only a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. "U.S., do you want to make the whole world see Great Xia Kingdom lose face? This time you are destined to be disappointed. Since you want to stir up trouble, then we'll give you something big." A cold smile curled at the corner of Zhao Tianyi's lips. He had received authorization from the military regarding this joint military exercise with the U.S. Any warship that crosses the border will be considered an invasion of territory and can be fired upon immediately. This is clear. This time, the higher-ups also wanted to declare to the world the Great Xia nation's determination to defend its territory and sovereignty. And the U.S. was going to broadcast it live. They simply assumed it would be the same as before. Their warships would enter and patrol the Great Xia nation's territorial waters, then leave unscathed. This was to demonstrate the strength of the U.S. Navy. However, the U.S. didn't know. The Great Xia nation's naval combat power had skyrocketed. It was no longer the weak navy of the past. It possessed a navy with superpowered laser cannons. It could completely overwhelm the U.S. Navy. This time, perhaps it was the perfect opportunity to test the superpowered laser cannons. How could Zhao Tianyi possibly miss it? Go and relay the order! All warships, if the enemy intrudes into our territorial waters. After 3 warnings, you are permitted to open fire immediately. A glint of excitement flashed in the staff officer's eyes. Yes, Commander. I'll relay the order right away. After saying that, he quickly turned to issue the order. South China Sea. A Type 055 destroyer. Cruising at low speed on the waves. The ship's imposing hull contrasted sharply with the turquoise sea. At this moment, the warship was silent. After receiving the staff officer's order. Great! The commander has officially given the order. If the US-led coalition fleet crosses the border, open fire immediately. As for the 3 warnings, they were completely ignored. Given the nature of the US fleet, once they cross the line, the warnings will be completely ineffective. So just open fire. Then can we just destroy the enemy warships? Haha. It would be best if those Japanese warships crossed the line. Then, we must make sure they sink in the South China Sea to commemorate our fallen heroes. Other warships might be given a slight punishment and let go. But the Japanese warships absolutely cannot. They must be sunk. Only in this way can we be worthy of our fallen heroes. Zhang Junfei nodded, his eyes also filled with hatred. That's right. We'll specifically target the Japanese warships. As soon as they show their heads, kill them instantly. Time flies. November 11th arrived quickly. The sea was calm and still. A dense array of warships stood in formation. Like a mobile fortress. Mounted in the very center. The South Korean ship Sejong the Great. Several French frigates. The British ship Queen Elizabeth. A careful count revealed. 25 destroyers. 30 frigates. 10 submarines. A total of 70 ships. In addition, there were 10 various supply ships. Several ship-borne helicopters circled overhead. The Allied fleet stretched as far as the eye could see. Its imposing presence was like the surging waves of the ocean. On the deck, Allied soldiers took photos. There was absolutely no sense of urgency whatsoever from the exercise. Look at this. Great Siam must be terrified. An American soldier, cigarette dangling from his lips, patted his comrade on the shoulder. Clearly, they were veterans. They had participated in these joint military exercises more than once. They had seen many large-scale events. They all believed that Great Xia would act the same way as before, regardless of their transgressions. At most, they would send warships to escort them. On the other side, on a Japanese warship, the Japanese soldiers were even more arrogant than the American soldiers. Yoshi! It's finally started. We must storm into the territorial waters of Great Xia. Almost all the Japanese soldiers were filled with fanaticism. They were as excited as if they'd been injected with adrenaline. To have their names enter the Yasukuni latrine was the highest honor for them. Not only were the Japanese soldiers crazy, even the South Korean soldiers were filled with arrogance. The Koreans were full of confidence in their Sejong the Great warship. No other warship could compare to their Sejong the Great. At this moment, the eyes of the Indian naval soldiers were filled with hatred. Great Xia Kingdom, this time we must avenge that day. That's right, this time we must show Great Xia Kingdom our power. The Indian naval soldiers gritted their teeth. They were still seething with resentment over the brutal deaths of their border soldiers. Even the Philippines. The plan had already been discussed with the US-led coalition fleet. As soon as they began their operation, the coalition fleet would cooperate. What the coalition fleet didn't know was that, only a dozen nautical miles away, a Great Xia Kingdom warship with 4 bulges on its hull was following the coalition fleet. But the coalition fleet's radar didn't detect it. At the same time, the global live broadcast went live on time. Dozens of media outlets simultaneously broadcast the event: CNN, UK, NHK, Japan, AFP, France, and Douyin, China. The number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed. In the CNN live stream, US netizens were brimming with arrogance. "My God! Our coalition fleet is so imposing." "That's right. Does China even have such massive warships?" "President Optus is awesome. This time, we'll definitely crush China." In the NHK live stream in Japan, Japanese netizens were filled with excitement. "Yoshi! The Izumo is leading the charge. China, get ready to tremble. This time, we will recreate the glory of the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere. From today onwards, our great Japan is back." It was obvious. All the Japanese netizens believed this. They would definitely impress the whole world this time. They would make the whole world fear their naval strength. On the other side, South Korean netizens went wild. "Damn it! Our Sejong the Great is the best in the world. Except for the US fleet, no one can rival our warships. Seeing our Sejong the Great, the warships of Great Xia automatically give way." Netizens from other countries watched the spectacle. They posted a few comments every now and then. They all wanted to see what kind of trouble the US-led coalition was up to this time. Would it really pose a threat to Great Xia? In the live stream room of Great Xia Kingdom. TSK. We're in the modern military age now, and you still think having more warships is useful? Go ahead and intrude into our territorial waters if you dare, and we'll see if we fight you. Don't back down. Especially you little devils, you must stand up for yourselves. Hee hee. Hope to see an exceptionally grand fireworks display at sea today. Almost all the netizens from Great Xia Kingdom were enthusiastic. They were all looking forward to the Allied forces crossing the border. At this time, a few rats hiding in the shadows came out to mock. But they were quickly reported and banned by Chinese netizens. Meanwhile, the reaction of domestic netizens also broke the ice for netizens from other countries. Netizens from various countries started arguing in the comments section. "Don't dare to act? What happened to that lousy Philippine warship last time? Forgot?" A Chinese netizen retorted. "Fear isn't something you can just talk about. I'll show you what instant kill really means," a Chinese netizen declared fiercely. In the comments section, various emojis and harsh words flooded the screen, creating a heated argument. No one was willing to back down. But when it comes to online fighting power among Chinese people, foreigners simply can't compete. Many Chinese netizens channeled their inner trolls. They left the foreign netizens speechless. They were all red-faced with anger. Just as the argument in the live stream was reaching its peak, the Allied fleet's public channel suddenly crackled to life. It was Admiral Sweet, commander of the US fleet. He wore a crisp military uniform, his chest adorned with medals. Speaking into the microphone, his voice was loud and arrogant. "Viewers worldwide! The Great Xia Kingdom has been disrupting regional peace recently. Today will be a day they learn their lesson." Sweet's words were cut short. A clear voice with a slight Great Xia accent suddenly interrupted the public channel. Hello? Is Chiyoya there? Is Chiyoya there? Please respond. Manga and comics. The Allied fleet's stowaway was completely dumbfounded. Even the entire Allied fleet's soldiers were stunned. Upon hearing the sudden intrusion, the chat seemed to be paused. They all vanished instantly. It was as if the viewers in the live stream had suddenly lost their internet connection. A few seconds later, the viewers from the Great Xia Kingdom reacted immediately. Then the live stream chat went completely wild. "Holy crap! If I didn't mishear, I think I heard someone looking for Chiyoya? Damn it, did Charlotte time travel? I can't take it. My stomach hurts from laughing. What the hell is Chiyoya? Coming to the Allied fleet to look for Chiyoya?" In an instant, the barrage of comments from Chinese netizens surged like a tidal wave. Various humorous and sarcastic remarks emerged one after another. But at this moment, The foreign netizens felt as if they had swallowed a dead fly. An American netizen. Fuck! Why is there Chinese in the Allied Forces channel? An international onlooker. Did the Allied Forces secretly invite the Great Xia Fleet? A South Korean netizen. Damn it! Why is this absurd happening? Netizens from all 8 countries questioned the Allied Forces fleet. They demanded an explanation. Why was there Chinese in the Allied Forces channel? And why were they saying they wanted to find a girl named Qiuya? They hoped it was just a prank by one of the Allied Forces. Countries. And the soldiers of the Allied fleet. They had no idea what this sudden finding Qiuya was all about. He had no idea how this was related to the frenzied reaction from netizens in the Great Xia Kingdom. The atmosphere was so heavy it seemed like it could drip water. He yelled at the communications officer. Who's interrupting? Cut off the signal! He still thought it was a prank by his fleet. But the communications officers were already in a panic. Their voices trembled as they reported. Commander, it wasn't us. We can't detect that intruding model at all. The communications officers frantically tried to operate the system, but found there were no other signals. Not a prank? Then what? Steward quickly realized a possibility. A cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. Just then. Don't panic, all of you! I'll play you a song to relax. On the public channel. Suddenly, the theme song of Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf began to play. Pleasant goat, pretty goat, lazy goat, boiling goat. The cheerful melody. This made the soldiers of the Allied fleet even more bewildered. What? What song is this? It sounds pretty cheerful. Damn it. I suddenly feel homesick. Fuck. This is definitely a Chinese song. On the Izumo, Kono Taro's face turned ashen, and he roared. Baka! This is a children's song from the Great Xia Kingdom, you bastard! Commanders from other countries began to panic. Damn it! Why are we hearing children's songs from the Great Xia Kingdom? Sturwell, why aren't you getting someone to investigate? Bastard! Our channel has been hacked by the Great Xia Kingdom. Why haven't we found the source of the signal yet? Screen the warship's radars and track them down. Find the Great Xia Kingdom's warships. The Allied Forces public channel had been hacked. And it happened live worldwide. This is an utter disgrace. Sturwell's forehead veins bulged. Attention all personnel! Activate the highest level of alert immediately. All ship radars at full power. We must find this damned intruder. Kono Taro from Japan. Steward, what are you saying? We only hear nursery rhymes. South Korean Fleet Commander. Damn it! It's all nursery rhymes, we can't hear anything. Indian Fleet Commander. Fuck! They're interfering with our public channel. Steward, receiving no response, grew even more grim. Fuck! Switch to an encrypted channel immediately. Meanwhile, the internet in Great Xia was already in an uproar. Netizens were as excited as if it were Chinese New Year, flooding the internet with jokes and memes. Holy crap! Who is this? That's amazing! Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf? Haha! I give this move a perfect score! The Allied forces must be stunned. They probably don't even know where the signal came from. American netizens felt humiliated. Are all the Allied forces commanders incompetent? Even their military channels got hacked? Japanese netizens were furious. Baka! Great Xia is despicable, using such low-level tactics to discuss people. Childish? Is that because you're bad? Playing nursery rhymes for you is to tell you that your mothers are calling you home for dinner. Great Xia netizens directly started using the meme. Faced with the Great Xia netizens' mockery, the Allied forces' netizens were filled with resentment and anger. But they had no way to refute it. They all turned their anger towards the Allied forces' commander. They cursed Sweet relentlessly in the chat, demanding that Sweet give them an explanation. At this moment, the Allied forces had switched to the encrypted channel. The children's song finally disappeared. Sweet breathed a sigh of relief, his expression slightly better. He prepared to repeat the order he had just given. Suddenly, "Why did you change the channel? Did you not like the song? Then I'll change it for you." That familiar melody, with a unique playful charm. It echoed freely in the encrypted channel. Instantly, the Great Xia Kingdom's live stream room erupted once more. "Haha! That was a brilliant move! The Allied forces must be completely dumbfounded. Bobo Chicken? That song choice is brilliant! It's practically a mockery of the Allied forces. When did our navy become so powerful? Awesome!" Foreign netizens were collectively speechless. They dared not post any more comments, for fear of being ridiculed and mocked. The Allied fleet. The sudden music was like a demonic blast. What song is this? It's so catchy," a coalition soldier asked curiously. They had never heard this kind of music before, but its unique rhythm and lyrics were undeniably captivating. They couldn't help but hum along. Stewart was stunned for a moment. Then he erupted in fury. Fuck! Fuck! Damn Great Xia Kingdom warships, come out if you dare!" His face was ashen. He felt like he was being manipulated by an invisible hand. Anger and humiliation drove him to a rage. Meanwhile, Kono Taro was on the verge of collapse. He shouted into the communicator. "Baka! What is this? Steward, you have to give us an explanation." The other commanders also questioned him. Steward didn't respond. He stared intently at the communication soldiers, hoping to get even a sliver of good news from them. But the communication soldiers just shook their heads helplessly, indicating they were powerless as well. Steward took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. He knew this wasn't the time to lose his temper. He had to find a solution as soon as possible. He composed himself and gave the order directly. "I declare the military exercise officially open. The first mission of the military exercise: capture the enemy ship alive. All fleets, begin operations." Stewart had only one goal. Whoever the other side was, they had to be found. In the name of the military exercise. In the encrypted channel, the melody of Bobo Chicken, a Sichuan dish, was still looping. Sturwell's roar was completely drowned out. He ripped off his headphones and slammed them onto the control panel. "Fuck! Fuck!" In the command room, the light from the instrument panel illuminated his ashen face. Wrinkles were furrowed, his fists clenched until his knuckles were white. "All ships! Radar power up to maximum! Helicopters take off for patrol! Submarines submerge! Expand search area!" Sturwell's roar pierced the command room. The soldiers outside the door shuddered. They frantically relayed orders. Soon, the Allied fleet was in chaos. Destroyer radar antennas spun wildly. Shipborne helicopters roared into the sky, their propellers whipping up towering waves. Submarines, like ghosts, silently submerged into the deep sea. Everyone had only one goal: to find the source of the provocative signal. Kono Taro stared at the communicator, his face terrifyingly grim. "Baka! You scum from Great Xia!" The clanging of metal echoed shrilly in the command room. "The nursery rhyme before. Now this snack song. They're treating our allied forces like monkeys." Kono Taro's eyes were bloodshot. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, a sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "Pass down the order. The fleet quietly changes course. Head towards the territorial waters of Great Xia. As long as we break in first, we'll show the whole world the might of Japan." The adjutant was stunned. "Commander, isn't this too risky?" "Risk?" Kono Taro sneered. "Now is the best opportunity. The Allied forces are all searching for a signal source. No one will notice us. Once we break into the territorial waters, the credit will be ours." The adjutant dared not dissuade him further, and immediately went to relay the order. The Japanese fleet, taking advantage of the chaos, secretly changed course. They slowly moved towards the South China Sea of Great Xia. The White House, Otep watched the live broadcast, trembling with rage. He smashed his coffee cup on the ground. Fuck! A bunch of idiots! 70 warships! And they can't even find a single signal source. He watched the Bobo Chicken scene looping on the screen. He was trembling slightly with rage. Pete, are you all just sitting around doing nothing? Others are hacking into our military channels, and you still can't find them? Use all the satellites. Even if we have to turn the South China Sea upside down, we have to find that damned warship. Secretary of Defense Pete stood to the side, his face grim. President, the satellites are already searching with all their might. But their signal is too well concealed. We haven't found it yet. Haven't found it? Otep roared. Then what are you doing? Great Xia dares to provoke us like this. If we don't find them and teach them a lesson, what about the reputation of the American Empire? Pete nodded slightly. Understood. I'll make them build it. Otep took a deep breath, his eyes turning sinister. Tell Stuart. If he can't find them, he shouldn't come back. Yes, sir. Pete responded, his face grim as he left. The Prime Minister's office of India. Old Immortal Dimmo watched the live broadcast, his beard bristling with rage. Damn Great Xia. How dare they be so arrogant? He couldn't understand. When did Great Xia acquire such advanced warships? They could move freely within our allied fleet. This showed how terrifyingly well Great Xia's warships concealed their signals, even surpassing the US. If that's the case, then are there other warships hidden nearby? Old Immortal Dimmo grew increasingly panicked. We must slowly retreat to the rear of the fleet. If anything went wrong, he, the Prime Minister, would probably be torn to shreds by his Indian family. The border conflict had only just been resolved at a great cost. His premiership would truly be over. This time, let other countries steal the limelight first. He immediately picked up the phone and dialed Naval Command. Have our carrier battle group secretly moved to the outer perimeter of the joint fleet, away from Great Xia's waters. The naval commander on the other end of the line was stunned. Prime Minister, how are we going to demonstrate our strength? Until that ghost ship from Great Xia is found, it's a ticking time bomb. Who knows when and where it will appear? We need to be cautious. Yes, sir. After hanging up, Old Immortal Dimmo stared at the screen. They were just for show anyway. If anything happened to them, then India would truly become a laughingstock of the world. Sakura country. Prime Minister Kishida Jiro already knew about Kono Taro's actions. Yoshi. Kono-kun's comprehension is quite good. Knowing now is the perfect time to infiltrate the South China Sea. He was very satisfied with Kono Taro's covert operations. Although the Allied forces' channel being sabotaged by Great Xia country angered him. But as long as he could enter Great Xia country's territorial waters for a stroll, all his anger would vanish. Prime Minister is wise. This time, our Sakura country will definitely make the whole world look at us with new eyes. Great Xia country will still be a place where our Sakura country can come and go freely. The defense minister flattered. Kishida Jiro nodded, his eyes filled with greed and ambition. He turned to look at the map on the wall. His finger lightly traced the boundary line of Great Xia country in the South China Sea. He recalled the glory of Sakura country's ancestors. Kishida Jiro dreamed of restoring Japan to its former glory. This joint military exercise was just the beginning. Soon, Japan would gradually expand its influence. Great Xia Kingdom. Southern Guangdong Military Region Headquarters. Zhao Tianyi watched the live stream, grinning from ear to ear. He almost dropped his teacup. Haha. Great. Great. This move was so satisfying. That's right, it really satisfies. The staff officer beside him nodded with a smile. However, it seems the Japanese fleet is secretly moving towards our territorial waters. Zhao. Tianyi's smile vanished instantly, his eyes sharpening. Heh! They actually dare to come. Pass down the order. All warships to level 1 alert. If those Japanese warships dare to cross the border. No warning. Open fire. The staff officer stood at attention and saluted. Yes, sir. Zhao Tianyi looked back at the screen, a cold smile playing on his lips. Whether it's the US or Japan, they dare to run wild on our territory. Let them never return. Yes, sir. The staff officer responded, then went to give the order. Xia Academy of Sciences. Lin Chen's office. He had just finished writing a key technical document for a 7th-generation aerospace fighter jet. He was relaxing, stretching. Suddenly, he remembered that the US-led coalition fleet had already begun. He turned on his computer and clicked into the live stream. Instantly, the melody of Bobo Chicken, a type of Sichuan hot pot, started playing. Lin Chen was a little confused. What's going on? What happened to the military exercise? He then started reading the live stream comments. He quickly understood what was happening. Hee hee, the Navy really knows how to play. Lin Chen laughed heartily. It was so vivid. The US-led coalition was conducting a military exercise, and the Great Xi'an Navy was out there playing Bobo Chicken. It was hilarious just thinking about it. This move deserves full marks. It's even more frustrating than destroying their warships. Lin Chen continued reading, scrolling through the comments. The excitement of netizens in Daxiao was almost overflowing the screen. Haha! Look at Stevie's face, he looks like he's swallowed a fly. By the way, has anyone noticed the Japanese fleet? It seems to be moving towards the South China Sea. Holy crap! It's true! The Japanese fleet's course is wrong. The Japanese will never change their ways. Humph! Hopefully, the Navy can give him an unforgettable memory this time. Lin Chen looked at the comments, and instead felt a sense of anticipation. Japanese devils, you absolutely have to get in. Otherwise, the Navy won't have an excuse to fire. After watching for a while, Lin Chen put his personal computer aside. Then he continued working on his work computer. Foreign netizens were furious, and the live stream chat erupted in chaos. Damn it! We were just making a normal course adjustment. Daxia netizens retorted directly. Normal adjustment? Adjusting towards our territorial waters? Do you think we're blind? Freedom of navigation? Try crossing the line. The live stream chat was in an uproar. South China Sea. The radar screen displayed red dots representing the Japanese fleet. Simultaneously, notified the other ships to converge on the Japanese warships. His eyes were filled with excitement. You Japanese devils, you absolutely mustn't back down. Otherwise, we'll lose our first-class merit this time. On the radar screen, the Japanese fleet's course was increasingly veering off course, and its direction was directly into the territorial waters of the Great Xia Kingdom. On the other side, he instantly became excited. Good! Finally, the Japanese have delivered themselves to our doorstep. Change course immediately, to the left, in the XXXXC area. Have the other ships slowly cruise over, let the Japanese devils in before attacking. So they don't escape. Roger that. The first mate was brimming with excitement. The order was given. All the soldiers were eager to fight. Their eyes gleamed with a burning fighting spirit. If they could destroy even one Japanese warship, it would be a huge achievement. If they destroyed all 15 warships, a collective first-class merit would be guaranteed. Then, it could be added to their own family tree. Just thinking about it excited the soldiers. On the deck of the Izumo, Kono Taro held binoculars, staring at the distant horizon. How far are we from Great Xia's territorial waters? The adjutant glanced at the navigation. Commander. 20 nautical miles to go. Expected entry in half an hour. Kono Taro's lips curled into a sinister smile. Excellent. Order the fleet to speed up. He lowered his binoculars and shouted into the communicator. Attention all. Prepare to enter Great Xia's territorial waters. Let the whole world see our might. The Japanese soldiers on the warship erupted in cheers. Waving flags, they shouted, "Yoshi! Charge into Great Xia's territorial waters!" The Japanese fleet drew closer. The Izumo was the first to cross that invisible boundary, entering Great Xia's territorial waters. The sea was calm. There wasn't a single warship in sight, not even a patrol boat. He paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha! The Great Xia Kingdom is scared. They don't even dare send a single soul." The adjutant chimed in excitedly. "Commander is brilliant." Kono Taro pulled out his communicator and shouted into the Allied channel. "This is Kono Taro. The Sakura Kingdom fleet has entered Great Xia's territorial waters. Great Xia Kingdom is completely unresponsive. We've won." The Allied channel fell silent instantly. "Shit! That idiot Kono Taro. He actually crossed the border without permission. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. Those idiots from the Sakura Kingdom! They actually dared to directly invade Great Xia's territorial waters. And without even finding that ghost ship. What's the difference between that and suicide?" However, Kono Taro didn't respond to Stevie at all. "Haha. You want us to retreat? Impossible. The Great Xia Kingdom wouldn't dare show its face. What's there to worry about? We'll just take a spin in the South China Sea, then slowly head back. Keep going. Let the Great Xia Kingdom know that we, the Sakura Kingdom, can come and go as we please." At this moment, in the Sakura Kingdom fleet, the Japanese soldiers went completely berserk. Some were taking pictures. Some were giving the middle finger towards the Great Xia Kingdom. After all, the Allied forces were still nearby. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were also in an uproar. South Korean viewers. Damn it! Why did the Sakura Kingdom beat us to it? Where are our warships? Netizens from other countries watched the live stream intently. And netizens from the Great Xia Kingdom. I was also very excited at that moment. Holy crap! Those Japanese devils actually got in? Quick! Our Type 055 destroyer will take them down. We absolutely can't let those bastards leave this time. We must wipe them out. I've started recording. I have to capture the most exciting moment. The entire population of Great Xia began spreading the news. On the other side, on the Type 055 destroyer, Zhang Junfei saw the approaching Japanese fleet. Soon, they were only 20 nautical miles from the Japanese warships. Zhang Junfei felt the time was right and immediately gave the orders. "All warships, listen up. Laser cannons, begin charging." Japan Prime Minister's residence. The crystal chandelier shone brightly. Kishida Jiro held up a wine glass. "Yoshi! The Prime Minister is brilliant. Our fleet intruded into our territorial waters, and they didn't even dare to show their shadow." Defense Minister Yamamoto Taro downed his drink in one gulp, declaring wildly, "This is just the beginning. To restore the glory of the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere." All the high-ranking officials of Japan nodded in approval. Some even took out their phones to take pictures of the Izumo on the live broadcast. "Take a picture. This is a glorious moment for our Sakura nation. Send it out. Let the whole world see our might." The entire Prime Minister's residence erupted like a pack of mad dogs in celebration. But they never dreamed that the Izumo in the live broadcast was about to be sunk. The U.S., the White House. Otep watched the live broadcast, his brow furrowed. Sakura Nation? They want to break free from our control? He pointed at the live broadcast on the screen, speculating on Sakura Nation's unilateral actions. Defense Secretary Pete stood beside him, equally displeased. "President, it seems Sakura Nation has some ideas." "Some ideas? Heh!" Otep scoffed. "They don't really think Great Xia Nation will stand idly by, do they? Or does they think they have the leverage to confront us?" Although Otep wanted to use the military exercises to coerce Great Xia Nation into negotiations, he never underestimated Great Xia Nation's determination to defend its territory. So many clashes. The US has always retreated after a brief confrontation. They would never truly provoke Great Xia. And it is precisely because of this that the US has always managed to escape unscathed. It's likely to offend Great Xia. The outcome depends on Great Xia's resolve. Pete blinked. But right now, Great Xia is silent. Could it be that they really dare not fight? Silence is what's frightening. Otep stared intently at the screen. If Great Xia publicly condemns it, then it means everything is fine. Contact Stewart immediately. Have him order our carrier fleet not to enter Great Xia's territorial waters. If the Japan fleet encounters trouble, have other countries' warships come to its rescue. He only wanted to ensure the safety of the US fleet. As for the lives of his teammates, they're just for show. Yes, Mr. President. Pete nodded slightly and turned to relay the order. Otep stared at the Izumo on the screen, his eyes filled with wisdom. He had a premonition that something was about to happen to the Japanese. Izumo. South China Sea. U.S. Navy Carrier Bridge Command Room. Sweet received the order and fell into deep thought. It seems headquarters has received some information. Safety first, retreat a bit. After deciding, he began issuing orders to all U.S. warships. Tell them to retreat discreetly, without alerting the other fleets. Those making the same moves as the U.S. Only the South Korean warships are still secretly heading towards the territorial waters of Great Xia. On the other side. 055 Destroyer Command Room. Laser cannon fully charged. A soldier excitedly reported. Zhang Junfei's eyes sharpened, a cold glint flashing within them. Fire! The words had barely left his lips. The silver-white laser cannon on the bow suddenly flashed a blinding blue light. A slender yet incredibly sharp beam of light instantly pierced the sky. The speed was so fast it was invisible to the naked eye. On the deck of the Izumo, Kono Taro, holding binoculars, was still laughing maniacally. We've been in their territorial waters for over 10 minutes, and they haven't dared to make a single move. His adjutant beside him also grinned sinisterly, saying, Commander, should we circle their territorial waters a few more times? Kono Taro nodded, about to speak. Suddenly, a blue light suddenly appeared. What was that? He instinctively looked up. Sizzle! Hot debris continued to fall, accompanied by a pungent, acrid smell of burning. Kono Taro's maniacal laughter froze instantly, and he scrambled out of the command room. Baka! What's going on? He roared, his voice distorted. The surrounding soldiers panicked. The Japanese soldiers who had been cheering just moments before were now running around like headless flies. It's an attack! We're under attack! Damn it, it's a laser cannon! Could it be that the Great Xia Kingdom has launched an attack on us? Chaos instantly engulfed the entire Izumo. Kono Taro's face darkened instantly, and he urgently ordered. But before he could finish speaking, the second laser struck the Izumo's engine room. Boom! The engine room exploded directly under the high temperature of the laser cannon. Instantly, the entire engine room was destroyed. The Japanese soldiers inside were instantly blown to pieces. Those hit by the laser were instantly vaporized. The warship instantly lost power and began to drift on the sea. Baka! How dare the Great Xia Kingdom? Why did they launch an attack without any warning? Do they intend to start a full-scale war? Kono Taro was furious, veins bulging on his forehead. But he didn't consider this. They had arbitrarily entered another country's territorial waters with their warships. Isn't that tantamount to launching a war without a declaration? Commander, what do we do now? His adjutant ran to Kono Taro and asked. Request reinforcements from the Allied fleet immediately. Just then, the third beam of light struck the ammunition depot directly. Instantly, the ammunition depot immediately detonated. Boom! 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 A series of explosions resounded throughout the entire sea. The entire Izumo was blasted out of the water. Then it crashed back into the sea, creating a huge splash. The Japanese soldiers on deck were thrown into the sea. Someone save us! Kono Taro managed to grab onto the doorframe of the command center, avoiding a wasted fall. But he was terrified, his face ashen. At this moment, Kono Taro finally understood. He finally understood why the Great Xia Kingdom had allowed them into the South China Sea. It was all to eliminate them. Kono Taro hadn't finished speaking. Another laser beam struck the command center directly. Boom! The command center collapsed instantly. Kono Taro was hit by the laser and instantly vaporized, leaving not a trace. At this moment, the Izumo tilted even more violently. Another laser beam struck the keel of the Izumo. Crack! The keel of the warship snapped completely. The Izumo began to sink rapidly, and soldiers on deck fell into the sea. The Izumo, the helicopter carrier that the Japanese nation was so proud of, sunk in just 1 minute. 055 Destroyer Command Tower. Zhang Junfei watched the sinking Izumo and took out his walkie-talkie. Reporting, Commander Zhao. The Izumo has been sunk. Zhao Tianyi's excited voice came through the walkie-talkie. Good. Well done. Continue to destroy all the Japanese warships? Remember, not a single one can escape, or you will be held responsible. Mission accomplished. Zhang Junfei instinctively stood at attention and responded solemnly. Command room of the Type 055 destroyer. After receiving another order from Zhao Tianyi, Zhang Junfei directly relayed the orders to the other ships. Attention all ships. The commander has given a death order. Annihilate all Japanese warships. Roger. Even more blinding than before. Fire. At this moment, the Japanese warships, seeing the Izumo sunk, were terrified. Quick, reverse immediately. The Great Xia Kingdom has launched an attack. Retreat. They considered resisting, but interfered with by the 815A frigate. They couldn't lock on to the Great Xia Kingdom's warships. Retreat was the only option. Power was at full throttle. All the Japanese soldiers were filled with panic. They never dreamed the Great Xia Kingdom would actually open fire. Great Xia Kingdom, you're terrifying. Quick, full throttle. But unfortunately, no matter how fast they were, could they outrun lasers? Boom. Zzzzz. Crack. Boom. The sound of the keel breaking could be heard across the sea. Less than 10 seconds. This Congo-class destroyer sank into the South China Sea. This scene terrified the other Japanese warships. How is this possible? How could the weapons of the Great Xia Kingdom be so terrifying? While the Japanese soldiers were still in shock, Zhang Junfei gave another order. Instantly, another ship was sunk. The laser cannons fired relentlessly. Blue light flashed repeatedly. Boom! 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 Explosions echoed across the sea. One after another, Japanese destroyers were blown apart. Some broke in two. Some exploded directly. The sea was littered with floating wreckage. Japanese soldiers who had fallen into the water struggled in the sea. No one came to their rescue. Zhang Junfei nodded, his gaze unwavering. Continue. 6 more. Let them know what happens when they intrude into the territorial waters of Great Xia. The communication soldier, his face filled with panic, reported in a trembling voice. Commander, the Japanese Izumo has sunk. What? Sweet was shocked. Are you sure? Great Xia's laser cannons sank the Izumo in less than a minute. Now, they're still pursuing other Japanese warships. Hearing this, Sweet felt a chill run down his spine. He recalled the orders from headquarters. Thankfully, he executed the order completely. Thank goodness I withdrew. The adjutant beside him panicked. Commander, the Great Xia Kingdom's laser cannons are terrifying. Sweet didn't speak. He stared at the South China Sea on the screen. A hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Now he knew. It wasn't that they wouldn't dare. Madmen, these Great Xia Kingdom lunatics. He suddenly roared. Quick! Make our fleet retreat further. Get as far away from Great Xia's territorial waters as possible. The farther the better. Don't get caught in the crossfire. The global live stream. It completely exploded. The comments were like thick sesame paste. The excitement of netizens in Great Xia was almost overflowing the screen. Holy crap! Our parents really taught those Japanese devils a lesson. Awesome! They sank the Japanese Izumo in one fell swoop. I thought they might take action, but I didn't expect Mom to unleash such a powerful attack. The Navy brothers have done a great service this time. They deserve a special page in the family tree. Well done! This is what Great Xia should be like. Weren't the netizens in Japan so arrogant before? Why are they silent now? Seeing the Japanese warship sunk, the entire nation of Great Xia erupted in jubilation. For so many years, the exhilarating feeling of revenge, surging like a tidal wave in the hearts of every Great Xia citizen. People spread the news throughout the streets and alleys. Their faces beamed with pride and excitement. Even though it was just sinking a warship. But its extraordinary significance can only be understood by the people of Great Xia. Throughout Great Xia, cheers and jubilation were everywhere. Some even set off firecrackers and fireworks to celebrate. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the live stream of Japan, the Japanese were completely devastated. Impossible. This isn't real. How could the Izumo sink? No. Great Xia really did it. Where's the US? Didn't we agree to joint military exercises? Why are they just watching us get attacked? The Japanese netizens were completely devastated. They couldn't accept the fact that the Izumo had been sunk. That was the pride of their Japan. Now it had been sunk in Great Xia's territorial waters. Some started cursing. They were accusing Great Xia of a crime. They cursed the US for not helping. They cursed Taro Kono for being stupid. Only the desperate cries of, "It's over, it's all gone." Meanwhile, South Korean netizens. They were completely stunned. Just moments before, they were shouting in the comments, "Why did Japan fire first?" Now they're all silent. Occasionally a few comments appeared, all filled with panic. Damn it! China is too ruthless, they actually opened fire. Thank goodness our warships didn't rush in, otherwise we'd be the ones sinking now. We thought Great Xia wouldn't dare attack, but now it seems we were overthinking it. Don't mess with Great Xia. Seriously, don't mess with it. American netizens shock. My God! What kind of weapon is that? A laser cannon? How can it be so powerful? Can our Ford-class destroyer withstand this kind of attack? Didn't President Optus say Great Xia was a clown? Who's the clown? Netizens from other countries were in an uproar. My God! Great Xia has risen to power. From now on, no one will dare to trespass in the South China Sea, right? Is America's hegemony over? Great Xia's laser cannon technology is too advanced. Luckily, our country didn't join the coalition, otherwise we'd be in big trouble. South China Sea. The last Japanese destroyer. The ammunition magazine was hit by a laser cannon. Boom! A massive explosion sent water spraying dozens of meters high. The ship instantly shattered into pieces. The Type 055 destroyer's command room. The executive officer's voice trembled with excitement. 15 Japanese warships, not a single one left. Southern Guangdong Military Region Headquarters. What did you say? 15 ships. All sunk? Zhang Junfei's excited voice came through the phone. Commander! We have successfully completed our mission. All the Japanese warships have been destroyed. Good. 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 Zhao Tianyi slapped his thigh excitedly. Damn, that feels amazing. Finally, we've dealt with those little devils. Ha! From now on, the South China Sea will be a no-go zone for foreign warships. Anyone who comes will die. At this moment, Zhao Tianyi was as excited as a child, completely lacking the dignity of a military region commander. Faced with such good news, Regardless of rank, no one is an exception. Unless they are colonists. Pass down the order! No matter which country's warships they are, if they dare to cross the line, open fire immediately. Roger! The response from the walkie-talkie was resounding. Zhao Tianyi hung up the phone, his face still beaming with excitement. Zhao Tianyi nodded. That's right. After this, let's see who dares to cause trouble around our area. This show of force was perfect. According to their plan, if it were the U.S. carrier battle group that crossed the line, they would simply repel them. Unexpectedly, the Japanese were at the forefront. They must have been seeking revenge. How could they miss such a rare opportunity? After the initial excitement, Zhao Tianyi quickly dialed General Zhang's number. Beijing. Military Headquarters Conference Room. General Zhang had just finished a combat meeting when his work phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was Zhao Tianyi, so he answered. Instantly, he heard Zhao Tianyi's excited voice. Old Zhang! Fantastic news! We've sunk all 15 of Japan's warships. That's right! Chief Engineer Lin's laser cannon is amazing. Dealing with warships is like slicing watermelons. Great! Excellent! General Zhang jumped to his feet, his face beaming with excitement. Suddenly, a scene from 30 years ago flashed through General Zhang's mind. The young man stood on the bridge of the patrol ship, his gaze clearly fixed on the arrogance and mockery of the Japanese soldiers. Today, they had finally gotten their revenge. Good, good. General Zhang's voice trembled as he wiped away tears of emotion from the corner of his eye. Old Zhao, well done! We've been holding this in for 20 years. He hung up the phone and turned to shout at the assembled officers. Did you all hear that? 15 Japanese warships are sunk. Our laser cannons did it. The conference room erupted in cheers. Really? Great! We should have done it sooner. Those little devils finally got their revenge. That's awesome. All the generals were filled with excitement and joy upon hearing the news. Some were even moved to tears. They knew what this victory meant. This was a moment of triumph for the great Xia Navy, a moment they had dreamed of for years. In the past, they had mostly tolerated the provocations of foreign warships. Unless it was extremely excessive, they primarily drove them away. Because the great Xia Navy was too weak back then. Today, thanks to the deployment of new weapons, they had finally dealt a severe blow to the arrogance of the little devils. At this moment, all the generals finally deeply understood the immense power and strategic significance of advanced weaponry. The Navy's resounding victory this time made them all realize the urgency of upgrading their equipment. Xia Academy of Sciences could develop the superpowered laser cannon. All the generals secretly made up their minds. They would immediately submit an equipment upgrade application to the military headquarters after the meeting. After his initial excitement, General Zhang thought of the heroes who had contributed to the superpowered laser cannon. He immediately dialed Li Jiangwo's number. Xia Academy of Sciences. Li Jiangwo was in his office reviewing data. His phone suddenly rang. Seeing that it was General Zhang calling, he answered casually. What did you say? His head slipped down to the tip of his nose, but he didn't even bother to adjust them. All 15 ships sunk? Including the Izumo? Are you sure? Great, ha ha! Upon receiving confirmation, Li Jiangwo suddenly burst into laughter. After hanging up, he clutched his phone and strode towards the anti-gravity engine laboratory. He pushed open the door. He saw Lin Chen squatting on the floor, holding an engine part, looking at something. Xiao Lin! Xiao Lin! Li Jiangwo's voice was filled with excitement. Lin Chen looked up, put down the part. Old Li, what's wrong? Great news! Fantastic news! Really? Lin Chen's eyes lit up instantly. That's great! Our Navy soldiers are truly outstanding! He expressed great satisfaction. With advanced weaponry, it's time to put it to use. Only in this way can advanced weapons be effectively utilized. Only by daring to unsheath our swords can we let other countries know that Great Xia is no longer a country that can be easily provoked. Lin Chen stood up, dusted off his hands, his eyes revealing determination and pride. Elderly, this proves that our research direction is correct. The success of the super-energy laser cannon is just the beginning. In the future, we will develop more and more advanced weapons and equipment to further enhance Great Xia's national defense capabilities and make our people proud. After a pause, Lin Chen continued. As for the little devils, this is just collecting some interest. Later, we'll make them pay for their crimes in blood. Li Jiangguo paused for a moment, then realized. That's right. From the invasion decades ago to the subsequent maritime provocations, the Japanese owe Great Xia a blood debt for all their atrocities. It's not something that can be forgiven simply by sinking a few warships. Lin Chen nodded, saying nothing more. But no one knew that he was secretly planning how to wipe out the Japanese in the future. Inside the laboratory, the other engineers overheard Lin Chen and his team's conversation. They too became excited and agitated. They harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Japanese invaders. The countless crimes committed by the Japanese on Chinese soil over the years, each one like a sharp knife, are etched into the hearts of every Chinese person, never forgotten. Now, technological advancements have dramatically increased the nation's military strength. It's time for revenge. All the engineers were determined to work even harder to develop more advanced technologies, making their motherland even stronger. Only with strength can we avoid being bullied. Only then can the people live in peace and prosperity, and the nation be safe and secure. South China Sea. Commander, Commander! Upon hearing this, Sweet looked up abruptly, his eyes filled with disbelief. What did you say? All sunk? How is that possible? He snatched the battle report, staring at its contents. Every word struck him like a hammer blow. Cold sweat instantly soaked his uniform. He remembered the scene he had just witnessed. After all, even if Great Xia country's laser cannons were incredibly powerful, 14 warships should have had time to react. Sweet muttered to himself, a chill running down his spine. He suddenly remembered President Otto's words. Don't push Great Xia to the brink. It was that they had never witnessed Great Xia's true strength. Quick! Sweet suddenly roared, his voice trembling. Immediately notify all Allied fleets. Get away from Great Xia's waters immediately. The farther the better. Also, announce the end of the military exercise. Now. Immediately. Right now. The adjutant beside him snapped out of his shock and hurriedly replied. Yes, Commander. He turned to leave, but Sweet called him back. Sweet stared at the South China Sea on the screen, his eyes filled with fear. Tell them, if they encounter any Great Xia warships, do not provoke them. Do not linger. Even if they fire warning shots, retreat. The adjutant's heart sank, and he quickly nodded. Understood. On the Allied channel, Sweet's order caused an immediate uproar. The South Korean fleet commander questioned. Damn it? The military exercise is over? Why? Sweet interrupted them directly, his voice icy. A laughingstock? Better than sinking in the South China Sea. 15 Japanese warships, all sunk. In less than half an hour. Do you want to try out Great Xia's laser cannons? The channel fell silent instantly. No one dared to object. The South Korean warships, which had been inching closer to the edge of Great Xia's territorial waters, immediately turned around and sped off at full throttle upon hearing this. The French and British warships, which had been observing, also retreated without hesitation. The entire Allied fleet, like a group of frightened rabbits, frantically fled the South China Sea. On the sea, the once orderly fleet formation instantly became chaotic. On the USS Ford, Sweet watched the Allied fleet's escape route on the screen and let out a long sigh of relief. But then, he remembered something else. Lieutenant, contact the White House immediately. Tell the President that the Great Xia Kingdom's laser cannons are far more terrifying than we imagined. Tell them to devise a countermeasure quickly, or we'll lose our maritime hegemony. The lieutenant nodded and turned to make the contact. Sweet walked to the window, looking at the distant horizon. The sunlight was blinding, yet he felt a chill run through him. He suddenly had a premonition. From this day forward, the maritime landscape of Earth would change. Meanwhile, on the deck of a Type 055 destroyer, Zhang Junfei watched the escape route of the Allied fleet on the screen, somewhat unsatisfied. They've already run away? We're not satisfied yet. No need. Zhang Junfei shook his head, his eyes sharp. They didn't even enter our territorial waters. If we really chase after them, that's practically declaring war. Taking care of those little devils this time is a big win. Fire! A unified response came from the walkie-talkie. Roger. The sea breeze blew across the deck, the military flag fluttering. Zhang Junfei gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, in the laboratory of the Xia Academy of Sciences, Lin Qin was carefully examining the parts of the anti-gravity engine. Sweet also announced the end of the military exercise. Lin Qin nodded, his hands still moving. It's good they've retreated. Looks like they're scared. Li Jianguo paused for a moment, then laughed. All you think about is your research. Lin Qin looked up, a glint in his eyes. Hee. This is just the beginning. Then, the skies of Blue Star will change. Li Jianguo was excited, his eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at Lin Qin. Yes. The debt at sea has just been settled. Shouldn't it be time to settle the debt in the sky too? Back in the White House, Op was unaware of Sweet's report. He sat in his office, looking at the South China Sea map on his desk, a smug smile playing on his lips. He picked up his coffee cup, about to drink. Suddenly, the red telephone on his desk rang. This was an emergency line, used only for the most critical matters. Op's heart sank. He put down his coffee cup and answered the phone. Hello? Sweet's urgent voice came from the other end. President. Something terrible has happened. Our Allied fleet has retreated across the board. Op stood frozen, unable to react for a long time. What did you say? The sea where the Japanese warships sank was like a living hell. Many Japanese soldiers were thrashing about on the surface. But the Allied fleet had already abandoned them. Meanwhile, global live streams exploded. In the Great Xia Kingdom's live stream. Holy crap! All 15 ships sunk? Our laser cannons are too powerful. Wah! Finally, we've gotten our revenge. Long live the motherland! Ha ha! Finally, we see the Japanese get their comeuppance. We've been holding this grudge for decades. Our Navy brothers are awesome. You deserve a special page in our family tree. Weren't the Japanese netizens so arrogant before? Why are they silent now? Someone even posted old photos. Footage of Japanese warships provoking Great Xia patrol ships decades ago. The live stream chat was filled with cheers, and some even typed in red. Those who offend our Great Xia, though far away, will be punished. The screen was brimming with fervor. This showed that everyone's longing and excitement for this victory had been building for a long time. Now, they finally witnessed this exhilarating scene. They felt only the exhilaration of finally avenging their fallen comrade. Countless people were moved to tears. Especially the veterans. Upon hearing the news, they were so moved that they wept uncontrollably. Only those who had experienced it truly understood how hard-won today's victory was. In other countries' live streams, however, a different scene unfolded. The Japanese live stream fell silent for a moment. A moment later it erupted. Damn it! Great Xia Kingdom must have used dirty tricks. How could all our warships have sunk? Why didn't the Allied fleet rescue our warriors? Why did they abandon them? Wah! Damn Great Xia Kingdom! They've declared war on us! We must get revenge! Japanese netizens cursed Great Xia Kingdom furiously. They also cursed the Allied fleet for abandoning them. They never dreamed that Great Xia Kingdom's laser cannons would be so terrifying. So terrifying that their fleet was completely unable to retaliate. Many Japanese netizens began to worry whether Great Xia Kingdom would retaliate. Some Japanese netizens completely broke down. 15 warships sunk by Great Xia Kingdom. The blow to them was simply too great. They couldn't accept it for a while. South Korean netizens' comments were filled with sour grapes. Damn it! Great Xia definitely stole our laser technology. That's right. We've been researching laser weapons for a long time. They must have been stealing our secrets. Some even dug up news from South Korea a few years ago about a laser weapon test. See? We already had the technology. Great Xia just copied it. Great Xia netizens retorted directly. Your inaccurate, broken lasers? You think you can compare to us? South Korean netizens were speechless, and the comments gradually thinned out. American netizens also began to panic. It's over. Great Xia is about to rise? Yes. The Eastern Lion is awakening. What do we do? Bring the fleet back immediately. Don't send them to their deaths in the South China Sea. The comment section was filled with anxiety. They had a completely new appreciation for the Great Xia Kingdom's resilience and wisdom. Some American netizens began to reflect. Were past policies too aggressive, leading to this passive situation? They worried that the rise of the Great Xia Kingdom would disrupt the existing international order and affect their own interests and status. Indian netizens also began to feel fear. My God! 15 warships sank in half an hour? Great Xia is terrifying. Quickly, get the border troops back. Don't mess with Great Xia. The shouts of revenge were completely gone. The shock of international netizens was almost overflowing the screen. My God! Is Great Xia about to rise? Is the US's maritime hegemony really over? Finally, a country can suppress this bully, the US. Seeing that Great Xia could finally suppress the US-led alliance, all the countries that had been bullied by the US were filled with joy. They would rather Great Xia become the hegemon of the planet than be bullied by the US. The White House Oval Office. Otto put down the satellite phone, his hands still trembling. Sweet's report just now struck him like a hammer blow. Every word sent chills down his spine. He had considered that the Great Xia Kingdom would be strong. But he hadn't imagined they would be this ridiculously strong. He remembered that half a year ago, they had provoked the Great Xia Kingdom, but the Great Xia Kingdom had only issued a condemnation. But how much time had passed? They opened fire without any warning. It seems that the Great Xia Kingdom has definitely made a major breakthrough in some technology. Otep secretly guessed, his face darkening. Now he knew it wasn't that they wouldn't dare, but that they hadn't witnessed the Great Xia's strength. Quick! Otep shouted towards the door, his voice trembling. Convene an emergency meeting immediately. Get Pete and Raimondo here right now. Yes, sir. The secretary rushed out. Otep pondered the agenda for the upcoming meeting. The rise of the Great Xia Kingdom was out of control. They had to come up with a solution. Otherwise, they might fall from their pedestal. 10 minutes later. The White House conference room. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. Secretary of Defense Pete, Secretary of State Raimondo, and several high-ranking military officials sat at the table, their faces grim. The Great Xia Kingdom's laser cannons can destroy 15 warships in half an hour. What are your thoughts? No solution? Hundreds of billions of dollars are poured into research and development every year. And all you give me is no solution? Otep instantly flew into a rage, glaring at Pete. Negotiation? Otep stared at him. Do you think Great Xia will agree? Silence fell over the conference room. Everyone knew that Great Xia was no longer a pushover. Ott took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. Immediately increase investment in research and development. We must have a solution to counter the laser cannon within 3 months. Also, contact other allies and take Great Xia to the International Military Court. Even if we can't do anything to Great Xia, we must at least annoy them. Manga and comics. The Prime Minister's residence in Japan. Kishida Jiro sat on the sofa, his face ashen. 2 teacups on the table were smashed to pieces. Baka! All 15 warships sunk? Is Kono Taro an idiot? Why didn't he retreat? Kishida Jiro roared, his voice filled with anger and panic. Retaliate? Kishida Jiro jumped up, pointing at Yamamoto Taro's nose and yelling. Idiot, do you have a way to deal with Great Xia's laser cannons? Kishida Jiro glared at him, cursing. Are you an idiot? Can an iron will withstand the laser cannons of the Great Xia Kingdom? His voice choked with emotion at the end. But now, they had suffered heavy losses and become a laughingstock worldwide. Meanwhile, the Great Xia Kingdom's reputation had been further enhanced. The more he thought about it, the more indignant Kishida Jiro became. Kishida Jiro suddenly roared, his eyes bloodshot. Contact the U.S. immediately! Demand an explanation! Also, mobilize the reserve forces! We need to expand our military! Yamamoto Taro nodded hastily. Yes, Prime Minister! But he knew in his heart that even with expanded military strength, they were no match for the Great Xia Kingdom. The power of the laser cannons had exceeded their expectations. But this opportunity could also be used to expand their military. Moreover, Kishida Jiro also planned to use this opportunity to amend their country's constitution. Then, they could legitimately expand their military on a large scale. Thinking this way, Kishida Jiro felt slightly better. At least the loss of those 15 warships had some value. Kishida Jiro looked at the map on the wall showing the location of the South China Sea, his eyes filled with ferocity. Presidential Palace of the Philippines. Little Mar sat in his office, trembling. He had just received intelligence. All 15 warships of the Sakura Kingdom had sunk. Little Mars muttered to himself, his eyes filled with terror. But now, the thought sent chills down his spine. Secretary, quick! Little Mars suddenly shouted, yelling at his secretary outside the door. Immediately order the Navy to return immediately! And all fishermen to stay away from Great Xia Kingdom's waters! The secretary nodded hastily and turned to get the satellite phone. But a few minutes later, the secretary ran back, his face deathly pale. Lost contact? Little Mars jumped to his feet, his heart pounding in his chest. The secretary tried several more times, but still couldn't get through. He suddenly remembered that their warships were actually not far from the Japanese fleet. The thought sent a chill down Little Mars's spine. He looked out the window. The Philippine flag fluttered in the wind. Before, he had thought he could rely on the U.S. to compete with Great Xia for the South China Sea. The U.S.'s combined fleet had been scared away. They couldn't possibly care about the Philippines anymore. He could only pray that their warships had merely lost contact. Meanwhile, in the South China Sea, on the deck of the Type 055 destroyer, Zhang Junfei watched the satellite monitor. On the screen, the Japanese were struggling frantically on the surface of the sea. You little devils! You've finally met your match! That's great! The more miserable the Japanese were, the happier he was. Oh? Zhang Junfei's eyes lit up. Is it the Koreans or the Indians? Neither. The first mate shook his head. It's 10 second-hand warships from the Philippines. Ship 815 has already blocked their signals. The Philippines? Zhang Junfei was taken aback. Then he sneered. Humph! Those few dilapidated warships of theirs dare to intrude into our territorial waters now. The Philippines are like disgusting fleas. They always like to jump around and try to make their presence known, relying on the protection of the U.S. Before, the Great Xia Navy's long-range navigation capabilities were relatively weak. There wasn't much they could do. But now that they dare to intrude, the Philippines must be taught a lesson. He picked up the walkie-talkie, his voice booming. Attention all ships! Philippine ships spotted, coordinates XXXX. Lock onto and destroy them immediately. A unified response came through the walkie-talkie. Roger. All warships sprang into action. Coordinates locked, laser cannons began charging. 10 Philippine warships, leading hundreds of fishing boats, learned that the Japanese warships had been destroyed. They frantically fled towards the Philippines. On the frigate Conrad. Fuck! Max speed! Get out of Great Xia's waters as quickly as possible. Once we're out of Great Xia's waters, we'll be safe. The communications officer's voice trembled as he replied. No! All signals are jammed. At this moment, the soldiers on board were also filled with panic. They looked at the vast ocean around them, seemingly enveloped by endless fear. Some began to whisper among themselves. Are we going to die here? What if Great Xia Kingdom's laser cannons suddenly fire? Unfortunately, it was all too late. 5 laser beams instantly struck the Conrad. The Conrad frigate was destroyed in a flash. Soon, the wreckage of the Conrad disappeared beneath the surface of the sea. The other 9 warships suffered the same fate. The Filipinos on the hundreds of fishing boats nearby were terrified by what they saw. Fuck, run! The Great Xia Kingdom is protected by gods. Divine light descended from the sky. It's the gods punishing us, wah! The Filipino fishermen knelt on their boats, frantically praying to the sky. They believed the laser was divine punishment. On the Type 055 destroyer. Should we deal with those fishing boats? Using warships to destroy their fishing boats would leave ammunition and trigger unnecessary international disputes. After all, those fishing boats were using fishing as a pretext for probing intrusions, not a real military threat. At most, we could only send Coast Guard vessels to drive them away. Now those fishing boats are frantically fleeing. There's no need to deploy Coast Guard vessels. Then, Zhang Junfei ordered the other warships to continue patrolling the South China Sea. At the same time, he reported the news to Zhao Tianyi, commander of the southern Guangdong military region. With the destruction of the Japanese warships, Commander Yao didn't show much emotion regarding the 10 small Philippine colocosures. As if he were already used to it. Half a day later, the hundreds of Filipino fishing boats finally escaped back to the Philippine port. Wow! The Great Xia Kingdom's South China Sea is protected by gods. Divine light descended from the sky, destroying our warships, leaving not a trace. The news spread like wildfire throughout the port. The Filipino fishermen in the port were instantly in an uproar. We never thought the Great Xia Kingdom really had gods. We must keep our distance from them from now on. The news spread like wildfire. It quickly reached the coastal areas. Although it seemed unbelievable, the returning fishermen recounted it with great conviction. Many were skeptical. Inside the presidential palace, as Mars Jr. looked at the latest intelligence report, his face darkened horribly. The report indicated that all 10 warships were destroyed, with no survivors. Fuck! Fuck! He frantically tore the report to shreds. His secretary, standing beside him, whispered, Mr. President, people are saying that a deity is protecting Great Xia in the South China Sea. A deity? Mars Jr. sneered, but his eyes were filled with fear. Those are laser cannons. Great Xia's weapons of mass destruction. He suddenly remembered something and looked up sharply. Immediately issue the order. All fishermen, all vessels. Anyone who dares to approach Great Xia's waters is to be arrested. Also, notify the border to strengthen security. The secretary nodded hastily and turned to leave. The secretary acknowledged and left. The flag fluttered in the wind, as if mocking his incompetence. 2 days later. International Military Tribunal. The hall was packed. The American representative slammed his fist on the table, spittle flying. The Great Xia Kingdom abused its power, destroying the warships of Japan and the Philippines. This is a trampling of international military law. Compensation is due. An apology is required. The representative from Japan echoed sharply. All 15 of our warships have sunk. Thousands of soldiers have perished. Great Xia must take responsibility. The representative from the Philippines also stood up, his face flushed red. Our warships were also destroyed. Our fishermen were terrified. Great Xia demands an explanation. All eyes turned to the representative from Great Xia. First of all, the warships from Japan and the Philippines illegally intruded into our territorial waters. Our country will eliminate all invading enemies according to law and regulations. I would also like to ask you, by sending warships into our territorial waters, are you attempting to wage war without declaring war? The representative from the United States dared not respond, quickly changing the subject. Our location is in international waters. You have no right to interfere. Heh! International waters? The representative from Great Xia sneered, slamming a document onto the table. This is a UN-recognized map of maritime boundaries. If you don't recognize it, our warships can patrol near your country's waters another day. They didn't have laser weapons as advanced as Great Xia. Then, should they expel them or not? Therefore, the American representative could only hold back. The Japanese representative, on the other hand, tried to argue. We were just conducting joint military exercises. We didn't intend to intrude into your territorial waters. Intentionally? The Great Xia representative's eyes turned cold. You call staying in our territorial waters for 10 minutes unintentional? How about our warships unintentionally patrol your territorial waters tomorrow? The hall was silent. The representative of Great Xia swept the room, his voice firm. Our country respects international law, but will never allow any country to infringe upon our sovereignty. The representative of the United States opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Great Xia had won this debate decisively. Representatives from other countries applauded, the applause echoing through the hall like a tidal wave. Many representatives from countries that had initially been observing chose to side with Great Xia. They had deeply realized the power of Great Xia. If they didn't choose sides now, when would they? The representatives of the United States and Japan, seeing this, instantly darkened their faces. This was the last thing they wanted to see. But now they couldn't find an excuse to make things difficult for Great Xia. In the end, they could only leave early, angry and humiliated. Seeing this, the applause grew even more enthusiastic. Thus, the South China Sea naval exercise incident came to an end. Xia Academy of Sciences. In Li Jiangwo's office, Wan Hao, the leader of the 6th-generation fighter jet project team, pleaded. Director, the new engine has passed testing. When can our 6th-generation fighter jet project be restarted? What? Wan Hao was taken aback, then reacted. Director, we already have a foundation for the 6th-generation fighter jet. With a little more effort, we'll have results soon. Li Jiangwo sighed. Don't rush this. Let me discuss it with Xiao Lin first. He picked up the phone and dialed Lin Chen's number. In Lin Chen's office, he had just finished organizing the technical data for the 7th-generation aerospace fighter. His phone rang. Seeing it was Li Jiangwo, he answered. Mr. Li, what's up? Xiao Lin, the 6th-generation fighter project team wants to restart the project. What do you think? Lin Chen paused for a moment, then smiled. Restart the 6th-generation fighter? No need. I've already organized the technical data for the 7th-generation aerospace fighter. Li Jianhuo on the other end of the line instantly became excited. Really? You've already finished? Yes. Lin Chen nodded. We can hold a technical demonstration meeting tomorrow to let everyone see it. After hanging up, Lin Chen looked at the data on his computer. On the cover, the 6 characters, White Emperor Sky Fighter, gleamed coldly. This was the name he had chosen for the 7th-generation fighter jet. White Emperor symbolizes the skies of the Great Xia Kingdom, which it will protect. Xia Academy of Sciences. Dean's office. Li Jiangguo had just hung up the phone when he turned and met Wan Hao's anxious gaze. Wan Hao held the 6th-generation fighter jet project proposal, his expression a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. Dean, did Chief Engineer Lin really say we don't need to develop a 6th-generation fighter jet? But is a 7th-generation fighter jet really reliable? Li Jiangguo picked up his enamel mug, took a sip of tea, and spoke slowly. Don't worry, you'll know when you see it. Wan Hao frowned, filled with helplessness. The team had worked tirelessly for 5 years, the engine had just passed testing, and they were on the verge of producing results. Suddenly, it was suspended. Now, a 7th generation fighter jet has appeared, and they want to skip the 6th generation altogether? Dean, we have the foundation for a 6th generation fighter jet. We haven't even seen a 7th generation fighter jet yet. What if something goes wrong? How about we proceed with both projects simultaneously? Wang Hao was still unwilling to give up and wanted to try. Don't you believe in Lin Chen's abilities? Quantum lithography machine, super-powered laser cannon, anti-gravity engine, aren't these all groundbreaking technologies? Wang Hao opened his mouth, wanting to refute but unable to say anything. But what exactly was the concept of a 7th generation fighter jet? This was beyond his comprehension. All right. Let's see tomorrow. If it doesn't work, the 6th generation fighter jet project must be restarted. Wang Hao had already decided that if the 7th generation fighter jet didn't meet expectations after tomorrow's meeting, he would definitely restart the 6th generation fighter jet project. If it hadn't been suspended for a month or two, they might already be preparing for test flights. Xia Academy of Sciences conference room. Wang Hao was stunned by the room full of people as soon as he walked in. All were prominent figures in the industry. He saw Wang Hao and waved. Young Wang, you've come at the right time. I heard Chief Designer Lin is going to develop a 7th generation fighter jet? Is it reliable? Wang Hao shook his head with a wry smile. Professor Zhang, I'm not sure either. I only found out about it yesterday, and I've been having some doubts. Academician Lu pushed up his and sighed. Sigh. The 6th generation fighter jet was just starting to take shape, and now they're jumping to the 7th generation. That's a bit too big a step. The surrounding experts also began to discuss. Yes, the 6th generation fighter jet is only just starting to take shape, and we don't even know what direction the 7th generation fighter jet will take. If it's adapted to the new anti-gravity plasma engine, how should it be designed? But it was Chief Designer Lin's idea, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Although everyone had doubts, the fact that it was Lin Chen's idea gave them a glimmer of hope. Just then, the conference room door opened. Li Jianguo, dressed in a crisp Zhongshan suit, walked in smartly. Lin Chen followed behind, wearing a white t-shirt and faded jeans. Li Jianguo reached the podium and began. Everyone, thank you for making this trip. The staff distributed the agreements to everyone. I heard that this was only signed when working on nuclear weapons. Someone couldn't help but mutter quietly, their eyes filled with shock. After everyone had signed, Lin Chen walked to the front of the stage. He turned on the projector, and the 6 bold characters White Emperor Space Fighter instantly appeared on the screen. Everyone, today I will introduce the technical parameters of the White Emperor Space Fighter. Lin Chen picked up the laser pointer and tapped the screen. When the first line of parameters appeared, the entire room fell silent. Maximum payload, 20 tons. Equipped with an anti-gravity plasma engine and a super solid-state magnetic field battery. Range, 40,000 kilometers. Wang Hao suddenly stood up, utterly shocked. Mach 20? 40,000 kilometers range? How is this possible? Academician Zhang's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Xiao Wang is right, at Mach 20, how do you solve the overload problem? What materials did you use? How do you solve the pilot safety problem? Regarding materials, we used the same materials as the anti-gravity plasma engine. All parameters can fully withstand the frictional high temperatures of Mach 20. There's absolutely no need to worry about overload. The cockpit is specially designed to prevent injury to the pilot during sudden acceleration. Professor Lu, after listening, was utterly astonished. If it really works, it's at least 50 years ahead of the world. The other experts and academicians were speechless, stunned by these parameters. Achieving even one of them was already incredibly advanced. Achieving all of them was simply beyond the reach of current technology. But the parameters and data Lin Chen released felt incredibly real to them. Lin Chen ignored their astonishment and continued. As for the weapon system, it is equipped with two super-powerful laser cannons with a range of 1,500 kilometers. His voice had barely faded when the entire conference room fell eerily silent. The experts and academicians stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg in them, and it took them a long time to recover. The conference room erupted in excitement. A fully intelligent avionics system? A 5,000-kilometer detection range? 2,000 lock targets? A superpowered laser cannon with a range of 1,500 kilometers? A super stealth coating? This isn't a fighter jet, it's a mobile aerial fortress. Academician Zhang stared at the parameters on the screen, his fingers trembling slightly. In his 70s, he had never seen such an outrageous fighter jet. You call this a fighter jet? This is clearly a weapon capable of taking to the skies and diving into the earth. The surrounding experts echoed his sentiments. This is too exaggerated, this technology is beyond what we have now. The doubt on everyone's faces turned to shock, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Lin Chen, observing their reactions, smiled. Rest assured, everyone, these parameters are all achievable. Wan Hao gasped, utterly convinced. Looking at the diagram of the White Emperor fighter jet on the screen, all his doubts vanished. Chief Designer Lin, I'm convinced. I'm immediately halting the 6th-generation fighter project and fully cooperating with the 7th-generation fighter development. Thunderous applause erupted in the conference room, lasting for a long time. Ladies and gentlemen, the White Emperor fighter jet can not only operate within the atmosphere. It can also break through the atmosphere and enter space to fight. Everyone's eyes widened. Breaking through the atmosphere? Entering space? Is this a plan to dominate near-Earth space? The conference room was deathly silent. Everyone stared at Lin Chen, their pupils filled with shock. Hiss. This is terrifying. They can even fight in space? With superpowered laser weapons, they can launch all-around attacks on any corner of Earth from space. Wan Hao's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice trembling. Lin Chen nodded, his eyes sharp. That's right. The battlefield of the future won't just be within the atmosphere. We also need to ensure that our near-Earth space combat capabilities are also superior. Academician Zhang stood up tremblingly, his voice shaking. Excellent. Excellent near-Earth space combat. I've lived for over 70 years, and finally I can see Great Xia leading the world. Academician Lu adjusted his eyes reddening. We used to be envious of the US's space program. Now, while our space station isn't lagging behind, we still lag behind in satellites. In the conference room, all the experts and academicians expressed their excitement. A moment later, Li Jiangguo stepped to the front, pressed his hand down, and slowly spoke. I believe everyone agrees on this technology. Now I announce. Equipment, personnel, funding, whatever you need, we'll provide. The experts erupted in cheers. Great. I'm applying to join the coding R&D group. Count me in for the radar project. Lin Chen, watching the scene before him, was deeply moved. These veteran experts and academicians were still so energetic. But Lin Chen had already planned to cultivate more young talent. Only in this way could the Great Xia Kingdom meet its talent needs after venturing beyond Earth. It would definitely venture out and explore the vast universe. And the White Emperor space fighter was the first step in its struggle for space dominance. 1 week later. Materials Laboratory, Xia Academy of Sciences. Academician Lu held a palm-sized metal plate, his hands trembling. The metal plate was completely black, showing no reflection under the light. Chief Engineer Lin, the super stealth coating sample is complete. Lin Chen walked over and took the metal plate. What are the test parameters? The tester ran over, holding a report, his voice excited. Chief Designer Lin! Look! Radar cross-section, 0.00001 square meters, 1,000 times lower than existing stealth materials. Infrared stealth, completely shielded, undetectable by thermal imagers. Visual stealth, at 500 meters, it automatically changes color according to the environment. Invisible to the naked eye. Li Jianguo leaned closer, his eyes wide. 0.00001? How is that possible? Even the most advanced stealth fighters have a radar cross-section of 0.01. Academician Liu slammed his fist on the table, laughing heartily. We used to be held back by the US's stealth technology. Now, our technology can make their radar blind. The screen was completely black, without a single red dot. Great! Excellent! With this coating, the White Emperor's fighter jets can even become invisible in space. Lin Chen looked at the parameters of the stealth material, very satisfied. Not bad! You guys process the relevant mass production parameters and start mass production immediately. Yes, Chief Engineer Lin. Half a month later. Radar Laboratory. Dr. Zhou stood in front of a huge piece of equipment, his face flushed. Chief Engineer Lin. The 3D visual radar has been successfully developed. The equipment started up, and a three-dimensional map instantly appeared on the screen. From birds in flight to the solar panels of satellites, everything is clearly visible. Dr. Zhou pointed at the screen, his voice trembling. Simultaneous target lock, 2000, 10 times more than existing radars. Identification speed, 0.1 seconds, capable of instantly distinguishing fighter jets, missiles, and satellites. Li Jianguo stared at the screen, gasping. 5,000 kilometers? That means we can see the US carrier fleet directly. 2,000 targets? Even if the enemy launches a saturation attack, we can handle it. Academician Zhang squinted, looking at the satellites on the screen. Now our own radar can see their satellites clearly. Lin Chen looked at the excited crowd, knowing that the White Emperor space fighter would soon be ready for assembly. Meanwhile, other components were being manufactured. The 7th-generation aerospace fighter can enter the final assembly stage. Even Lin Chen has to admire it. He himself in the inheritance space has only just begun the assembly phase. Unexpectedly, the progress in reality is so fast. It shows how terrifying it is to concentrate all resources. 3 days later. Programmer Shaoli sat in front of his computer, filled with excitement. The computer screen lit up, displaying a blue virtual humanoid figure. Hello, Chief Engineer Lin. The virtual figure nodded, and a simulated flight scene appeared on the screen. The fighter jet completed the entire process automatically, from takeoff to cruising and missile evasion. Every movement was incredibly precise, even smoother than that of an ace pilot. With it, even if the pilot encounters an emergency, the fighter jet can return to base on its own. Lin Chen looked at the virtual figure and continued to give orders. The simulated target 500 kilometers away was instantly locked on and destroyed. Lin Chen was very satisfied with the result. Then it can be tested. At the same time, Lin Chen also devised a plan for distributing these technologies. With the anti-gravity plasma engine and the super solid-state magnetic field battery, a completely new low-altitude flying car could be designed. It would directly solve the current traffic congestion problem. The Dean's office of the Xia Academy of Sciences. Hearing the knock, he didn't even look up, saying, "Come in." Lin Chen pushed the door open and entered. "Professor Li, there's something I need to discuss with you." "No." Lin Chen spread the blueprints on the table. "It's about technology transfer." "Technology transfer?" Li Jianguo was taken aback, then remembered something Lin Chen had mentioned before. "You want to apply anti-gravity technology to civilian use? That's a great suggestion." Li Jianguo's eyes lit up. "What about autonomous driving?" Li Jianguo listened and found it increasingly feasible, becoming quite excited. "Shaolin, your suggestion is great. If this can be implemented, it can completely solve the traffic congestion problem." "Not just congestion," Lin Chen added. "Low-altitude flying vehicles don't require roads, making travel convenient in remote areas, and the cost is much lower than building highways." Li Jianguo slapped his thigh excitedly. "Great! I support this. Should we design it ourselves, or collaborate with car manufacturers?" "Collaborate with domestic car manufacturers." Lin Chen smiled. Let them jointly establish a new car company. We'll provide the technology, and they'll handle production. Li Jianguo stared at Lin Chen, his eyes full of approval. He knew Lin Chen was doing this entirely to ensure the survival of domestic car manufacturers. Otherwise, once the flying car appeared, domestic car manufacturers would basically be doomed. Little Lin, it seems you've planned this all along, Li Jianguo remarked. Yes. Lin Chen nodded. The White Emperor is for protecting the country, the flying car is for improving the lives of ordinary people, either can be neglected. At the same time, the White House. Otto sat behind his desk, reviewing recent intelligence from the Great Xia Kingdom. The above showed that since the South China Sea incident, Otep had a feeling that the Great Xia Kingdom might be brewing something big. Just then, Secretary of State Raymond walked in, his face full of excitement. Otep looked up sharply. Really? Upon hearing this, Op's expression gradually softened, and finally he laughed out loud. Good. Excellent. He stood up and paced back and forth in his office. Made in China on New Year's Day. Perfect timing for the new year. Let the whole world see our strength. He turned to Pete. Hold a press conference immediately and release this news. I want the whole world to know that we will always be the technological hegemon of Earth. Yes. Pete quickly responded, finally feeling relieved. A voice on the other end of the line repeatedly assured him. After hanging up, Op looked out the window, his eyes full of pride. Great Xia, you think you can compete with us? You're still a long way off. The press conference caused an instant global uproar. American netizens flooded the screen with comments. Haha. Great. We're going to have our 6th-generation fighter jet fly for the first time. Mach 5. A radar cross-section of 0.001 square meters. This is true technological prowess. First flight on New Year's Day. I definitely have to watch the live stream and let the people of Great Xia know who the true technological hegemon is. I was worried about Great Xia's rise before, but now it seems they're still far behind. Japanese netizens followed suit. Yoshi! America's 6th-generation fighter jet is amazing. With this fighter, we no longer need to fear Great Xia. First flight on New Year's Day, we must give Great Xia a taste of their power. Let them know that only by following America can they find a way out. First flight of a 6th-generation fighter jet? Probably just a smokescreen. No matter how powerful your fighter jets are they as powerful as our laser cannons? Netizens from other countries had a more nuanced attitude, quietly observing the situation. They wouldn't believe it until it was successful. Plus, Great Xia's technology has exploded. India. Prime Minister's Office. Upon seeing the U.S. press conference, old immortal Dimo became instantly excited. The U.S. has developed a 6th-generation fighter jet? Great. Once they mass-produce it, we'll buy a batch. Then we can take revenge on Great Xia. Old immortal Dimo had always kept the border incident in mind. He had never forgotten the humiliation he had suffered during this period. And the 6th-generation fighter jet was undoubtedly the best. Opportunity for India to take revenge on Great Xia. They were willing to pay any price. Meanwhile, in Japan, at the Prime Minister's office, Kishida Jiro was also filled with excitement upon seeing the announcement. Yoshi, I knew the US wouldn't let me down. Since the last South China Sea incident, Japan has been massively expanding its military. Although it has faced opposition from many countries, they have persisted. The US will definitely deploy it to Japan. Then, they can finally take revenge on Great Xia. Great Xia Kingdom. The conference room was filled with smoke. A large screen was playing footage of a US press conference. The US military spokesperson's voice was arrogant and grating. Zhang Xi frowned, a flash of anger in his eyes. He slammed his hand on the table. The US is deliberately provoking US. His tone was filled with suppressed rage. The operations staff officer beside him looked grim. Several young officers lowered their heads, their fists clenched so tightly they cracked. The atmosphere in the meeting room was extremely tense. Everyone was holding back their energy, yet feeling utterly powerless. They only knew that the 6th-generation fighter project had been halted. No one knew anything about the 7th-generation fighter. Commander Lu took a deep drag on his cigarette and stubbed it out in the ashtray. No! I have to go to the Xia Academy of Sciences. Even if the 6th-generation fighter project can't be restarted, we need an explanation. He got up and left. He wouldn't be able to sleep at night without getting an explanation from the Xia Academy of Sciences. The 5th-generation fighter was finally caught up. 6th-generation fighters are a must. We can't fall behind. And bombers, we need to catch up quickly too. Xia Academy of Sciences, Dean's office. Li Jianguo was watching the U.S. press conference, took a sip of tea, and smirked. But compared to our 7th-generation fighters, it's far inferior. Ha ha! If it weren't for Lin Chen's White Emperor aerospace fighter. Seeing this news, Li Jianguo would have also marveled at the US's technological advancement. But now it's different. He doesn't even look at the US's 6th-generation fighter. Lin Chen sat beside him, flipping through design blueprints for a civilian flying car, not even looking up. Their 6th-generation fighters are just toys compared to the White Emperor. His tone was flat, as if he were talking about something insignificant. Li Jianguo put down his teacup and smiled. You're still as arrogant as ever. But this arrogance has some substance. He pointed to the news. Do you think they'll pull some tricks during their first flight on New Year's Day? Lin Chen finally looked up, a cold glint in his eyes. Tricks? Perfect, let them see what real cutting-edge technology is. The words had barely left his lips. A rapid knock came at the office door. Li Jianguo frowned slightly. Come in. The door opened, and Commander Lu rushed in, his face filled with anxiety. Seeing Li Jianguo, he asked urgently. Dean Li, the U.S. is going to have its 6th-generation fighter jet fly for the first time. When will our 6th-generation fighter jet project restart? Commander Lu, don't be like that, sit down and let's talk. Commander Lu didn't sit down, angrily pressing for an answer. Dean Li, you're still laughing? The U.S. is clearly targeting us this time, how can I not be anxious? He paced back and forth in his office like a cat on a hot tin roof. Commander Lu, please don't be anxious. The 6th-generation fighter project was halted, not because of technical shortcomings. It's because we have something better. Commander Lu was stunned, his eyes filled with doubt. Something better? What could be better than a 6th-generation fighter? Lin Chen smiled. The White Emperor space fighter, have you heard of it? It's a 7th-generation fighter, the kind that can fly into space. A 7th-generation fighter? Commander Lu's eyes widened instantly, his voice becoming excited. Goes into space? Chief Designer Lin, you're not joking, are you? He'd lived most of his life and had never heard of fighter jets going into space. If such a fighter jet really existed. Li Jianguo smiled and echoed. Old Lu, Lin isn't joking. The White Emperor project has been approved and is almost ready for assembly. The US's 6th-generation fighters are nothing but garbage compared to the White Emperor space fighter. Commander Lu was stunned for a moment, then became excited. He quickly walked to Lin Chen and grabbed Lin Chen's arms with both hands. Chief Engineer Lin, is this all true? Lin Chen patted his hand reassuringly. Commander Lu, don't worry. The White Emperor's components are all being processed. It will be assembled soon. A huge surprise? Commander Lu was stunned, then his eyes lit up with astonishment. Lin Chen nodded, a smile playing on his lips. Let the whole world see who the true ruler of the skies of this blue planet is. Li Jianguo chimed in from the side. Then, when our White Emperor makes its debut, I guarantee the U.S. will be dumbfounded. Commander Lu, seeing the two men's confident expressions, finally felt relieved. He let out a long sigh, a smile of excitement spreading across his face. Good! Good! With Chief Engineer Lin's words, I'm relieved. I'm going back right now to tell the brothers this good news. In the office, Li Jianguo watched Commander Lu's retreating figure, shaking his head with a smile. That old Lou, he's like a child. New Year's Day is coming soon. Doesn't Optrup want to be a technological superpower? I'll show him what real strength is. Li Jianguo nodded, his eyes full of anticipation. I really want to see what kind of expression the US will have when it sees the White Emperor. Lin Chen looked up at the window. Sunlight streamed down the buildings in the research and development area, making them glitter. They'll learn that the skies of Great Xia are not for just anyone to run rampant in. Even without new fighter jets, we can still protect these skies. Meanwhile, in the White House, he looked out the window, his eyes filled with smugness. Great Xia, get ready to be surpassed. The hegemon of Earth will always be us. Unbeknownst to him, a surprise he would never forget was quietly preparing. The New Year's Day sky was destined to be anything but peaceful. One day before New Year's Day, conference room of the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology building in the Great Xia dynasty. The heating was on full blast, but it couldn't quell the restlessness filling the room. Mr. Wang, CEO of Baijia, held his thermos and closed his eyes to rest. He seemed to be deep in thought. Mr. Li of Changshan kept checking his watch, appearing somewhat impatient. Is everyone here? Minister Chen from the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology entered, holding an official document. I've called you all here today to announce something important. He slammed the document on the table, his voice firm and resolute. Xia Academy of Sciences is leading the establishment of Starry Sky Flying Car Company to develop civilian anti-gravity flying cars. Anti-gravity flying car? General Manager Wang was stunned, then asked doubtfully. Minister Chen, are you kidding me? Isn't that something from science fiction? New energy flying cars haven't even solved the range and safety issues yet, and you're talking about anti-gravity flying cars? Isn't that a bit of a leap? Has Xia Academy of Sciences developed some new technology? Other car company executives were also full of skepticism. They'd heard of flying cars, and some car companies were working on them. But what on earth is an anti-gravity flying car? Just the name sounds like science fiction. Minister Chen didn't answer directly, but instead pressed the projector. This is the proposal from the Xia Academy of Sciences. The conference room erupted in chaos the moment Minister Chen finished speaking. 5,000 kilometers range? General Manager Zhang swallowed hard, unable to believe his eyes. The other car company executives were dumbfounded. What were they being told? This wasn't a flying car. Even new energy vehicles aren't widespread yet. Skipping new energy vehicles altogether and developing a sci-fi flying car? This was insane. The car company executives all thought the data was unbelievable. Gentlemen, you only need to focus on production. After hearing Minister Chen's explanation, the car company executives finally believed him. Star Technology, a subsidiary of the Xiamen Academy of Sciences, will contribute technology, holding 30%. Equally? Why do you get 15%? General Manager Li demanded. Changshan has experience in vehicle manufacturing. We can modify our production line. The meeting room erupted in chaos. Minister Chen, observing the scene, gestured with his hand. All right, the equity will be slightly adjusted according to revenue ratio. Sign the contract tomorrow. Remember, this is for the sake of the Great Xia automotive industry. Don't let it lead to internal strife. Okay. With Minister Chen's word, they had no choice but to abandon their argument. No one wanted to be kicked out. That afternoon, Great Xia's automakers announced the termination of all R&D projects for both gasoline-powered and new energy vehicles. And production lines were shut down for technical upgrades. Overnight, the collective action of several Great Xia automakers shocked the world. Great Xia netizens were completely dumbfounded. Is it a government order? Have they come up with some new technology? Definitely. Could it be a new high-tech car? While the people of Great Xia were surprised by the automakers' actions. Volkswagen headquarters, Germany? Are they crazy? Giving up a multi-billion-dollar joint venture project? An assistant handed him another document. Not just BIA, other Chinese automakers are halting their gasoline-powered vehicle projects. Investigate! We must find out, the CEO roared. Toyota, Japan. President Kishida, his face ashen, looked at the news. Is China trying to monopolize the automotive industry? Tell them, if they dare cut off parts supplies, we'll set their automotive industry back 10 years. But the message went unanswered. Chinese automakers didn't even bother to reply. The White House. Ah Pin frowned as he looked at the intelligence report. Has Great Xia gone mad? After a moment's thought, he saw this as a golden opportunity. Immediately issue a notice imposing sanctions on their car exports. Ignore it! Ah Pin's eyes gleamed with greed. This is the best opportunity to cripple Great Xia's car industry. Soon the US, in conjunction with European and Japanese car companies, announced a technology blockade plus export ban on Great Xia's car industry. When the news reached Great Xia, netizens were amused. Haha, sanctions? Who cares about their ban? Anyway, our car exports are already low, so let them impose sanctions. Domestic car companies are making such a big move, they must have a new project. New Year's Day. Atep himself was present, standing before the microphone, speaking arrogantly into the live broadcast camera. Today, we will let the whole world know that we will always be the technological superpower of Earth. A thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The viewers in the live broadcast room went wild. Oh my God! The government didn't lie to us. Great Xia Kingdom, did you see that? We will always be the technological superpower of Earth. Netizens from other countries joined in the mockery. Philippine netizen. American boss, avenge us! Faced with the mockery from netizens from other countries. Hee hee! Don't be too happy yet, lest you end up putting on a spectacular fireworks display. Exactly, getting excited before even taking off, be careful your joy turns to sorrow. Even if you successfully take off, what's the use? Do you dare come to our Great Xia? No matter how excited the live stream was. Op stared at the silver-gray 6th-generation fighter jet on the runway, his eyes filled with excitement. He glanced at the time. Op excitedly announced to the live stream. Op practically roared at the end. He knew perfectly well that the frustration of being surpassed by Great Xia would vanish in that instant. Unshakable! Inside the fighter jet cockpit, Pilot Thompson looked at the various control buttons in the cockpit, his eyes filled with excitement. Upon hearing Otap's order, he excitedly shouted, Tower, Tower! Falcon 1 requests takeoff. Falcon 1, cleared for takeoff. Thompson's voice was filled with excitement. Roger. Falcon 1, prepare for takeoff. This would be a glorious chapter in his career. Thompson pressed the start button. The engines emitted a deep roar, like a slumbering beast awakening. The deck trembled, and the silver-gray fuselage rose slightly. Vertical takeoff procedure activated. Pale blue exhaust billowed from the fighter's bottom engines, and the fuselage slowly lifted off the deck. The live stream chat instantly erupted, the comments flooding the screen at an alarming rate. Haha, so advanced. We have another VTOL fighter jet now. The US is awesome. Number 1 in the world. On the fighter jet. 200 meters above the ground. Thompson slammed on the stick. The fighter jet shot into the sky like an arrow. The deafening roar of breaking the sound barrier exploded on the sea. After experiencing the intense pushback sensation, Thompson looked out the window at the rapidly receding clouds and couldn't help but roar. That was awesome. This is a real fighter jet. Otep stared at the red dot on the radar screen, his face filled with excitement. We did it! We did it! The high-ranking military officers around him gathered, their faces flushed. Mr. President, this is a historic moment. Those crappy weapons of Great Xia are nothing but scrap metal in front of our 6th-generation fighters. He picked up his satellite phone and dialed Thompson's communication channel directly. In the live broadcast room, the American public went completely wild. Oh my God! Mach 5. Twice the speed of a fifth-generation fighter. Amazing! I knew it. Will always be number one on Earth. Great Xia people, do you see this? This is a gap you can never overcome. Japanese netizens joined in the celebration. Yoshi! Our American daddy is too awesome. Great Xia is doomed. South Korean netizens flooded the screen. American technology is 100 years ahead of the world. No cheers, no insults, only an almost oppressive silence. Viewers in China, watching from their screens, were glued to the silver-gray fighter jet weaving through the clouds in the live stream. Unfortunately, they could only dream. The U.S. sixth-generation fighter jet performed flawlessly. It even completed various high-difficulty maneuvers. In the cockpit of Falcon 1, Otap's voice suddenly came through Thompson's headset. Falcon 1, change course. Thompson's pupils contracted sharply, his voice trembling. Mr. President, this is a provocation. It will provoke conflict. Conflict? Otap sneered. That's exactly what I want. They won't dare to act. Nor do they have the capability to act. Thompson gritted his teeth and jerked the control stick. In the carrier's command center, Otap stared intently at the screen, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He wanted the world to see that the U.S. military could swagger and flex its muscles right on the doorstep of Great Xia. He wanted to instill fear in the people of Great Xia. In the live stream, viewers noticed the fighter jet was veering off course, and its direction was directly towards Great Xia. Instantly, the already heated live stream exploded like boiling oil being poured into hot water. U.S. netizens were stunned. Did the pilot make a mistake? Why is it flying towards Great Xia? Great Xia has laser weapons. What if it gets shot down? Some U.S. netizens began to worry. But most U.S. netizens were full of confidence in their sixth-generation fighter. They believed that the sixth-generation fighter, equipped with the latest stealth coating, was invincible. Great Xia's radar couldn't lock onto their sixth-generation fighters at all. Other netizens in the US-led alliance also became excited. Yoshi! Daddy US is going to avenge us. Good. Let's see how Great Xia is humiliated this time. At the same time, Great Xia netizens also became excited. Haha. Let's see how the US sixth-generation fighters die this time. All the Great Xia netizens, seeing this scene, weren't worried or frustrated, but rather filled with excitement. Because they knew that Great Xia's laser weapons were now powerful enough. Otep watched the red dot on the satellite monitor screen getting closer and closer to Great Xia. So what if your laser weapons are powerful? They can't lock onto our fighters, they're just scrap metal. This time, we must make Great Xia truly understand who the real hegemon of Earth is. Ha! Otep was fantasizing wildly. In his view, Great Xia was destined to lose face internationally this time. Over the Pacific Ocean, the engine roar of the Falcon 1 pierced the clouds. Thompson stared at the instrument panel, his eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. The radar screen was blank. This meant it wasn't locked on. Good. The new stealth coating is impressive. Now they're already 100 kilometers away. Great Xia's radar hasn't reacted at all. This proves that their sixth-generation fighter's stealth capabilities have reached a new level. Enough to sweep across the entire planet. The tower was silent for 2 seconds. Then came Otap's frantic voice. Fly in. This time, we must make Great Xia lose face internationally. Roger. However, he also began to feel nervous. Completely focused and cautious. If Great Xia locked onto him, he would immediately take countermeasures. After hanging up, Otap's eyes were filled with madness. At this moment, he didn't resemble a president at all. He was more like a madman driven by revenge. Like someone suffering from senile dementia. The surrounding officers could only shake their heads helplessly. They had tried to persuade Otap. But it was no use. Otap, consumed by madness, wouldn't listen. Who knows if Great Xia has any new cutting-edge technology? What if Great Xia has also made a breakthrough in radar? They dared not think any further. They could only pray silently to the free woman that this time it would go smoothly. Great Xia. The atmosphere in the command room was extremely tense. The radar screen showed nothing. Zhang Tao was the base's operations staff officer. In his 30 years of military service, this was the first time he had felt so frustrated. Where are the satellites? Have the optical satellites detected them? The technician shook his head, smiling bitterly. Reporting to the staff officer, nothing has been detected. Are the stealth capabilities of the US's 6th-generation fighter jets really that good? They're almost at our doorstep, and our radar and satellites can't detect them? Zhang Tao gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. The Navy had clearly made a major breakthrough, routing the US-led coalition fleet. This feeling was incredibly frustrating. Notify the J-20 formation to take off immediately. We can't let them be so arrogant. Zhang Tao gave the order with a sense of helplessness. This was a last resort. If they could lock onto the enemy, they wouldn't have to resort to this almost blind man and the elephant approach. But right now, there was no better way. Radar and satellites were completely blind. The only option was to use fighter jets to overtake them. Soon, the roar was deafening, but it couldn't suppress the oppressive atmosphere in the command center. Then Zhang Tao reported the news. Xia Academy of Sciences. Super-energy laser cannon test site. On the open field, a super-energy laser cannon stood like a silent behemoth. Lin Chen stood in front of the control panel, continuously issuing commands. Roger. Target locked. Time taken 0.05 seconds. Lin Chen nodded, about to speak. His cell phone suddenly rang in his pocket. He picked up the phone and saw it was Li Jiangwo's number, so he answered immediately. Xiao Lin! Something's happened. The military region's radar and satellites can't lock onto it. The military is asking us for help. Hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes instantly turned cold. Old Li, I understand. I'll handle this. Hanging up the phone, Lin Chen gave the order to White Emperor. White Emperor, switch to combat mode. Lock on the direction over the Pacific Ocean. Roger. The image on the screen instantly changed. It was the US's 6th-generation fighter jet. Lin Chen, watching the American fighter jet on the screen, continued issuing orders. White Emperor, charge the laser cannon. His words had barely left his lips. The engineers erupted in excitement. Chief Engineer Lin, are we really going to shoot it down? Once we shoot down their 6th-generation fighter, let's see how arrogant they are then. All the engineers were filled with anticipation. No one objected to Lin Chen's orders. While they were excited, White Emperor had already begun executing the command. Blue energy gathered at the muzzle, emitting a soft hum. Zhang Tao's phone suddenly rang. Staff Officer Zhang, the Xia Academy of Sciences will handle the U.S. fighter jets. Get the J-20s back. Zhang Tao was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. Really? The Xia Academy of Sciences has a solution? Great! After hanging up the phone, Zhang Tao immediately issued the order. J-20 formation! Return to base immediately. Roger! The oppressive atmosphere in the command room instantly dissipated, replaced by an irrepressible excitement. The Xia Academy of Sciences is truly amazing. This is going to be interesting. Over the Pacific Ocean, Thompson looked at the instrument panel, a smug smile on his face. Looks like Great Xia's radar really can't detect me. I'll definitely take a picture to commemorate it. Thompson was still smugly pleased with himself. He had no idea that death was already on its way. Xia Academy of Sciences test site. Fire! Boom! The laser cannon emitted a dazzling blue light. The beam ripped through the sky, flying towards the direction of the U.S. 6th-generation fighter jet. Over the Pacific Ocean. On Falcon 1. 5 kilometers. 10 kilometers. Once the photos are taken, I'll be a hero when I get back. The media will definitely blow my name off. He even began to fantasize about what would happen when he returned to America. The president personally presented the award, and the crowds lined the streets to welcome him. Countless bonuses and honors. Ha ha! Thompson couldn't help but laugh out loud. Suddenly, boom! A publicly announced laser beam struck the fuselage precisely. The intense heat instantly engulfed the cockpit. Thompson didn't even have time to scream. His entire body vaporized. The Falcon 1's fuselage began to break apart. The left wing fell off first, then the right wing exploded. The engines billowed thick black smoke. Crack! The fuselage broke in two. Sparkling, it plummeted towards the sea. Before it even hit the ground. Boom! Another deafening explosion. The fuel tanks ignited. The entire fighter jet exploded into a fireball. The sixth-generation fighter jet of the U.S., which had boasted of sweeping across the blue planet just moments before. Meanwhile, soon, the people of Great Xia must be panicking now. Ha ha! He imagined the Great Xia authorities in a state of chaos. He imagined the mockery from the international media. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Let you be arrogant! Now you know who the hegemon is! The officers beside him had complex expressions. Some wanted to dissuade him. But seeing Otep's frenzied appearance, they swallowed their words. Suddenly, the radar operator jumped to his feet. His voice trembled. President! He turned sharply, his eyes wide like saucers. What did you say? The operator's legs went weak with fear, pointing at the radar screen. The signal disappeared. There's no feedback at all. Otep rushed over and grabbed the operator by the collar. Impossible. The Falcon 1 has the most advanced stealth coding. Great Xia's radar can't detect it. How could the signal disappear? His face turned a deep purplish red, spitting all over the operator's face. The chief of staff beside him looked grim and cautiously spoke. Shot down. Otep whirled around, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Are you crazy? How dare the Great Xia people? They can't even lock on. How could they shoot it down? But the worry in his eyes grew stronger. Otep released the operator and staggered back 2 steps. He stared at the blank area on the radar screen. I suddenly felt panicked. Investigate. Investigate immediately with satellite. I need to know the whereabouts of Falcon 1. His voice trembled. The command room was deathly silent. Only the heavy breathing of Otep could be heard. He looked out at the sea, the waves surging. It must be a signal malfunction. Yes, it must be a malfunction. Otep kept muttering to himself, as if trying to reassure himself. But his hands were trembling uncontrollably. He suddenly remembered what had happened in the South China Sea. The US-led coalition fleet had fled in disarray, terrified by the laser cannons of Great Xia. All 15 warships of Japan had sunk. Laser cannon. Otep felt a chill run down his spine. Could the Great Xia people really use laser cannons to shoot down fighter jets? The thought made him unable to stand. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. His face was deathly pale. The officers beside him rushed to help him up. President! Are you all right? Otep pushed them away, his voice hoarse. Has the satellite detected anything? Why is there still no news? Just then, the communications officer stumbled in, his face even paler than Otep's. President, sir! The satellite footage shows. Falcon 1 is gone. The sea is full of wreckage. Otep looked up sharply. Wreckage? Quick! Show the footage. On the large screen, the image of the sea quickly appeared. Black wreckage floated on the surface of the sea. That familiar silver-gray coating. It was the exclusive color scheme of the Falcon 1. Otep stared at the screen, his body trembling. No. My 6th-generation fighter. My dominance. He suddenly pounded his fist on the table. Fuck. Great Xia people. Why did you dare do this? His voice was filled with rage. The officers beside him all lowered their heads. No one dared to speak. It had embarrassed them on a global scale. Even more terrifying was that Great Xia actually possessed weapons capable of shooting down 6th-generation fighters. This meant that suddenly, he stood up abruptly, his eyes fierce. Pass on my orders. All carrier battle groups. Assemble in the Central Pacific. Also, contact all allies. Convene an emergency meeting immediately. The Chief of Staff was stunned. President, why are we assembling the fleet? Why? Otep sneered, his eyes filled with madness. Revenge. I will make the Great Xia people pay the price. They destroyed my 6th-generation fighter jets. I will destroy their navy. On the other side. Xia Science Academy test site. Lin Chen looked at the wreckage on the screen and nodded in satisfaction. White Emperor. How was the accuracy of that shot? The blue virtual figure on the screen responded immediately. Reporting, Chief Engineer Lin. 100% accuracy. A single shot hit the core. Lin Chen nodded and turned to the engineers behind him. Remember to save all the data. We'll share it as a real-world case. Study later. We'll wipe them out. The engineers cheered instantly. Chief Engineer Lin is awesome. Great Xia is awesome. The cheers were deafening. There's something even more important. The assembly of the White Emperor space fighter needs to be accelerated. Don't worry, Chief Engineer Lin. We guarantee the mission will be completed. Lin Chen looked at everyone, making a silent vow. Not even the US. Anyone who dares to challenge us will die. The US global livestream chat exploded. The most excited were the Chinese netizens, who spammed the chat with comments. Holy crap! It really bombed. The US 6th-generation fighter jet is gone just like that? Who was saying the US stealth coding was invincible? Come out and show yourselves. Haha, I guess right, it really got bombed. Weren't the US netizens arrogant before? Why are they silent now? Some even posted screenshots. Does it hurt? It's good that it hurts. Those who offend China, no matter how strong, will be punished. Even veterans who usually stay silent came out. After so many years of retirement, I've finally seen this day. So satisfying. When the US netizens saw this news, American netizens couldn't believe their 6th-generation fighter jet had been destroyed. A few seconds later, they came to their senses. Impossible. The Falcon 1 has the most advanced stealth technology. No one on Earth could lock onto it. It must be fake. Where's the satellite footage? Let us see the real footage. Shit. But where would the real footage come from? How could the American government release it? All American netizens wanted a direct response from the American government. Japanese netizens were completely dumbfounded. Damn it! How could the American 6th-generation fighter jet be destroyed? It must be fake. That's right. This must be fake. How could they be so powerful? The US will definitely avenge us. They must pay the price. Even at this moment, the Japanese were still unwilling to give up. They still wanted revenge. Many Japanese even suggested that their country retaliate directly. There was no response. Meanwhile, South Korean netizens seemed relieved, as if they'd escaped a disaster. Damn it! Thank goodness we didn't follow the US in causing trouble. We were trying to seize interests in the South China Sea before, but now I'm terrified. Netizens from neutral countries were all expressing their amazement. They've truly risen. From now on, Earth won't be ruled by the US alone. At the Xia Academy of Sciences, Li Jianguo had just received the 3D visual radar footage from Lin Chen. He froze, dropping his teacup. He stared at the wreckage on the screen, his voice trembling. Not excitement, but shock. He'd been worried about the US's 6th-generation fighter jet provocation, and today it had been shot down. Great. Great. Kobayashi really didn't disappoint me. He actually got it sorted out. This surprise is a bit too much. After the initial excitement, Li Jianguo was filled with emotion. As for the consequences? There's absolutely no need to worry. Now, Whoever dares to come will suffer the same fate as the Japanese fleet last time. With Lynch in here, there's no need to hold back anymore. Go out and strike. And we must make them pay dearly." Then, Li Jianguo took out his phone and dialed Commander Lu's number. He wanted to tell Commander Lu the good news. Commander Lu stared intently at the radar screen, his eyes filled with anticipation. He wanted to see exactly what method Xia Academy of Sciences would use. Suddenly his phone rang. Seeing it was Li Jianguo, he quickly answered. "Director Li, is there good news?" "Yes, Commander Lu. Falcon 1 has been shot down." "What?" Commander Lu was stunned. "What did you say?" "Shot down." "How?" "We were testing our new radar, and it was shot down in conjunction with our laser cannon." Li Jianguo's voice was filled with pride. "The images are clear, absolutely real." Commander Lu jumped up, his eyes brimming with excitement. "Good! Good! Let the Americans gloat! Let's see how they cry this time! Ha ha!" He hung up. Commander Lu immediately informed the other officers. All the officers were instantly excited upon hearing the news. "Ha ha! That's awesome!" The entire command center erupted in cheers. After his initial excitement, Commander Lu immediately reported to the military headquarters. The military headquarters, upon receiving the news, was also slightly shocked. Then they immediately ordered a public announcement. Otto was completely enraged. "Damn it, this revenge must be taken. Have we contacted allies? Can we have a meeting? Hesitate?" Otep's face darkened further. Have they forgotten who provided them with protection? Now they dare to hesitate? Just then, a communication soldier stumbled in, carrying a tablet computer, his face deathly pale. "President, President! Great Xia Kingdom has issued a proclamation." "What proclamation?" Otep's brow furrowed, and he snatched the tablet. On the screen, the proclamation was strikingly clear. The weapons used in the intrusion, regardless of their sophistication, will be destroyed. The intruders will bear the consequences. Enemy invaders, no matter how far away, will be punished. These few lines of text made Otep's face turn ashen. He never dreamed that the Eastern Congress would be so resolute. But they had always just issued warnings to drive them away. He thought this time would be the same. Unexpectedly, the outcome was so humiliating. Thinking of this, Otep's face grew even more grim. Damn it! They deserved to die. No country had ever dared to threaten the U.S. like this. Otep was about to give an order when Defense Secretary Pete interrupted him. "President, I urge you to be cautious. Have you forgotten how the Japanese fleet was destroyed? Are you sure our carrier battle group can intercept their laser cannons?" Upon hearing this, Otep instantly snapped back to reality. The scene of the South China Sea incident, the destruction of 15 Japanese warships, kept replaying in his mind. The more Otep thought about it, the more chills ran down his spine. This matter had to be handled with utmost care. At that moment, a staff officer asked in a low voice, "President, should the fleet still assemble?" Upon hearing this, Otto flared up immediately. "Fuck, are you an idiot? Are you sending your fleet here to get yourselves killed?" Immediately cancel the order, notify the Allies to suspend the meeting, and return home as quickly as possible. He didn't want to stay in these waters for even a second longer. Who knew if the Great Xia Kingdom would suddenly retaliate? He had to get back as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the Great Xia Kingdom statement and the US's statement were released one after the other. Instantly, netizens worldwide exploded. In the live stream, replaced by deathly silence. After half a minute, a few scattered comments appeared. "Fuck. Mechanical malfunction? You're kidding me. Didn't they say the stealth coating was invincible? How come it's gone without even a trace?" American netizens were utterly disappointed this time. Great Xia had already issued a statement. The American government was still denying it. They were utterly ashamed. Many American netizens immediately left the live stream. They couldn't bear to face the comments from netizens in other countries. Japanese netizens were filled with disappointment. It's over, the US has backed down. I was hoping the US would help us get revenge, and this is it. Japanese netizens felt the US's actions were utterly shameful. Even if you lose the battle, you shouldn't lose face. Even if your fighter jet was shot down by Great Xia, you should admit it. But they're still running away. This is utterly shameful. They might as well not acknowledge this. Father. South Korean netizens were also deeply saddened. Damn it. Is America really going to decline? American troops stationed in South Korea were like gods. Even if they committed crimes, they could be pardoned. But now, America's invincible myth is being shattered by Great Xia. This is unacceptable to South Korean netizens. In their hearts, Great Xia is a backward and impoverished country. On the contrary, netizens from neutral countries understand the situation clearly. The US's announcement is blatant guilt. The Great Xias, we will pursue them no matter how far away they are, isn't just empty talk. The Falcon 1 is a prime example. The global power structure is about to change. The US's hegemony is truly over. Anyone with eyes can see the difference in credibility between the two announcements. The US's approach is nothing but self-deception. It has no effect whatsoever. It will only cause their international credibility to plummet. Meanwhile, Chinese netizens are in a frenzy. Haha. The US's ability to blatantly lie is truly unparalleled. Weren't they arrogant before? How come they don't even have the courage to admit it now? Many citizens of Great Xia spread the news. They had never felt so exhilarated. During this period, they had repeatedly caused the US to suffer heavy losses and lose face. The people of Great Xia had deeply experienced the benefits of technological breakthroughs. Social media was awash with celebratory and proud posts. The entire nation of Great Xia was celebrating like it was New Year's. Meanwhile, in the US, chaos erupted. Large numbers of American citizens took to the streets, displaying banners. Otto, step down. Many felt the pressure and demanded the government reveal the truth. Even some black people took the opportunity to buy things for free. A few hours later, the White House. Otep had just gotten off the plane. His face was terribly grim. He strode into the conference room. On his way back, he had his secretary make arrangements. Otep sat down, his eyes sweeping across the room. Our Falcon 1 is gone. You all saw the announcement from Great Xia. There's a huge outcry domestically. What do you suggest we do? Secretary of Defense Pete frowned as he spoke. President, we need to increase investment in research and development to achieve further technological breakthroughs. Before he could finish, Otep slammed his hand on the table, interrupting him. Increase investment? Where's the money? Besides, Great Xia can fight 6th-generation fighters. They might have even more powerful weapons. We don't even know what technological breakthroughs Great Xia has made. How can we invest? It wasn't that he didn't want to increase investment. It was that he simply had no direction. They initially thought their 6th-generation fighter jets would crush Great Xia. But now it seems Great Xia has made breakthroughs not only in weaponry, but also in radar technology. Otherwise, how could their 6th-generation fighters have been detected? Unless... But that unrealistic idea was quickly dismissed. Even their own radar couldn't lock onto it. While Otep was troubled, Secretary of State Raymond spoke up. President, how about we divert attention? Isn't the desert region always unstable? We can send a fleet there, win a few battles, and divert domestic attention. Otep's eyes lit up instantly. The desert region? Yes. The Secretary of State nodded. Those countries have been trying to distance themselves from us lately. It's time to teach them a lesson. As long as we achieve a major victory in the desert region, the domestic conflicts will naturally disappear. Otep stood up and paced back and forth in the conference room. Good. That's it. Order the 6th Fleet to head to the desert region immediately. Find an excuse and give those disobedient countries a good beating. The US can't do anything about Great Xia. But dealing with those small karami in the desert would be a piece of cake. This is a perfect opportunity to recoup all the losses incurred during this period. Just then, NASA Administrator Trudeau suddenly spoke up. President, we have another idea. We can announce the restart of the lunar landing program. Use space achievements to divert public attention. At the same time, we can, like we did with the former Great Russia, provoke Great Xia into a space race with us. Otep turned his head, his brow furrowing slightly. A lunar landing program? A space race? With increased investment, we can achieve another lunar landing soon. Then, we can attract Great Xia into a space race with us. This will alleviate our current predicament. Otep smiled after hearing the explanation. Great! Excellent! Have NASA issue a statement immediately. Announce that we will return to the moon within 6 months. We will also establish a base on the moon. Simultaneously, military operations in the desert region will proceed. He wanted to refocus the world's attention on the U.S. military. The White House meeting concluded. NASA, the U.S. Space Agency, released the following announcements. Starship rocket's first test flight in 1 month. Landing on the moon within 6 months. Establishing a lunar base. Mars exploration within 5 years. The American public erupted in jubilation. Those who had been marching earlier began cheering. Haha, no matter how powerful China is, can you even land people on the moon? As long as we establish a lunar base first, the moon will belong to our America. Build a lunar base, then colonize Mars. The attention of the entire American public was immediately diverted. They believed this announcement without a doubt. After all, the U.S. had already landed on the moon in the 1960s. Even though many scientists have debunked it over the years, the American public still firmly believed it was true. They believed that the U.S. had the capability. And it wasn't just the American public who were celebrating. Even the Japanese, the little idiots, instantly changed their tune. Yoshi! Our American daddy is amazing, he's even preparing to land on the moon and establish a base. Great Xia, you've been so arrogant, let's see how you deal with this. Even the technological superpowers using clouds are all thanks to our American daddy. The Japanese, the little idiots, have this kind of inherent servility. They're clearly being bullied by the U.S. But they worship the U.S. to the extreme. They see the U.S. as an omnipotent superpower. Great! Let's see how Great Xia can catch up this time. Space technology, the U.S. is always the best. A large number of South Korean citizens began to mock Great Xia. They all believed that Great Xia would definitely not be able to catch up with the U.S. this time. A few couldn't help but sigh. Is the U.S. shifting its focus to space? Could this be another U.S. conspiracy? Many began speculating. The U.S. used this method to cripple the predecessor of Great Russia. Now they want to repeat the same trick? Great Xia netizens directly retorted to the mockery from South Korea and others. I wonder who doesn't have their own space station now. Laughable. They even share space stations, and they want to land on the moon and build a lunar base within 6 months. Only Great Xia on the entire planet can build its own space station. Therefore, the people of Great Xia are not worried at all about the space technology race. It even felt like the US was offering its face to China for a slap. And a really hard slap. However, many diehards still treated NASA's announcement like gospel. They were wildly cheering for the US online. Muscovy is the light of human civilization. He will lead us beyond Earth. Long live Musk! You will always be our guiding light. Because these sycophants know NASA very well. Even all of the U.S. Space Agency's space activities rely on Musk's space company. They say the U.S. wants to send people to the moon. In reality, it's because Musk has the capability. Moreover, Musk has repeatedly promoted in public that he will colonize Mars within 5 years. It is precisely because of this that many people regard Musk as the light of humanity. Faced with these remarks, Chinese netizens didn't tolerate them at all and immediately launched a frenzy of reporting. Meanwhile, governments around the world took countermeasures. India. Prime Minister's office. Dimo, his eyes gleaming with wisdom, declared, "Contact the US immediately. Tell them we can help them process parts, with discounted prices. At the same time, immediately increase investment in space technology. We must become the second nation to land on the moon." Dimo interrupted directly. "No matter the investment, we must participate in this space race. This is the fastest way for us to become a world power. As long as we successfully land on the moon before Great Xia, we will surpass Great Xia." His eyes blazed with madness at the end. Only a handful of countries on the entire planet can launch their own rockets. Only 10 countries worldwide. And India is one of them. Only the US, Great Xia, and Russia have manned spaceflight capabilities. This time, Dimo's goal is to become the 4th nation to launch a manned spaceflight. And simultaneously, to become the 2nd nation to land a man on the moon. He wanted to leapfrog 2 stages at once. To become a space technology superpower. Faced with Dimo's unwavering resolve, the other high-ranking officials in India could only helplessly agree. Soon, India began to significantly increase its investment in space technology. The Prime Minister's Office of Japan. Kishida Jiro learned that the US was about to launch a space race. He fell into deep thought, quickly guessing the US's purpose. "It seems we, the Japanese, need to give them a push. We must participate. Only then can we get the Great Xia involved. This is a perfect opportunity to catch up. Contact the US and say we can cooperate, but we need some technology from them." Kishida Jiro stood up and went to the window, gazing into the distance through the glass. "Great Xia! This time, I will plunge you into the abyss." Then, he returned to his seat, picked up a special phone, and dialed. Then he hung up. Meanwhile, the European Union also convened an emergency meeting. The atmosphere inside the European Union meeting room was heavy and tense. Representatives from various countries sat around the long table, their faces filled with worry and anticipation. The French representative spoke first. "Gentlemen, the US's restart of the space race has clear intentions, and we cannot stand idly by. Space technology concerns the future of our nations, and even more so, our standing on the global stage. Indeed, we cannot allow the US to dominate. Europe must unite to jointly address this challenge. We can integrate the space technology resources of European countries and establish a joint research institution to concentrate our efforts on overcoming key technologies." The meeting lasted for several hours. Representatives from various countries spoke one after another. They offered many valuable opinions and suggestions. Ultimately, the European Union decided to establish a new space alliance. Meanwhile, all countries wanted to see how Great Xia would respond. Great Xia Kingdom. Military Headquarters Conference Room. Inside the conference room, everyone stares at the large screen. It displays footage of a superpowered laser cannon destroying a US 6th-generation fighter jet. Their eyes are filled with excitement. After a moment, General Zhang speaks excitedly. "When did the Xia Academy of Sciences develop such an advanced laser radar? Doesn't anyone know about this? What? What the hell is a 7th-generation fighter jet? Aren't we still developing 6th-generation fighter jets? How come we're already working on 7th-generation fighter jets?" All the military region leaders are filled with surprise. The matter of 7th-generation fighter jets is classified at the Xia Academy of Sciences. It was Lin Chin who told Commander Liu. The fact that Lin Chin dared to tell them proves everything is alright. The other military region leaders were also shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. "This development speed is like a rocket launch, it's amazing!" Commander Liu looked at their reactions, feeling pleased. Finally, they experienced the shock he felt back then. A moment later, all the military region leaders looked at Minister Chen of the Heavy Equipment Logistics Department. Minister Chen looked equally bewildered, forcing a wry smile. "I don't know either. You all know the Xia Academy of Sciences only reports to the great leader. General Zhang spoke directly. I don't care if our military region deploys the new radar. His tone was authoritative. Our military region also wants to deploy the new radar, and we want to be the first to deploy it. No way! Commander Zhao of the rocket force didn't back down either. This time, our rocket force must be prioritized. The southwest and northwest military regions vied for deployment. The commanders of the major military regions immediately started arguing. The voices grew louder and louder. Our southern Guangdong military region is constantly harassed and faces the greatest threat. Our rocket force is of strategic importance. This radar is a necessity. Our southwestern border is long. We must be equipped first. There's no need to argue with them. They're no longer worth upgrading compared to 7th-generation fighters. Perhaps they can be exported to those desert tycoons in the future. And bring back some military spending. Minister Chen was also at his wits' end. But even he didn't know if they had the capacity for mass production, or how to allocate them. Minister Chen could only steel himself and speak. Quiet down! We don't even know if we can mass produce it yet. What's the point of arguing here? The words had barely left his lips. The conference room fell silent instantly. The commanders exchanged glances. Then they all turned to Minister Chen. General Zhang waved his hand. Old Chen, what do you suggest we do? Let me go to the Xia Academy of Sciences and ask when mass production will begin. The other military region commanders had no objections. The reason they were anxious was because the southern Guangdong military region and the southwest military region were deploying new equipment. This would allow them to achieve a major victory. That's why the other military regions were so eager to be the first to deploy the new equipment. However, their efforts were futile. Only the southwest and southern Guangdong military regions had the opportunity for such conflict and friction. Other military regions are unlikely to experience any friction in the short term. After the meeting, Minister Chen headed to the Xia Academy of Sciences. On the way, Minister Chen saw the announcement released by the U.S., a glint of shrewdness appearing in his eyes. They might have chosen the wrong target this time. Perfect, I'll ask Chief Designer Lin later if he has any countermeasures. Xia Academy of Sciences. Lin Qin was discussing the assembly of the 7th-generation fighter jet in Li Jiangwo's office. Li Jiangwo finished speaking, his eyes filled with anticipation. You agreed? That's great! Li Jiangwo was instantly excited. How about we schedule it for New Year's Eve? There was only a month left until New Year's Eve. Lin Qin agreed. Sure! Consider it a New Year's gift for the Chinese people. A knock came at the office door. Li Jiangwo turned to the door. Come in. The door opened. Minister Chen walked in, hurriedly saying, Dean Li, I need to speak with you urgently. Seeing Lin Chen sitting nearby, he was instantly delighted. Chief Engineer Lin is here too, perfect timing. Hello, Minister Chen. Lin Chen greeted politely. Li Jiangwo gestured for him to sit down. What's the matter that's so urgent? After hearing the explanation, Lin Chen understood what was going on, smiled. Minister Chen, the 3D visual radar is ready for mass production. You can modify the production line according to the requirements, and then production can begin. Really? Minister Chen was instantly excited, slapping his thigh. That's wonderful. Don't worry about the production line, I'll handle it. He thought it would take a long time. He hadn't expected it to be ready for mass production already. Then, Minister Chen, recalling the U.S. announcement, continued. The U.S. just announced that it will launch its first Starship in a month. At the same time, it plans to land a manned spacecraft on the Moon and establish a lunar base within 6 months. Huh! Lin Qin was stunned for a moment, then instantly realized what was going on. The U.S. wants to start a space race? Ha! He wasn't worried at all. In 6 months, perhaps Great Xia country would actually be building a lunar base, instead of just making empty promises. As for the US's Starship test flight, that's a joke. calling that a starship is an insult to the word. It's just a big lump of metal. A real starship is an interstellar warship. A warship capable of interstellar travel. Minister Chen's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Chen's reaction. Chief Engineer Lin, do you have a solution? Li Jiangguo stood to the side, watching Lin Chen with curiosity. He also wanted to know, how would Lin Chen deal with the US's space race? The US wants to start a space race? We can play along, but we'll play by our rules. Li Jiangguo's eyes lit up. Whether it can reach the moon is up to us. After a pause, Lin Chen continued. Moreover, we will also establish a base on the moon. This was all part of his plan. After the White Emperor's space fighters entered mass production, a specially designed transportation vehicle for traveling between Earth and the moon. Currently, the technological transfer of the White Emperor space fighter is nearing completion. Lin Chen plans to choose unmanned planetary base technology. This way, resources on the moon can be mined, preparing for the construction of a near-Earth space city. Earth's resources are simply insufficient for space development. Everything needs to be prepared early. They can be mined however they want. There's no need to pay attention to the ecological environment. Minister Chen was completely dumbfounded after hearing this. Chief Engineer Lin, are you sure we can really build a lunar base? It wasn't that he didn't believe it. It was just too futuristic. The Great Xia Kingdom originally had a plan to achieve a manned lunar landing by 2035. But that was just a lunar landing. Establishing a base on the moon and mining lunar resources are completely different things. Now Lin Chen says he can build a lunar base in 6 months. How could he not be shocked? Li Jiangguo was also filled with surprise. Shaolin, you have a plan? That's right. Lin Chen nodded emphatically. Minister Chen was stunned for 2 seconds, then overjoyed. He slapped his thighs hard, making a crisp cracking sound. Great! Excellent! Chief Engineer Lin, you've really given us a surprise. Isn't the US planning a space race? Then we'll surpass them directly, ha! Minister Chen became more and more excited, his voice rising several decibels. He knew that Lin Chen's words meant he already had a solution. He didn't need to delve into the specifics. That wasn't something he could know. As long as it could solve the US problem, that was a good thing. Li Jiangguo's eyes were full of excitement. Shaolin, when will your plan begin? Okay. Li Jiangguo didn't press further. Then, Minister Chen chatted for a few more minutes. Then he hurriedly left. That afternoon, the Great Xia Kingdom's military issued an announcement. The lunar base plan will be launched simultaneously, with construction to begin within 6 months. The announcement was met with immediate jubilation. The world instantly erupted in excitement. The comments from Great Xia Kingdom netizens were filled with pure excitement. Holy crap! Am I seeing things? A 7th-generation fighter jet is out? Where are they kidding me? Are they sure we're still on Earth? Awesome! They've skipped the 6th generation. The White Emperor space fighter. Does that name mean it can fight in space? The US just wants to send people to the moon, and our Great Xia is already building a base. Ha! The entire nation of Great Xia cheered. Social media platforms were flooded with celebratory posts. Even veterans who rarely spoke out left comments. No regrets being born into Great Xia. They all believed it was the best spring festival gift the country could give them. The international community was also in an uproar. American netizens were the first to jump in with skepticism. Fake. Definitely fake. Where would Great Xia get the technology to develop space planes? And a lunar base? Japanese netizens chimed in. Baka! Great Xia is just bragging. The US's starships are the real cutting-edge technology. South Korean netizens didn't believe it either. Now it seems Great Xia is even more arrogant than us. That's right. They're just arrogant and ignorant. Netizens from almost all US alliance countries didn't believe it. 5th-generation fighters have only just become widespread. Sixth-generation fighters were only recently first flown by the US. Great Xia says it can develop a seventh-generation fighter? They absolutely can't. If space technology were so easy to break through, with so many scientists in the US alliance, they would have already dominated space. Therefore, they absolutely didn't believe Great Xia could develop a seventh-generation fighter. The Great Xia Kingdom shooting down a sixth-generation fighter jet was already outrageous. Maybe they really do have space planes? We'll know in a month, then we'll see. The White House. The Oval Office. Otto was reviewing the operational plans for the desert region. Suddenly, NASA Administrator Trudeau rushed in, anxiously saying. Otep, upon hearing this, scoffed. Heh! It seems the Great Xia Kingdom is truly desperate. Trying to disrupt our plans with such a ridiculous method? Space fighters, lunar bases? All lies! NASA Administrator Trudeau looked worried. President, what if they're telling the truth? Postponed? Otep sneered. Why postpone? Our starship is the most advanced on Earth. The Great Xia Kingdom's so-called space fighter is a joke. Trudeau wanted to say something, but swallowed his words. Then, he excused himself and left. However, he had a lingering unease. The Great Xia Kingdom's seventh-generation fighter might be real. Even the idea of establishing a lunar base is true. Only their American manned lunar landing is a smokescreen. They simply don't have the technology for a manned lunar landing. Unfortunately, he dared not say it aloud. Otherwise, his position as director would be over. The President's office. Upton summoned Secretary of War Pete. Pass on my orders! Sixth Fleet, full speed ahead to the desert region. I'll show the Great Xia Kingdom who truly reigns supreme on Earth. Pete paused, his brow furrowing slightly. President, is it too hasty to act now? Haste? Otep's eyes hardened. The Great Xia Kingdom wants to play games with us? Then let them see the mighty military strength of the Eagle. After we've dealt with those countries in the desert regions, we'll launch our starship. Then the whole world will worship us. The Great Xia Kingdom's lies will naturally crumble. Remember, get the Squid Kingdom to cooperate with us. Desert region. Squid Nation. Prime Minister's office. Prime Minister Netanyahu had just hung up the phone with Pete. His eyes were filled with excitement. The US is going to attack the desert region? Isn't this a perfect opportunity for our Squid Nation to expand? Half an hour later. In the meeting room. Netanyahu stated. The US's demands? Tell me your opinions! Defense Minister Khalid instantly became excited. Prime Minister, this is a great opportunity. We must seize it. That's right, we must seize this opportunity. Then, we can stage a conflict ourselves and launch a war. As long as the US can hold back those countries in the desert region, we can definitely take over the base region quickly. They had long wanted to expand abroad. They just hadn't found the opportunity. Now, the US had come knocking on their door. Excellent! Netanyahu nodded. Once the US carrier fleet arrives, we'll create a trigger for war. He stood up and walked to the map. His finger pointed to the Stan region on the border. Starting tomorrow, troops will begin moving towards the Stan region's border. Khalid was stunned. Won't this alert the enemy? What about the compromised organizations in the desert? Ignore them! Netanyahu's eyes were fierce. If they dare to make a move, wipe them out. The group exchanged glances. No one objected. They knew that the Squid Nation had long wanted to annex the Stan region. This was merely using the US to fulfill its own ambitions. Netanyahu looked at the silent crowd and directly issued the order. Notify the army to begin mobilization immediately. Begin moving towards the border tomorrow. 2 days later. At a border post in the Stan region. Sentry Ahmed lowered his binoculars, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He saw the Squid Kingdom's army steadily gathering at the border in the distance. Probably. Headquarters should take countermeasures. If the Squid Kingdom dares to invade, we'll fight them to the death. Even if we die, we'll defend our homeland. Ahmed nodded, his eyes filled with determination. As time passed, the atmosphere on the Stan Kingdom's border grew increasingly tense. The atmosphere in other countries in the desert region also became tense. They all began to worry that the Squid Kingdom was planning something. The Sat Kingdom royal family. King Sulman sat on his magnificent throne, his brow furrowed. He clutched a piece of urgent intelligence in his hand. This intelligence concerned the large-scale troop buildup of the Squid Nation on the border of the Stan region. What is the Squid Nation trying to do? Do they really intend to start a war? King Sulman's voice carried a hint of worry. Prince Abdullah, standing beside him, looked serious. Father, the Squid Nation has always harbored expansionist ambitions. But this time we don't need to worry, we have the Great Xian Nation's laser cannons. That's right. King Sulman nodded, his eyes filled with confidence. With the Great Xian Nation's laser cannons, we no longer need to worry about the US and the Squid. By the way, secretly send 2 laser cannons to the Stan Nation. I don't want to see the Squid Nation's conspiracy succeed. Yes, father! Several other countries shared the same idea as Sate. Almost all the countries in the desert region. They didn't want to see the Squid Nation prosper. Moreover, they had all purchased the Great Xian Nation's new laser cannons. As for the ground troops, as long as the US dared to personally conduct amphibious operations, they had ways to annihilate the US Army in the desert. 2 days later, the US 6th Carrier Strike Group arrived off the Persian Gulf. On the carrier deck, warplanes were neatly lined up. Seafarers on deck hurried about, a scene of bustling activity. In the command center, Fleet Commander MacArthur was conducting encrypted communications with the Pentagon. Report: the 6th Carrier Strike Group has reached its designated position and is ready to commence combat operations. The order came from the other end of the line. Proceed as planned. Yes, I understand. MacArthur hung up the phone. In the desert region, you want to align yourself with the Great Xia? Then be prepared to pay a heavy price. He then ordered the fleet to rest and prepare for combat at any moment. Meanwhile, the U.S. learned of the arrival of the U.S. Carrier Strike Group. Netanyahu was ecstatic and immediately dialed a number. Start creating conflict. An excited voice came from the other end. Roger that, move out immediately. Meanwhile, on the beach at the border between Squid Country and Stan Country, dozens of Squid Country citizens were having a bonfire party. They sang and danced. A scene of joy and peace. But no one knew. Behind this seemingly ordinary gathering, a huge conspiracy was brewing. Suddenly, bang! A sharp gunshot pierced the night. A Squid Country citizen lay in a pool of blood. The joyful atmosphere froze instantly. Everyone turned in terror towards the direction from which the gunshot came. But before they could finish speaking, a group of armed men rushed out from the Stan Country border. They opened fire wildly on the Squid. Shortly afterward, dozens of Squid lay dead in pools of blood. The masked gunmen exchanged glances. Then they frantically retreated towards the sea. Not long after, the border guards of the Squid Kingdom arrived. They found a squid that wasn't quite dead. The Squid border guards anxiously asked, "What happened? Who did this?" There was someone nearby recording a video. Before he could finish speaking, his neck lolled to the side, and he died with his eyes wide open. Damn it, Stan has made its move! Report to headquarters immediately! The border guards immediately sent back the recorded video. Soon, Netanyahu received the message. A barely perceptible smile appeared on his lips. Then, he feigned grief. Everyone saw it. Stan launched an attack on our Squid Nation. Stan must pay the price. Contact Stan immediately and demand they hand over the culprit within half an hour. Otherwise, we will personally find the culprit and take revenge. Manga and Comics. Stan Nation. National Defense Command. These bastards! They orchestrated this whole thing, and now they dare to turn the tables. They want us to hand over the murderers. Dream on! The Chief of Defense was filled with rage after seeing the Squid Nation's announcement. He had considered the Squid Nation launching a direct attack. But he hadn't expected the Squid Nation to be so shameless, using the lives of their own people to create conflict. It was utterly inhuman, even more depraved than terrorists. Chief of Defense, what do we do now? Moreover, the U.S. carrier strike group is already in the Persian Gulf. They'll definitely cooperate with the Squid Nation. Are we really doomed? Fear spread like wildfire. Their weaponry was simply too outdated. There's absolutely no comparison to the Squid Nation. The Minister of Defense, upon hearing this, felt a pang of anxiety. He didn't know what to do. If they didn't compromise, the Squid Nation would use this as an excuse to invade their Stan Nation. But if they compromised, wouldn't that be admitting that Stan Nation was a terrorist nation? That was absolutely unacceptable. Suddenly, no, we still have hope. Perhaps it will bring us victory. The other officers were stunned for a moment, then became excited. Chief of Staff, is that the laser cannon that Great Xia Kingdom used to shoot down the U.S. fighter jet? Yes. The Chief of Defense nodded emphatically. But its range is only 150 kilometers. Really 150 kilometers? Perhaps it really can help us. All the officers' hopes were rekindled. They had heard of Great Xia Kingdom's laser cannon. Its combat record was verifiable. It could even destroy a 6th-generation U.S. fighter jet. Even if it couldn't shoot down fighter jets. Soon. The atmosphere in the command center eased slightly. But a weight still hung in everyone's heart. Meanwhile, other countries in the desert region. King Salman stood before the large screen, his eyes sharp. Closely monitor the movements of the U.S. carrier battle group. If they make any unusual moves, open fire immediately. Yes, sir. The technician rapidly typed on the keyboard. On the screen, a dense array of radar signals lit up. Salman looked at the screen, a confident smile playing on his lips. USA, Squid Country, let them experience the power of Great Xiao's laser cannons. Very good. Salman nodded. Let them know that we desert nations are not to be trifled with. Lake Kingdom, Presidential Palace. The President, looking at the urgent intelligence report, wore a grave expression. This time, we absolutely will not let them succeed. The President's voice was filled with authority. He absolutely would not allow the tragedy of that year to repeat itself. Over 1 million troops were destroyed. Thousands of tanks and hundreds of fighter jets were bombed before they even took off. Now, Lake has finally recovered. The U.S. wants to repeat its old tricks? Dream on. If the U.S. really comes, they're doomed. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Squid Nation Military Headquarters. Netanyahu glanced at his watch, his eyes fierce. Time's up. Any response from Stan Nation? Defense Minister Khalid beside him shook his head. No. They completely ignored our warnings. Very good. Netanyahu sneered, inwardly smug. This was the result he wanted. He had calculated that Stan Nation wouldn't compromise. That's why he orchestrated this horrific massacre. Target, Stan Nation border outpost. After destroying Stan Nation's border troops, the army will immediately launch a full-scale offensive. Yes, sir. Khalid immediately relayed the order. Soon, 10 F-16 fighter jets took off directly. They carried missiles and flew towards the Stan Nation border. Persian Gulf. 6th Carrier Strike Group, USA. In the command center, MacArthur looked at his communicator, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Is our justification ready? The staff officer beside him immediately replied. Ready. We'll say that the Rajiv Nation possesses weapons of mass destruction, necessitating a military strike. Yes, sir. Roger. One after another, Hornet carrier-based fighters took off, heading towards the Rajiv Nation. Stan Nation. The soldiers stared nervously at the radar interface of the laser cannons. One soldier asked anxiously. Their weaponry was far too outdated. They had long been oppressed by the Squid Nation. They harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Squid Nation, yet were also filled with fear. It was clear they were preparing for a large-scale invasion. The soldier was still somewhat uneasy, his voice trembling slightly. Just then, another soldier excitedly shouted, "Everyone, listen to my command!" "Roger!" On the other side, 10 Squid Kingdom fighter jets flew at high speed in formation. The missiles under their wings gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Inside the cockpits, the pilots looked relaxed. There was absolutely no sign of war tension. "Lower your altitude a bit, then bomb them. Let them experience the greatness of our Squid Nation, ha!" As if Stan was nothing more than an ant to be trampled upon at will. Time ticked by. Stan's border. His eyes were glued to the radar screen. Kareem shouted, "Fire! Fire!" Kareem's roar had barely faded. 2 eerie blue laser beams suddenly shot out. A squadron of F-16s from the Squid Nation. 30 seconds left, prepare to drop bombs. Let those Stan Nation trash taste the flavor of aerial bombs. In the cockpit, the other pilots echoed, "Don't worry. We'll raise their outposts to the ground. Ha ha. We'll get another military credit when we get back." No one noticed. Below, on the ground, 2 blue lights were approaching at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The 2 eerie blue lights were already upon him. Not good! He was about to pull the control stick. Boom! The first laser beam struck his fighter jet's engine precisely. The intense heat instantly engulfed the fuselage. The cockpit window shattered. Flames shot in through the cracks. He was vaporized by the intense heat. The fighter jet flew like a kite with a broken string. The fuselage snapped in two, slamming towards the ground, billowing black smoke. Bang! Another deafening explosion. The fuel tanks ignited. The entire fighter jet exploded into a fireball. The pilot beside him was terrified. What was that? Was it a missile? His voice still trembled. The second laser beam struck. Boom! His fighter jet was hit directly in the cockpit. The entire cockpit melted instantly. The pilot was vaporized by the intense heat. The fuselage lost balance and began spinning wildly. It plunged headfirst into the ground. Boom! The fighter jet crashed into the desert. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted, kicking up a cloud of dust. Completely stunned. 1 second they were celebrating. No one saw where the attack came from. They only knew that those 2 blue beams were more terrifying than death itself. It's a laser cannon! It must be a laser cannon from the Great Xia Kingdom! Someone shouted. All the pilots instantly snapped back to reality. Fear overwhelmed them like a tidal wave. Run! Get out of here! The 8 fighter jets instantly descended into chaos. They frantically changed direction, fleeing towards the Squid Kingdom. The roar of engines reached its peak. It was as if the engine was providing accompaniment to their own fear. In the cockpit, the pilots were deathly pale. Their hands gripped the control sticks tightly. Sweat soaked their flight suits. No one dared to look back. The Squid Kingdom's military headquarters. Netanyahu sat on the sofa, holding a cup of coffee. Khalid, do you think Stan Kingdom will beg for mercy this time? He smiled at the Minister of Defense. Khalid was about to speak. Report! A staff officer stumbled in. His face was ashen. Nita's coffee cup clattered to the floor. Coffee spilled everywhere. What did you say? He jumped to his feet, his eyes wide. The staff officer swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Shot down! Nita grabbed the staff officer by the collar. How could Stan possibly be capable of shooting down our fighter jets? Don't they only have outdated handmade rockets? Khalid panicked as well. Is the intelligence wrong? Where would Stan get such advanced weapons? The staff officer shook his head vigorously. Great Xia? Laser cannon? Nita shuddered. His grip loosened, and the staff officer fell to the ground. He recalled the news of the US's 6th-generation fighter jet being shot down. Fear instantly flooded his mind. Why would Stan have Great Xia's laser cannons? How could they possibly afford them? Why would Great Xia export such advanced weaponry? Why is this happening? He muttered to himself, staggering back 2 steps. He slumped onto the sofa. He never dreamed such a drastic change would occur. Great Xia's new laser cannons had appeared in the desert region. This news was devastating for Squid Country. Khalid was also stunned. If Stan really did possess Great Xia's laser cannons, wouldn't this make us a laughingstock? The soldiers stared at the fireball exploding in the sky. They were completely stunned. A few seconds later, a deafening cheer erupted. We won! We won! The Great Xia Kingdom's laser cannon is amazing! It blew up their fighter jets. Ha ha! Those scum from the Squid Kingdom, they've finally met their match! The soldiers hugged each other excitedly. Some even shed tears. The pent-up frustration from being oppressed by the Squid Kingdom for so long. It all exploded at this moment. Kareem looked at the scene before him. His clenched fists slowly relaxed. His palms were sweaty. He took a deep breath. An excited smile spread across his face. He pulled out his satellite phone, his voice trembling. Report, Chief of Staff. We've successfully shot down 2 Squid Kingdom F-16 fighter jets. Stand Kingdom National Defense Command. The Chief of Staff was staring at the screen, his palms sweating. Suddenly, Kareem's excited voice came through the satellite phone. He jumped up. What did you say? Upon confirming that the 2 Squid Kingdom fighter jets had been shot down, the Chief of Staff slammed his fist on the table in excitement. Good! Excellent! The Great Xia Kingdom's laser cannon is indeed powerful. The officers around him erupted in excitement. They really shot them down. The oppressive atmosphere in the command center instantly dissipated, replaced by excitement and exhilaration. Everyone gathered around the screen, looking at the still burning fireball. Their eyes were filled with hope. Inside the kingdom of Stan, the news spread quickly. Citizens flooded the streets. Waving national flags, they cheered and jumped for joy. We won! We shot down the Squid Nation's warplanes! Thank you, Great Xia Kingdom! Thank you, Kingdom of Sat, for the laser cannons! Long live the Kingdom of Stan! The streets were filled with cheering crowds. Children waved small national flags, shouting along with the adults. The fear that had long shrouded the shadow of war. In this moment, it vanished. Desert region. King Salman looked at the battle report on the screen. A smile appeared on his lips. Good! Well done, Stan! The Great Xia's laser cannon has indeed not disappointed us. This victory. There have been times before when advanced American fighter jets had never been shot down. This is the first time. Father, the Squid Kingdom should behave now, right? Salman shook his head, his eyes sharp. Not necessarily. The Squid Kingdom is ambitious. They won't give up so easily. He picked up the walkie-talkie. Be prepared for any contingencies. Yes, sir. Then, Salman instructed the prince. Immediately purchase another 100 sets from the Great Xia Kingdom. Prince Abdullah excitedly agreed. Okay, I'll contact the Great Xia Kingdom right away. 1 set costs 1 billion. 100 sets would cost 100 billion. Using 100 billion to buy state's security. Salman thought it was well worth it. Nothing is more important than security. Lake Kingdom Presidential Palace. President Sam looked at the urgent battle report. A relieved smile spread across his face. Excellent! We have the Great Xia Kingdom's laser cannons. But seeing other countries in the desert region buying it, they followed suit and bought 5 sets. Unexpectedly, the effect was so good. It was totally worth it. He ordered his secretary beside him. Immediately release this news. Let the people know that we have the ability to protect ourselves. The secretary nodded. Yes, Mr. President. The people of Lake. Upon learning that Stan had used Great Xia's laser cannon to shoot down the UAE's warplane, they also erupted in jubilation. They finally no longer had to worry. The tragedy of being severely damaged by the US in 7 days was being repeated. The Persian Gulf. The 6th Carrier Strike Group of the United States. In the command center. MacArthur stared at the screen. MacArthur was full of confidence in this surprise anti-terrorist operation. Back then, they could dismantle Logic's military forces in 7 days. Now, he wanted to go a step further. Dismantle all of Logic's military forces in 3 days. Suddenly, a staff officer rushed in, flustered. "General, something terrible has happened. The Squid Nation's F-16 squadron, 2 of them have been shot down by the Stan Nation." "What did you say? Stan country? How could they possibly be capable of shooting down an F-16? This was simply an international joke. How could they possibly shoot down an F-16? Even if they landed the jet at an altitude of a few hundred meters. Stan doesn't have that capability. He simply didn't believe the news." "Great Xia's laser cannon?" MacArthur jumped to his feet. His face instantly turned grim. He recalled the incident where a 6th-generation U.S. fighter jet was shot down by Great Xia's laser cannon. If Stan also possessed such a weapon, then shooting down an F-16 might be true. But Stan is so poor they struggled to even eat. Why didn't they have any news about it? Will Laik have them, too? Thinking this, MacArthur's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. "Quick!" "Yes, sir!" The staff officer rushed off to relay the order. MacArthur stared at the screen. His eyes were sinister. What are they trying to do? Why export such advanced weapons to the desert region? Are they trying to seize control of the desert? No, this must be reported to headquarters. He took out his satellite phone. He dialed the Pentagon's number. "Hello? This is MacArthur. We need to reassess the situation in the desert." MacArthur hung up, his face growing increasingly grim. Would probably not be so easy. Now it all depended on what countermeasures the U.S. headquarters would ultimately devise. On the other side, USA, the Pentagon. An emergency meeting was underway. Secretary of Defense Pete, his face grim, began. "You've heard about the news from the desert region, haven't you? Tell me your thoughts." A general stood up first, his expression serious. "Minister, this move by Great Xia is clearly altering the military balance in the desert region. We must take measures to curb this trend. Otherwise, the US's influence in the region will decline significantly." A civilian official frowned in thought before speaking. "But we can't act rashly either. Before we find out exactly how many laser cannons Great Xia has exported to which countries in the desert region, we shouldn't take action. Otherwise, we'll end up like the Squid Nation." Defense Minister Pete placed his hands on the conference table, his eyes sharp. "Regardless of Great Xia's intentions, the desert region is a vital area of interest for us. We cannot allow other powers to easily encroach upon it. At the same time, have the diplomatic department lodge a formal protest with Great Xia, expressing our dissatisfaction with their actions." "Yes, sir." Everyone responded in unison, then went about their tasks. Soon, demanding an explanation from Great Xia. Great Xia Embassy in the U.S. His brow furrowed slightly. Although he didn't know the specifics, it definitely affected U.S. interests. He then reported the matter to Great Xia headquarters. The news quickly reached the Great Xia military. The military convened a meeting. Haha. U.S. fighter jets were shot down instantly. We just received many orders from the desert region, exceeding 200 billion. The generals were filled with excitement. This was yet another real-world demonstration of Great Xia's weaponry. Even with only a downgraded version of the laser cannon, it has achieved such results. What will happen when the White Emperor space fighter enters mass production? Won't the military strength of the Great Xia Kingdom be invincible on Earth? All the generals were filled with anticipation for the White Emperor space fighter. Xia Academy of Sciences. In Li Jiangwo's office. He looked at the message from the military. His face was etched with wrinkles, but his eyes were filled with excitement. 200 billion. The orders from the desert region have increased by another 200 billion. I didn't expect that even a downgraded laser cannon could easily shoot down an American fighter jet. Haha. Li Jianguo became increasingly excited, laughing out loud. At that moment, the door was pushed open. Lin Chen walked in, holding a progress report on the White Emperor fighter jet. Seeing Li Jianguo's expression, he asked, "Old Li, what's making you so happy?" Li Jianguo handed him the message, his voice excited. "Look! The orders from the desert region have increased by 200 billion. This is just the beginning." He placed the test report on the table. "When it does, we must send the US a big gift. It is expected to be completed in a week." "Good, with you here, I'm relieved." Li Jianguo looked at the confidence in Lin Chen's eyes and instantly felt at ease. Lin Chen never disappointed him. Lin Chen directly proposed his idea, the Kunping Space Transporter. The Embassy of the Great Xia State in the United States. Ambassador Xia sat at his desk, a document from the U.S. Foreign Ministry in front of him. He picked up a pen and wrote a line in the reply section, his handwriting forceful. "Normal arms trade between the Great Xia State and other countries is a matter within its sovereign rights, and the United States has no right to interfere." After finishing, he pushed the document to his assistant. "Send it back. Don't be polite." The assistant nodded, turned, and quickly left. Ambassador Xia looked out the window, his eyes sharp. The United States wants a monopoly, and it wants to control others? No way! This was also the reply he was instructed to give to the United States from the Great Xia State headquarters. The Pentagon, the United States. Peter, holding the Great Xia State's reply, angrily threw the document on the ground. "No right to interfere? They actually say we have no right to interfere." He pointed to the door, roaring at the staff officer. "Issue a public announcement immediately. Condemn Great Xia to the whole world. Say they're disrupting the regional balance. Get all the allied nations to stand up. When has the US ever been treated like this? The world must condemn Great Xia." The staff officer didn't dare delay and hurriedly left. In the conference room, the other generals' faces were ashen. "Great Xia is deliberately slapping us in the face. They shot down a 6th-generation fighter jet before, and now they're selling laser cannons. They just want to challenge our hegemony. We must put pressure on them. Otherwise, who will listen to us in the future?" Pete, panting heavily, his eyes sinister. "Notify all allies to issue a statement immediately condemning Great Xia. Soon." The U.S. announcement spread globally. Great Xia's export of advanced laser weapons seriously disrupts the military balance in desert regions, threatens global security, and demands an immediate halt to the trade. The announcement had barely been released. Japan, South Korea, India, the Philippines, and the European Union immediately followed suit. India also joined in. "We support the U.S. Great Xia should abide by the rules of the international arms trade." In an instant, the U.S. alliance's condemnation of Great Xia was overwhelming. Just then, a military announcement from the Great Xia Kingdom suddenly appeared on all platforms. The red headline was particularly eye-catching. "The U.S. can sell weapons globally, why can't Great Xia? If the enemy can go, so can we." The announcement was short, but every word was powerful. Like a heavy hammer, it struck everyone's hearts. The netizens of Great Xia Kingdom instantly erupted. "Wow! The military's response is so powerful! If the US can sell weapons, why can't we? Double standard dogs, get out! Before, Japan and South Korea followed the US, why are they silent now? Great Xia is awesome! From now on, the balance of power is reversed." Veterans also left comments, their words filled with excitement. "We were bullied back then, but now we can finally stand tall." Cheers echoed everywhere in the streets and alleys. Someone waved the national flag and shouted in the square, "Long live Great Xia!" Even children waved small flags and shouted along with the adults. The entire Great Xia was as lively as if it were New Year's Day. Netizens in the US-led alliance were completely dumbfounded. American netizens stared at the screen, their fingers trembling. Fuck, how dare Great Xia! They're so tough! American netizens seemed unable to accept this harsh reality. In just a few months, England's international standing had plummeted. Japanese netizens were dejected. South Korean netizens were even more panicked. Damn it! Great Xia's laser cannons are so powerful, will we still dare to provoke them in the future? Netizens from neutral countries were thrilled. Great Xia has truly risen. From now on, Earth won't be ruled by just the US. They can go wherever they want, and so can I. That's so cool. The White House. Otep stared at the Great Xia Kingdom's announcement, trembling with rage. Bastard! How dare the Great Xia Kingdom treat us like this? He pointed at the phone, roaring at the Secretary of State. Contact the countries in the desert regions immediately. Make them suspend their trade with the Great Xia Kingdom. They must listen. Otep's eyes were bloodshot. Tell them that if they dare to continue buying, we'll sanction them. The Secretary of State dared not argue and turned to make the call. He abruptly stood up and grabbed the satellite phone. Connect me to NASA. Accelerate Starship development immediately. And the lunar landing program, it must be accelerated. The NASA administrator's voice came from the other end of the line, hesitant. Risk? Otep sneered. Is there a risk more terrifying than Great Xia? Tell Musk, $1 billion as a reward for advancing it by 1 day. Do it now. If you don't do it well, you're fired. Hanging up the phone, Otep stared out the window. His eyes were filled with resentment and madness. He knew the desert region was out of control. Now, he could only bet everything on the space race. But he didn't know. It was all just wishful thinking on his part. NASA headquarters conference room. Seated in the conference room were the core scientists of the Starship project, and Musk. Trotter sat at the head of the table, his face grim. The president just gave me an order. The first Starship flight must be as early as possible. Hearing the word, earlier, he looked up sharply, his eyes filled with helplessness. Director Trudeau, this is impossible. The Starship's sealing valves aren't even fully tested yet, and our inventory of critical components is only enough for 1 test flight. If we move it ahead of schedule, the risks will double. An elderly scientist wearing glasses adjusted his glasses, his voice low and somber. Director, we haven't even completed the most basic pressure tests. During the simulated flight, the valves leaked 3 times. Moving it ahead of schedule now is gambling with lives. Another blonde scientist chimed in. Exactly. And the titanium alloy components require extremely high precision. Our own factories simply can't produce them all. We used to have them manufactured in Great Xia, but now... He didn't finish his sentence. The conference room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone knew that given the current relationship between the US and Great Xia, importing components from Great Xia was impossible. Trudeau stared at them, his expression growing increasingly grim. If Great Xia can't do it, we'll find someone else. They're not the only ones on Earth who can do it. But his tone lacked conviction. If other countries could process them, they wouldn't have needed to import from Great Xia Kingdom in the first place. Most importantly, the components processed in Great Xia Kingdom are of high quality and low price. And they're all made with genuine materials, they never cut corners. Just then, a man in an orange shirt stood up. He was a scientist who had immigrated from India, named Kira. Kira smiled and suggested, Director, why don't we try getting help from India to process them? From what I understand, India's processing technology is also very advanced. My relatives back home also specialize in producing precision components, and their prices are half the price of those in Great Xia Kingdom. These words caused an uproar in the conference room. An elderly scientist jumped to his feet, glaring angrily. Kira, are you crazy? Indian manufacturing technology? They can't even make decent steel parts. The last time we had them make a support frame, it deformed before we even installed it. Other scientists chimed in with their rebuttals. This clearly demonstrated how bad India's reputation was. It's different. This time is different. My cousin's factory has imported new equipment, specializing in titanium alloys. I guarantee the precision will be absolutely sufficient. Druid looked at the arguing crowd, his face grim. He turned to Musk and asked in a deep voice, Musk, say something. Currently, there is no better option. The path taken by the Great Xia Kingdom is not viable. Other countries either lack the technology or the production capacity. India, even if the risks are high, we have to try. His voice was soft, yet it was like a stone thrown into water. The old scientist wanted to object, but was interrupted by a look from Durit. It's settled. Kira, contact your cousin's factory and order a batch of sealing valves immediately. There's only one requirement: delivery within 5 days. Kira was so excited he almost jumped up, nodding hurriedly. Okay. I'll call right now. He pulled out his phone, strode out of the conference room, muttering, This time, I'll show you the strength of India. Durit watched his retreating figure, then looked at Musk, his brow furrowed. Muscovite, do you really think they can do it? Muscovite shook his head, took a sip of his coffee, and smiled bitterly. I don't know. But right now, we can only gamble. Gamble that India will be reliable this time. The scientists in the conference room all lowered their heads. No one spoke. They all knew in their hearts that the odds of winning this gamble were extremely slim. In a dilapidated workshop. The workshop owner was a bearded man named Sanjay. He held an order form in his hand, speechless. Titanium alloy sealing valve? And it has to meet NASA standards? Kira, that kid, he's really got some nerve. Sanjay sneered and patted the worker on the shoulder. No titanium alloy? Can't we use aluminum alloy? NASA people won't take it apart to check, as long as the surface looks good. The worker was stunned. But what if there's a problem? Sanjay glared at him, his tone fierce. A problem? By the time they find out, we'll already have our money. At that point, who cares if their starship explodes? American money is so easy to make, you can get tens of thousands of dollars just by doing a shoddy job. Once this batch is delivered, I'm going to buy a new car and get married. The workers beside him looked at him with envy. Little did they know. They were about to carry America's dream of returning to the moon, soaring into space. And they had only received tens of thousands of dollars. 5 days later. NASA headquarters. Druitt and Musk stood in the warehouse, looking at the newly arrived valves. Musk picked up a valve, weighed it in his hand, and frowned. This weight is wrong. It's much lighter than the one from Great Xia Kingdom before. Druid smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Lighter is better, it reduces the starship's load. India's technology has improved, so don't worry. He had a feeling something was wrong with these valves. He could only suppress his unease and turn to leave the warehouse. In 10 days, the starship would be in space. But he didn't know. This seemingly grand space journey was destined for tragedy from the very beginning. Great Xia Kingdom. Kyoto Weapons Testing Ground. General Zhang stood on a distant observation platform. He looked at Lin Chin with great curiosity. Chief Engineer Lin, how powerful is this quantum annihilation bomb? Li Jianguo stood beside him, wanting to laugh. This bomb, though only the size of a basketball, has the power equivalent to a 100-ton nuclear bomb. What? So small? It has the power of a 100-ton nuclear bomb? That's terrifying. General Shang's eyes widened, incredulous. That's right. This quantum annihilation bomb can also be miniaturized, even down to the size of a fist. After detonation, it will only produce a localized energy shockwave, without any radiation. General Zhang instantly became excited. That's great. We'll have another new strategic weapon. Li Jianguo laughed. Yes. Let's see how powerful it is first. Lin Chin checked. The time. Let's go to the observation room. The three entered the observation room. The huge display screen clearly showed the open area. The quantum annihilation bomb was already placed in its designated location. All personnel evacuated to a distance of 1 kilometer. Attention all units, test countdown 10 seconds. The instruction came over the loudspeaker. General Zhang leaned forward, staring intently at the screen. Li Jianguo clenched his fist. Lin Chen's expression was calm, full of confidence. He had already tested this bomb in the inheritance space. The power was terrifying. 10, 9, 8. The countdown echoed in the observation room. General Zhang held his breath. 3, 2, 1. Detonate! Instantly. Boom! A blinding white light flashed on the screen, brighter than the sun. Immediately afterward, a terrifying quantum annihilation wave spread outwards. When the blinding white light disappeared, the crater walls were smooth, without any mud or dust flying around. It was as if everything within the blast radius had been instantly annihilated, leaving not a trace. The observation room was silent. General Zhang's mouth gaped open, utterly dumbfounded. 3 seconds later, Li Jianguo stared at the data panel, his eyes filled with shock. This is terrifying. It directly annihilates everything. If the power were increased further, wouldn't it be able to annihilate a city? He had never seen a bomb with such terrifying power, even surpassing the power of a mushroom bomb. The key is that there are no side effects. It only causes effective damage to the target. Lin Chen nodded. If you want, it is indeed possible. Just increase the size and power. Annihilating a small city is very easy. He left out the second half of his sentence. But that's beyond the current technological capabilities of Earth. Currently, the quantum annihilation bomb is only a rudimentary version. More advanced versions will follow. General Zhang strode to Lin Chen's side, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Chief Engineer Lin, when will this quantum annihilation bomb be mass-produced? Our great Xia Kingdom needs such a national treasure. Lin Chen gave General Zhang a reassuring look. The technology and production process are already in place. Your military only needs to find a military factory to modify the production line, and mass production can begin. Really? General Zhang instantly became excited. Great! That's wonderful! I'll go back later and have the General Armaments Department arrange for mass production. General Zhang patted his chest, assuring him. Don't worry, we'll definitely make it. Lin Chen nodded, saying nothing more. If any country tried to cause trouble then, he would reward them with a big gift for today. Thus, the quantum annihilation bomb test was successful. Lin Chen, Li Jianguo, and others returned directly to the Xia Academy of Sciences. General Zhang went to see Minister Chen. 10 days later, NASA Launch Center. The massive starship-like metal tank stood on the launch pad. The pure steel outer shell gleamed coldly in the sunlight. On the global live broadcast, the announcer's voice was excited. Dear viewers! Everyone has witnessed the greatest invention of our America, the starship. This will be the first step for humanity to return to the moon. Simultaneously, it will be the first step for humanity to land on Mars. Today, our starship will carry 3 astronauts into space for a series of tests before safely returning to Earth, laying the foundation for our subsequent manned lunar landing. The global audience in the live stream erupted in jubilation. Oh my God! The starship looks so awesome! If it can really carry people to Mars, that would be a huge leap forward for human civilization. Muscovy is the light of humanity. I believe he will lead humanity out of Earth. Muscovy will become the greatest person in the world. The live stream chat was filled with rapidly scrolling comments. They knew the starship was developed by Musk's company. They idolized Musk. NASA Launch Center. Upton was also there. Looking at the towering starship, he was filled with excitement. Trotter patted his chest and assured him, President, rest assured, we will succeed. Then, he looked at Musk beside him. Right, Musk? Musk nodded. Yes, it will succeed. But he had a bad feeling about it. His heart was filled with trepidation. I hope nothing goes wrong. Musco could only pray silently to the Statue of Liberty. Op and the others nodded in satisfaction upon hearing the reply. Very good, let's begin. Yes, Mr. President, Trudeau replied. Then he ordered the starship to begin the ignition countdown. Soon, on the live television broadcast, the countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Ignition! The words had barely left his lips. 38 Raptor engines on the starship's hull spewed forth pillars of orange-red flame. A terrifying heatwave churned up dust and sand. The gigantic, barrel-like starship slowly lifted off the launch pad. It gradually accelerated, ascending into the sky. Sunlight shone blindingly on its pure steel hull. Inside the starship's astronaut cabin, 3 astronauts stared intently at the instrument panel. Lucy, 48 years old, had been to the International Space Station twice. Jackley, 35 years old, a young astronaut, was on his first deep space mission. As the starship slowly ascended, Tom Ray couldn't help but smile. It's a success. We really took off. Jackley's eyes gleamed with excitement. This is the most glorious moment of my life. Lucy, cheers to the glory of our American empire. The 3 exchanged smiles, their eyes filled with excitement. They could almost see themselves soaring through space. As the starship continued its ascent, ground observation platform. Optin jumped to his feet. He waved his hands vigorously. It's flying! Our starship is flying! Druitt's face flushed with excitement. President! We did it! This is a milestone for humanity! Musco's tense body relaxed. He let out a long sigh of relief. But it was quickly masked by excitement. The surrounding staff cheered. Some even hugged each other. The entire launch center erupted in jubilation. In the global live stream, the chat was flooded with comments. American netizens went absolutely wild. Oh my God! This is the power of our America! The starship is so cool! America is awesome! Not only the moon, Mars will be ours too! Even the entire space will become our backyard. At this very moment, all American citizens began to celebrate. Even drinking beer in the street, which is normally forbidden, was allowed at this moment. Some black people, instead of celebrating the successful starship launch, went on a shopping spree for free to celebrate. Meanwhile, Japanese netizens joined in the celebration. Yoshi! Our American daddy is amazing! Great China? How can we catch up with our great American daddy? If the US succeeds, we succeed! From Xiao Baga's perspective, as long as the US succeeds, they can also benefit. On the other side, South Korean netizens weren't to be outdone. Great China, can you steal this advanced technology? Great technology will always be in the hands of our developed countries. Indian netizens were even more excited. The components we provided are indeed reliable. Without us, the US wouldn't be able to do it. Haha! From now on, our Indian country will be the world's #1 manufacturing power. Great China netizens watched the live stream. They weren't paying much attention at first. They couldn't help but laugh. Holy crap! The US dares to use parts processed in India? It's a sure thing. This time, the US starship is definitely going to have problems. Haha! I thought the US was going to succeed this time, but they actually used parts processed in India? They're doomed! It wasn't that they looked down on India. The rockets they launched themselves. Because of delays in manufacturing, many accidents occurred. It's clear how poor they are in precision manufacturing. Faced with the Great Xia's comments, US allied netizens fiercely refuted them. They directly accused the Great Xia netizens of being sarcastic. The Great Xia netizens smiled without saying a word. The starship continued to ascend. The altimeters showed they had surpassed 3,000 meters. Inside the cockpit, Tom Ray was preparing to report the situation to ground. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared. Red warning lights flashed frantically. Warning! Warning! Helium leak! Helium leak! Warning! Energy system anomaly! Energy leak! The cold electronic alerts echoed in the cockpit. The smiles on the three faces vanished instantly. Tom Ray's expression changed drastically as he frantically checked the data. Fuck! What's going on? Why is there a helium leak? Lucy's hands flew across the control panel. Unstable energy output. We are losing power. Jack panicked, his voice trembling as he cried for help. Ground! Ground! This is the starship. We have encountered a helium and energy leak. Requesting emergency support. Ground Launch Center. On the monitoring screen, the starship's various data points began to fluctuate abnormally. Oh no! Starship helium pressure abnormal. Energy system malfunction. Leaking rapidly. The technician shouts made everyone's hearts leap into their throats. Upton's smile froze, his pupils contracted sharply. How could this be? Wasn't everything supposed to be normal? Druid panicked, grabbing the communicator hastily. Starship! Starship! Stay calm! Try to plug the leak! Musco's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly realized something, his voice trembling. It's the Indian parts. Those valves. He had been worried about the Indian parts, and now it had indeed happened. Inside the starship cockpit, Tom Ray operated with all his might. No! It can't be plugged! The leak is getting faster and faster. He had flown into space so many times. This was the first time something like this had happened. At most, it was an engine malfunction. Never before had a valve problem. Lucy's eyes reddened. Energy output is only 30%. We're going to lose control. She panicked completely. She had thought this mission would go very smoothly. Jack cried out into the communicator. Ground! We can't control the starship. Requesting instructions. Requesting instructions. Ground observation station. Upton stared intently at the screen, veins bulging. He had initially thought the starship's launch would be the most glorious moment of his term. But now, it had turned into a nightmare. Druid was sweating profusely, yelling at the technicians. Quick! Think of something! We can't let the starship crash! The technicians were frantic, but helpless. Data showed that the starship's helium and energy leaks were out of control. In the live stream, the cheers from the American viewers vanished instantly. The chat changed drastically. What's going on? What does the alarm mean? Helium leak? Energy leak? Is something going to happen? Don't scare me. The starship can't crash. Viewers from Japan and South Korea panicked too. How could this happen? Is there something wrong with the starship? Won't it crash? That would be so embarrassing. In the global live stream, the chat was instantly flooded with comments from Chinese netizens. Here it comes! What did I tell you? Indian components are bound to malfunction. Hilarious! The US probably bought Indian scrap to equip their starship. Some even screenshotted comments from Indian netizens boasting about their purchases. Captioned, Major face slapping moment. The comment section erupted in laughter. Xia Academy of Sciences. Li Jiangwo's office. The large screen was showing a live stream of the starship. Li Jiangwo paused, holding his teacup, and hesitated for a moment. Is the US trying to break through technology, or is it just trying to make a fool of itself? Heh! I thought the US had really made a breakthrough in space. And this is it? He had originally thought the US had made a significant breakthrough in space, used to test the performance of the enhanced laser cannon. As a result, he immediately produced a huge poop. He didn't even need to lift a finger. That giant iron barrel was bound to explode. Shaolin, our White Emperor space fighters shouldn't have this kind of problem, right? Li Jianguo was also a little worried seeing the American starship malfunction. Don't worry. The White Emperor has a self-diagnostic system. If any component has a problem, it will detect it. Lin Chun was full of confidence. putting everything else aside. All the components of the White Emperor factory were personally manufactured by engineers from the Xia Academy of Sciences. Every component undergoes rigorous testing in terms of size and material. No flaws are permitted. While Lin Chen and the others were talking on the live stream, the starship was on the verge of collapse. Inside the starship's cockpit, Tom Ridley's forehead veins bulged. He was still trying his best to plug the leak. But no matter how hard he tried, even with India replacing titanium alloy with aluminum alloy, in the end, the valve completely burst open. Until this point, Tom Ray realized the problem. He roared furiously. Fuck! The valves are made of aluminum alloy. He had barely finished roaring. The starship's shaking intensified, the numbers on the instrument panel flashing wildly red. The sky outside the window began to spin, the orange-red engine flames flickering. Suddenly, a blinding white light exploded in the sky. Boom! 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 The massive explosions reverberated throughout the entire sky. An orange-red fireball bloomed high in the sky, like a deformed firework. Fragments, accompanied by sparks, scattered in all directions. Some burned to ashes before even hitting the ground. The once powerful starship was instantly reduced to a burning heap of scrap metal. Ground Launch Center. Upton stood frozen in place. His eyes were wide open, and he kept repeating. He never dreamed that the starship's first test flight would end like this. Even if it flew beyond Earth and disintegrated in space, they could find an excuse. But now, it had only just taken off, and it had already exploded. It happened live. Fuck. Musk, didn't you say there was no problem? Musk was more upset than if he'd swallowed a dead fly. It's India. It's their valve. I told you there was a problem. Hearing this, Durrett collapsed to the ground. Looking at the fireball on the screen, his face was as white as paper. Kira, the Indian engineer. Seeing this scene, he trembled with fear. Yellow fluid was even visible between his legs, and he kept muttering. Impossible. This can't be because of the valve. Upton turned to Kira and roared. Guards, arrest this liar. Kira was terrified and frantically begged for mercy. Don't arrest me. It's not my fault. Kira cried and screamed, tears and snot streaming down his face. But the guards ignored him. They dragged him away for questioning. In the global live stream, American netizens were completely devastated. They felt like they had gone from heaven to hell. No. My starship. My dream of landing on the moon. Why did this happen? Why did it explode? Why? Fuck. The valves were replaced with aluminum alloy? Has Musk gone mad? So much money spent, and now we've become a laughingstock worldwide. It's outrageous. American netizens vehemently condemned Musk. From a beacon of humanity to a fraud. Great Xi'an netizens went wild. Great. Well done. These fireworks are even better than the Spring Festival Gala. This move by India is practically an invisible ally of Great Xia. Eagle, I should have begged Great Xia instead of India. Someone even posted a fireworks emoji. The caption read, celebrating the successful explosion of the U.S. starship. The world's reactions were explosive. King sat, watched the news and smiled at the prince, saying, Luckily we didn't get involved with the U.S. It's safer to stick with Great Xia, this tough buddy. The president of Lake directly tweeted, choosing a reliable partner is more important than anything else. Media from neutral countries reported. Launching center. Druid, announce it immediately. Say it was caused by the use of parts from Great Xia that led to the starship's explosion. The US has become a laughingstock worldwide. But they also want to drag Great Xia into it. Trudeau frowned, reminding him. President, won't this anger the Great Xia kingdom? Upton glared at him, nonchalantly replying. Our relationship with the Great Xia kingdom is at a freezing point. If we're not doing well, they won't be there. He paused, then continued. Investigate the specific cause. If it turns out the problem originated from Indian parts, demand $100 billion in compensation. Trudeau hesitated. Isn't that a bit much? Upton's eyes blazed with fury. You've made us lose face worldwide, and cost us over $10 billion. The Indians must pay the price. Musk stood to the side. He dared not speak, fearing Upton's wrath. But he knew someone would have to take the blame for this. Musk could only pray that he wouldn't be the one to take the blame. As the starship exploded, the entire story of the U.S. also collapsed. The Dow Jones and Nasdaq Composite plummeted. Tesla stock market, in particular, under Musk's control, triggered circuit breakers repeatedly. Market capitalization plummeted. Meanwhile, the White House website issued a red notice. The news broke. Global live streams exploded instantly. American netizens were stunned. Fuck! They can blame this on Great Xia? Where's their shame? Our starship used valves from India. Has the government gone mad? I'm ashamed for them. They chose those garbage parts themselves, and now they're blaming us. The American public felt utterly humiliated upon seeing the announcement. They'd seen shamelessness before, but never before had they seen such blatant lies to shirk responsibility. They took to the streets, unfurling banners and condemning the American government's shamelessness. They directly demanded Upton's resignation, especially after learning of the stock market crash. The American public demanded the government pay for the losses caused to the stock market. Meanwhile, in Japan, the little idiots continued to jeer. Little Baka doesn't care about the truth. As long as Great Xia can take the blame, they'll spare no effort to fan the flames. South Korean netizens also join in the slander. Damn it! I knew Great Xia was a scoundrel. They stole our laser weapon technology before, and now they're pulling these dirty tricks. In the comments section, netizens in China are absolutely furious. Holy crap! Has the US completely lost all shame? They blew it up with garbage parts from India and dare to blame us. Where's their shame? Hell, looks like the US is really panicking. Xia Academy of Sciences. Li Jianguo, staring at the US announcement, trembled with rage. This is outrageous. This is utterly distorting the truth. As if nothing had happened. Oldly, let them say what they want. On the day our space fighter undergoes its test flight, we'll teach them a lesson, and they'll behave. Besides, I believe the country will definitely retaliate. Li Jianguo nodded in agreement. That's right, the country will definitely retaliate accordingly. Then, he asked curiously, you mean you'll teach them a lesson on the day of the test flight? How? Lin Chen smiled mysteriously. Hee hee, you'll find out then. Just as Li Jianguo was about to press further, the components used in the U.S. starships were all independently procured and have nothing to do with our side. The so-called defects in Great Xia Kingdom components are pure nonsense. The U.S. is given 24 hours to issue a public apology, or we will take all necessary measures to protect our rights. Those who offend our Great Xia, though far away, will be punished. The announcement was released. The world was in uproar. Media outlets in neutral countries widely shared the story, commenting, Great Xia stands tall. This is the attitude a great power should have. Those who slander should pay the price, not even the U.S. They also stood up and spoke out at this moment. They demanded that the U.S. provide evidence. The U.S.'s international image plummeted instantly. Meanwhile, in the warehouse at the U.S. Launch Center, Trudeau, with technicians, examine it carefully. The technician, tools in hand, carefully cut open the valve's outer casing. When he saw the material inside, everyone froze. The technician's voice trembled. The valve instantly fell to the ground. Druid picked up the valve, weighed it in his hand, and his face turned deathly pale. It really is India's fault. They're using aluminum alloy to impersonate titanium alloy. He looked up sharply, his eyes filled with rage. Contact India immediately. Make them pay 100 billion US dollars. Not a penny less. The news reached India. Old Master Timo was holding a cabinet meeting. Upon hearing the US's demand, he burst out laughing. 100 billion US dollars? Has the US gone mad with poverty? The US chose the components themselves, and now they want to shift the blame when something goes wrong? Then he directly instructed his secretary. Send a statement to the US. Say that our Indian craftsmanship is recognized worldwide. They're the ones who don't know how to use it, yet they dare to slander us? They want us to pay compensation. No way. Let them come and attack us if they dare. The Indian statement was released. The entire planet Earth became even more abuzz. Indian netizens instantly went wild. Exactly. The US is stupid, yet they dare to blame us. Trying to swindle our money? Dream on. The entire Indian nation didn't believe they were at fault at all. Even if they used aluminum alloy as a substitute. It was their own problem. Why wasn't it detected before use? They used it, which means there was no problem. They're gloating now. Only then did he realize what karmic retribution truly meant. The White House, America. Upton, looking at the announcement released by India, smashed his cup in anger. Bastards! How dare India publicly mock us? How could they dare? Truth, standing to the side, whispered. Upton glared at him but didn't refute. He knew that continuing to stubbornly insist would only make him more humiliated. After saying this, Upton looked several years older. This apology represents the U.S. bowing its head to Great Xia. This is the first time since World War II. And the only time. A few minutes later, the White House website released a brief announcement. The apology announcement caused a global uproar. Great Xia netizens cheered. We won! The U.S. has finally lowered its arrogant head. Ha ha! Our motherland has finally become strong. No one can bully us anymore. Let's see who dares to slander us now. Xia Academy of Sciences. Li Jianguo looked at the U.S. apology announcement. Lin Chen smiled. This is just the beginning. Then, we'll let the whole world know that the Great Xia's space age has arrived. Meanwhile, in the U.S., Upton sat in his office, his face terribly grim. He picked up the phone and dialed NASA's number. New Year's Eve. The snow in Kyoto is falling heavily. Red couplets adorn the streets and alleys. Lanterns sway warmly in the snow. 10 a.m. The streets of Great Xia are not crowded. Everyone has returned home, or is in front of the television, or is looking at their phones. Xia Academy of Sciences. In the center of the range stands a fighter jet covered by a white canvas. The Test Monitoring Center. Besides Lin Chen, Li Jianguo, and other staff members of Xia Academy of Sciences, 2 high-ranking military representatives are also present. Old Zhang, aren't you going home for New Year's Eve? What are you doing here? Old Lu, look at your smug little face. General Zhang rolled his eyes at him. You think you can come, but I can't? I heard that recently, the major military regions have been doing a lot of work to be among the first to receive it. They even held a military region-wide competition at the end. Lin Chen rubbed his nose and laughed. It can't be that bad. The mass production speed of the space fighters will be very fast. There's no need to rush. The production process for the space fighters is already fully developed. It's all modular production, followed by assembly. It can even be converted into an automated production line. The assembly line production speed will definitely not be slow. As long as the military fully cooperates. Producing dozens a day is no problem. Li Jianguo chuckled. They don't know that. They all want to be the first to launch. Lin Chen checked the time. It'll be 10 o'clock in 20 minutes. Start immediately. Have the pilots prepare to board. Then start the live broadcast. It's about to start. Li Jianguo then instructed the staff to contact the pilots to board. The pilot's lounge. He was 35 years old. At first, he didn't know the reason. He was so excited that he couldn't sleep for several nights. This was the honor every pilot dreamed of. He knew the importance of this mission. It wasn't just about personal honor, but also about the development of the nation's aviation industry. Go for it. You can do it this time. Luo Xiaoyang clenched his fist and gave himself a pump to calm his tense and excited heart. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Pilot Luo, prepare to board. Okay. Coming right away. Luo Xiaoyang was excited, then walked towards the tarmac. Meanwhile, the live stream had started. The number of viewers surged by hundreds of thousands per second. The comments flooded the screen like a tidal wave, almost obscuring the view. Haha, this is what makes it exciting. Almost the entire population of the Great Xia Kingdom was watching this historic live broadcast. Even the staff on duty were allowed to watch the broadcast during their breaks. It symbolizes a double leap forward in the nation's technological strength and military power. As the camera slowly zoomed in, the entire arena fell silent instantly. The live stream chat exploded. Wow! That look! It's so handsome it's breathtaking. That streamlined fuselage is even more futuristic than in the movies. The silver-gray shell, gleaming coldly in the snow, is so cool. Haha! The US's big iron barrel is trash compared to our White Emperor fighter jet. The excitement of the viewers in front of the live stream screen was almost overflowing. They all wished they could pass through the screen and be there to watch. On the tarmac, the White Emperor aerospace fighter jet is about 20 meters long. The fuselage has a smooth, spindle-shaped shape, without traditional wings, only slightly protruding deflectors on both sides. The most amazing part is the side of the fuselage. On one side are the two red characters, de Xia. On the other side was the White Emperor No. 1. Those large black characters seem to exude unparalleled domineering power, highlighting the unique identity of this fighter jet. Luo Xiaoyang had already arrived beside the fighter jet. He looked up at this long-dreamed-of aerospace fighter. Although it wasn't the first time he'd seen one, his heart was still pounding with excitement. Without hesitation, then he closed the hatch. In the test center, the other engineers began to busy themselves. Only General Zhang and Commander Lu stared wide-eyed, utterly shocked, at the White Emperor aerospace fighter. After a moment, they finally came to their senses. They swallowed hard, their eyes filled with excitement. Incredible! This fighter jet is even more futuristic than anything in a science fiction movie. Commander Lu spoke first, his voice filled with excitement and anticipation. Yes, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought it was a model. The fighter jet before him. Chief Designer Lin, could you introduce the performance of this fighter jet? General Zhang turned to Lin Chen, looking at him expectantly. Lin Chen smiled, not giving a direct answer. Okay. General Zhang didn't press further. He continued watching the White Emperor fighter jet on the tarmac. On the White Emperor fighter jet, pilot Luo Xiaoyang had already initiated the fighter jet's self-check procedure according to the operating manual. Soon, the White Emperor completed its self-check. Request takeoff. Takeoff authorized. Roger. Upon receiving the order, Luo Xiaoyang immediately pressed the takeoff button. Takeoff countdown begins. 10 seconds left. As the countdown began, everyone's heart leaped into their throat. Even the live stream chat seemed to pause. Viewers in front of their screens held their breath. At the test center, the engineers were just as tense. Their eyes were glued to the screen. With each second the countdown ticked, their tension increased. Because he had confidence in the White Emperor. Inside the White Emperor fighter jet, Luo Xiaoyang stared at the instrument panel. Sweat soaked the control stick. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start! The words fell. Luo Xiaoyang pressed the green start button. The White Emperor space fighter's side deflectors instantly lit up with blue light. The ground trembled slightly. There was no roar of a traditional fighter jet. Only a deep, resonant sound, seemingly emanating from the universe. Anti-gravity plasma engine successfully activated. Luo Xiaoyang felt nothing. On the large screen, it showed that the White Emperor fighter jet had taken off. 1 meter. 10 meters. 50 meters. The silver-gray fuselage rose vertically, as if lifted by an invisible hand. The streamlined fuselage gleamed coldly in the snow. The red characters, Great Xia, and the golden dragon pattern were particularly striking. Holy crap! Vertical takeoff? General Zhang leaned forward abruptly, his eyes wide. At first, he thought it was a taxi takeoff. He hadn't expected this unexpected surprise. Commander Lu slapped his thigh, brimming with excitement. Haha, it really is anti-gravity. The US's vertical takeoff is garbage. Li Jiangguo stared at the screen, his eyes filled with excitement. It's done! We did it! The engineers erupted in cheers. Success! The engine is working! Altitude is still increasing. 1,000 meters already. We're about to accelerate, so exciting! Anti-gravity takeoff successful. Lin Qin calmly observed their reactions. Takeoff was just a small step. According to his plan, the most exciting moment was yet to come. He had already prepared a New Year's gift for the people of Great Xia. In the live stream. What kind of cutting-edge technology is this? Vertical takeoff without any noise? Amazing! Even more incredible than fighter jets in movies. Could it be the legendary anti-gravity technology? Whether it is or not, this technology far surpasses America's starships. Great Xia is awesome. The screen was filled with red comments. Instantly, the comments all became unified. On the streets, someone was live streaming on their phone, jumping and cheering. His eyes were full of pride. An old soldier leaned on his cane, staring at the television. Tears welled up in his cloudy eyes. A similar scene. A spectacle unfolded across Great Xia. Veterans who had lived through that era. They all knew how hard-won this moment was for Great Xia. Only those who had experienced it could truly understand. Many veterans watching found their eyes involuntarily moist. Meanwhile, the White House. Upton sat in his office, staring at the live broadcast. His face was so dark it could drip water. The coffee on his desk had gone cold. He clenched his fist tightly and slammed it on the table. Damn it! How could Great Xia possibly have this kind of technology? NASA Administrator Trudeau's face was deathly pale. President, this isn't a traditional fighter jet at all. We've never seen this kind of technology before. A fighter jet without thrust vectoring nozzles. He had never seen anything like it before. The key was still the vertical takeoff. And it was as stable as if it were stationary on flat ground. This completely overturned his understanding of aviation technology. Unless there was one possibility. That was anti-gravity technology. But that was simply beyond the current technological capabilities of Earth. Could it be that the Great Xia Kingdom has really made it? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Druid's mind raced with denial. He absolutely refused to believe that the Great Xia Kingdom had actually developed anti-gravity technology. The entire Earth. For decades there had been no breakthrough. Effective anti-gravity technology. Almost none of them had truly achieved it. Upton paced back and forth in his office. We can't let them succeed. If the Great Xia's fighter jets really do fly into space, do you have a way to make our Starlink fighters go out of control and accidentally crash into them? Druid was stunned upon hearing this. That's right. Use our Starlink satellites to directly crash into the Great Xia's fighter jets. Upton's eyes were filled with madness. If the enemy didn't fly out of Earth, that proved they hadn't reached the level of space-based fighters. That threat wasn't too great. But if they could actually fly out of Earth, that would be a completely different matter. But, Mr. President, if we really use our satellites to collide with their incoming fighter jets, won't the Great Xia Kingdom retaliate fiercely? Druid urged with deep concern. They still have 8,100 Starlink satellites in orbit. If it really needed to. But could they bear the consequences? The Great Xia Kingdom's laser weapons are so advanced right now. What if the Great Xia Kingdom retaliates? They could destroy their Starlink satellites from the ground. They would be completely helpless. The Great Xia Kingdom had already destroyed 3 of their Starlink satellites before. Opt completely ignored his advice. Retaliation? I'll just say the satellites malfunctioned. Does the Great Xia Kingdom really violate international space conventions? Just do it without worry. I'll take responsibility for whatever happens. Trudeau saw how determined the president was. He didn't say anything more. Yes, Mr. President. I'll go back and make the arrangements right away. After speaking, Durit left first. Optin stood by the office window, looking at the lawn outside. Great Xia Kingdom. You want to soar into space? Dream on. Japan. After a little, Baka saw the White Emperor fighter jet successfully take off. They were all filled with dissatisfaction. Damn it! Why does the Great Xia Kingdom possess such advanced technology? This is infuriating. They were so backward 10 years ago, why are they like this now? Amaterasu. You must protect them and prevent them from succeeding in their first flight. If only the US could shoot down Great Xia's fighter jet with a missile. Almost every little rascal who watched the live stream was filled with jealousy and resentment. They couldn't accept the Great Xia Kingdom, which they had once considered backward. They have achieved such remarkable success in the field of aviation. In particular, they are well aware of the hatred the Great Xia Kingdom harbors towards them. They worry that the Great Xia Kingdom, once it rose to power, would seek revenge. Prime Minister's residence. Kishida Jiro stared at the screen. His face was more disgusted than if he had swallowed a dead fly. Baka. He abruptly swept the teacup off the table. Why can Great Xia build such a fighter jet? Our Japanese Shinshin fighter jet can't even do a taxiing takeoff. The secretary beside him shrank back in fear. She dared not reply. Kishida. Jiro was panting heavily, his face ashen. He recalled 10 years ago. Back then, Japan could still follow the US and flaunt its power in front of Great Xia. But now, Great Xia's technology had skyrocketed. Quantum light chips, laser cannons, space fighters. Every single one of them left Japan far behind. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. No! We can't let Great Xia shine like this. Kishida Jiro's eyes suddenly turned ruthless. Issue an announcement immediately. I'm going to pay my respects at the Yasukuni Shrine this afternoon. I'll let the Great Xia Kingdom know that we, the Sakura Kingdom, have never submitted. The secretary was stunned. Anger? Kishida Jiro sneered. The angrier the Great Xia Kingdom is, the more I'll go. I want to discuss them. Aren't they celebrating? I'll make them suffer. Seeing Kishida Jiro's madness, the secretary didn't say anything more. He turned to issue the announcement. Soon, the announcement was released. The Sakura Kingdom's little idiots instantly went wild. Yoshi! Prime Minister Kishida is so brave! We should show the Great Xia Kingdom our backbone. The heroes in the Yasukuni Shrine will bless us to surpass the Great Xia Kingdom. Most of the little idiots were making arrogant remarks. They were still immersed in past fantasies. Completely unaware. Because of their announcement, they suffered severe retaliation. Meanwhile, at the Great Xia Kingdom Test Center, the White Emperor fighter jet had already surpassed 1,000 meters in altitude. Ground staff looked up in disbelief. Not a single black dot could be seen in the sky. Holy crap! Where's the fighter jet? General Zhang was so agitated that he cursed, rubbing his eyes. His binoculars swept across the sky. He couldn't see any trace of the White Emperor fighter jet. If the monitoring center hadn't still shown that the White Emperor was functioning normally, he would have thought the White Emperor had lost contact. This stealth capability is just too outrageous. On the battlefield, the enemy wouldn't be able to find a target. The White Emperor fighter is simply the perfect killer. The White Emperor uses a new type of stealth material. It can achieve all-around stealth. Whether it's visual, thermal imaging, radar, satellite, etc., it can achieve perfect stealth. Impressive. General Zhang took a deep breath. This is just the beginning. There will be a surprise soon. Lin Chen smiled mysteriously. At this moment, the White Emperor had already ascended vertically to an altitude of 2,000 meters. Suddenly, the White Emperor fighter adjusted its fuselage. Then its speed began to increase dramatically. Mach 1. Mach 2. Mach 5. It's accelerating! Someone shouted. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on the screen. In the cockpit, Luo Xiaoyang gripped the control stick tightly. Entering supersonic cruise mode. Target, edge of the atmosphere. He took a deep breath. He pressed the acceleration button. The speedometer on the screen continued to climb. Mach 10. Mach 12. Mach 15. In just 10 seconds, the White Emperor fighter jet broke through Mach 15, equivalent to flying 5 kilometers per second. At this moment, Test Center. Excellent. Acceleration normal. So stable. Accelerating to Mach 15 in a short time, the pilot wasn't injured by the G-force. Chief Designer Lin is amazing. His cockpit design is perfect. All the engineers looked at Lin Chen, their eyes filled with admiration. A normal human body wearing a special flight suit can only withstand a G-force of 9G. Even in extreme conditions, it can only withstand a G-force of 12G. However, accelerating to Mach 15 in 10 seconds would cause a 52G overload. Even wearing a special spacesuit would cause irreversible damage to the human body, even death. Completely avoiding this situation. As long as one is inside the cockpit, there will be no impact. This shows how advanced Lin Chen's cockpit design is. General Zhang and Commander Lu stared. Wide-eyed, completely dumbfounded. General Zhang was the first to recover, filled with shock and admiration. Chief Designer Lin, you guys are truly amazing. A fighter jet reaching Mach 15 is incredible. How did you manage to do that? He had expected the White Emperor fighter jet to be excellent. But he hadn't imagined it would be this outrageous. This speed is comparable to that of a strategic intercontinental ballistic missile. Ordinary missiles pose no threat to this fighter jet. They can't even catch up. Commander Lu looked at Lin Chen with awe, giving him a thumbs up. Chief Designer Lin, awesome! Seeing it in person was a different story. Lin Chen smiled. This speed isn't the limit. The speed can be increased in space. Not even the limit? General Zhang was completely stunned and numb. He was speechless. He could only silently turn his gaze to the large monitoring screen. In the live stream, the scene had switched to the large screen in the monitoring center. The viewers of Great Xia were in an uproar. Holy crap! Mach 15? Is it going to fly up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Am I seeing things? Faster than a missile! This is outrageous! A fighter jet at Mach 15? Great Xia is awesome! White Emperor is awesome! Some netizens even started spamming rocket effects. The number of viewers in the live stream exceeded 1 billion, directly breaking the platform's limit. The entire Great Xia Kingdom was in a frenzy. For them, this was the best New Year's gift. Even the announcement from Japan was temporarily ignored. 1 minute after the White Emperor fighter jet reached Mach 15. The jet had reached the edge of the atmosphere. The White Emperor intelligent voice prompt sounded. About to break through the atmosphere. Command Center, requesting entry into space orbit. Lin Chen didn't hesitate and gave the order directly. Approved! Enter space! Before Lin Chen could finish speaking, a staff member rushed in. Chief Engineer Lin! Something bad has happened. Japan has issued a notice that Kishida Jiro is going to pay respects at the Yasukuni Shrine this afternoon. Lin Chen frowned and immediately changed his mind. Operate the Earth halfway, then land over the Yasukuni Shrine. Lin Chen had barely finished speaking when The testing center fell silent. General Zhang paused, then seemed to realize something. Chief Engineer Lin, what are you thinking? Lin Chen nodded. That's right, this time White Emperor is actually fully loaded with quantum annihilation bombs. Didn't those little devils want to worship? Then let them worship to their heart's content. General Zhang didn't object after hearing this. Then he patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. Well done, Chief Engineer Lin. It's time to teach those little devils a bloody lesson. The great Xia kingdom of today. Especially after acquiring the White Emperor space fighter. Some grudges deserve some interest. Commander Lu also wholeheartedly agreed. Chief Engineer Lin, go ahead and do it with confidence. If anything happens, we'll cover for you. If it were before, he would have tried to dissuade them. But things are different now. The great Xia kingdom is now powerful. And they have Lin Chen, this prodigy scientist. If provoked, they should retaliate directly. Lin Chen added. Don't worry, it won't cause any disputes. With the White Emperor's stealth capabilities, even if we sink the Japanese, they won't detect us. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Then I'll trouble General Zhang. Although doing this wouldn't cause any harm, it was still necessary to inform the higher-ups. General Zhang went out and returned in less than a minute. He came to Lin Chen, excitedly saying, Chief Engineer Lin, the higher-ups want you to go ahead with confidence. The nation is your strongest backing. As soon as he finished speaking, Commander Lu, standing nearby, was shocked. He hadn't expected the higher-ups to value Lin Chen so much. Not only did he not refute Lin Chen's idea, he even offered to cover for him. Originally, he had been thinking, in case the higher-ups blamed him, he would take all the responsibility upon himself. He couldn't let Lin Chen be punished. Now it seemed unnecessary. The higher-ups valued Lin Chen more than anyone else. Li Jianguo stood aside, unable to describe his feelings at that moment. Only Lin Chen could receive such treatment from the higher-ups. A warm current also welled up in Lin Chen's heart. The nation's trust was a two-way street for him. At this moment, he felt an even greater weight on his shoulders. He carried the nation's expectations and responsibilities. His gaze was firm, and his tone was steady as he spoke. We will make those enemies who dare to provoke us pay the price they deserve. At the same time, we will ensure that our great Xia kingdom stands at the pinnacle of this world. We will ensure that the people of our great Xia kingdom can live happy and peaceful lives. Good! 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 General Zhang uttered 3 goods in quick succession, without adding many other words. Li Jianguo's gaze towards Lin Chen changed. But at this moment, he was at a loss for words. Even Commander Lu silently watched Lin Chen. Such a genius, with a pure heart. Always mindful of the lives of the people. How precious! He asked himself honestly, and even he himself might not have been able to do it. The surrounding engineers looked at Lin Chen with deep respect. Seeing the atmosphere suddenly become somewhat tense, Lin Chen smiled and eased the tension. Don't be so serious, everyone. We're not going to do anything bad, but to let those with ill intentions know that Great Xia is not to be trifled with. The engineers instantly snapped back to reality. Yes, let's continue testing. The little devils are right there, they can't escape. After we finish testing, we'll have a good time with them. At this moment, the White Emperor had already entered the atmosphere. Orange-red plasma flames enveloped the fuselage, forming a scorching barrier. This was the atmospheric blackout zone. Normally, signals would be completely blocked. But on the test center screen, there was no change. Received! Chief Engineer Lin! Everything normal! The engineer reported excitedly. Lin Chen nodded. Everything was within his expectations. Currently, no country on Earth has completely solved the problem of communication in the atmospheric blackout. Every rocket launch or space transport spacecraft launch involves a brief period of lost contact. Sometimes accidents occur during these periods of lost contact. Even the Great Xia Kingdom, after so many years of development in the space field, It's not very stable yet. Can achieve complete freedom of communication. Just like ordinary ground communication. This demonstrates how advanced this communication technology is. General Zhang, after listening, looked at Lin Qin, his eyes filled with shock. Chief Engineer Lin, what's going on? The signal wasn't lost in the blackout zone? General Zhang was stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly burst into laughter. Excellent! Excellent technology! With this, we can monitor our fighter jets in real time in any area. Soon, the White Emperor broke through the atmosphere and entered space. The entire process took less than a minute. We broke through. We successfully entered space. In the testing center, the engineers cheered. This meant that the White Emperor fighter jet had passed the most dangerous test. Of all the tests, only breaking through the atmosphere of Earth was the most dangerous. It tested not only the strength of the fighter jet's fuselage materials. This also puts the fighter jet's power system, thermal protection system, and flight control system to a comprehensive test. Even the slightest flaw could lead to a crash and loss of life. Without a doubt, the White Emperor succeeded. Still perfectly. And the people of Great Xia in the live broadcast room went completely wild. Holy crap! It really broke through Earth! So exciting! This is the world's first live broadcast of breaking through the blue sky. Absolutely! The live stream didn't drop even when it passed through the blackout zone. Amazing, my country! Who else can do this? The entire Great Xia Kingdom was celebrating wildly. However, on the other side of the Pacific Ocean, the presidential office of the United States. Due to the time difference, it was already 10 p.m. But the White House was still brightly lit. The presidential office. The moment Upton saw the White Empire's fighter jet break through the blue sky, his face turned ashen with rage. He immediately picked up the phone and dialed Trudeau's number. The call was quickly answered. Trudeau, I don't care what methods you use. You must destroy that Great Xia Kingdom's fighter jet. NASA Space Administration. Satellite Control Center. After hanging up the phone, Trudeau was filled with helplessness. Sigh. Hopefully, there won't be any accidents this time. He desperately wanted to refuse Upton's order. Using Starlink satellites to collide with the Great Xia Kingdom's fighter jets. Undoubtedly, it was the stupidest thing to do. But he couldn't persuade him otherwise. He could only carry out the president's order. Begin! Find the Great Xia Kingdom's fighter jet's flight path, then adjust the satellite's flight path. Use those satellites that are about to be decommissioned. This was the last thing Trudeau could do. He only hoped that this time it would succeed. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine the Great Xia Kingdom's retaliation. The order was given. Technicians began searching for the White Emperor fighter jet on the satellite screens. Not long after, a technician excitedly reported, Director, we've found the location. A Starlink satellite flew right past the White Emperor fighter jet. The distance was extremely close. Truth nodded, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Let's begin. Okay, the technician responded. Then they began adjusting the flight paths of 15 nearly defunct Starlink satellites. They flew towards the White Emperor fighter jet. Near Earth space. The White Emperor space fighter jet. In the cockpit. Luo Xiaoyang looked out the cockpit window. In the pitch-black universe, countless stars shimmered like diamonds. The Milky Way stretched across the sky like a dazzling band of light. Below, Blue Star, like a sparkling sapphire, was shrouded in white clouds. The coastline was clearly visible, and even patches of city lights could be seen. Luo Xiaoyang's eyes filled with excitement, as if touching this magnificent scenery. I could only see it in photos before, but now I've finally seen it with my own eyes. The intelligent voice system chimed in at the opportune moment. Current altitude 400 kilometers in low Earth orbit. Speed increased to Mach 20. Luo Xiaoyang took a deep breath and reported to the ground. Command Center, I have entered space. Everything is normal. Test Center. Space footage was simultaneously transmitted to the screen. Everyone was stunned. General Zhang stood there, a smile unconsciously playing on his lips, his eyes filled with pride. This is our great Xia Kingdom's fighter jet, capable of carrying our pilots to see the beauty of space. Li Jianguo took out his phone and snapped a picture of the screen, his voice trembling with excitement. This must be recorded. It's a milestone for our great Xia Kingdom space program. The surrounding engineers all took out their phones to record this historic moment. Even Lin Chen was a little excited. He yearned for space more than anyone else. But he wouldn't blindly follow along on the first flight. He could go up and admire it at his leisure after the lunar base was built. In the live stream. My God! Is this space? It's so beautiful. As a citizen of Great Xia, I am so proud. This is the technological strength we should have. While those little bastards are still worshipping the ghost toilet, we're already soaring through space. All the citizens of Great Xia were captivated by the beauty of space and Earth. At this moment, many also knew that Japan was going to worship the ghost toilet. Although they were angry. Just as everyone was immersed in the beauty of space. The alarm in the monitoring center suddenly sounded. Warning! Multiple unidentified objects detected, rapidly approaching the White Emperor. On the screen, 15 small dots were rushing towards the White Emperor from different directions. General Zhang's smile vanished instantly, his face darkening. What are those? Missiles? The engineer quickly operated the keyboard, bringing up a zoomed-in view. Not missiles. It's the US's Starlink satellites. They're changing course, their target is the White Emperor. Commander Liu clenched his fist, his eyes blazing with fury. The US. They actually want to use satellites to ram our fighter jets. Lin Chen also walked to the screen, not angry. Perfect timing, saves me the trouble of going after them. He already had a plan. To use the US's Starlink satellites to test the power of the White Emperor fighter jets on board laser cannon. And look! The US has delivered itself to our doorstep. Then don't blame him for being impolite. A sharp glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, and he quickly issued the order. Luo Xiaoyang, intercept them immediately. Destroy them all, don't let a single one escape. Roger. In space. In the cockpit of the White Emperor fighter jet. Luo Xiaoyang was ecstatic. Great. Finally, we can do real combat. He felt no fear whatsoever. On the contrary, he was filled with excitement. These were all battle achievements. But now it was different. If he added the combat achievements, his rank would increase. He could even have his own page added to the family tree back home. The more he thought about it, the more excited Luo Xiaoyang became. At this moment, the onboard 3D visual radar had already locked onto the 15 Starlink satellites. He directly pressed the red button to fire the laser cannons. The laser cannons on both sides of the White Emperor's fuselage instantly erupted with blinding light. They shot towards the 15 Starlink satellites. Instantly, 2 Starlink satellites vaporized directly in space under the laser cannon's attack. There was no sound. Even if it did, it wouldn't be heard in space. Haha, hit! That was awesome. Keep going. Luo Xiaoyang was completely excited. This was also his first time using a laser cannon. He hadn't expected it to be so powerful. And so accurate. Keep in mind, Starlink satellites are moving at Mach 25. Under these conditions. And it hit the target on the first shot. This shows how powerful the White Emperor fighter's auto-targeting function is. Then, Luo Xiaoyang kept firing. A short while later, 15 Starlink satellites disappeared into space. As if they had never existed. The whole process took less than 30 seconds. They're gone? Luo Xiaoyang paused, looking unsatisfied. He hadn't had enough. How could it be over already? The US's Starlink satellites are too fragile. Then he began reporting the results. Command Center, all targets destroyed. Lin Chen's order came quickly. Excellent, continue searching for targets. Destroy any US Starlink satellites you find. Roger. Haha, we can continue. Ground Testing Center. General Zhang and Commander Liu were still in a state of shock. They destroyed 15 satellites already? Chief Engineer Lin, your speed is incredible. General Zhang looked incredulous, his mouth slightly agape, his eyes wide. From start to finish, it seemed to have taken less than 30 seconds. But now, the laser weapon on board the White Emperor had already destroyed its targets. Outrageous! Lin Chen's lips twitched, speechless. General Zhang, it's the laser cannon that's fast. Commander Liu also